Chapter 1. The School Belle's Desire for Freebies? Then I shall drain you dry. Lu Zihan, the bone refining herb you owe me has been overdue for a month. It is time for you to return it, Chen Mo stated. Opposite him stood an enchanting young lady, approximately 18 years of age. Lu Zihan, the belle of Qingyan No. 1 High School, was also Chen Mo's neighbor. A month prior, Lu Zihan sought to attain the rank of a fourth-tier warrior and required the aid of the bone refining herb. This herb significantly enhances the success rate of bone refining, is quite costly, and is exceedingly rare in the market. By fortunate coincidence, Chen Mo possessed a specimen. When he was born, an extraordinary spiritual herb had taken root in his family's suburban garden. In his youth, Chen Mo was unaware of the herb's significance and tended to it with great care for many years. Only upon maturing did he discover that it was indeed a bone refining herb. Lu Zihan, residing next door, was privy to this information. A month ago, during her attempt to refine her bones, she approached Chen Mo to borrow this herb. She pledged that once she succeeded in her endeavor, she would possess the strength to venture into the wild and gather more bone refining herbs, promising to return to Chen Mo in due course. Considering their long-standing neighborly relationship and the fact that Lu Zihan often affectionately referred to him as Brother Chen Mo in her childhood, he lent her the herb. Chen Mo believed that the kind-hearted Lu Zihan would honor her commitment. However, to his astonishment, after her successful refinement, Lu Zihan delayed returning it for a full month. Each time he sought her out, she provided various excuses to defer. "I'm truly sorry. Chen Mo, I've been preoccupied with my training and haven't had the opportunity to gather bone refining herbs from the wild. Could you please wait a few more days? Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise of returning 2 herbs to you." With a sorrowful gaze, Lu Zihan looked at Chen Mo. He chuckled, fully aware that she would respond in such a manner. This was precisely how she had deceived him in his previous life. Another few days of waiting? Chen Mo shook his head. In 3 days, the provincial sprint camp's martial arts selection test will take place. With your abilities, you will undoubtedly pass and gain entry into the camp. As for me, due to the absence of bone refining herbs, I shall fail in my attempt to refine my bones and miss the opportunity to join the provincial sprint camp. Once you are inside, where shall I seek you out to reclaim my bone refining herbs? What Chen Mo expressed was not mere conjecture, it was the unfolding of events from his previous life. The subsequent chain reaction profoundly impacted his existence. His failure to enter the provincial sprint camp meant he missed out on invaluable cultivation resources, losing the chance to rapidly enhance his strength. In the National Martial Arts Examination 2 months hence, he found himself outpaced by the nation's premier martial arts academies. A single misstep led to a cascade of failures. Meanwhile, Lu Zihan seamlessly gained admission to the most prestigious martial arts institution, becoming a paragon of talent admired by many. To add insult to injury, years later, Lu Zihan revealed a secret to Chen Mo. The bone refining herb in his backyard was not an ordinary specimen, but a mutated variant possessing hidden thunder attributes. Unique. Lu Zihan has indeed achieved a remarkable breakthrough to the 4th rank as a warrior through this bone forging herb, awakening inscrayed martial talent Thunder Jade Bone. Chen Mo gazed at this neighbor girl he had known for many years, marveling at how well Lu Zihan had concealed her true self from childhood to adulthood. "Lu Zihan, how did I never realize you were such a scheming green tea bitch?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zihan's expression abruptly changed. "Chen Mo, I owe you merely a bone forging herb. I never claimed I wouldn't repay you. Why do you resort to insults? I've always regarded you as an elder brother, yet I never expected you to be this kind of person. Still pretending?" Chen Mo scoffed. In his previous life, he had suffered greatly at Lu Zihan's hands. Now that he had been reborn, he had at least 9 methods to ensure Lu Zihan repaid him double for the bone forging herb she owed. 9 methods. Just as Chen Mo pondered how to impart an unforgettable lesson to Lu Zihan, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Ding. The debt repayment system has been activated. A system? Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed there were indeed benefits to his rebirth. Detected debtor Lu Zihan owes the host 1 bone forging herb, overdue by 1 month. Moreover, due to Lu Zihan's malicious default, the system would impose a 10,000 interest on her. The entirety of debtor Lu Zihan's assets is insufficient to repay the 10,000 interest. It is possible to use her martial cultivation and talent as collateral. Host, do you wish to enforce repayment from debtor Lu Zihan? As Chen Mo stared at the series of notifications from the system, his eyes widened in astonishment. A 10,000 interest rate impressive. Furthermore, if the debtor lacked the means to repay, the system allowed for compulsory repayment through the debtor's martial cultivation and talent. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Seeing Chen Mo suddenly pause, his face adorned with an odd smile, Lu Zihan furrowed her brow. From the very beginning, she had no intention of repaying. Why should she return what she had borrowed by virtue of her capabilities? Even if Lu Zihan possessed the bone-forging herb now, she would merely exchange it for other training resources to further enhance her strength. The National Martial Arts examination was akin to a multitude of warriors traversing a narrow bridge. Even a slight improvement in martial prowess could significantly elevate her ranking nationwide. Lu Zihan was an astute, self-interested individual. The National Martial Arts examination was her singular opportunity to alter her fate, and she must seize it firmly. She aspired to ascend step by step to the pinnacle, determined to liberate herself from over a decade of impoverished existence. For this, even if it meant sacrificing Chen Mo, her long-standing neighbor brother, Lu Zihan felt no inclination towards wavering or guilt. Lu Zihan, it seems you are resolutely intent on exploiting me. Failing to repay debts will surely lead to retribution. Chen Mo spoke with a hint of amusement. In response, Lu Zihan's once innocent demeanor gradually turned frigid. At this juncture, she no longer felt the need to feign innocence. 3 days from now, I will successfully pass the selection test and enter the provincial sprinting camp. Without the bone-forging herb, you are destined to be eliminated. The disparity between us will only continue to grow. Retribution? You may await your next life. Lu Zihan declared coldly. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Mo applauded. You look far more pleasing in your current state than when you feigned innocence. However, I wonder if you will still be so self-satisfied 3 days hence. Chen Mo originally intended to employ the debts must be repaid system to forcibly reclaim from Lu Zihan her martial prowess and innate talent. Yet, such an act alone would not suffice to quench his thirst for retribution. He yearned to drain Lu Zihan of her martial abilities and talents at the peak of her pride during the selection test in 3 days, casting her into an abyss of despair. Chapter 2. The heartless capitalist arrives, demanding submission. My current strength is truly feeble. Chen Mo lamented. The martial arts realm comprises 9 major stages. First realm martial artist, second realm martial master, third realm martial sovereign, fourth realm martial lord, fifth realm martial king, sixth realm martial emperor, seventh realm martial deity, eighth realm martial sage, and ninth realm martial god. Each major realm is further divided into 9 tiers. In his previous life, Chen Mo had attained the status of a 6th realm martial emperor, standing among the world's elite. Yet now, he found himself merely a 3rd-tier martial artist of the 1st realm. The 1st realm martial artist represents the foundational stage of martial arts, with the 9 tiers classified as skin tempering, blood condensation, flesh refining, bone forging, tendon toughening, organ casting, marrow cleansing, meridian opening, and rebirth. Currently, Chen Mo occupied the position of a 3rd-tier martial artist, engaged in the flesh refining stage, on the verge of advancing to the 4th tier of bone forging. In his past life, he had reached the 6th realm martial emperor at the age of 28, a feat not commonly seen among those under 30. Logically, having been so severely ensnared by Lu Zihan, missing the provincial sprint camp, and performing mediocrely in the national martial examination, it seemed improbable for Chen Mo to achieve significant martial accomplishments thereafter. Fortuitously, at the age of 25, Chen Mo encountered the 7th realm martial empress, Yi Nishang. Thus, the wheels of destiny began to turn. Yi Nishang practiced a unique high-ear celestial technique known as the Tai Su Yin Yang Sutra. Remarkably, Chen Mo was the perfect cauldron for her. The essence of the Tai Su Yin Yang Sutra is deriving the true meaning of the void, uniting the principles of yin and yang, breaking through chaos to create transformation, where yin and yang mutually support, and myriad changes emerge from the void. During the initial stages of his martial cultivation, while training alongside Yin Nishang. Chen Mo served as her yin, nurturing her yang. Over 3 years, his cultivation advanced remarkably, benefiting from Yin Nishang's prowess. Once Chen Mo achieved the 7th realm martial deity, he would be able to nurture Yin Nishang in turn, assisting her in breaking through to the 8th realm martial sage, or even the 9th realm martial god. Regrettably, before he could reach the 7th realm, a catastrophic upheaval in martial arts erupted. And then, Chen Mo was reborn. Reflecting on the enchanting beauty of Yin Nishang, he could not help but smile. In this lifetime, when I meet you again, I shall not be overshadowed, rather, I shall take the lead. With a second chance at life and the supportive system, failure was not an option. Chen Mo meticulously examined the Debts Must Be Repaid system. Its capabilities exceeded his expectations. Notably, debts were not confined to monetary or material resources for cultivation. Human debts could also be classified as debts. In other words, whether one owed Chen Mo physical items like bone-forging herbs or favors, they would be deemed debtors by the system. Moreover, interest is not a fixed entity. It varies according to the debtor's actual circumstances, resulting in differing interest rates. For instance, in the case of someone like Lu Zihan, who maliciously defaults on debts, the interest can skyrocket to a staggering 10,000 in just a month. Even the most unscrupulous capitalists must bow their heads in submission. There are myriad ways to repay debts aside from the previously mentioned methods. One could also repay through martial arts prowess or innate talent. In fact, even the debtor's martial destiny can be forcibly seized by the system. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At 9 a.m., the playground of Chinya No. 1 High School was already teeming with students. For the over 10,000 third-year students at Chinya No. 1, today was a momentous occasion. In the 2 months leading up to the National Martial Arts Examination each year, provincial sprint camps select outstanding martial arts students from various high schools across the province for an intensive final 2-month training. Taking Chinyan City as an example, there are only 10 slots available for the provincial sprint camp. Across all high schools in Chinyan City, including Chinya No. 1, there are a total of 32 institutions. The first round of selection requires identifying the top 10 students from each of the 32 high schools in Chinyan City. Subsequently, these 320 exceptional students will compete for those 10 coveted spots in the provincial sprint camp. The difficulty of this task is evident. At this moment, the thousands of third-year students at Chinya No. 1 were intently gazing at a row of martial arts testing apparatus set up in front of the playground. The test is about to begin. I can hardly contain my nerves. Why are you so anxious? You're only a second-tier blood condensation. What does it have to do with you? What if I experience a breakthrough on the spot? Here, they'll do something embarrassing to snap you out of it. Dude, how bold of you. Speaking of which, who do you think will make it through the initial selection? I can't say for others, but Lu Zihan is a sure bet. Of course, Lu Zihan not only broke through to a 4th-tier martial artist a month ago, but is also the only genius in our school who has awakened a martial talent. He's practically guaranteed to advance, even to the provincial sprint camp. Martial talent, as the name suggests, refers to the awakening of a special ability in martial arts. For instance, a martial artist who has awakened the ability of enhanced strength possesses strength that far exceeds that of others at the same level. A martial artist with iron bones can boast a physical resilience comparable to that of a 4th-tier martial artist when they are still in the 1st or 2nd tier. Because of this, those who awaken martial talents not only dominate their peers, but can even engage in battles beyond their level. Awakened martial talent is regarded as a mark of being chosen by fate in the realm of martial arts. Statistically speaking, only 1 or 2 martial talent awakeners emerge among every 100,000 martial artists. Chen Mo listened calmly to the discussions around him. At this moment, he had already broken through to a 4th-tier martial artist. In his previous life, he had been a formidable 6th-tier martial emperor, so even without the aid of bone-refining grass, achieving this breakthrough was within his grasp. The only regret is that Chen Mo cannot cultivate the Tai Su Yin Yang Ju alone. Otherwise, his advancement in martial arts would be exponentially faster than it is now. In her previous life, Yin Nishang practiced the Tai Su Yin Yang Ju in solitude before encountering Chen Mo, resulting in her becoming an icy lump, enduring the torment of the Ice Soul's cold poison every midnight. Were Chen Mo to train alone, he would undoubtedly suffer under the torment of the redondo, scorched by the blazing sun each day. I recall that this year's provincial sprint camp produced a white-haired beauty, a martial arts prodigy who, 2 months later in a national martial arts examination, not only achieved the top rank in the province, but also broke into the top 10 nationally. Furthermore, she possesses the rare SS-level martial arts talent, Xian Yinling long body, making her an ideal dual cultivation partner for the Tai Su Yinyang Ju, Chen Mo mused. Thus, he must gain entry into the provincial sprint camp. As Chen Mo pondered, the principal of Qingyan No. 1 High School, Chen Xingyang, strode confidently to the podium at the front of the playground. His gaze swept across the crowd, and an immediate silence enveloped the area. Commence the testing. Without a moment's hesitation, the principal's command marked the official beginning of the selection test. Following the order, a student from class 1 of the third year, feeling a bit anxious, approached the two martial arts testing devices situated at the far left of the playground. These two devices were the chi and blood tester and the strength tester. The student placed his hand on the spherical sensor of the first machine. Moments later, the massive holographic screen above the playground illuminated, displaying several lines of text. Name: Zhang Xiao Qi in blood value. 21 martial arts level. Second rank warrior, blood condensation. Following this, Zhang Xiao moved to the second strength tester and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Strength: 2,025 kilograms. This result was rather unimpressive. One by one, students stepped forward for their assessments. There were a total of 10 chi and blood testers and 10 strength testers in the playground, all connected to the giant holographic screen overhead. The results of all students were displayed in order of rank on the screen. As time passed, the names of two fourth-rank warriors appeared prominently at the forefront. Chao Yun, Chi and blood value 41, strength 41 20 kilograms. Fourth-rank warrior, bone tempering. Duan Yankun, Chi and blood value 40, strength 40 11 kilograms. Fourth-rank warrior, bone tempering. Just 2 hours later, a sudden stir swept across the playground, for Lu Zihan had made her entrance. Chapter 3. The Swift and Exhilarating Fluctuations of Life. The appearance of Lu Zihan instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Undoubtedly, Lu Zihan is the most radiant figure at Qingyan No. 1 High School. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but her martial arts prowess is also exceptional. Furthermore, she stands as the sole martial arts awakener in the institution, clad in a sky blue dress, with a subtle touch of makeup that accentuates her exquisite features. Lu Zihan approached the vitality tester amidst the crowd's gaze. She gently extended her delicate hand and placed it upon the spherical device. Moments later, her test results illuminated the vast holographic screen above the playground. Name: Lu Zihan vitality value, 59 martial arts rank, 5th grade warrior, resilient tendons. In an instant, a chorus of gasps erupted across the playground. Astonishingly, Lu Zihan had already ascended to the 5th grade warrior level. Moreover, her vitality value had reached 59, merely a step away from the 6th grade warrior threshold. Such strength is truly remarkable. Lu Zihan is indeed exceptional. Her homeroom teacher was equally taken aback by the rapidity of Lu Zihan's progress. Just last month, she had only broken through to the 4th grade bone forging stage, and now, within the span of a mere month, she was on the verge of reaching the 6th grade organs forging stage. Her cultivation speed is nothing short of astonishing. The martial arts instructors from other classes, while astonished, could not help but exhibit expressions of envy. They envied Lu Zihan's homeroom teacher for having such a remarkably gifted student. Principal Chen Xingyang, upon witnessing Lu Zihan's test results, maintained a facade of composure, yet his lips could scarcely suppress a smile. With such a score, Lu Zihan's entry into the provincial training camp is virtually assured. Additionally, as a martial arts awakener, she would likely rank among the top, even in a camp filled with prodigies. At that moment, Chen Xingyang's heart soared with joy, realizing that Qingyan No. 1 High School was on the brink of a resurgence. As Lu Zihan absorbed the astonished murmurs surrounding her, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction washed over her. Every effort she had made thus far was in pursuit of this very moment. Subsequently, her gaze drifted towards Chen Mo amidst the crowd. her eyes conveying a condescending message. Do you see this? This is the chasm that separates us. Observing Lu Zihan basking in her triumph, Chen Mo wore an enigmatic smile, as if anticipating the unfolding drama. Lu Zihan cast a fleeting glance at Chen Mo before indifferently averting her gaze. From this day forth, there would be no intersection between her path and Chen Mo's. She then proceeded towards the strength tester, preparing for the second assessment. As she summoned the vitality within her, the surging energy coursed through her limbs, creating an aura so powerful that her hair danced in the wind. Unseen by others, the force of thunder surged within the bones beneath her flesh, the manifestation of her awakened martial arts talent. Thunderous Jade Bone. Lu Zihan had only awakened this talent a month prior, and had yet to fully externalize the power of thunder. Nevertheless, with the enhancement of Thunderous Jade Bone, her striking power would be immensely amplified. With all her strength, Lu Zihan delivered a powerful punch towards the strength tester. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, reminiscent of a deafening roar. Simultaneously, Chen Mo silently intoned within his mind, "System, enforce repayment." As Lu Zihan's fist ascended, she was suddenly struck with horror, realizing that the essence of her vitality, her martial arts prowess, and innate talent had seemingly been siphoned away by an enigmatic force in an instant. Yet her fist, propelled by formidable inertia, surged forward. With a resounding crash, Lu Zihan's entire right arm erupted, bones and flesh scattering in a gruesome display, rendered utterly useless. With each advancement in martial arts, a practitioner undergoes a corresponding enhancement of their physique. First-tier warriors refine their skin, rendering it akin to iron armor. Second-tier warriors consolidate their blood, their vitality flowing like mercury. Third-tier warriors refine their flesh, their bodies as steadfast as rock. Fourth-tier warriors temper their bones, their skeletal structures as resilient as steel. However, Lu Zihan, stripped of her martial prowess, experienced a swift regression, rendering her exceedingly frail. Her right arm could not withstand such overwhelming counterforce, resulting in its catastrophic explosion. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Lu Zihan as she clutched what remained of her mangled right arm, reduced to mere fragments of flesh and bone. The unexpected turn of events left everyone present in a state of stunned silence, as if the very air had solidified, leaving them bewildered as to what had transpired. In a flash, a figure darted through the air, landing beside Lu Zihan. It was Principal Chen Qingyang. Swiftly, he sealed several of Lu Zihan's acupoints to staunch the bleeding. Following that, he placed his fingers upon her left wrist to assess her condition. Upon examination, Chen Qingyang's expression froze in disbelief. Her martial prowess is entirely extinguished. How could this be? He exclaimed. At that moment, Lu Zihan's homeroom teacher and several other martial arts instructors rushed to her side. "Principal, what has happened?" Lu Zihan's homeroom teacher inquired anxiously. Chen Qingyang stood immobile for several seconds, his brow furrowed deeply as he replied, "I am uncertain what mishap Lu Zihan encountered while cultivating her abilities, but her martial arts are utterly depleted." What? The countenance of several teachers changed drastically. Mere moments ago, they had been astonished by Lu Zihan's remarkable fifth-tier martial arts prowess. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she had not only lost her skills, but also suffered the grievous loss of an arm. The rapid fluctuations of fate were overwhelmingly intense. Lu Zihan, already gravely injured, felt a surge of rage upon hearing the principal's words. With a sudden gasp, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her face ashen, her spirit seemingly extinguished. Chen Qingyang could not suppress a deep sigh. In all his years as principal, he had never encountered such an extraordinary event. To have such a catastrophic failure occur during a martial arts assessment was unfathomable. "Huang Ling, please attend to Lu Zihan's injuries," Chen Qingyang instructed. Huang Ling, the school nurse at Xingyan No. 1, was highly skilled in medicine. However, with Lu Zihan's right arm shattered beyond repair, her prospect for restoration were grim. Soon after, Huang Ling gently lifted Lu Zihan and began administering treatment and bandaging to her wounds. Principal Chen Qingyang turned his gaze towards the others on the playground. "Let us continue the testing," he uttered his tone lacking enthusiasm, and his spirits had plummeted to a disheartening low. This provincial sprint camp was meant to showcase the brilliance of Chinya No. 1 High School, yet the finest talents had seemingly been squandered. How could such a promising situation have deteriorated so drastically? Chen Qingyang could only lament the capriciousness of fate. He had little hope remaining for the ongoing tests. Just then, a strikingly handsome boy with sharp brows and bright eyes approached the vitality testing device, placing his hand upon the spherical apparatus. Moments later, several lines of bold text materialized on the colossal holographic screen hovering above the playground. Name: Chen Mo. Vitality value: 69 martial arts level. 6th grade martial artist. The crowd present was momentarily stunned before the entire playground erupted into exuberant commotion. Chapter 4. The Return of the Belongings. Incredibly, Chen Mo has broken through to become a 6th grade martial artist. How is this even possible? I distinctly recall that during last month's examination, he was merely a 3rd grade martial artist. In just a fleeting month, he has achieved such a remarkable elevation. This is nothing short of miraculous. As the crowd gazed at the holographic screen displaying the test results, an uproar erupted on the playground. Just moments ago, Lu Zihan's 5th grade prowess had already astonished everyone present. No one could have anticipated that Chen Mo's martial arts level would surpass Lu Zihan's by an entire rank. Principal Chen Qingyang's pupils constricted in shock. He had been lamenting Lu Zihan's complete downfall. He never expected Chen Mo to deliver such an extraordinary surprise. With no time to mourn Lu Zihan's decline, the spotlight now shone on the remarkable Chen Mo amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers. Chen Mo approached the strength testing device. With a sudden clench of his fist, the energy within him surged. Simultaneously, he activated the martial arts talent he had recently acquired from Lu Zihan, Thunderous Jade Bone. The ferocious power of thunder coursed through his bones like electric serpents. Chen Mo felt an overwhelming force flooding through his limbs. Is this the power of an awakened martial arts talent? In the next instant, Chen Mo unleashed a punch. The resounding impact echoed across the playground. Moments later, the colossal screen above displayed Chen Mo's testing results. Strength: 13, 850 kilograms. The crowd collectively gasped, their faces betraying sheer disbelief. This cannot be right, can it? Typically, the ratio of vitality to strength hovers around 100. With a vitality value of 69, Chen Mo's strength should be approximately 900 kilograms. Yet, his test result exceeded 900 kilograms by a staggering margin. Is Chen Mo truly a 6th grade martial artist? How could his strength possibly reach 13,000 kilograms? Exceeding 10,000 kilograms in strength is comparable to that of a 1st grade martial master. This is utterly outrageous. Surely, there must be a malfunction in the testing device. But how could that be? The device had functioned perfectly during previous tests. At that moment, Principal Chen Xingyang was trembling with excitement, his beard quivering. A thought struck him. Could it be that Chen Mo awakened his martial arts talent in the past month? Unable to contain himself, Principal Chen Qingyang posed the question aloud. This hypothesis was the only explanation for Chen Mo's astounding transformation in such a brief period, and moreover, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary 6th grade martial artist. Chen Mo paused momentarily before nodding in affirmation. While the process may have varied, the outcome aligned with the principal's conjecture. Excellent. Excellent. Ha ha ha. With his suspicions confirmed, Principal Chen Qingyang erupted into hearty laughter, dispelling the gloom that had previously enveloped him. Initially believing that the unexpected demise of Lu Zihan would cast a shadow over the provincial sprint camp selection, he was taken aback by Chen Mo's sudden emergence, which instantaneously altered the course of events. Chen Mo not only possesses superior martial arts skills compared to Lu Zihan, but he has also awakened his innate martial talent. Qingya No. 1 High School is destined for greatness. Upon hearing that Chen Mo is a martial talent, the others present suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Goodness! So Chen Mo has awakened his martial talent as well. No wonder his martial prowess has surged so dramatically, and the results of his strength test are so astonishing. This world has never been short of tales where individuals awaken their martial talents and experience explosive growth in strength. The students present had once harbored such dreams themselves. Yet, only a select few martial artists are favored by the heavens to awaken their talents. In an instant, everyone gazed at Chen Mo with envy. At that moment, Chen Mo, observing the results of the strength test, could not help but marvel at the power of his martial talent. Those who awaken their martial abilities are indeed worthy of being called the chosen ones of martial arts. It is important to note that Chen Mo's thunderous jade bone martial talent is still merely in its initial phase. Once fully activated, it could double his strength. As Chen Mo further develops thunderous jade bone, once the power of thunder is unleashed, both his strength and attack potential will continue to escalate. In the later stages, he may even command the thunder, summoning the celestial forces of lightning. This is the terrifying nature of those who awaken martial talents. Martial talents range from a minimum of D grade to a maximum of SSS grade. The thunderous jade bone, being an S grade martial talent, still holds the potential for evolution. In his previous life, Lu Zihan shone brightly in the national martial examination thanks to his thunderous jade bone talent, and his strength soared to great heights thereafter. Now, that which rightfully belonged to Chen Mo has finally returned to its rightful owner. An hour later, the martial arts testing at Chen One high school came to a close. The holographic screen above the playground displayed the top 10 results of the martial arts test. First place, Chen Mo, vitality value 69, strength 13, 850 kilograms, 6th rank martial artist, body refinement. Second place, Chao Yun, vitality value 41, strength 4, 120 kilograms, 4th rank martial artist, bone refinement. Third place, Duan Yan Kun, vitality value 40, strength 4, 011 kilograms, 4th rank martial artist, bone refinement. Fourth place, Wang Jiaqing, vitality value 39, strength 3, 933 kilograms. 3rd rank martial artist, flesh refinement. With his martial arts prowess at the 6th rank, body refinement, Chen Mo claimed the top spot. Principal Chen Xingyang's gaze swept across the top 10 before he spoke. Congratulations to you all for securing a place in the top 10 of this test. You will represent Qinya number 1 high school in the selection test for the provincial training camp, competing against the top 10 from 31 other schools in Qinyun City for the 10 coveted spots. I wish you all great success in the selection test. Principal Chen Xingyang's eyes lingered on Chen Mo for 2 seconds. Given Chen Mo's strength, securing a spot in the provincial training camp would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. He was eager to witness the reactions of the other school principals when the time came. Meanwhile, Lu Zihan, who had suffered a broken arm, lay on the edge of the playground, slowly regaining consciousness under the care of the school nurse. She cast a glance at her empty right arm, then lifted her gaze towards the vacant holographic screen in the playground. Upon seeing Chen Mo unexpectedly ranked first, her eyes widened in sheer astonishment. No, it cannot be. A hoarse roar escaped Lu Zihan's throat, her eyes bloodshot with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Chen Mo, with merely the cultivation of a 6th-tier warrior, had ascended to the top position. Suddenly, her mind wandered back to 3 days prior when she had told Chen Mo, 3 days from now, I shall successfully pass the selection test and enter the provincial sprint camp, while you, without the bone-forging grass, are destined to fail. The gap between us will only widen. Retribution? You shall wait for your next life. Now, reflecting on the current circumstances of both Chen Mo and Lu Zihan, those words have been utterly reversed. It was a profound irony. In a daze, Lu Zihan felt as if Chen Mo's gaze had turned towards her, devoid of any emotional hue, as if he were merely observing a dead fish by the roadside. Lu Zihan's left hand clutched the grass of the playground fiercely, her nails tearing into it. Blood oozing forth. A tempest of emotions surged within her. Resentment, despair, regret, jealousy, anger, confusion. Why? After all, was Chen Mo already a 6th-tier warrior, still seeking me for the bone-forging grass? Is he toying with me? It was so close, just a step away. I refuse to accept this. With my cultivation shattered, my talent extinguished, and suffering from grave injuries, The onslaught of multiple blows left me in a state of despair. My heart ashen. Suddenly, Lu Zihan coughed up a mouthful of blood. This time it was not just from her mouth. Her eyes, nose, and ears also bled profusely. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices. Lu Zihan's hand fell weakly, vitality gradually dissipating from her body. Chapter 5. The gathering of 32 high schools for selection test at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The selection test for the provincial sprint camp is about to commence at the Martial Arts Association Center in Xinyan City. A total of 320 exceptional students from 32 high schools in Xinyan City, along with their principals and teachers, have already arrived at the venue. The Martial Arts Association Center serves as the nerve center of every city, embodying both power and resources while overseeing the safety and daily operations of the entire city. The main hall, adorned with triple flying eaves, rests atop a 9-zhong white jade platform, based on the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation. Its surface is embedded with a flowing chain of runes infused with martial arts energy, and a celestial martial pearl hovers above, radiating a soft golden glow day and night. 12 winding dragon pillars encircle the vast square of the Martial Arts Association Center. The annual selection for the provincial sprint camp significantly impacts the national martial arts examination results that will occur 2 months later. Hence, the Martial Arts Association centers in various cities place immense importance on this event, which is invariably held at the Association Center. At this moment, the teachers and students from the 32 high schools in Xinyan City are filled with ambition and anticipation for the upcoming selection test. These 320 outstanding students are fiercely competing for merely 10 spots in the provincial sprint camp, signifying that over 20 high schools may leave empty-handed. One can only imagine the intensity of the competition. Only true martial arts prodigies are deemed worthy of entering the provincial sprint camp. Among the numerous high schools in Xinyan City, Xinyan No. 1 High School holds the distinction of being the oldest institution. A century ago, 90 of the martial arts talents in Xinyan City were concentrated in Xinyan No. 1 High School. However, the tides have shifted in recent decades, as other high schools have risen to prominence, breaking the previous monopoly of Xinyan No. 1. Notably, Xinyan No. 3 and No. 5 high schools have achieved remarkable results, even surpassing Xinyan No. 1 in last year's selection test for the provincial sprint camp. At this moment, Principal Chen Xingyang of Xinyan No. 1 surveys the other competing schools, a smirk betraying his confidence. Although the selection test has yet to commence, he is utterly convinced that the finest martial arts talent has already been secured by Xinyan No. 1. The others present are merely contending for second place. He muses, already feeling a sense of elation. Principal Lu Jianfeng of Xinyan No. 3, an old acquaintance of Chen Xingyang, catches a glimpse of his demeanor and deduces something amiss. He remarks, Principal Chen appears radiant, suggesting great confidence in this selection test. A bit, Chen Xingyang replies, stroking his beard with a smile. Lu Jianfeng raises an eyebrow, thinking, this old fellow usually maintains a low profile. His inability to suppress a smile indicates that Xinyan No. 1 has indeed unearthed a gem. However, Xinyan No. 3 is not lacking in talent either. It remains to be seen who will emerge victorious. Other prominent schools harbor a similar determination, ready to showcase their prowess in the forthcoming selection test. Just then, several formidable martial arts experts make their entrance at the forefront of the Martial Arts Association Square. The 2 individuals leading the way are strikingly different. One is clad in a formal military uniform, appearing to be in his 40s, exuding an aura akin to a drawn sword. This man is Colonel Zhang Hai, the chief examiner appointed by the military from Nantian province. Beside him stands a man in his 50s, whose presence is even more formidable. He is Li Yinzhu, the president of the Martial Arts Association of Xinyan City. Following Colonel Zhang and Li Yinzhu are several members of the Xinyan City Martial Arts Association. With their arrival, the once bustling square fell into an immediate hush, marking the commencement of the selection test. Colonel Zhang, please, Li Yinzhu gestured. Colonel Zhang nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd as he proclaimed, I am the chief examiner for the selection test in Xinyan City. I will now elucidate the rules of this selection process. This year's selection test will see 320 participants entering the virtual battlefield of Ling Shu Tianyan. Within this realm, you will encounter numerous attacks from demonic beasts. Your overall score will be derived from the number of demonic beasts you slay, their levels, and your survival time. The top 10 participants, based on their comprehensive scores, will secure a place in the provincial sprint camp. As Colonel Zhang's words resonated through the air, gasps of astonishment arose from the audience. Traditionally, the selection tests for the provincial sprint camp were conducted through arena battles, where 320 contestants fought in pairs, gradually narrowing down to the top 10. However, this year's test is unprecedented, with all participants entering the virtual battlefield of Ling Shu Tianyan simultaneously. Ling Shu Tianyan represents the pinnacle of the convergence between martial arts and virtual reality technology, standing as one of the most significant inventions in the martial world. Practitioners can immerse themselves in this virtual universe through various means, such as the Ling Shu chamber, Ling Shu helmet, and Ling Shu array patterns. The revelation that this year's selection test would take place in Ling Shu Tianyan was unexpected. Compared to previous tests, this year's format is undeniably more straightforward and efficient. The arena battles could take anywhere from 1 to 4 days to determine the top 10, while the virtual battlefield can complete the selection process in just a few hours. Let the test begin. With Colonel Zhang's declaration, the selection test for the provincial sprint camp officially commenced. With a series of sounds, the Martial Arts Association South Central Square began to rotate like a colossal compass. Subsequently, 320 stone platforms, inscribed with Ling Shu array patterns, ascended from beneath the massive compass. Chen Mo and the top students from 32 high schools in Qingyun City took their places on the platforms as per the selection test arrangement. Soon after, the Ling Shu array patterns on the platforms illuminated with a radiant glow. The participants felt a fleeting blur before their virtual selves seamlessly transitioned into the virtual battlefield of Ling Shu Tianyan. Before the multitude, an endless expanse of desert unfolds. The virtual forms of 320 participants find themselves amidst the ruins of a desolate city in the sands. Lines of text materialize before the contestants. Yellow sand catastrophe. The defense of the desert city. You're now a soldier stationed in the border desert city 821 years ago. A horde of desert beasts is poised to attack. Summon all your strength to vanquish these creatures and safeguard this frontier outpost. Concurrently, 12 coiling dragon pillars surrounding the central plaza of the Martial Arts Association emit beams of light. These luminescent shafts converge above the plaza, revealing a holographic image from Ling Shu Tianyan. Chief Examiner Zhang Hai, Li Yunzhou, the president of the Qingyun City Martial Arts Association, and the principals and teachers from various schools can observe the performance of all participants during the selection test through the holographic display above. Chapter 6. Since ancient times, the fortunate gunmen have been few, and only Zilong emerges victorious. Chen Mo gazed at the familiar scene before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In his previous life, Chen Mo had also secured a place among the top 10 in a martial arts foundational test at Qingyun No. 1. However, due to his failure to advance to the 4th rank of martial artist, he was eliminated early in that selection test. Yet times have changed. The present Chen Mo, in comparison to his former self, has elevated his martial prowess by 3 entire realms. Rustling sounds emerge from the desert beneath the city wall, as if something was writhing beneath the sands. In the next moment, a swarm of iron-eating sand ants burst forth from the ground. These ants, measuring approximately 1 meter in length, bore metallic exoskeletons, with tails capable of ejecting corrosive acid. The ranks of these demonic beasts, akin to human martial artists, are categorized into 9 distinct levels: ordinary, elite, commander, lord, king, emperor, saint, and god, corresponding to the 9 realms of human warriors. Iron-eating sand ant, ordinary level 1 demonic beast. The strength of a single iron-eating sand ant is equivalent to that of a first-rank martial artist. However, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Thousands of these ants surged towards the remnants of the Sand City. The contestants standing atop the city wall could not help but change their expressions. Most of these high school students, sheltered in their ivory towers, rarely encountered demonic beasts. Even though they were aware that this was merely a virtual battlefield within Ling Shutian Yin, the immersive realism still sent chills down the spines of many fledgling warriors. Nevertheless, among martial artists, there has always been no shortage of the valiant. With a decisive shout, a robust student, nearly 2 meters tall, seized a spear and hurled it fiercely towards the approaching swarm of iron-eating sand ants. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air with a resounding crack, plunging into the mass of ants ahead. The iron armor of the ants could not withstand the force of this strike. Sizzle 6 of the ants were instantly impaled, transformed into large skewers. Following this, the towering student morphed his hands into a spear launcher, rapidly seizing additional spears from the city wall and casting them forth. In mere seconds, he pierced through 24 iron-eating sand ants. Meanwhile, a line of text floated above his head. Mang Hu, 24 points. Nearby contestants stared in astonishment at the towering figure, reminiscent of a brawny bull. No way, are you really 18 years old? On the other side, observing from the central square of the Martial Arts Association, Principal Liu Jianfeng of Qinya No. 3 could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Well done." Mang, who was indeed the most outstanding martial arts student of Qinya No. 3, boasting a vitality index of 48, qualifying him as a 4th-rank martial artist. With Mang Hu taking the lead, the other contestants also launched their attacks. Various weapons were arrayed atop the city wall, allowing the participants to select the armaments that best suited their capabilities. At the onset, the iron-eating sand ants remained beneath the city walls, compelling the participants to rely solely on ranged attacks. Yet, as the formidable horde advanced, numerous iron-eating sand ants swiftly ascended the walls. Moreover, these creatures exuded corrosive acid from their abdomens, gradually devouring the fortifications of the sandy city. Upon the walls, Chen Mo wielded a spear, its thrusts as swift and graceful as a dragon's flight. With each strike, the spearhead decisively pierced the craniums of the sand ants, and at his feet lay a mound of their lifeless bodies. In his previous life, Chen Mo initially practiced swordsmanship, primarily drawn by its allure and charm. After encountering Yi Nishang, however, he began to hone his spear technique, inspired by her mastery of the celestial grade spear technique, 9 Heavens Dragon Submergent Spear. Historically, spear warriors have been fortunate, yet only Zhuge Liang was renowned for his prowess. The 9 Heavens Dragon Submergence Spear served as the ultimate evolution of Zhuge Liang's 7 Explorations Coil Snake Spear. As a celestial grade technique, its power was immense. Even a single application by Chen Mo, a 6th grade martial artist, could deplete all his energy. To confront the feeble iron-eating sand ants, employing such a technique was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Chen Mo effortlessly dominated the swarm with fundamental movements, thrusts, stabs, slashes, and sweeps, all sufficient to overpower the sand ants. These creatures were merely an appetizer. Greater beasts awaited. With a sweeping motion, Chen Mo's spear carved a semicircular arc, tearing through space and cleaving 7 or 8 sand ants in twain. His score soared, reaching 66 points. Such solid foundational spear techniques. Observing from the sidelines, Principal Chen Xingyang could not help but be impressed. Although Chen Mo executed only the most basic spear moves, each displayed profound skill, reminiscent of a master who had practiced for over a decade. Just how many surprises does this young man possess? Chen Xingyang pondered, astonished. Simultaneously, other participants on the battlefield showcased their skills, eliminating beasts with aplomb. Those eligible for the selection test possessed no less than 3rd grade martial prowess. Yet, the most dazzling contenders on the battlefield were all 4th grade warriors or higher. At the pinnacle of the wall, a girl with a hedgehog-like short haircut had become frenzied with battle. Unarmed, her capacity for destruction was nonetheless staggering. With a mere gesture, she summoned sharp spikes from the sand below, impaling several iron-eating sand ants. Then, with a swift clasp of her hands, the sand morphed into tendrils, ensnaring and tearing the ants asunder. Seemingly dissatisfied with the pace of her kills, she abruptly raised her arms, conjuring 10 sand arrows that soared into the air. Whoosh! 10 sand arrows shot forth, raining down upon the sand ants that had scaled the walls, striking them down one by one. This was her B-grade martial talent, quicksand control, a true awakener of martial talents. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the plaza of the Martial Arts Association. The principal and teachers of Chen 5 High School displayed expressions of relief. The girl with the hedgehog-like short haircut was none other than Huang Fengling, a student of Chen 5, possessing a vitality score of 47 and ranking as a 4th-tier warrior. The virtual battlefield for this selection test was set in the arid border city. Huang Fengling's martial arts talent lay in quicksand control, which undoubtedly granted her a significant advantage in this environment. As the number of iron-eating ants dwindled under the relentless attacks of the numerous participants, the remaining hundreds of these ants clustered together in the distance, rolling incessantly. With a cacophony of clicks, their exoskeletons interlocked seamlessly. In the blink of an eye, they formed a colossal armored sphere with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, hurtling swiftly toward the city wall. With a thunderous roar, the wall was shattered by the impact of the iron-eating ants' armored sphere. At the moment of collision, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The corrosive acid within them splattered outward like shrapnel, generating a terrifying shockwave. In an instant, a massive breach was blasted into the city wall. The participants closest to the explosion had no time to react, being engulfed by the violent shockwave and corrosive acid, resulting in their immediate demise on the virtual battlefield and subsequent elimination from the competition. Chapter 7. A distinct parting, leading the way at the epicenter of the explosion. Huang Fengling remained unscathed. The moment the iron-eating sand ants detonated, she had already activated her martial talent, Sand's Control, summoning a thick layer of sandy armor upon her body. The shockwave and the deluge of corrosive acid were entirely repelled by this protective layer. Boom! The already dilapidated city walls succumbed to a chain reaction triggered by the self-detonation of the iron-eating sand ants, collapsing rapidly. This signified the destruction of the defenses that had stood before the competitors. Simultaneously, the desert ahead heaved with large mounds, suggesting that something was about to emerge. With a swift rustling, a swarm of scorpions, each exceeding 2 meters in length, sprang forth from the sands. The sand needle scorpions, classified as ordinary 3rd-tier beasts, possess strength equivalent to that of 3rd-grade human warriors. Hundreds of sand needle scorpions raised their pincers and poised their stingers, glinting ominously in the sunlight. The intimidating presence of these creatures was on an entirely different level compared to the previous swarm of iron-eating sand ants. Forming several ranks, the scorpions aimed their stingers at the competitors over 60 meters away. Whoosh! Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of slicing air. A barrage of toxic needles shot forth from the scorpions' tails, raining down like arrows. The venomous stingers were lethal. Any warrior below the 4th grade struck by them would lose all combat efficacy within a minute. Beware! As the onslaught of needles descended, participants brandished their weapons in defense. Yet, dozens were struck, the toxins swiftly coursing through their bodies, leading to paralysis and the gradual onset of systemic poisoning. Meanwhile, the assault of the sand needle scorpions showed no signs of abating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A relentless wave of needles surged forth, compelling many competitors to seek refuge behind cover. Chen Mo spun his spear, creating an impenetrable barrier before him. The approaching needles were deflected away. With a decisive thrust, he plunged the sharp tip of his spear into a nearby rock standing 1.5 meters tall. Here we go. With the spear bent like a drawn bow, he launched the stone like a catapult. The rock flew over several dozen meters, crashing into the horde of sand needle scorpions. Boom! A vertical line of scorpions was instantly shattered by the boulder, tearing their formation apart as if parting hair down the middle. Nearby participants gazed at Chen Mo in astonishment. What incredible strength! Are you a human catapult? Exclaimed one, a robust voice cutting through the air. It was the formidable Meng, who from Class 3 of Qingyan. Meng who grinned at Chen Mo. Fortunately, I'm not too shabby myself. Almost immediately, a beastly roar erupted from his throat. Standing at 2 meters tall and possessing a muscular build, Meng who was a sight to behold. Accompanied by a beastly roar, his muscles surged. and his bones creaked as he grew taller once again. His height escalated from 2 meters to an imposing 2.5 meters. Not only that, but his skin also sprouted a coat of fur resembling that of tiger. The eyes of the fierce warrior turned blood red, and elongated fangs emerged from his mouth, resembling a monstrous creature poised to devour its prey. The A-grade martial talent, Tiger's Spirit Transformation. Both the competitors and the audience in the square gasped in astonishment at this spectacle. Following Huang Fengling's earlier display of quicksand control, another awakened martial talent had emerged. At that moment, the fierce warrior, now bearing a large blade upon his back, resembled a formidable tiger vanguard. I shall take the lead. In the next instant, he charged alone into the swarm of sand needle scorpions. True to his surname, he was the epitome of recklessness. With a single swing of his blade, he cleaved the foremost sand needle scorpion in two. The warrior himself possessed a staggering vitality of 48, marking him as a fourth-tier martial artist. Upon unleashing his Tiger Spirit Transformation, his strength, speed, and defensive capabilities surged dramatically. A lone sand needle scorpion was no match for him. However, if he were to fall into the encirclement of the scorpions, the outcome would surely be dire. Lu Jianfeng, the principal of Qingya No. 3 Middle School, felt a surge of anxiety. Be cautious, exercise restraint. The fierce warrior lacked neither talent nor strength. His only flaw was his aversion to strategy, always rushing headlong into action. Fortunately, he was not the only one on the battlefield. As he charged forward, other competitors also surged toward the swarm of sand needle scorpions. The rules of the selection test dictated that points were earned by slaying monsters, with the top 10 securing spots in the provincial sprint camp. To gain a place, one must strive to defeat as many monsters as possible. Insufficient points would render survival meaningless, even if one managed to last until the end. In an instant, the competitors clashed with the sand needle scorpions in a fray. Kill. You shall die. As time passed, more and more competitors were eliminated. Yet, the true elites began to emerge from the throng. In the center of the Martial Arts Association Square, the principals and teachers from various schools in Xinyun City fixated their gazes on the holographic projection of the virtual battlefield. To the right of the holographic display, a real-time ranking board was listed. Chen Mo, Xinyun No. 1 Middle School, 969 points, currently in first place. Manu, Inyunno, 3 Middle School, 455 points, currently in second place. Huang Fenling, Xinyun No. 5 Middle School, 432 points, currently in third place. Jiao Jun, Xinyun No. 8 Middle School, 209 points, currently in fourth place. The prowess of Chen Mo from Xinyun No. 1 Middle School was astonishing. Meng Hu and Huang Fenling were both awakened martial talent holders. Yet Chen Mo's score surpassed theirs by more than double. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The weapon wielded by Chen Mo, a spear, was renowned as the king of all weapons on the battlefield, and its lethality was indeed remarkable. Moreover, Chen Mo's marksmanship was extraordinarily refined, rivaling that of a master gunslinger, which was truly astonishing for an 18-year-old high school student. What he demonstrated was merely the foundation of marksmanship. Should he cultivate advanced techniques, his lethality would undoubtedly escalate to terrifying levels. Yet, this was not the primary reason for the astonishment. With every move he executed, there was an almost imperceptible resonance of sinews and bones within him, and the vital energy coursing through his organs surged like an unquenchable furnace, unmistakably indicative of a sixth-tier warrior's physique. What? Chen Mo was actually a sixth-tier warrior. Upon this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Achieving the rank of a fourth-tier warrior already placed one among the elite of the competitors. Even prodigies like Meng Hu and Huang Fenling, who had awakened their martial talents, had not yet broken through to the fifth tier. Yet, Chen Mo stood 2 entire realms above them. Lu Jianfeng, the principal of Qingyun Secondary School, abruptly turned to gaze at Chen Xingyang, who stood nearby. Chen Xingyang wore a serene smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. No wonder this old fellow appeared so confident from the outset. It turned out that Xinyun No. 1 High School had produced a martial genius of the 6th tier. Chapter 8. Instant Kill. Outside the border city of Sandcastle on the virtual battlefield, The combat between the participants and the swarm of sand needle scorpions gradually approached its conclusion. The desert beyond the city was littered with the severed limbs of hundreds of sand needle scorpions. Meanwhile, the participants suffered grievous losses, their numbers plummeting from over 300 to just over 60. As the last sand needle scorpion fell, most of the participants were left gasping for breath, their stamina nearly depleted. These sand needle scorpions proved to be remarkably difficult to defeat. Was there another wave of monsters to come? Before the thought could fully form, the sand beneath two participants suddenly collapsed. In an instant, a gaping maw, covered in repulsive slime, swallowed them whole. Accompanied by two anguished screams, these participants were eliminated. Before the others could react, the sand beneath them began to collapse in succession. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen participants were consumed by the monstrous mouth. "Fall back!" they shouted in panic as they hurriedly retreated. With a thunderous roar, 10 gigantic spiders, each exceeding 3 meters in size, emerged from the sunken sand pits. Their 6 legs had devolved into sand spikes, their abdomens swollen like hourglasses, and their exteriors were armored with a hardened, camouflage texture resembling sand patterns. Their mandibles split into jagged pincers, capable of ejecting crystallized silk laced with paralyzing venom. They were the sand pit spiders. Sand pit spider, a common 5th-tier demon beast, equivalent in strength to a 5th-grade martial artist. Yet, what astonished the crowd even more was what followed. Behind the 10 sand pit spiders, a colossal creature exceeding 5 meters in size burst forth from the ground. Its form closely resembled that of the sand pit spiders, but it was even more massive, with a darker hue. Its 2 enormous pincers had evolved into razor-sharp blades. The 8 eyes on its forehead gleamed with an eerie red light. Sand pit spider matriarch, an elite 1st-tier demon beast, equivalent in strength to a 1st-grade martial master. A terrifying aura radiated from the sand pit spider matriarch, suffocating many participants and leaving them pale and breathless. Damn, the boss is actually an elite-level demon beast. How on earth can we fight this? Among the participants, only Chen Mo possessed the cultivation of a 6th-grade martial artist, while the rest had a maximum cultivation of merely 4th-grade martial artists. Now, they were faced not only with 10 sand pit spiders, each comparable to 5th-grade martial artists, but also with a single elite-level 1st-tier sand pit spider matriarch. The disparity in strength between the two sides was overwhelmingly despairing. In truth, the battle known as the Desert Catastrophe, Defense of Sandcastle, in Ling Shu Tianyan, was a historical event. 821 years ago, the border city of Sandcastle was suddenly besieged by a tide of beasts. At that time, the commanding officer had been dispatched to reinforce other cities, leaving only over 300 soldiers to defend Sandcastle. Among them, the strongest soldier captain did not exceed the rank of a 7th-grade martial artist. Ultimately, the over 300 soldiers were slaughtered by the beast tide. Such a brutal battle has transpired countless times throughout the annals of martial arts history. History is indeed ruthless. Just as many contestants felt a chill of dread, a sudden roar broke the tension. Fear not. Let's charge forth. The valiant Mang who, embodying the spirit of a tiger, brandished a massive blade and leapt towards the nearest sand-ensnared spider with a fierce strike. Mountain-crushing chain slash. Bolstered by his martial talent. Tiger spirit transformation. Mang whose strike surged with the ferocity of a thunderclap. The opposing sand-ensnared spider swiftly raised its iron-hard pincers to defend itself. Clang! The blade clashed against the spider's pincers, sending sparks flying. Yet, Mang whose assault did not waver. While airborne, he twisted his body and executed a horizontal spin. Following this, the colossal blade descended once more upon the sand-ensnared spider. Clang, clang, clang. Mang whose relentless strikes came faster and heavier with each blow. After 5 strikes, a resounding crack echoed as the spider's pincer shattered. Perish! Mang who bellowed, delivering a 6th strike aimed at the spider's head. The keen edge of the blade, harnessing the accumulated power of the mountain-crushing chain slash, cleaved the spider's head in twain. Mang who landed, one knee on the ground, hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Damn it, I'm exhausted, he muttered, as the previous attack had drained much of his strength. Simultaneously, Huang Fengling from the Qingyun 5 also sprang into action. With her hands plunged into the sand, it flowed like water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 8 tendrils of sand erupted, binding the legs and body of another sand-ensnared spider tightly. Then, several sand spikes shot up from the ground, piercing the spider's most vulnerable abdomen. The spider screeched in pain, thrashing desperately as 3 sand tendrils snapped under the strain. The immense force caused Huang Fengling, manipulating the quicksand, to stagger. However, she gritted her teeth and activated quicksand control, once more summoning additional tendrils of sand to ensnare the spider. More sand spikes drove into its abdomen, wreaking havoc on its insides. Finally, the sand-ensnared spider let out a mournful wail before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Huang Fengling wiped the sweat from her brow and set her gaze upon the next sand-ensnared spider. Observing the defeat of the ordinary 5th-tier sand-ensnared spider by Meng Hu and Huang Fengling, the other contestants were left in astonishment. An extraordinary victory. Is this the prowess of those awakened with martial talents? Among the 32 high schools in Qingyun City, which collectively housed over 300,000 senior students, only 3 individuals, Chen Mo, Meng Hu, and Huang Fengling, had awakened their martial abilities. It is evident how rare such awakenings are. Possessing the strength to triumph over levels above their own is indeed justifiable. Perhaps inspired by Meng Hu and Huang Fengling, the remaining contestants also surged forward to attack the sand-ensnared spiders. However, they soon realized the disparity in strength between the two sides. The 8 sand-trapped spiders opposite them abruptly pivoted, simultaneously expelling crystallized silk imbued with paralyzing adhesive from their abdomens. The overwhelming deluge of crystallized silk left the contestants with no means of escape. Amidst the anguished screams, many participants found themselves ensnared by the crystallized silk emitted from the mouths of the sand-trapped spiders, becoming their prey. The number of contestants on the battlefield swiftly dwindled to a mere 10. During this time, Mangu and Huang Fengling each succeeded in slaying a sand-trap spider, while the remaining participants collaborated to eliminate 2 more. Only 4 sand-trap spiders and 1 elite first-tier sand-trap spider mother remained on the battlefield. Yet the stamina of the group had been nearly depleted. The scene appeared to have reached a stalemate. Just then, a figure wielding a spear dashed past the remaining 4 sand-trap spiders in a zigzag pattern, moving with lightning speed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The spear struck like a dragon, illuminating the darkness with its brilliance. In an instant, the bodies of the 4 sand-trap spiders erupted, showering the surroundings in a mist of crimson. Before the spectators could comprehend the unfolding events, that figure had already charged towards the elite first-tier sand-trap spider mother. Chapter 9. Behold, this shot will be magnificent. As the 4 sand-trap spiders' bodies suddenly burst apart, the remaining dozen contestants and the spectators outside displayed expressions of utter disbelief. Huang Fengling gazed at Chen Mo, her face a mask of astonishment. He dispatched 4 sand-trap spiders in mere moments. Even as an awakened martial talent, she had nearly exhausted all her stamina to take down just 2. Yet, Chen Mo annihilated 4 with a mere flick of his hand. This stark contrast underscored the vast disparity in their strengths. Meng, whose eyes gleamed with admiration. What marksmanship! Truly impressive. In the central plaza of the Martial Arts Association, several principals and teachers had already discerned that Chen Mo's martial prowess had reached the level of a 6th-rank martial artist. However, witnessing him eliminate 4 sand-trap spiders in the blink of an eye left them equally astonished. 4 sand-trap spiders equated to 4 5th-rank human martial artists. Even if Chen Mo was a 6th-rank martial artist, his instantaneous defeat of 4 spiders seemed rather exaggerated. What was even more shocking was that after dispatching the 4 sand-trap spiders, Chen Mo showed no signs of hesitation and charged directly toward the sand-trap spider matriarch. Did he intend to challenge the matriarch single-handedly? That creature was an elite-tier beast. The chasm in strength between elite and ordinary beasts was vast, rendering any comparison ludicrous. For a mere 6th-rank martial artist like Chen Mo to attempt to slay the matriarch alone was akin to a fantasy. At least, this was the consensus among the onlookers. Even Chen Xingyang, the principal of Qingyun No. 1 High School, felt a tightening in his chest. although he possessed more information than the others. Namely, that Chen Mo was not only a sixth-rank martial artist, but also an awakened martial talent, capable of exerting over 10,000 kilograms of force. He still harbored concerns. In terms of pure strength, Chen Mo was already comparable to a first-rank martial master. However, this did not imply that he possessed the full capabilities of a first-rank martial master. The differences between martial masters and martial artists were profound, encompassing explosive power, endurance, reflexes, battle experience, combat skills, and a mastery of martial techniques. Moreover, martial masters, after undergoing the 3 stages of marrow cleansing, meridian opening, and rebirth, cultivated formidable inner strength. Inner strength was the martial master's ultimate trump card. Thus, merely reaching the strength threshold of a martial master did not equate to truly rivaling one. It was precisely for these reasons that Chen Qingyang worried for Chen Mo. Yet, at this moment, there was no time for further contemplation. The distance between Chen Mo and the sand-trap spider matriarch rapidly diminished. As she beheld the diminutive human charging toward her, the matriarch suddenly opened her gaping maw, unleashing a white crystalline spike that shot forth like lightning. The silk crystal spike. The sand-trap spider matriarch was capable not only of ejecting crystallized silk from her rear, but could also combine this silk with the saliva in her mouth, transforming it into a more lethal silk crystal spike, ready to be launched from her mandibles at any moment. With a swift motion, the crystalline spider silk darted through the air, seemingly poised to pierce Chen Mo. In an instant, he vanished, the silk grazing past him. Undeterred, successive crystalline darts erupted from the mouth of the sand-trap spider matriarch. Yet, like a specter, Chen Mo eluded them all. Unfortunately, the spectators behind him were not as fortunate. The darts traversed over 50 meters, and before several contestants could react, they were instantly pierced and eliminated on the spot. Such is the lethality of an elite-level beast. Terrified, the remaining contestants scrambled for cover. However, this did little to intimidate Meng Hu. Moments after Chen Mo charged toward the sand-trap spider matriarch, Meng Hu, after a brief hesitation, followed closely behind. "I shall assist you," he bellowed, wielding a hefty cleaver as he leapt into the air, once more executing the mountain-shattering series of slashes. This time, he was met by the matriarch's 2 massive evolved pincers, crossing in a fierce arc, striking forward with ferocity. The sharp sound of slicing air resonated as the crossed pincers cleaved through the air. Meng Hu, along with his cleaver, was brutally severed into several pieces. A 4th-tier martial artist stands no chance against an elite 1st-tier beast. Even an A-grade martial talent awakener is but a fleeting shadow. Meng Hu's courage to charge was commendable in itself, though this was a virtual battlefield of spirit pivot heaven's transformation. The pain of the body and the terror of death were palpably real. Clang, clang, clang. Chen Mo's spear clashed rapidly with the matriarch's colossal pincers, sparks flying in all directions. Empowered by the S-grade martial talent, Thunderous Jade Bone, the force of thunder surged through Chen Mo's body, invigorating every limb. The explosive strength emanating from him rivaled that of the elite 1st-tier sand-trap spider matriarch. The onlookers stood in astonishment, witnessing Chen Mo entangled in fierce combat with the matriarch. At the moment Chen Mo charged, they had expected him to be swiftly dispatched. Instead, he engaged the matriarch in a grueling struggle. When Chen Mo's spear met the matriarch's enormous pincers, both were thrust back several meters. Given Chen Mo's current martial prowess, it was indeed a challenge to defeat the elite 1st-tier matriarch with mere foundational spear techniques. Thus, he resolved to deliver a decisive blow. A glint flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he surged forward, leaping to a height of 10 meters. In that instant, all his strength, combined with the thunderous power of Thunderous Jade Bone, converged at the tip of his spear. The weapon and its wielder became one. The spear tip, imbued with the force of a falling star, plunged downward like a meteor from the heavens. It radiated a searing red light, tearing through the air and causing a series of explosive sonic booms. The momentum of the spear was akin to a meteor shattering the firmament. The first form of the 9 heavens dragon vanishing spear, Starfall from the 9 heavens. At this moment, Chen Mo had yet to unlock the 9 dragon veins within him. Without the 9 dragons pulling the veins, wielding the heavenly stare gun technique, the 9 heavens dragon submerging spear can merely be considered a bankrupt version. Furthermore, with Chen Mo's meager cultivation as a 6th grade martial artist, he is unable to unleash even a fraction of the 9 heavens dragon submerging spear's formidable might. However, vanquishing a first-tier elite sand trap spider matriarch is well within his capabilities. Thunderous roars echoed as the sand trap spider matriarch had no time to evade, and was instantaneously pierced by Chen Mo's spear. Its colossal form was cleaved in twain, its remains scorched to near oblivion by the searing might of the weapon, leaving behind only a desiccated skeleton. A solitary spear plunges through the sun, cascading stars fall, and countless bones lie in ruin amidst the shattered clouds. Chapter 10. The undisputed first place in disbelief. The crowd gazed upon the virtual battlefield where Chen Mo had just felled the elite first-tier demon beast. The Sand Trap Spider Matriarch. The sight of the Sand Trap Spider Matriarch, pierced through by Chen Mo's spear, stirred a tempest of astonishment within everyone present. A mere 6th grade martial artist had audaciously slain a creature of equal strength to a 1st grade martial master, an event so staggering it left the onlookers, including the principals and teachers from the 32 high schools in Qingyun City, as well as the eliminated competitors, utterly dumbfounded. Even the chief examiner, Zhang Hai, and the president of the Qingyun City Martial Arts Association, Li Yunzhou, momentarily abandoned their previously composed demeanor, rising abruptly from their seats. Congratulations, Prerini. Qingyun City has truly birthed an extraordinary martial arts prodigy, Zhang Hai exclaimed. The prowess Chen Mo had just exhibited would undoubtedly rank him among the elite of his peers across the entire Southern Sky Province. I too did not anticipate such a delightful surprise from this year's selection test. Li Yunzhou's face radiated joy. Chen Mo was not merely a remarkable martial talent. He was a once-in-a-century phenomenon for Qingyun City. With such a genius emerging from the city, Li Yunzhou, as the president of the Martial Arts Association, felt a swell of pride. Zhang Hai, reflecting on Chen Mo's breathtaking strike, inquired curiously, I wonder what technique this student, Chen Mo, employed to achieve such devastating power. I must admit, I did not discern the technique, Li Yunzhou replied, shaking his head slightly, equally puzzled. Both Zhang Hai and Li Yunzhou wielded weapons other than spears, rendering them unable to identify the specific style Chen Mo had utilized. However, the sheer lethality of the attack suggested that its rank was certainly no lower than Earth tier. At such a young age, to possess such mastery of spear techniques is indeed rare, Zhang Hai remarked. Perhaps Chen Mo's martial talent is uniquely tied to spear techniques? Li Yunzhou speculata. The renowned first spear master of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Wuji, possessed the SSS grade martial talent, known as the Eternal Cycle of the Spear Soul, which rendered his spear techniques unparalleled. A review of the Dragon Kingdom's historical figures skilled in spear techniques revealed that most shared a related martial talent, prompting Li Yunzhou's conjecture. Otherwise, he could not fathom how Chen Mo, so young, could demonstrate such exquisite spear skills. Meanwhile, in the virtual battlefield, Chen Mo stood with his spear in hand, shaking his head inwardly. A poverty-stricken version of the 9 Heavens Dragon Vanishing Spear has completely drained my stamina. My cultivation level is indeed still too low. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated within the virtual battlefield, successfully eliminated all demon beasts attacking the border city of Sand City, ensuring its safety. The Yellow Sand Calamity. Sand City defense has been successfully cleared. The selection test for the provincial sprint camp has concluded. In the next moment, Chen Mo felt a shift in the scene before him, as he emerged from the virtual battlefield of Ling Shu Tianyan. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the sky above the central square of the Qingyun City Martial Arts Association, where the top 10 contenders of this provincial sprint camp selection test were displayed. First place, Chen Mo, 669 points, Qingyun No. 1 High School. Second place, Meng Hu, 255 points, Qingyun No. 3 High School. Third place, Huang Fengling, 32 points, Qingyan number 5 High School. 4th place, Jiao Jun, 909 points, Qingyan No. 8 High School. As a result of the top 10 flashed in the air, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Such a staggering score. Chen Mo's total was 5 times that of the second-place contestant. The disparity was simply outrageous, a first-time encounter with such a vast difference. It must be noted that Chen Mo had vanquished an elite first-tier beast, placing his strength on an entirely different level compared to the others. He was far ahead, infinitely ahead, undeniably ahead. Aside from Chen Mo's remarkable performance in the selection test, a distinct gap became evident between the 4th place and the top 3. The reason was straightforward. The top 3 were all awakened martial arts prodigies. In previous years, these 3 talented individuals would have shown brilliantly, becoming the talk of the town. However, this year, under the radiance of Chen Mo, Meng Hu and Huang Fengling appeared somewhat dimmed. The attention of everyone present was almost solely captivated by Chen Mo. The principals of other high schools in Qingyan City gazed at Chen Mo in the square with fervent admiration. How could a martial arts genius like Chen Mo not belong to our school? Lu Jianfeng, the principal of Qingyan number 3 High School, looked at his counterpart, Principal Chen Xingyang, with envy and remarked, "Principal Chen, I wonder why you seemed so composed today. It turns out Qingyan number 1 has hidden a true dragon. After so many years of friendship, you kept such a secret from me." Lu Jianfeng's tone carried not only envy, but also a tinge of bitterness. Principal Chen Xingyang glanced at Lu Jianfeng, feigning profundity, and replied, "Old Lu, you might not believe this, but I only discovered today how formidable Chen Mo's abilities truly are." This was the unvarnished truth. Prior to the foundational test this morning, Chen Xingyang had no inkling that Chen Mo had already attained the level of a 6th-rank martial artist. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Chen Mo possessed the strength to slay an elite first-tier beast. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianfeng could not help but roll his eyes, retorting, "Are you pulling my leg? You old rascal are quite cunning." Witnessing Lu Jianfeng's discomfiture, a grin threatened to split Chen Xingyang's face. In recent years, Qingyan number 1 High School had been overshadowed by Qingyan number 3 and Qingyan No. 5 in both the provincial sprint camp selections and national martial arts examinations. Long past were the days of its former glory as the leader of Qingyan City. At this moment, Principal Chen Xingyang finally experienced a sense of vindication, all thanks to Chen Mo. Meanwhile, the chief examiner, Zhang Hai, announced the final results on the spot. This year's provincial sprint camp selection test has concluded successfully. Congratulations to the 10 students who have earned the privilege of entering the provincial sprint camp. Tomorrow morning, you shall embark on a dedicated train bound for the provincial sprint camp, where you will undergo a rigorous 2-month training regimen. Wishing you all the best in your academic pursuits at the provincial sprint camp. As the chief examiner, Zhang Hai concluded his remarks. The selection test for this year in Qingyan City came to a definitive close. However, discussions surrounding this selection test continue unabated, with the spotlight naturally falling on the remarkable performance of Chen Mo. Even Li Yunzhou, the president of the Qingyan City Martial Arts Association, personally approached Chen Mo, offering him praise and encouragement. Gazing upon the strikingly handsome Chen Mo, whose sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes exuded charisma, admiration shone brightly in Li Yunzhou's eyes. "Congratulations, Chen Mo, on securing first place in the selection test. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I hope you will continue to strive diligently in your training at the provincial sprint camp, aiming for even more dazzling achievements in the upcoming National Martial Arts Examination in 2 months." Chapter 11. The Blood Abyss Army Provincial Sprint Camp in the Southern Sky Province. Nestled within the imposing Tianmong mountain range lies a heavily fortified military base. Here is stationed one of the most formidable armies of the Dragon Kingdom, the Blood Abyss Army. The Blood Abyss Army, along with the Demon Exorcism Division and the Dragon Scale Guard, is collectively known as the 3 phantasms of the Dragon Kingdom's military. Both in status and strength, they far surpass ordinary forces. The primary responsibilities of the Blood Abyss Army include exterminating monstrous beasts, safeguarding cities, and exploring ancient ruins and secret realms. The Demon Exorcism Division primarily targets malevolent forces and rogue martial artists. The Dragon Scale Guard is the most enigmatic and specialized entity, tasked with handling significant matters concerning national security. The Blood Abyss Army maintains garrisons across the nation, with the 11th Division stationed in the Longji mountain range of the Southern Sky Province. The division is led by Major General Fan Hanli, a martial king at the pinnacle of the Fifth Realm. At this moment, a visitor has arrived in Major General Fan's office. The visitor is Pei Tianlin, the Deputy Director of the Southern Sky Provincial Education Examination Institute. Pei Tianlin and Fan Hanli have shared a long-standing friendship, having been classmates decades ago. Old Fan, if it weren't for our many years of friendship, I wouldn't dare to approach you with this request, Pei Tianlin sighed, continuing. Our province's performance in the national martial arts examinations has been declining year by year. If we fail to achieve results again this year, my tenure as deputy director will come to an end. I have exhausted all options and thus came to implore you to take on the role of chief instructor for this year's provincial spring camp. Upon hearing this, Fan Hanli furrowed his brow and replied, how many chief instructors have changed for the provincial spring camp over the years? Has it yielded any improvement? It's merely swapping one approach for another. What kind of team do I usually lead? I command the Blood Abyss Army. Yet, you want to train a bunch of inexperienced high school students. Pei Tianlin countered. Precisely because the training outcomes of the provincial spring camp have been unsatisfactory in recent years, I am asking for your assistance. Old Fan, if you agree to serve as the chief instructor, I firmly believe that this year's national martial arts examination results will see a significant enhancement. Noticing that Fan Hanli had not outrightly refused, Pei Tianlin earnestly added, Old Fan, you wouldn't want to witness our Southern Sky Province finishing at the bottom in the national martial arts examination 2 months from now, would you? Fan Hanli's gaze flickered. As a member of the Southern Sky Province, he naturally wished to avoid such a disgraceful outcome. Moreover, given their long-standing friendship, he felt reluctant to decline Pei Tianlin's request for help. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Hanli spoke, I can agree to your request, but I must clarify one thing in advance. Pei Tianlin's face lit up with joy. What is it? Fan Hanli stated, if you wish for me to assume the role of chief instructor for the provincial spring camp, I will employ the training methods of the Blood Abyss Army to instruct these newcomers. They will even need to enter secret realms to hunt ferocious beasts, experiencing true life and death challenges, thereby constantly pushing their limits. During this process, casualties are undoubtedly inevitable. Upon hearing this, Pei Tianlin's expression shifted, and he said, the over 100 members of the provincial spring camp are the cream of the crop selected from millions of high school seniors across the province. Provided there are no unforeseen incidents, they are destined to become the pillars of our nation. The demise of even one individual is a significant loss. You should be well aware of the perils that the secret realm harbors. Allowing them to enter and hunt the ferocious beasts will result in the loss of numerous martial arts prodigies. Fan Hanli slightly shook his head, asserting that only those who can endure trials can truly be considered martial arts geniuses. Otherwise, they are merely fleeting blossoms. Pei Tianlin remained silent, recognizing the truth in Fan Hanli's words. The martial arts world has never been devoid of exceptionally gifted individuals, yet very few reach the pinnacle of success. For martial arts prodigies to genuinely develop, they must undergo trials, confront crises, and even face life and death situations. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempests of the outside world. Yet, despite understanding this principle, Pei Tianlin still felt that entering the secret realm to hunt ferocious beasts was excessively perilous. Old Fan, please do your utmost to ensure the safety of these students, Pei Tianlin implored. Indeed, Fan Hanli nodded slightly. Then I entrust this year's provincial sprint camp to you. The following morning, a pitch-black train thundered into the train station of Qingyun City. The front of the train was adorned with a bronze statue of a monstrous creature, its eyes inlaid with fiery crystals. The carriages, forged from obsidian iron, were immensely sturdy, and the train's exterior bore intricate, arcane carvings. The entire train resembled a living steel beast, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. This ebony train was the exclusive means of transport to the provincial sprint camp. With a click, the train doors opened. Board the train, instructed Colonel Zhang Haishang, the chief examiner from the previous day. Subsequently, the 10 selected members from Qingyun City boarded the exclusive train in succession. Inside the carriage, the space felt rather empty. After Chen Mo boarded, he casually chose a seat. The others, including Meng Hu, Huang Fengling, and Jiao Jun, also dispersed throughout the carriage, as they were from different schools and were not familiar with one another. Nevertheless, the majority of their gazes instinctively gravitated towards Chen Mo. His performance during the selection test had left everyone astounded, particularly the moment he dispatched an elite first-tier beast with his final shot, which had etched an indelible impression in their minds. With a rumble, the train commenced its journey, this steel beast propelling itself towards its distant destination. Chen Mo gazed out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery, reflecting on the experiences of the past few days. After being reborn and acquiring the Debts Must Be Paid system, he successfully drained Lu Zihan's martial prowess and talent, Thunderbolt Jadebone. He had smoothly passed the selection test and gained entry into the provincial sprint camp. Compared to his previous life, Chen Mo's trajectory had undergone a dramatic transformation. Just as he pondered his upcoming plans, the light before him suddenly dimmed, as if a small mountain had descended upon him. Looking up, he beheld Meng Hu, a towering figure at 2 meters tall and as robust as an ox, grinning widely at him. Chen Mo, standing at 188 centimeters, was relatively tall among boys. But in this moment, as he sat, the stark contrast in stature was even more pronounced. "Is there something you need?" Chen Mo inquired. Meng Hu grinned widely. "I simply wanted to introduce myself. My name is Meng Hu." Chen Mo nodded slightly. "Chen Mo, haha, I know. My friend, you are truly remarkable. In my entire life, I have never admired anyone as much as I admire you. That shot that took down the Sandtrap Spider Queen was absolutely phenomenal." Meng Hu gave Chen Mo a thumbs up. "Your martial arts talent in beast transformation is quite impressive as well," Chen Mo modestly replied. "Hee, it's merely a bit of brute strength," Meng Hu said, thumping his muscles playfully. He appeared somewhat lacking in intelligence. Chapter 12. The White-Haired Beauty. Nangong the magnificent Taotai train, en route to the provincial sprint camp, raced along the tracks at a breathtaking speed of 700 kilometers per hour. The scenery outside the windows transformed from towering skyscrapers to rugged mountains and desolate wilderness. After Meng Hu came over to greet, he settled into the seat opposite Chen Mo. Gazing out at the mountains and barren land, Meng Hu suddenly remarked, "In the martial arts novels I've read, the protagonist always faces attacks from demonic beasts during their journeys. Surely, our train won't encounter such beasts, will it? I have an ominous feeling." Chen Mo chuckled and shook his head, teasing, "You've read too many novels. Your current task is to unload those thoughts." His gaze swept across the carriage as he continued, "This train is far from ordinary. It is constructed from obsidian iron, making it incredibly sturdy. Furthermore, it is engraved with defensive runes. Any demonic beast below the Lord level will perish upon impact. Additionally, the front of the train is equipped with powerful offensive weapons, making the entire train akin to a large magical artifact. If it lacked such safety measures, it wouldn't dare traverse the wilderness." "I see, Yamato. You truly know a great deal." Meng Hu expressed his admiration. It soon became evident that Meng Hu's concerns were unfounded. The demonic beasts along the route, upon hearing the thunderous roar of the Taotai train, instinctively retreated far from its path. Occasionally, a few oblivious beasts that strayed too close were crushed to pieces. 2 hours later, the Taotai train came to a halt near the Longji Mountains. "Disembark," commanded Colonel Zhang Hai and several soldiers as they entered the carriage. Subsequently, Chen Mo and the others stepped out through the open doors, greeted by a desolate expanse of mountains and dense forests. "Where exactly are we? Is this still within the Southern Sky Province?" Meng Hu scratched his head in confusion. The group surveyed their surroundings, bewildered. "Is this year's provincial sprint camp really here?" At that moment, Colonel Zhang Hai spoke up. "We are still 30 kilometers from our destination. Let us proceed on foot." With that, he and the soldiers dashed off toward a certain direction in the forest, moving with remarkable speed. The others, not daring to lag behind, hurriedly followed suit. The mountain path was treacherous, and apart from Chen Mo, the rest of the group exerted themselves to the utmost to keep pace with the leading soldiers. After traversing the rugged terrain, they arrived at a valley. Goodness, I nearly broke my legs. Someone gasped, panting heavily. It was then they noticed that the valley ahead was already teeming with over 100 individuals. Aside from a few soldiers clad in military attire, the remaining were youthful faces, seemingly fresh and inexperienced. The Southern Sky province comprises 12 cities. The provincial sprint camp selects 10 outstanding martial arts talents from each city, totaling 120 participants. The young individuals in front of them were undoubtedly members of the sprint camp hailing from other cities. At this moment, the martial arts prodigies from other cities were quietly discussing as they observed Chen Mo and his companions approaching. The people from Qinyan City have arrived. Thus, all 12 cities were represented. However, one voice interjected, revealing that not everyone had arrived. ISNT, there are only a total of 12 cities in Nantian province? Could there possibly be a 13th? The young man continued, that is not the case. However, as far as I know, this year's provincial training camp has 8 special recruits. Upon hearing this, the martial arts prodigies from various cities displayed expressions of astonishment. Chen Mo remained remarkably composed, for he was already aware of the situation. Moreover, the enchanting white-haired girl who possessed the Xian Yin Linglong body was indeed one of the 8 special recruits. Then, the informed young man continued to divulge more details. These 8 special recruits had, a month prior, already secured their spots in the provincial training camp without needing to participate in the selection tests. What? The revelation stirred feelings of inequity among some. Damn! We toiled tirelessly to excel in the selection tests, emerging from millions to enter the provincial training camp. What right do they have? Anger brewed as someone lamented. It seems there are privileged seekers everywhere. You seem to have misunderstood, the young man clarified, shaking his head. These 8 special recruits did not gain their positions through connections. It was entirely based on their individual prowess. To my knowledge, all 8 have at least achieved the rank of 5th-tier martial artist and possess awakened martial talents of A grade or higher. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Among those present, only a select few had attained the rank of 5th-tier martial artist, let alone those 8 special recruits who had awakened A-grade talents. No wonder they were specially recruited for the provincial camp. Those who had previously voiced their discontent fell silent. If these 8 special recruits had participated in the selection tests alongside others, they would have undoubtedly displaced 8 of the weaker competitors. In a sense, their absence from a selection test was advantageous to certain individuals. The young man revealing this information was named Pei Shaosheng, grandson of the vice president of the Nantian Province Education Examination Institute, Pei Tianlin. It was due to this connection that Pei Shaosheng possessed such insider knowledge. Moreover, there were additional secrets he refrained from disclosing. These 8 special recruits not only boasted exceptional martial talents, but also hailed from extraordinary backgrounds. Some belonged to ancient martial arts families, while others were disciples of renowned martial arts academies. In fact, some of their backgrounds were so illustrious that even his grandfather remained tight-lipped about them. Just as the crowd was absorbing the news of the 8 special recruits with astonishment, another group approached the valley, comprising both men and women, exuding an extraordinary aura. The crowd turned to gaze. Are these the special recruits? In that instant, Chen Mo's attention was drawn to a particular white-haired girl among the throng. This girl, having awakened the SSS level Xian Yin Linglong body, was none other than Nan Gongli. She was the key to his cultivation of the Tai, Su, Yin Yang secret art. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. At the moment when Chen Mo's gaze met that of Nan Gongli, her expression suddenly froze. In an unexpected turn, Nan Gongli boldly approached Chen Mo. Her features were exquisite, her skin as white as jade, with a delicate nose and rosy, lustrous lips. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like radiant pearls. Flowing down her waist, her long, snowy hair danced with the wind, resembling a celestial being who had stepped out from a painting. Chen Mo looked down at the enchanting Nan Gongli before him, unable to conceal his astonishment. Although Lu Zihan was renowned as the belle of Qinyan No. 1, she paled in comparison to Nan Gongli. Among the many women Chen Mo had encountered, only the stunning Nishang could rival Nan Gongli's beauty. The most significant difference between the two was their stature. Yi Nishang was a captivating goddess, standing at 180 centimeters, while Nangong Li was a petite 160-centimeter figure. Yet, to label her merely as petite would be an understatement, for Nangong Li possessed a voluptuous figure that was undeniably alluring. Chapter 13. A Sudden Embrace. As Chen Mo gazed upon the exquisite visage of Nangong Li, mere inches away, he was about to utter a word. Unexpectedly, Nangong Li executed an unforeseen action. Cautiously, she leaned in, her crystalline little nose sniffing about Chen Mo's person. Soon, a hint of ecstasy illuminated her face, reminiscent of a kitten discovering catnip. She nearly pressed herself against him. Her eyes, already sparkling like gemstones, gleamed even brighter. I adore your scent. Nangong Li's voice, like silver bells, chimed in the air. Chen Mo's expression turned peculiar at her words. After all, a stunning beauty from years past had expressed similar sentiments. Could I possibly be the fabled, innate succubus sacred body? Yet, it seemed to only affect the icy girl and Nangong Li. As Nangong Li inched closer, resembling an adorable white-haired cat girl, Chen Mo instinctively extended a hand to ruffle her silky hair. Instantly, she squinted her eyes in delight, thoroughly enjoying the gesture, even rubbing her snow-white locks against his palm. Before entering the sprinting camp, Chen Mo had envisaged numerous scenarios on how to approach Nangong Li, but he never anticipated such a development. The onlookers witnessing this scene were left astounded. They had initially been intrigued by the arrival of several special recruits, only to be met with the striking white-haired beauty affectionately nestling against an exceptionally handsome boy. What on earth is happening here? Just then, a fiery figure emerged, swiftly pulling Nangong Li away from Chen Mo's embrace. "What are you doing?" Before them stood a stunning girl clad in a flame phoenix dress. She was tall, approximately 175 centimeters, her figure elegantly curvaceous beneath the high-slit battle gown. The dress, made of fire silk, tightly encased her long legs, leaving no skin exposed, yet exuding an irresistible allure. Her features were classically beautiful, her captivating eyes tinged with a hint of bewitching red, radiating confidence. Su Huanger shielded Nangong Li behind her, casting a vigilant gaze at Chen Mo. She had turned her head for but a moment, only to discover her dear friend being embraced and petted by a boy, prompting her hurried intervention. "What are you doing to Li?" Su Huanger inquired sharply. Chen Mo shrugged lightly, smiling. "It's not my fault. She came to me." At that moment, Su Huanger began to sense something amiss. Given Nangong Li's prowess, any unwelcome advances would have resulted in the assailant being encased in ice long before. Subsequently, she turned her questioning gaze towards Nangong Li. "What just happened?" "He smells so delightful," Nangong Li replied, nibbling on her finger, her expression innocent. "Delightful?" Su Huanger questioned. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she unconsciously leaned closer to Chen Mo, flaring her nostrils in an attempt to detect the fragrance. However, she could discern nothing. Su Huanger and Nangong Li have known each other for many years, though their friendship is characterized by a certain innocence. They have never been inclined to approach any male companions. It was utterly surprising that just moments ago, Nangong Li had sought the embrace of a young man. As if under some enchantment, something felt amiss. It was decidedly unsettling. Su Huanger scrutinized Chen Mo with a wary gaze. He was undeniably handsome, yet there was an air of mystery about him. Unbeknownst to her, Li was nearly swept away in a moment of distraction. Li, being rather naive, ought to keep her distance from him in the future. Su Huanger positioned herself protectively in front of Nangong Li, their height difference rendering her akin to a fierce tigress safeguarding her cub. Suddenly, a classic adage flickered through Chen Mo's mind. He who does not enter the tigress den will not catch the tigress cub. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. "What are you smiling at?" Su Huanger inquired, her tone tinged with suspicion. "I was reminded of something delightful." Chen Mo replied with a grin. Su Huanger furrowed her brows and took hold of Nangong Li, urging her to leave. "Li, let us depart. We must keep our distance from him. Do you understand?" "Why?" Nangong Li blinked her large, doe-like eyes. "But I like his scent. It's so comforting. Like I'm floating. I want to savor it again." "You." Su Huanger found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Mo turned to Nan Gong Li with a smile. Don't worry. Next time when she isn't around, I'll let you experience it privately. Nan Gong Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. You'd better keep your promise. Pinky swear. She extended her delicate finger toward Chen Mo. In a swift motion, Su Huang'er seized her hand, promptly whisking the petite Nan Gong Li away. Observing their retreating figures, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The prelude to the training camp had yet to officially commence, yet he felt a surge of anticipation. The others present exchanged glances among Chen Mo, Nan Gong Li, and Su Huang'er, unable to suppress their curiosity. Who is that guy? I'm not sure. I believe he hails from Qingyan City. Those two girls are stunning, each embodying an entirely different charm. Does anyone know their background? With such beauty and that distinctive long white hair. Wait, I think I recognize her. Who? She is none other than Nan Gong Li, renowned as the most formidable martial arts prodigy in Nantan Province in recent years. What? She is Nan Gong Li? The crowd erupted in astonishment. They had previously heard whispers of Nan Gong Li's prowess, rumored to be the most gifted martial artist among the younger generation of the Nangong clan, having awakened an SSS-level martial talent. However, the specifics of her ability remained shrouded in mystery. One thing was certain: Nan Gong Li was an unattainable figure for ordinary martial artists. Upon realizing Nan Gong Li's identity, the crowd grasped the significance of the earlier scene. Did she really just throw herself into the arms of that young man upon their first meeting? Goodness, that fellow is indeed fortunate. Does being handsome grant one the liberty to act without consequence? He truly ought to be condemned. I can almost feel my teeth grinding in frustration at this moment. The remaining few special recruits were observing Chen Mo with keen interest. Among them, a muscular young man stood out, his physique bulging with sinewy strength. His head was completely devoid of hair, shining brightly. What was most peculiar was the pointed protrusion at the top of his head, which formed a noticeable bump. Upon encountering this uniquely shaped individual, Chen Mo's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively wishing to shatter the man's skull with a single punch. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that this was not the era of the martial arts cataclysm a decade hence. Had it been during that tumultuous period, the pointed head before him would have suddenly split into 3 massive jaws, transforming into a monstrous entity that devoured all living beings. In his past life, Chen Mo had vanquished countless warriors with similar pointed heads, which explained his immediate physiological response. Chapter 14. The Cataclysm of Martial Arts. A decade following the cataclysm of martial arts, the root of the calamity lies in a genetic serum known as Godslayer. This serum originates from a foreign organization called the Gene Society. The Gene Society holds the belief that humanity cannot transcend the limits of martial arts relying solely on inherent abilities. It necessitates the fusion of various beast and plant genes to surpass human limitations. Ultimately, this could even bestow the power to vanquish deities of martial prowess. In truth, centuries ago, martial artists had already begun to harness genetic serums for their cultivation. However, the serums available in the market did not incorporate the genes of mythical beasts and possessed relatively mild effects. The Gene Society deemed these market-grade serums excessively conservative, far from satisfactory in potency. Thus, they clandestinely conducted countless experiments in gene fusion, integrating diverse beast genes to develop the Godslayer serum. They secretly recruited numerous martial artists as subjects for their experimental serum. Initially, the trials with the genetic serum progressed smoothly. Those who consumed it experienced a remarkable enhancement in their abilities within a short span. Yet, the side effect manifested as hair loss and an increasingly pointed cranium. This side effect was conveniently overlooked by the Gene Society, as it was deemed normal. Previously, excessive consumption of market serums would similarly lead to a gradual sharpening of the head. However, the subsequent events took the Gene Society by surprise. The martial artists who ingested the Godslayer serum found their heads becoming ever more pointed. One fateful day, the cranium of one such martial artist suddenly split apart, transforming into a grotesque, 3-part maw, which devoured a nearby researcher hole. Thus, a monstrous entity born of martial prowess began to emerge, relentlessly consuming flesh and blood. due to the injection of the Godslayer serum, infused with multiple beast genes. These test subjects underwent unimaginable and horrific mutations. The martial monsters became slaves to the genetic code, driven solely by an insatiable instinct to consume and fuse genes, an eternal black hole of hunger. All living beings, be they human martial artists, mythical beasts, or flora, became targets for these voracious creatures. As the martial monsters devoured more life forms and assimilated additional genes, their strength grew exponentially. Even more terrifying was the emergence of a contagious genetic virus within these creatures. Once a normal martial artist fell victim to this virus, they would first experience a pointed head, then a splitting of the cranium into a three-part maw, ultimately transforming into a creature governed by slaughter. The martial monsters and genetic virus, both birthed by the Gene Society, began to ravage the entire realm of martial arts. Initially, this incident went unnoticed, merely a grim tidings from the genetic community, a group of enthusiasts succumbing to an unfortunate demise. The disappearance of an entire city, until this catastrophe became relevant to every martial artist. Thus, the martial world faced an unprecedented calamity. In the span of just a few months, the number of martial artists worldwide plummeted by a staggering 60. The martial arts realm lay in ruins, with countless lives devastated, a period historically referred to as the Great Catastrophe of martial arts. During this calamity, a distinctive pointed crown atop the head became a harbinger of mutated martial beings. Any martial artist spotting one with such a feature would, for the sake of safety, preemptively strike with lethal intent. Better to err on the side of caution than to risk letting a potential threat slip by. This explains why Chen Mo, upon encountering a particularly pointed-headed special recruit, experienced an instinctive urge to deliver a fatal blow. Fortunately, he swiftly realized that the era of the Great Catastrophe had not yet arrived. Chen Mo scrutinized the special recruit, contemplating this individual, so young yet already possessing such a pronounced point, must have indulged significantly in gene-enhancing substances. Prior to the emergence of the Godslayer gene serum, humanity had been engaging in substance use for centuries. Moreover, these gene serums are exorbitantly priced, making them inaccessible to the average martial artist. The fact that this recruit had consumed so much suggests either considerable wealth or a notable background. Although this individual would not transform into a martial aberration just yet, Chen Mo remained cautiously observant. The special recruit, named Chen and hailing from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, noticed Chen Mo's gaze and frowned slightly. The Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy is one of the 4 most powerful martial institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, with branches established in every province and city. Chen himself is the son of the Academy's branch head in the southern province. He shot a glare at Chen Mo before walking away, blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped a deadly encounter. As 8 special recruits arrived, the 128 members of this year's provincial sprint camp were finally assembled. The crowd surveyed their surroundings with a hint of confusion. Is this truly the provincial sprint camp? Why does it seem so desolate? My brother participated in last year's camp, and from what he described, this year appears entirely different. A few individuals near Pei Shaosheng instinctively turned to him, inquiring, "You seem well informed about special recruits. Surely you possess insights into this year's provincial sprint camp? Do share with us." Pei Shaosheng shook his head. "Patience, it will soon become clear." Before long, several officers approached an open area within the valley. After a series of operations, the scene within the valley began to transform with a play of light and shadow. Suddenly, a vast military base materialized before their eyes. "Goodness!" gasped the crowd, their faces registering astonishment. How could there be a military base here, seemingly appearing out of nowhere? It was not a mere illusion. There was a cloaking barrier surrounding the military base, rendering it invisible moments prior. Someone realized this fact. Indeed, the imposing military base boasted walls towering several dozen meters high, making the observers feel minuscule in comparison. With a thunderous rumble, the gates of the military base creaked open, releasing a formidable and solemn aura that enveloped all who stood before it. "Enter," commanded the officer to the gathered assembly. At his words, A wave of trepidation washed over the crowd as they stepped through the imposing entrance. What greeted their eyes was a stunning amalgamation of advanced technology and martial prowess, a militarized stronghold unlike any they had encountered. The unfamiliar military architecture and an array of arcane weaponry left them in awe. Within the confines of the base, the fervent shouts of soldiers engaged in rigorous drills echoed, igniting a sense of fervor in the air. Before long, a battalion of fully equipped warriors strode past the onlookers. The palpable aura of lethal intent radiating from these fighters was far more terrifying than the monstrous beasts they had faced during their selection trials. Adorning their chests were badges depicting a sharp sword piercing the head of a fearsome beast with its gaping maw, a symbol that unmistakably represented the Blood Abyss Army. Could it be that this was the military stronghold of the Blood Abyss Army? The crowd was instantly struck with disbelief and astonishment. Chapter 15. Am I to hunt beasts in the secret realm? The Blood Abyss Army, renowned as one of the 3 most formidable military forces in the Dragon Kingdom, is a name that resonates throughout the land. At this moment, as the crowd comprehended their presence within the military base of the Blood Abyss Army, their eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens, is this year's provincial sprint camp truly held at the Blood Abyss Army's military base? Someone exclaimed. Since childhood, they had heard countless tales of the Blood Abyss Army vanquishing beasts and safeguarding cities, filling their hearts with admiration and aspiration. Indeed, among the 128 members of the provincial sprint camp, some harbor dreams of joining the Blood Abyss Army in the future to hunt beasts and achieve great feats. Thus, upon realizing their current location within the Blood Abyss Army's military base, they exhibited expressions of shock, excitement, and exhilaration. Chen Mo curiously surveyed the surroundings of the base. Although he had long been aware that this year's provincial sprint camp was situated in the Blood Abyss Army's military base, it was indeed his first time stepping inside. Everything before him felt refreshingly novel. Here lay the 11th Army of the Blood Abyss, one of several military bases. After a brief moment, guided by several officers, the group traversed through layers of military structures and arrived at a spacious training ground. Under the officers' direction, they formed an orderly line in a 16-8 arrangement. Attention! At the command's conclusion, a commanding and tall figure approached, accompanied by several attendants. The foremost figure, a dignified man appearing to be in his 50s, walked with a steady gait, exuding an aura akin to a dragon's stride or a tiger's leap, vibrant with life. Despite his efforts to temper his imposing presence, the murderous intent forged through decades of battle with beasts rendered him akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. In that instant, the crowd felt an overwhelming pressure, palpable as if it were a tangible force bearing down upon them. Everyone instinctively held their breath, daring not to exhale. This aura must belong to a martial king of the 5th realm, Chen Mo thought, his gaze sharpening. This was the most formidable warrior he had encountered since his rebirth. General, the attending officers immediately raised their hands in salute. This title sent a shiver through the hearts of the over 100 members of the provincial sprint camp. Before them stood the commander of the 11th Army of the Blood Abyss, Fan Hanli. Fan Hanli's gaze swept over the 128 youthful faces before him. Under normal circumstances, even within the formal ranks of the Blood Abyss Army, it would be unprecedented for Commander Fan Hanli to personally oversee training. However, he had previously promised his old friend, Pei Tianlin, to take charge of this year's provincial sprint camp. Moreover, Pei Tianlin had mentioned that this year's camp included several exceptionally talented martial artists, particularly 2 special recruits who were rare prodigies. Fan Hanli was eager to witness for himself whether these individuals truly lived up to Pei Tianlin's praise. As his gaze fell upon Nangong Li and Su Huang, a flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes. Old Pei certainly did not deceive me. There are indeed some promising talents here. Fan Hanli mused inwardly. As Fan Hanli was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and turned toward a tall and striking figure in the back row. He then beheld a pair of eyes, deep and radiant like the stars. During his earlier sweep of the crowd, the oppressive aura emanating from him had deterred anyone from meeting his gaze. Yet, these eyes did not flinch. Instead, they reflected no trace of fear, remaining as calm as a tranquil pond. Despite his youth, The unwavering resolve of the individual suggested they were a person of great potential. Fan Hanli silently commended him. However, the composure of Chen Mo had little to do with his steadfast heart. It was merely that he had encountered far more terrifying gazes. He vividly recalled the piercing, soul-chilling eyes of Bing Tuochuo and Yin Nishong, which had struck him to the core. Undeterred by their formidable presence, he had persevered for 3 years, gradually melting their icy demeanor into a spring-like warmth. In this world, there no longer existed any gaze that instilled fear in Chen Mo. As you may observe, this year's provincial sprint camp is being held within the barracks of the Blood Abyss Army's 11th Division. Fan Hanli's resonant voice echoed. From today onward, you shall undergo a 2-month military training regimen in accordance with the standards set for new recruits of the Blood Abyss Army. I hope that, during this period, you will continuously push the boundaries of your martial prowess, and in 2 months' time, shine brightly in the National Martial Examination, bringing glory to both Nanjian Province and yourselves. After concluding his address, Fan Hanli turned his gaze to an officer standing behind him. Although he was the head of the provincial sprint camp, it was impractical for him to personally oversee the training of these fledgling warriors. It would indeed be overkill for a peak 5th Realm Martial King to train a group of 1st Realm high school students. Subsequently, a military officer in his 30s began to outline the training schedule for the camp. The first half of the month would encompass daily exercises, including elemental body tempering, the exclusive body refinement techniques of the Blood Abyss Army, weapon skill training, gravity tunnel exercises, and courses in the anatomy of demonic beasts, among others. After the first 2 weeks, they would engage in practical combat training, accompanying the Blood Abyss Army into a secret realm to hunt demonic beasts. Upon hearing the training schedule for the first half of the month, the expressions of the crowd remained relatively normal. However, the mention of venturing into the secret realm to slay beasts in the latter half elicited a collective reaction reminiscent of the famous Bengbo Herba meme. Wait, we're going to hunt demonic beasts in a secret realm. The so-called secret realm is a peculiar subspace within the martial world. Over the millennia, countless secret realms have emerged. Within these realms, one can find both precious resources and perilous demonic beasts. When these beasts escape the secret realm, they can wreak havoc upon cities. Therefore, when a secret realm appears, it is crucial to first assess its level and then dispatch appropriately skilled members of the Blood Abyss Army to cleanse it. Given the numerous unknowns within these realms, even the formidable Blood Abyss Army cannot entirely evade casualties. This explains why, upon hearing that in half a month's time they would venture into the secret realm to hunt ferocious beasts, there was such a significant reaction among the crowd. It was akin to asking a group of high school students to compose doctoral dissertations. The officer, evidently aware of the concerns weighing on everyone's mind, added, "The secret realm you will enter will be the lowest tier, a level 1 realm. Furthermore, there will be regular troops from the Blood Abyss accompanying you. However, the dangers within the secret realm are unpredictable. Even with the presence of the regular Blood Abyss forces, absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, if you wish to possess the means to protect yourselves within the realm, you must exert every effort to enhance your strength during the forthcoming fortnight." The 128 members of the assault camp clearly understood this rationale. Under the pressure of life and death stakes, they would undoubtedly dedicate themselves fervently to rigorous training. Sweating during training is certainly preferable to bleeding and perishing in the secret realm. Chapter 16. The Sprint Camp of Hidden Dragons. Subsequently, several officers arranged accommodations for the 128 members of the provincial sprint camp at the military base. Everyone had anticipated shared dormitories upon entering the Blood Abyss Army's military compound. However, to their surprise, they were assigned individual rooms. Though the rooms were modest in size, they were equipped with all necessary amenities. Most importantly, the private quarters ensured confidentiality during their cultivation practices. Normally, after completing their daytime training, members would continue their martial arts training in the evenings. This necessity for privacy was precisely why the base allocated single rooms. Once the accommodation was settled, each of the 128 members received identification cards. These cards meticulously recorded each individual's information and serve as their pass within the Blood Abyss Army base. Regardless of whether they were dining, training, or entering any facility, the use of this identification card was mandatory. As it was lunchtime, the officers led the group to the dining hall of the Blood Abyss Army base. Upon entering, the members were greeted by a splendid array of food, which left them in awe and salivating uncontrollably. Goodness, this is remarkably lavish. No wonder it's the Blood Abyss Army's fare. It's utterly tantalizing. One exclaimed, captivated by the aromatic dishes. What kind of meat is this? The mere scent is enough to stir the energy within me. It seems like beast meat. Along with the fragrance of rare herbs, the blood and flesh of magical beasts harbor a malevolent energy, rendering them inedible for humans. However, when prepared with appropriate herbs, this energy can be neutralized, allowing martial artists to derive immense energy from a meal. Higher-tiered magical beast meat can even directly enhance a warrior's vitality, rivaling the effects of rare treasures. Naturally, the more potent the magical beast meat, the more valuable it becomes, necessitating the use of superior herbs during preparation to eliminate the malevolent energy it contains. Therefore, even within the dining hall of the Blood Abyss Army, high-grade magical beast meat is exceedingly rare, reserved for only the most formidable warriors. The food presented to the Sprint Camp members consisted of lower-tier magical beast meat. Nonetheless, the moment they caught a whiff of the dishes, every cell in their bodies instinctively craved the sustenance. At the officer's signal, everyone eagerly collected their trays. A variety of over a dozen different magical beast meat dishes awaited, all available for selection. However, the quantity of food each person could take was not without restrictions. Given the substantial energy contained within a magical beast meat, overindulgence could lead to physical strain. Consequently, limits were established based on an individual's martial prowess. For instance, a 4th-tier warrior could take a maximum of 4 pounds per meal, while a 5th-tier warrior was allowed up to 5 pounds. Thus, as one's martial arts cultivation deepens, the capacity to absorb energy increases, naturally allowing for the consumption of greater quantities of food. Conversely, such a stipulation serves to motivate each member to diligently enhance their martial arts prowess. Subsequently, the members commenced the process of swiping their identity cards to collect their respective rations. The 128 members of the Sprint Camp were instantly invigorated, for each identity card bore a record of their martial arts level. The amount of food one could receive was directly indicative of their corresponding cultivation level, providing an opportune moment to gauge the strength of others. Among them, the 8 special recruits had long captured the attention of their peers, who were eager to discern the true extent of their abilities. Amidst this anticipation, a towering figure, standing 2 meters tall, eagerly rushed forward to swipe his card for his meal. With a beep, the display on the card reader illuminated with a message: Mangu, a 4th-tier martial artist, capable of receiving a maximum of 4 pounds of food. Upon entering the cafeteria, Mangu was immediately enticed by the array of food before him, his stomach growling in hunger. He momentarily disregarded the martial arts levels of others, focusing solely on satisfying his appetite. After procuring his meal and taking a seat, he began to devour his food with fervor. Following this, the other members of the Sprint Camp gradually proceeded to swipe their cards for their meals. The majority were 4th-tier martial artists, with only one 5th-tier martial artist, Pei Shaosheng, making an appearance. However, when a boy with a strikingly pointed head approached the card reader, he instantly drew the attention of the crowd. This individual appeared to be one of the 8 special recruits. Chen, a 6th-tier martial artist, was entitled to receive 6 pounds of food. Many gasped in astonishment upon reading Chernua's identity card details. Wow, a 6th-tier martial artist, truly deserving of being a special recruit, surpassing most of us by 2 minor realms. Yet, Chen Mo felt a tinge of disappointment at this sight. After consuming numerous genetic potions and transforming his head in such a manner, he had only attained the status of a 6th-tier martial artist. That seemed rather underwhelming. However, his attention was soon captured by 2 striking figures, Nangong Li and Su Huanger, whom he had encountered previously. Nangong Li, an 8th-tier martial artist, was eligible for 8 pounds of food, while Su Huanger, a 7th-tier martial artist, could receive 7 pounds. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Incredible. One 7th-tier martial artist and one 8th-tier martial artist. This is simply astounding. Chen Mo's gaze shifted. Although he had drained Liu Zihan's martial arts cultivation and talent, it was entirely reasonable that his own abilities would pale in comparison to a top-tier martial arts genius like Nangong Li, especially since she possessed an SSS-grade martial arts talent known as the Xian Yinling long body. This body type was an exceptionally rare innate cultivation physique. While other martial artists often encountered bottlenecks when advancing through martial realms, the Xian Yinling long body faced no such obstacles until reaching the 7th-level martial emperor. In other words, barring unforeseen circumstances, Nangong Li's future achievements would undoubtedly culminate in her becoming at least a 7th-level martial emperor. Even if she were merely a 2nd-level martial artist now, Chen Mo would not have been surprised, let alone her current status as an 8th-tier martial artist. To Chen Mo's surprise, Su Huanger, who stood beside Nangong Li, turned out to be a 7th-grade martial artist. While Chen Mo had some understanding of Nangong Li, he knew little about Su Huanger. Among the 8 special recruits, besides Nangong Li, Su Huanger was notable for her impressive status as a 7th-grade martial artist. Along with 3 6th-grade martial artists, the sharply featured Shernua, the Taoist-style hairdo of Zhu Zhaoran, and the round-faced, crew-cut, bearded Chuan Xianru. The remaining 3 special recruits were merely 5th-grade martial artists, unworthy of mention for now. When others discovered that Chen Mo was also a 6th-grade martial artist, they were taken aback once more. This fellow named Chen Mo seemed to be no ordinary special recruit. He was indeed a 6th-grade martial artist. Chen Mo's prowess surpassed that of several special recruits. Handsome as he was, his formidable strength was no wonder he garnered Nangong Li's favor. This year's provincial sprint camp was truly a gathering of hidden talents. Chapter 17. The Cat Girl and the Essence Refinement of Catnip. Chen Mo casually selected an unoccupied seat in the cafeteria, balancing a tray in his hands. As he savored a morsel of beast meat, a delightful explosion of flavor danced upon his palate. The internal organs of a 6th-tier warrior, through the continuous enhancement of their strength, resembled an eternal furnace. Once ingested, the food was swiftly digested, transforming into a pure surge of energy that coursed through his limbs and bones. The provisions of the Blood Abyss army were indeed commendable. Chen Mo mused to himself. The beast meat and medicinal herbs would undoubtedly command a hefty price in the outside world. Yet, within the confines of the sprint training camp, every meal was served without charge. Moreover, as one's martial prowess advanced, opportunities to feast upon even more exquisite and higher-tier beast meat would arise. There exists a well-known adage in the martial world. A warrior's cultivation comprises 70 nourishment, 30 practice, and the remaining 90 relies on innate talent. In terms of sustenance alone, the members of the sprint camp far surpassed their peers in the senior year. Following a sumptuous lunch, the members of the camp wore expressions of utter satisfaction. Remember their smiles, for soon they would metamorphose into masks of anguish. The grueling special training of the sprint camp was poised to commence. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 128 members of the provincial sprint camp convened at the training grounds of the Blood Abyss Army. A waft of fragrance enveloped the air, prompting Chen Mo to turn. Whereupon he beheld Nangong Li, her flowing white hair cascading beside him. Her exquisitely delicate visage was tilted upward, gazing at him. "Your name is Chen Mo, correct?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. "Indeed, that is correct. I am Nangong Li, pleased to make your acquaintance," she replied joyfully. With that, her crystalline nose twitched slightly, and she once again exhibited the demeanor of a cat girl enticed by catnip. With her eyes closed, she leaned towards Chen Mo. In the next moment, a tall and graceful figure appeared, positioning herself in front of Nangong Li. Duong Nangong Li's petite head collided softly with a delicate obstruction, causing her to bounce back. Opening her eyes, she wore a look of confusion. "Huanger, why are you blocking me?" she questioned, bewildered. Upon hearing this, Su Huanger's forehead immediately sprouted 3 dark lines. Earlier in the cafeteria, Nangongli had attempted to approach Chen Mo while holding her tray, only to be thwarted by Su Huanger. Now, upon reaching the training grounds, Nangongli had darted over to Chen Mo's side. Having known Nangongli for many years, Su Huanger had never witnessed her approach any male. However, ever since encountering Chen Mo, she had unreservedly thrown herself towards him, as if under a spell. Were it not for Su Huanger's firm conviction that Nangongli had never met Chen Mo prior, she might have suspected that some enchantment had been cast upon her friend. Turning her gaze to Chen Mo, Su Huanger regarded him with a hint of wariness. Her feelings were not born of animosity towards him, but rather concern for Nangongli, whose innocent heart was akin to a blank canvas untouched by the world's complexities. In the event that Chen Mo harbors ill intentions towards Nangongli, given her current vulnerable state, she could easily fall prey to him. It is essential for Su Huanger to first ascertain Chen Mo's character before allowing any interaction between him and Nangongli. Just as Su Huanger was about to speak, a man and a woman, both military officers, approached the gathering. These two officers were the instructors responsible for elemental tempering training. The male instructor, named Yuan Xian, serves as the captain of the 11th Blood Abyss Army Qishao Division and the Prison Blood Team Elemental Battalion at the age of 35. The female instructor, Yi Kaidai, is the vice captain of the Elemental Battalion, age 33. Captain Yuan Xian surveyed the 128 newcomers before addressing them. This afternoon, you will partake in elemental tempering training. Follow me to the elemental tempering chamber. Subsequently, the members of the sprint camp accompanied Yuan Xian and Yi Kaidai to the military base's elemental tempering chamber. As they traversed the numerous military walls of the base, they entered a vast edifice. Before them stood 10 training rooms, each adorned with symbols of flames, lightning, and gales. Curiosity stirred among the group regarding the purpose of these rooms. Instructor Yi Kaidai began to elucidate. There are 10 elemental tempering chambers here, corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice, darkness, and light. In due course, you will select an elemental chamber that aligns with your martial arts talent and techniques for your training. The elemental tempering chambers are imbued with volatile elements that will comprehensively refine your skin, blood, flesh, bones, internal organs, and meridians. Throughout the process of elemental tempering, you will endure pain and torment. Should you find it unbearable, you may step out to rest before re-entering for further training. The training mandate requires that each individual accumulates no less than 5 hours of training. Those who do not complete the training must spend the night within the chamber. As soon as Instructor Yi Kaidi's words concluded, the doors to the 10 elemental tempering chambers swung open. The attendees were immediately enveloped by the ferocity of 10 distinct elements, instilling a profound sense of awe. At this moment, everyone faced a pivotal decision: which elemental tempering chamber to enter for training. Chen Mo's gaze was drawn to a chamber pulsating with lightning elements, arcs of electricity crackling within. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. With the thunderous jade bone martial talent he possessed, even before entering, every bone in his body stirred with eagerness. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo stepped into the lightning elemental chamber. Nangongli observed Chen Mo's retreating figure, contemplating whether to follow him inside. However, after a brief hesitation, she resolved to enter the ice elemental chamber instead. Su Huanger, witnessing this, felt a slight sense of relief and promptly proceeded into the fire elemental chamber. The remaining members of the sprint camp also ventured into various elemental tempering chambers. As everyone entered, outside, Yuan Xian and Yi Kaidai exchanged a glance. Yuan Xian raised 3 fingers. 3, 2. Before the countdown could finish, the air was pierced by a cacophony of anguished cries from the element refinement chamber. Yi Kaidai chuckled softly, remarking, "These little ones are in for quite a trial." "It's still early." Yuan Xian shook his head. The element refinement, one of the most excruciating daily drills of the Blood Abyss Army, was all too familiar to both Yuan Xian and Yi Kaidai. Even though the chamber was currently set to its lowest intensity, it was sufficient to send this group of novices into fits of despair. At this moment, those within the element refinement chamber were engulfed by the ferocious elements that invaded their skin, flesh, and innards, leaving them feeling as though they were being pierced by needles and sliced by blades. Many contorted their faces in agony, donning masks of suffering. Wait, I have to endure this for 5 hours. Chapter 18, Breakthrough, 7th Rank Warrior. Within the 10 elemental refinement chambers, the 128 members of the provincial sprint camp were dispersed throughout. Among them, the 5 most common fundamental elements were gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, which comprised 80 of the total participants. Conversely, the rarer elements, wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness, had only a few individuals in each respective chamber. The crowd gritted their teeth, enduring the ferocious elemental onslaught as their bodies were repeatedly washed, refined, and tempered, occasionally letting out pained cries. Alas, I cannot bear this any longer. I must step outside for a moment of respite, lest I perish within the elemental refinement chamber. Merely a few minutes had passed when those of relatively lesser strength could no longer withstand the torment of elemental refining, hastily fleeing outside. A group sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. My goodness, the training regimen of the provincial sprint camp is exceedingly brutal. 5 hours of training? Is this something a human can endure? The thought of having to endure over 4 more hours in the elemental refinement chamber turned their faces pale. If you find it too difficult, now is the time to withdraw from the sprint camp, echoed instructor Yuan Xian's voice. The expressions of the crowd shifted. Withdraw? What a ludicrous notion. After struggling through fierce competition among millions across the province to enter the sprint camp, how could anyone simply back out? I would rather perish within the provincial sprint camp. After a brief respite, the group re-entered the elemental refinement chamber. As time progressed, the disparity in strength among the 128 camp members became increasingly evident. The lower-ranked 4th-rank warriors could only endure for about 10 minutes before needing to exit for a brief recovery. 5th-rank warriors could withstand half an hour to an hour at a time. However, those of 6th rank and above had yet to emerge since entering the chamber. Notably, a few among them remained calm and composed, standing in stark contrast to the others. In the Thunder Elemental Refinement Chamber, Chen Mo sat cross-legged in meditation. The air was charged with violent thunder elements, arcs of electricity dancing like slender silver serpents. They burrowed into his skin, coursing through his flesh, wreaking havoc within his body. The instant the thunder elements entered Chen Mo's being, it felt as though countless needles had pierced him. This sensation was far from pleasant. Yet almost immediately, these thunder elements were absorbed by Chen Mo's thunderous jade bones, transforming into pure thunderous energy. This energy surged through Chen Mo's bones, flooding into his limbs and organs, nourishing his skin, flesh, and internal organs. The overwhelming sense of exhilaration soon eclipsed the initial agony. Moreover, Chen Mo could distinctly sense his thunderous jade bones, strengthening incrementally. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to break through to become a 7th-rank warrior, cleansing his marrow. With a thought, Chen Mo summoned the majority of the thunderous energy within him to surge toward his vital organs. As a 6th-tier martial artist, through relentless refinement of his internal organs, Chen Mo enabled the vital energies within to flow ceaselessly, akin to a perpetual furnace. With a vitality value of 69, he stood merely a step away from the complete forging of his organs. As the power of thunder unleashed by the thunderous jade bone continuously nourished and tempered his 5 internal organs, they shone brightly like a resplendent golden furnace. In a moment of revelation, the radiance of Chen Mo's internal organs surged magnificently, culminating in the complete forging of his organs, thus propelling him into the ranks of a 7th-tier martial artist, achieving the cleansing of his marrow. The thunder element is one of the most potent and ferocious energies in existence. Whether concerning martial arts talents or techniques related to the thunder attribute, they are exceedingly rare. Consequently, within the entire thunder element refining chamber, apart from Chen Mo, there were only 3 others engaged in bodily refinement. These individuals were initially engrossed in resisting the torment inflicted by the thunder element on their bodies. However, the sudden shift in Chen Mo's aura immediately captured their attention. Could it be a breakthrough? Few in the sprint camp were unfamiliar with Chen Mo, primarily due to the enchanting beauty and extraordinary martial talent of Nangong Li, who had taken the initiative to approach him on the very first day. Coupled with Chen Mo's own remarkable martial prowess, it was only natural for him to draw the interest of others. One of the onlookers, a male student with a Taoist hairstyle named Chu Zhaoran, marveled inwardly, recalling that at noon he had still been a 6th-tier martial artist, and now he had astonishingly ascended to the 7th tier. Zhu Zhaodan, one of the 8 special recruits of the sprint camp, practiced a thunder attribute technique known as the Purple Lightning Thunder Essence Scripture. This technique was particularly suited for cultivation within the thunder element refining chamber. Nevertheless, the agony of thunder entering the body remained an unavoidable consequence. At this moment, observing the newly ascended Chen Mo, Chu Zhaoran felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Chen Mo, immersed in the thunder element refining chamber, exhibited no signs of pain, thriving in the environment far better than he himself did. Who exactly is he? With such innate talent, why has he not become a special recruit? Chu Zhaoran pondered in confusion. Meanwhile, Chen Mo reveled in the exhilaration of his breakthrough to 7th-tier martial artist. His internal organs had transformed into a ceaseless furnace of vitality, ready to commence the cleansing of his marrow. Without a moment's pause, Chen Mo continued to activate the thunderous jade bone, absorbing the violent thunder element, which transmuted into pure lightning energy, flooding into the marrow of his bones. Under the purifying force of the thunder, the minute impurities within the marrow were gradually expelled and dissipated into dust by the lightning energy. The marrow within Chen Mo's body became increasingly translucent, brimming with vitality. Simultaneously, Chen Mo's vital energy continued to rise. In the ice element refining chamber, Nangong Li's mysterious exquisite body operated autonomously. The ice elements within the chamber surged wildly towards her, forming a terrifying vortex around her. Initially, the other individuals in the ice element refining chamber were frozen stiff by the frigid elements, their faces turning pale. As the situation grew increasingly unbearable, I suddenly sensed the bone-chilling cold gradually dissipating. This is splendid. It seems my body has begun to acclimate to the frigid essence of ice. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Not that their bodies were adapting to the ice element, but rather that the ice element surrounding them had vanished entirely. It appeared as though all the ice essence in the refining chamber had been completely absorbed by Nangong Li. The good news: 5 hours of cultivation time can easily meet the standard. The bad news: the duration of cultivation may not necessarily hold significance. The group exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the situation. What is happening? Should we continue our training? I believe it would be prudent to step outside and report our circumstances to the instructor. Chapter 19. Becoming a martial god in 10 years. In the fire element refining chamber, a vastly different scene unfolded. Approximately 20 individuals occupied this chamber, the largest number among the 10 elemental refining rooms. At the center sat Su Huanger, surrounded by a vacuum zone. The aura emanating from her was more intense than the fire elements present. The others in the chamber could only steer clear, as if avoiding a fierce beast. What on earth is happening? Why is it so scorching around Su Huang? It feels like a blazing furnace. The temperature in the entire fire element refining chamber seemed to rise accordingly. I can't endure this any longer. The searing heat was roasting their bodies, evaporating moisture swiftly, causing cracked lips and labored breaths. Soon, the 4th-grade martial artists began to flee the chamber. After a short while, even the 2 5th-grade martial artists could no longer withstand the heat and exited the fire element refining chamber. Ultimately, aside from Su Huanger, only the sharp-headed Chernuo remained. As a 6th-grade martial artist and a disciple of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, if I cannot endure even this level of fire element, what good is my cultivation? Chernuo gritted his teeth and persevered, pulling a gene serum from his pocket. With practiced ease, he injected it into his thigh. As the serum coursed through his veins bulged, resembling small rodents scurrying within him. Eventually, they converged at the crown of his head before dispersing throughout his body. With the enhancement of the gene serum, he could finally withstand the intense heat, though it seemed his head had grown slightly sharper. Meanwhile, outside the elemental refining chamber, individuals emerging from both the ice and fire element chambers were reporting to instructors Yuan Xian and Yi Kaidai. Instructor, it seems the ice elements in our refining chamber have been completely absorbed by Nangong Li. There's no longer any chill to be felt inside. Instructor, the temperature in the fire element refining chamber is abnormal. It may be related to Su Huang. You should go in and take a look. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xian and Yi Kaidai exchanged glances, their expressions shifting before they entered the respective refining chambers to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the state of the two chambers, they were genuinely taken aback. After careful observation, they eventually exited. The anomalies in the ice and fire element refining chambers are likely connected to the martial talents of Nangong Li and Su Huang, analyzed Yuan Xian. Indeed, Yi Kaidai nodded slightly, agreeing with Yuan Xian's assessment. Commander, what should we do now? Yi Kaidai inquired. Yuan Xian pondered for a moment before responding. Given the unusual circumstances, we must open another ice element and fire element refining chamber for others to train in. Kaidai, please report this situation to the higher-ups. Yes, Commander. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the members of the training camp, weary and worn, trudged into the base cafeteria. Earlier that day, upon their arrival, they had brimmed with vigor and enthusiasm. However, after enduring several hours of grueling training in the elemental refinement chamber, the majority now appeared listless, utterly exhausted, devoid of even the strength to voice their grievances regarding the intensity of the training. It was only upon catching sight of the sumptuous dinner spread before them that their eyes sparkled with renewed life, akin to hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. The cafeteria was enveloped in silence, save for the cacophony of frenzied chewing. The delectable meat of magical beasts and the nourishing herbs replenished their spent energies. Almost immediately, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that their vitality was gradually rising. Once their stamina had been completely depleted, consuming the beastly flesh and spiritual herbs rejuvenated them like spring shoots sprouting after a rain. This was a significantly faster pace than their previous cultivation efforts. Upon realizing this, expressions of exhilaration illuminated their faces. As long as they could enhance their vitality, even the most arduous training would be worthwhile. What a revelation! The effects of the elemental refinement chamber were truly remarkable. I still have 2 hours of training left to complete. Once dinner is finished, I shall dive right back into it. Indeed, I shall persevere. The group, invigorated, began discussing the afternoon's training. Did you hear? This afternoon, Nangong Li single-handedly absorbed all the ice elements in the refinement chamber. No way, is that true? Absolutely. The instructor even opened another chamber dedicated solely to ice elements due to this incident. Incredible. Nangong Li truly lives up to the reputation of being a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy from the Nangong family. And then there's Su Huang, equally gifted, radiating a heat during her training that surpasses even fire elements. Utterly terrifying. Let us not forget, aside from Nangong Li, who is an 8th grade warrior, Su Huang is the only one in the camp to have reached the 7th grade. Wait, Su Huang is no longer the sole 7th grade warrior. I personally witnessed Chen Mo breaking through to the 7th grade in a lightning element chamber. What? Those who gain entry to the provincial training camp are regarded as martial arts geniuses in their respective cities. Yet, upon entering the camp, they quickly learn the meaning of the phrase, "There are always mountains beyond mountains." Compared to prodigies like Nangong Li, Su Huang, and Chen Mo, the others felt an immediate sense of disparity. After dinner, Chen Mo returned once more to the lightning element chamber for training. In truth, he had already completed 5 hours of training that afternoon. For the vast majority, enduring 5 hours of refinement would be the limit of their physical capacity. However, possessing the thunderous jade bone, Chen Mo could directly absorb lightning elements and convert them into electrical power, allowing his body to withstand longer durations of refinement. After 5 hours of training, not only had Chen Mo broken through to the 7th grade, but his vitality had also risen from 69 to 71. While his training speed was already remarkable, Chen Mo felt an insatiable desire for more. It was still too slow. Chen Mo was acutely aware that only 10 years remained until the impending cataclysm of martial arts. However, the development of the god-slaying genetic serum may have already commenced. If Chen Mo wished to avert this catastrophe, he must swiftly enhance his prowess. Even if he ultimately could not prevent the disaster, he at least needed to possess the strength to survive its onslaught. Within the span of a decade, he must ascend from a mere first-tier martial artist to the pinnacle of martial arts, the ninth-tier martial deity. Chen Mo mused internally. Throughout the annals of martial history, many brilliant prodigies have emerged, yet none have managed to achieve the transition from first-tier martial artist to a ninth-tier martial deity within a mere decade. Such an endeavor seemed utterly fantastical. Fortunately, Chen Mo had been bestowed with the gift of rebirth, the debts must be repaid system. He had already witnessed the formidable power of this system. I must devise a meticulous plan on how to harness this system to exponentially enhance my martial arts cultivation. Chapter 20. The art of winning over two 18-year-old maidens to wield the system. One must first become a creditor to others. Much like when Lu Zihan sought my assistance with the forging herb, Chen Mo contemplated. However, Chen Mo currently stood as a mere practitioner of the first realm, devoid of wealth or rare treasures. Even if others desired to borrow from him, he possessed nothing to offer. Thus, he could only approach the matter through the concept of favors owed. According to the system's stipulations, in addition to monetary assets and rare materials, personal debts could also be regarded as liabilities. Instantly, Chen Mo's mind conjured several common forms of personal debts: the debt of saving a life, the debt of imparting knowledge, assistance, and protection. Essentially, it boiled down to extending a helping hand to others, thereby conferring benefits upon them. To put plainly, it entailed assisting others. Thus, he resolved, from this day forth, he would perform a daily act of kindness, whether grand or modest. The goal was to ensure that others owed him a favor. However, he pondered how much interest would accrue as a result. Chen Mo felt a flicker of curiosity. In the past, Lu Zihan had deliberately left a debt unpaid, leading the system to impose an exorbitant interest rate of 10,000. Yet, upon further scrutiny of the system, Chen Mo discovered that not all debts incurred such steep interest. If the debtor repaid their dues in a timely manner, the interest would remain modest. Following this logic, for a personal debt to yield high interest, the other party must be ungrateful, prompting the system to deliver a righteous verdict and enforce a significant increase in interest. Chen Mo mused. You're indeed a just judge, Haki. The specifics would reveal themselves in due time. Soon after, Chen Mo recalled the Tai Su Yin Yang Ju. This martial art, currently his most advanced technique, was of the heavenly tier. Even within the entire martial world, it stood as one of the premier practices. The only dilemma was that Chen Mo could not cultivate the Tai Su Yin Yang Ju alone. Lonely Yin does not give rise. Lonely Yang does not thrive. Yin and Yang complement each other, giving rise to myriad transformations. The figures of Yin Nishang and Nan Gongli flitted through Chen Mo's mind. The exquisite beauty of Yin Nishang's ice soul glazed body and Nan Gong Li's mystic Yin exquisite body were both rare, innate martial bodies. Moreover, with Chen Mo and Nan Gong Li currently at similar levels of martial prowess, it was the perfect time for them to cultivate the Tai Su Yin Yang Ju together. Once they joined forces, they would undoubtedly soar, in every conceivable sense. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Nan Gong Li exhibited a natural affinity towards him. A stroke of fortune for Chen Mo, regrettably. Su Huanger, who accompanied Nan Gong Li, remained vigilant, fearing that her dear friend might be whisked away. Yet to Chen Mo, this posed little concern. He had the ability to thaw the heart of the formidable Ice Empress of the Seventh Realm, causing her icy demeanor to melt and her heart to flutter. Winning over two 18-year-old maidens was surely within his grasp. Within a week? No, 3 days. Such an easy conquest. Why hesitate? A man must retain his dignity. Having determined his forthcoming plans, Chen Mo cast aside the distractions within his mind and continued to absorb the elements of lightning in the refinement chamber through the thunderous bone, transforming them into electric power that incessantly refined his marrow, expelling impurities and enhancing his martial prowess. Meanwhile, in a room within the military base. General Fan Hanli was meticulously reviewing documents. These records detailed the information of 128 members from the provincial sprint camp, encompassing their names, ages, places of birth, martial foundation test scores, martial talent, and performances during the selection tests. Although General Fan Hanli himself did not directly train these 128 individuals, he had nonetheless promised his good friend, Pei Tianlin, to oversee this year's provincial sprint camp. Moreover, the specialized training over the past 2 months was of paramount importance to the performance of Nan Tian Province in the National Martial Arts examination. Since General Fan Hanli had accepted this responsibility, he was determined to fulfill it diligently. This was not merely a matter of pride for Nan Tian Province, but also a question of the honor of the Blood Abyss Army. Should the results of the National Martial Arts examination prove unsatisfactory in 2 months, General Fan Hanli would find himself deeply embarrassed. At this moment, the holographic screen before General Fan Hanli displayed the information of Nan Gongli. Name, Nan Gongli. Age, 18 years and 1 month. Martial prowess, 8th grade warrior. Martial talent, currently unknown. Detailed introduction. Born into the Nan Gong family, which boasts a 1,000-year legacy of martial arts. After perusing all the information, General Fan Hanli's gaze fell upon the line regarding martial talent. Unknown. It seems that the Nan Gong family is reluctant to disclose Nan Gong Li's martial talent to the outside world, he pondered. Rumors suggested that Nan Gong Li had awakened an SSS-level martial talent, which explained the family's caution. In the realm of martial arts, not everyone is willing to reveal their talents. Concealing one's martial talent during confrontations can serve as a decisive trump card in critical moments. However, most martial artists are unable to disguise their talents. For instance, a martial talent like that of a savage tiger becomes instantly apparent upon transformation. General Fan Hanli closed the holographic data on Nan Gong Li and opened the next member's profile. Nama, Su Hwangya. Age, 18 years and 3 months. Martial prowess, 7th grade warrior. Martial talent, currently unknown. Detailed introduction. Direct disciple of the Crimson Flame Empress, Yu Honglian. Upon reading the final line, a jolt of realization struck General Fan Hanli. He had long been aware of the reputation of the Crimson Flame Empress. Yu Honglian was a formidable 6th realm martial emperor, her strength surpassing that of General Fan Hanli by a considerable margin, yet she was significantly younger. Su Huanger was indeed the direct disciple of the Crimson Flame Empress? If that were the case, why did the Empress not keep Su Huanger by her side for personal instruction? A flicker of confusion crossed General Fan Hanli's mind, but no one was there to provide him with an answer. General Fan Hanli shook his head and continued to peruse the profiles of other candidates. Soon, he had reviewed the information of the remaining 6 special recruits. In comparison to Nan Gong Li and Su Huanger, these 6 candidates appeared rather lackluster. General Fan Hanli did not linger excessively, as the profiles of the members of the assault team flashed before his eyes one after another. However, when he came across Chen Mo's holographic profile, his expression suddenly halted. Within Chen Mo's record, it was noted, during the selection test, Chen Mo, possessing the martial prowess of a 6th-tier warrior, single-handedly slew the elite 1st-tier beast, the sand-trapping spider matriarch. He is the only individual in the entire province to have successfully passed the selection test. General Fan Hanli's gaze sharpened, and he promptly activated the holographic combat video below. Chapter 21. The shock of Fan Hanli in the vivid imagery of the iron-blooded battle spirit technique. A tall figure soared high into the air, brandishing a long spear that plunged downwards, its tip infused with the power of a meteor, descending like a shooting star from the heavens. The intense friction with the air ignited a blazing red light at the spear's tip, triggering a series of explosive bursts. The force of the spear struck like a meteor, shattering the firmament. In the next moment, an elite 1st-tier demon beast, the sand-trap spider mother, was instantaneously pierced by this lance. Its massive form was cleaved in 2, incinerated by the searing might of the spear, leaving nothing but charred bones. The holographic projection displayed the scene of Chen Mo executing the first move of Nine Heavens Dragon's subduing spear, Starfall from the Nine Heavens, as he felled the sand-trap spider mother during the selection test. Upon witnessing the spectacle, General Fan Hanli's eyes widened in astonishment. One astonishing strike. General Fan's own weapon was a low-grade heavenly spear, the blood-crying nether spear. He had begun honing his spear techniques at the tender age of 19 upon joining the Blood Abyss army. Over the decades, Fan Hanli had wielded his spear to slay countless demon beasts, establishing a formidable military reputation. From a mere recruit, he ascended to the position of commander of the 11th Army of the Blood Abyss. Fan Hanli's spear techniques had reached an extraordinary level of mastery. Yet, the profound essence of Chen Mo's strike left even the peak martial king of the Fifth Realm in awe. This student, named Chen Mo, so young, possessed such remarkable prowess in spear techniques. Fan Hanli was astounded. In many respects, Chen Mo's impact on him surpassed that of Nangong Li and Su Huanger. While Nangong Li and Su Huanger were renowned for their martial talent and powerful backgrounds, Chen Mo's skill in spear techniques far exceeded the expectations for someone of his 18 years. As the saying goes, a lifetime of spear practice surpasses a year of blade training. Mastery of spear techniques requires not only years of dedicated training, but also the experience gained through countless battles. Even if this youth had been practicing with a spear since birth, his level of expertise was indeed astonishing. Perhaps, Fan Hanli speculated, Chen Mo had awakened some innate martial talent related to spear techniques. What would General Fan Hanli think if he were to discover that the 9 Heavens Dragon subduing spear demonstrated by Chen Mo during the selection test was merely a rudimentary version? Regardless, Chen Mo had indelibly impressed General Fan Hanli. This year's provincial sprint camp was indeed full of surprises. A gleam of excitement flashed in Fan Hanli's eyes. With proper nurturing, these individuals were bound to astonish everyone at the National Martial Examination 2 months hence, reversing the long-standing decline of Nantian Province. As time advanced, it was now 6 o'clock the following morning. The 128 members of the sprint camp had gathered at the training ground. Having endured a grueling 5-hour elemental tempering session the previous day, fatigue was evident on their faces. Some of the less experienced members had labored until the late hours to complete the rigorous training. Just as dawn began to break, they were abruptly roused by a series of urgent whistle blasts, hastily assembling at the training ground. Struggling against the fatigue in his back and waist, he endeavored to maintain an upright posture. The military base of the Blood Abyss Legion was immense, with the training area of the sprint camp merely a small section carved out of it. Suddenly, a resounding chorus of battle cries echoed throughout the entirety of the military base, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping horses, exuding an overwhelming might that reverberated through the air. Those who had previously appeared somewhat listless were instantly invigorated, their blood surging, as if the very crown of their heads had been cleared. Before the members of the sprint camp stood the same instructor, Yuan Xian, from the previous day. His gaze swept over the crowd as he inquired, "Do you know what the sound is?" The group shook their heads in unison. This is the battle momentum generated during the morning exercises of the Blood Abyss Legion, specifically while practicing the Iron Blood Battle Spirit technique. Instructor Yuan Xian explained, "Though you are still students, from the moment you entered the 11th Legion of the Blood Abyss Army, you have temporarily become part of it. Thus, starting today, you are required to join the Blood Abyss Legion in practicing the Iron Blood Battle Spirit technique for 1 hour every morning." As soon as he finished speaking, a few gasps of astonishment arose among the crowd. They had heard that the Iron Blood Battle Spirit technique was the exclusive physical cultivation method of the Blood Abyss Legion. Could they truly learn it? The mere thought of acquiring the Legion's proprietary technique filled them with exhilaration. Instructor Yuan Xian continued, "The Iron Blood Battle Spirit technique consists of 2 parts, the 9 stances of battle and the 8 forms of combat. The 9 stances include Mountain Pushing Stance, Mountain Carrying Stance, Earth Shaking Stance, Moon Gazing Stance. While standing in these stances, one must synchronize with specific rhythms of battle cries, which not only invigorate the blood, but also strengthen your physiques. Moreover, they can alleviate fatigue and heal internal injuries. The 8 forms of combat include Iron Arm Hammer, Steel Knee Breaker, Whip Leg Water Cutter, Iron Back Mountain Support, Blood Battle Chain. These 8 combat movements can thoroughly unleash the potential of every part of the body, refining them to their utmost limits. The Iron Blood Battle Spirit Technique. Being the exclusive physical cultivation method of the Blood Abyss Legion is undoubtedly extraordinary. It was created by the inaugural leader of the Blood Abyss Legion and has undergone generations of refinement, ultimately evolving into its present form. Beyond its formidable physical cultivation effects, it also possesses the ability to nurture the physique, achieving a perfect amalgamation of refining and nurturing. Most importantly, its versatility is remarkable. Whether one is a martial arts prodigy or an ordinary practitioner, they can quickly grasp it with ease. Generally speaking, the higher the rank of a martial arts technique, the more challenging it is to master. However, the Iron Blood Battle Spirit technique defies this norm. The Blood Abyss Legion has earned its place as one of the three illusions of the Dragon Kingdom's military, and the Iron Blood Battle Spirit technique has played a significant role in that achievement. After a brief moment, Instructor Yuan Xian demonstrated the complete Iron Blood Battle Spirit technique, showcasing the 9 stances of battle and the 8 forms of combat in their entirety. The 128 members present were selected as the cream of the crop from millions of senior high school students across the province. Coupled with the Iron Blood Battle Spirit technique, which is inherently easy to master, most individuals had already memorized the 9 postures of battle and the 8 forms of combat after witnessing Instructor Yuan's demonstration just once. Even Meng, who typically shunned intellectual engagement, managed to commit everything to memory after practicing alongside others twice. Soon, the training ground resonated with the synchronized battle cries of the participants as they practiced the Iron Blood Battle Spirit technique. Kill. Break. Subsequently, everyone began to experience the remarkable effects of the technique. The elemental refinement training from the previous day had nearly taken a toll on my life. Yet after several repetitions of the Iron Blood Battle Spirit technique, my waist no longer ached, my legs were free of pain, and I felt invigorated throughout my body. This simultaneous body tempering and health nurturing sensation was utterly exhilarating. Chapter 22. Let the sprint camp from the neighboring province know that we can indeed afford to train. An hour later, the morning exercise concluded. After practicing the Iron Blood Battle will, the members of the sprint camp appeared more vibrant than they had before the session. Following the morning exercises, everyone gathered in the base cafeteria to partake in breakfast, which consisted of various dishes crafted from beast meat and medicinal herbs. With a demanding training schedule ahead, they feasted heartily to replenish their energy reserves. At 8 a.m., the 128 members assembled once more on the training field. Alongside the field, a row of weapon racks displayed over 100 blades, swords, and spears. They were introduced to 3 new instructors. The central figure, appearing to be in his 40s, stood tall and imposing like a lance. His name was Chi Wu, the deputy commander of the Blood Abyss Army's 11th Battalion, the Red Sky Division, the Blood Prison Regiment, and the Spear Soul Camp. In the next moment, Chi Wu's resonant voice echoed throughout the training ground. For the next 2 weeks, we will dedicate 4 hours each morning to weapon and martial skill instruction. He gestured toward the weapon racks outside the training field and continued. The knife, sword, and spear are the 3 most common weapons. The knife is the courage of all weapons, fierce and domineering, relying on strength to overcome finesse. The sword is the sovereign of weapons, light and ethereal, employing skill to surpass brute force. The spear, the king of weapons and the leader of long-range arms, grows stronger with length. Next, my fellow instructors and I will each demonstrate a weapon technique. You may choose to learn any technique based on your martial talent or preferred weapon. After concluding his remarks, Chi Wu beckoned. Whoosh! A spear over 3 meters long soared from the racks, swiftly finding its way into his grasp. With the spear in hand, Chi Wu's aura surged to its zenith. He brandished the spear, its tip quivering, unleashing a flurry of strikes like lightning. The spear danced like a serpent weaving through stars, each thrust more rapid than the last. An intricate tapestry of motion. Then, as the technique shifted, the spear spun rapidly, tracing grand arcs like celestial bodies in motion, impenetrable and seamless. The very essence of the surrounding air was stirred. A torrent of immense energy surged throughout the training ground, threatening to rend everything asunder. The crowd was astounded, feeling a dreadful pressure enveloping them from all sides. Under the crushing might of the spear, they felt as insignificant as ants. Just as many faces turned pale and beads of sweat broke upon their brows, Chi Wu abruptly halted, the spear falling to his side. And the extraordinary phenomenon vanished in an instant. Yet, the audience remained entranced, unable to shake off the awe of that tempestuous technique. What kind of spear technique was that? Its power is utterly terrifying, someone murmured. Chi Wu's gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke. What I just demonstrated is a mid-grade Earth-tier spear technique. Heaven and Earth convergent spear. As soon as these words were spoken, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Good heavens, is that truly a mid-tier, Earth-level martial technique? No wonder its power is so formidable. Can we really learn mid-tier, Earth-level martial techniques from our instructor? This is simply astounding. It is worth noting that in the outside world, mid-tier, Earth-level martial techniques are coveted by countless martial artists. For an ordinary practitioner, merely mastering a profound-level technique would be a considerable achievement. Yet on the very second day after entering the sprint camp, they were granted the opportunity to learn mid-tier, Earth-level techniques. The joy was overwhelming. However, Instructor Chi Wu merely shook his head and remarked, "It is merely a mid-tier, Earth-level martial technique. There is nothing to be astonished about. Do not forget that you are the elite selected from millions of students across the province. Your competitors in the National Martial Examination are the finest martial talents from all over the country. Among these top martial prodigies, not only do they practice Earth-level techniques, but there are even a select few who have trained in heavenly-level techniques. If you only cultivate yellow or profound-level techniques, how will you ever compete with them?" Upon hearing this, the crowd came to realize that Instructor Chi Wu was indeed correct. From the moment they entered the sprint camp, they were destined to transcend the realm of ordinary martial artists. Naturally, the techniques they practiced could not be of inferior quality. After Chi Wu concluded his statement, another instructor named Sun Kun, who specialized in swordsmanship, added, "Since you are privileged to train at the Blood Abyss military base, we would hardly dare to present techniques below the Earth level. We wouldn't tee one the neighboring province's sprint camp to think we lack the ability to teach." He then proceeded to demonstrate a mid-tier Earth-level sword technique, directing his attention to the swordsmanship instructor beside him. "One technique for each of you." Subsequently, the other two instructors showcased a mid-tier Earth-level sword technique and a mid-tier Earth-level blade technique. The 8 Desolate Town U blade and 1,000 Marks sword shadow displayed power that rivaled that of the 6 Harmonies Hun Yuan spear demonstrated earlier by Instructor Chi Wu. Each martial technique left the members of the sprint camp utterly awestruck. With 3 distinct techniques, spear, blade, and sword, now demonstrated, the participants could select a martial technique that suited their individual circumstances. In truth, the vast majority had already formed a preference for their weapons before entering the provincial sprint camp. After the 3 instructors had completed their demonstrations, each member had essentially decided which technique they wished to learn. Before long, the 128 members of the sprint camp formed themselves into 3 distinct teams. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo chose the 6 Harmonies Hun Yuan spear, although he possessed mastery over a higher-tier, heavenly-level spear technique, the 9 Heavens Dragon Disappearing Spear. All 7 forms of the 9 Heavens Dragon Disappearing Spear were ultimate killing moves. Given Chen Mo's current cultivation level, executing even a single move would nearly exhaust him. Thus, the 9 Heavens Dragon Disappearing Spear could only serve as his trump card for the time being. Chen Mo recognized the necessity of training in another spear technique, and the mid-tier, Earth-level 6 Harmonies Hun Yuan spear was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Moreover, there exists a more significant reason for Chen Mo's cultivation of the 6 Harmonies and Chaotic Heaven spear. Having previously mastered the 9 Heavens Dragon Submerging Spear, Chen Montag possesses an exceptional Proficiency in Speertechnikvis. As the adage goes, mastery of one method leads to mastery of myriad methods. Chen Mo is capable of grasping high-tier spear techniques. Thus, when he turns his attention to mid-tier techniques, it is akin to a high school student tackling elementary school problems. In fact, while Instructor Chi Wu was demonstrating the 6 Harmonies and Chaotic Heaven spear, Chen Mo had already comprehended a great deal. He is confident that he will soon master the 6 Harmonies and Chaotic Heaven spear. Subsequently, He will be able to assist in guiding others in the cultivation of this spear technique. By providing assistance and guidance, he will effortlessly accrue favors from others. The system will then be able to function effectively. Chapter 23. The entrance of Su Huang, a glimpse into the path. Moments later, the 128 members of the sprint camp each selected the weapon techniques they wished to cultivate. The numbers of those choosing blades, swords, and spears were closely matched, forming 3 factions, each comprising around 40 individuals. The highly anticipated Nangong Li chose to train in swordsmanship, while Chen Mo and Su Huang opted for spear techniques. Among the other 3 special recruits, all of whom were 6th grade martial artists, Chu Xiaoran selected spear techniques, whereas Shernua and Chuan Xinru chose blade techniques. The training ground at the base was sufficiently spacious, divided into 3 teaching areas: left, center, and right. Those wishing to practice the 6 harmonies universe spear follow me to this side. Instructed Instructor Chi Wu. Upon hearing this, over 40 members of the sprint camp, including Chen Mo, Su Huang, and Chu Xiaoran, made their way to the far right of the training ground. Instructor Chi Wu had just demonstrated the 6 harmonies universe spear before everyone, and now he was ready to formally teach them. With a spear in hand, his resonant voice echoed throughout the arena. The term 6 harmonies refers to the external triad of hand, eye, heart, and the internal triad of intention, energy, strength. When the 6 harmonies resonate, the spear strikes like a dragon. Typically, the cultivation of martial techniques can be divided into 4 stages: a glimpse into the path, entering the hall, mastery of the craft, and attaining the realm of transformation. The practice of the 6 harmonies universe spear follows this progression as well. With a flick of his spear, Instructor Chi Wu unleashed a powerful force. When you can achieve the external triad, unity of hand and eye and heart and hand, the spear becomes an extension of your body, and the power flows through the shaft as if it were an arm's finger. This signifies that you have reached the first realm, a glimpse into the path. As he spoke, Instructor Chi Wu wielded his spear with fluid grace, his heart guiding his intent, the spear's movements unpredictable. When you can attain the internal triad, unity of intention and energy, energy and strength, strength and intention, the spear moves freely, seamlessly. The interplay of offense and defense, balance between rigidity and flexibility, indicates that you have reached the second realm, entering the hall. At this juncture, Instructor Chi Wu refrained from discussing the subsequent realms and shifted his focus. The 6 harmonies universe spear comprises a total of 6 techniques. Report. Chu Xiaoran suddenly raised his hand. Instructor Chi Wu turned to him. What is it? Instructor, did you not mention there are 4 realms? Why did you not elaborate on the latter 2? The others looked at Instructor Chi Wu with curious expressions, evidently eager for answers. With a light chuckle, Instructor Chi Wu replied, I recognize that you are all exceptionally gifted individuals, yet the 6 harmonies universe spear is, after all, a mid-tier Earth-grade technique. If you can attain the first 2 realms within 2 months, that would be truly extraordinary. Most will only reach the first realm. The latter 2 realms are far too distant for you at this stage. I have devoted 10 years to mastering the 6 harmonies universe spear and have only achieved the 3rd realm. Mastery of the craft. A few gasps emerged from the crowd. The overwhelming power displayed by the instructor with the 6 harmonies universe spear was merely at the 3rd realm. Then the 4th realm must be even more astounding. Instructor Chi Wu's gaze swept across the crowd. However, since you all exhibit such keen interest in the latter 2 realms, it is only fitting that I share this knowledge with you. The 3rd realm of the 6 harmonies cosmic spear, known as Harmony of 6, enables one to invoke the energies of the cosmos, allowing torrents of boundless energy to surge forth. The spear's might carries the weight of the heavens, its pressure akin to that of an abyss or a prison. As for the attainment of the 4th realm, each movement harnesses the celestial motions of the stars and draws upon the chaos of the 6 harmonies. The spear's path flows like the orbits of celestial bodies, its force reminiscent of the sun and moon's pull on the tides, unleashing a torrent akin to the Milky Way itself. A glimmer of longing shimmered in Instructor Chi Wu's eyes as he recalled witnessing General Fan Hanli perform the 4th realm of the 6 harmonies cosmic spear, an elegance that remained etched in his memory for a lifetime. Upon hearing instructor Chi Wu's vivid description, the crowd's expressions transformed into one of awe, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Now each of you, go and procure a spear. I shall teach you the essence and techniques of the Six Harmonies cosmic spear. At his command, the group hastily approached the weapon rack, each selecting a standard Blood Abyss Army's mysterious iron spear. Forged from this enigmatic metal, the spear measures 3.6 meters in length and weighs 108 pounds. For martial artists of the 4th rank and above, this weight is not particularly burdensome. Once everyone had secured their spears, Instructor Chi Wu began methodically instructing them in the art of the Six Harmonies cosmic spear. This technique comprises 6 distinct forms, though few in number. Mastering these 6 forms enables an endless variety of applications. The first form, Spirit Serpent coiling the stars. The second form, Celestial rotation of the cosmos. The third form, Reverse scales retreating steed. The fourth form, Long rainbow piercing the sun. The fifth form, Six harmonies breaking the firmament. The sixth form, Mystic art, galaxy in reverse. Instructor Chi Wu meticulously demonstrated each of the forms of the Six Harmonies cosmic spear several times, imparting his decade-long insights into the practice without reservation. The others, spears in hand, followed suit, mimicking his movements. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had slipped by. In the time to come, each of you shall step forward in turn to practice the spear techniques I have just taught. I will provide real-time guidance from the sidelines. The rest should observe intently. As this will equally benefit you, Instructor Chi Wu declared, gesturing towards the front row, signaling to Chu Xiaoran. You shall go first. At this, Chu Xiaoran, spear in hand, strode confidently to the forefront. He commenced practicing the forms of the Six Harmonies cosmic spear with precision. Instructor Chi Wu watched attentively, offering insights. To achieve the outer 3 harmonies, one must first grasp that the spear in your hands is not merely a weapon. It is an extension of your very being. The essence of Spirit Serpent coiling the stars lies in its swiftness. The shadow of the gun should coil around the stars like a serpent, an unending stream of strikes, each shot swifter than the last. The Zhou Tian Xianji technique embodies both offense and defense, requiring the gun's body to spin at high speed, creating an impenetrable barrier. The reverse scale turn is a life-altering strike, a trump card in desperate situations, where the essence lies in the gun arriving before the body even turns. A dozen individuals practiced the Six Harmonies and Chaotic Heavens gun under the patient guidance of Instructor Chi Wu. Suddenly, a figure clad in a fiery red phoenix dress appeared before the assembly. It was Su Huang, standing at an impressive height of 175 centimeters. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous, with finely sculpted features and enchanting eyes tinged with an alluring crimson hue. Holding the gun in one hand, her long hair danced in the breeze, exuding an air of elegance and vigor. In the next moment, the long gun in Su Huang's grasp was swung with grace. With a delicate touch upon the ground, her body seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, the hefty gun barrel swirling in her hands, executing moves that were both grand and powerful. The long gun wielded by this young woman radiated an aura of might, paired with Su Huang's graceful demeanor. Her gunplay harmonized beauty and strength, a sight to behold. Instructor Chi Wu's expression shifted. The power of the gun in Su Huang's hands surged through the barrel, as if an extension of her very being. Hand and eye and heart, heart and hand. These elements were in perfect harmony, clearly indicating she had reached the first level of mastery, a glimpse into the profound. Chapter 24. Are you cheating? The eyes of Instructor Chi Wu glimmered with approval. He truly did not expect that someone would reach the initial threshold of the first realm of the Six Harmonies and Cosmic Spear on the very first day of training. Furthermore, judging by Su Huang's every move, it was evident that she possessed a remarkably solid foundation in spear techniques. The audience below was left utterly astonished. Could it be? I haven't even memorized all the moves yet, and Su Huang has already advanced to the first realm? Such talent is simply extraordinary. Truly, she is a special enrollee. There's no denying it. However, not all special enrollees are so exceptional. When Chu Xiaoran demonstrated his spear techniques earlier, he was hardly superior to the rest of us. Chu Xiaoran. Is it polite to be so presumptuous? At this moment, Chen Mo gazed hopefully at Su Huang. His astonishment was not merely at her talent in spear techniques, but rather at a different matter. Given Su Huanger as displayed talent and prowess, she should undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in the provincial sprint camp. Yet, Chen Mo distinctly recalled that in the previous national martial arts examination, Su Huanger's name was conspicuously absent from the top 3 in Nantian province. Not only was she not in the top 3, but she didn't even make the top 10. This was indeed perplexing. Had Su Huanger underperformed during the national martial arts examination? Or was there some other reason? Chen Mo felt a sense of confusion. His instincts hinted that a secret lay hidden within this scenario. As Su Huanger concluded her performance and stepped down, the surrounding crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. She remained as calm as still water, devoid of any expression. Subsequently, others took their turns to perform. Initially, everyone's skill levels were relatively comparable. However, with Su Huanger's brilliance shining ahead, the others appeared somewhat diminished in comparison. After a brief moment, a tall figure stepped forward. It was Chen Mo. The audience could not help but express a glimmer of anticipation. Although Chen Mo was not a special enrollee, he had captured the attention of all since the very first day in the sprint camp, after being embraced by Nangong Li. Moreover, that afternoon in the elemental refinement room, he had directly broken through to the 7th grade martial artist level. Undoubtedly, Chen Mo, along with Nangong Li and Su Huang, had become the 3 most watched individuals in the sprint camp. With a single hand gripping the spear, Chen Mo's aura shifted dramatically, exuding an undeniable brilliance. Instructor Chi Wu's pupils constricted. For someone who had practiced spear techniques for many years, just a simple stance revealed Chen Mo's uniqueness. In the next instant, Chen Mo unleashed his spear with lightning speed. In that fleeting moment, an unending torrent of spear shadows emerged, doubling and redoubling in rapid succession, one spear faster than the last. A myriad of spear images overlapping in the air. This was the first form of the 6 harmonies and cosmic spear, the spiraling serpent constellation. At the very moment of execution, Instructor Chi Wu was taken aback. The first realm. No, wait, immediately following. The spear in Chen Mo's hand spun rapidly, seamlessly transitioning into the second form of the 6 harmonies and cosmic spear, the celestial rotation. As Chen Mo continuously executed subsequent spear techniques, his mastery of marksmanship astonishingly progressed. Upon reaching the 4th form of the 6 harmonies and celestial spear, he wielded his weapon with effortless fluidity. Instructor Chi Wu's heart jolted in surprise. He exclaimed, "Is this the second realm?" Chen Mo not only achieved a harmonious union of hand and eye and heart and hand, but he also harmonized intention with energy, energy with strength, and strength with intention. He had evidently attained the second realm of the 6 harmonies and celestial spear. How could this be possible? Chi Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, Su Huanger had astonished him by reaching the 1st realm in such a short span of time. Yet in comparison to Chen Mo, her achievement paled significantly. On the surface, it appeared that the two were only separated by 1 realm. But the distinction between realms was monumental. Entering the Hall of Mastery was an entirely different concept from merely scratching the surface. When Chi Wu himself practiced the 6 harmonies and celestial spear, it took him a month to reach the 1st realm, and over half a year to ascend to the 2nd. The time difference between the 2 realms was a staggering 6-fold. One could only imagine the vast chasm between merely beginning to grasp the essence and truly mastering it. As for the subsequent 3rd and 4th realms, they were worlds apart. Where did this prodigy come from? Was this truly his first encounter with the 6 harmonies and celestial spear? Chi Wu pondered in astonishment. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Mo remained silent, simply dancing with his spear. When the final technique was executed, he stood still, spear in hand, and the training ground fell into an eerie silence. The expressions of the onlookers were akin to, after a few seconds, Zhu Xiaoran swallowed hard and could not restrain himself from speaking. Did the instructor not just say that achieving the 2nd realm in 2 months is a rarity? Then what would you call Chen Mo? Others echoed his disbelief. Seriously, buddy, Are you using cheats? Even the usually impassive Su Huanger was now fixated on Chen Mo, her beautiful eyes shimmering with astonishment and curiosity. She found it hard to believe that someone could possess such superior talent in marksmanship compared to her own. At that moment, someone conjectured, could it be that Chen Mo has practiced the six harmonies and celestial spear before? Indeed, if Chen Mo had previously trained in the six harmonies and celestial spear, it would explain his extraordinary prowess. This speculation quickly garnered widespread agreement. Chi Wu's gaze shifted slightly as he inquired, Chen Mo, have you practiced the six harmonies and celestial spear before? No. Chen Mo shook his head, pausing briefly before adding, I have practiced other spear techniques. My talent in marksmanship is quite decent. Quite decent. Chi Wu was momentarily a loss for words. The Blood Abyss army was never lacking in martial talents, yet in his years of service, he had never encountered a marksmanship prodigy like Chen Mo. Beyond mere shock, Chi Wu couldn't help but feel a tinge of defeat rising within him. He devoted himself to the mastery of the six harmonies and celestial spear for a decade, and it was only in the 6th year that he transcended to the third realm, achieving a level of unparalleled skill. After an additional 4 years of relentless practice, he still found himself unable to grasp the threshold of the fourth realm, the state of transformation. In comparison to prodigies like Chen Mo, he undoubtedly felt a sense of discouragement. Yet, in the next moment, a surge of indomitable spirit welled up within Instructor Chi. A strong youth signifies a strong nation. It is precisely due to the continuous emergence of martial geniuses like Chen Mo that the Dragon Kingdom grows increasingly formidable. To witness the rise of such a talent is, for him, a fortunate occurrence. Instructor Chi patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, his heart brimming with hope, and said, work diligently. With your innate talent, you might very well attain the third realm of the six harmonies and celestial spear within 2 months. Instructor, I will strive to do my best, Chen Mo replied with a nod. As he descended from the stage amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. His objective had been accomplished, and the subsequent execution of his plan would now be far more convenient. Chapter 25, Chen Mo's Guidance, Commencing Debt Collection. After Chen Mo's exit, the remaining individuals took turns to practice the six harmonies and chaotic sky spear. In truth, it was quite commendable for the majority to successfully execute the technique from start to finish. Individuals like Su Huanger and Chen Mo, however, were truly exceptional. Once everyone had completed their drills, Instructor Chi Wu spoke, a master leads you to the door, but the cultivation depends on the individual. You will practice the six harmonies and chaotic sky spear independently for 4 hours every morning. I will periodically assess your progress. As the vice commander of the Gun Soul Camp, tasked with the formidable mission of exterminating demon beasts, it was impractical for him to attend to this group of novices daily. Moreover, remember to engage in combat practice with each other, exchange techniques, and simulate real combat scenarios. This will swiftly enhance your offensive and defensive awareness, reflexes, and battle experience, all of which will greatly benefit your cultivation of the six harmonies and chaotic sky spear. I have duties to fulfill, so focus on your training. With those words, Instructor Chi Wu departed the training ground. Before leaving, he cast one last glance at Su Huanger and Chen Mo, harboring high hopes for them both. Once Instructor Chi Wu was gone, the group began their free practice. Most were still familiarizing themselves with the techniques of the six harmonies and chaotic sky spear, while a few had already sought out partners for combat practice. As Instructor Chi Wu had indicated, engaging in combat practice could significantly expedite their training progress. Additionally, sharing experiences during this process proved more beneficial than solitary practice. The eyes of the crowd inadvertently drifted towards Chen Mo and Su Huang. Undoubtedly, they were the two individuals with the highest mastery of the six harmonies and chaotic sky spear. To pair with either of them for combat practice and seek their guidance would undoubtedly yield substantial improvement. Just as hesitation lingered among the crowd, someone took the initiative. Chu Xiaoran strode confidently towards Chen Mo. Hello, Chen Mo. I am Chu Xiaoran. We met yesterday in the Lightning Element Refinement Chamber, he began. Chen Mo recognized Chu Xiaoran. After all, there were only a handful of practitioners in the lightning element refinement chamber, and Chu Xiaoran was one of the 8 special recruits. Moreover, Chen Mo possessed thunderous jade bone, granting him an acute sensitivity to lightning elements. During their previous training session, Chen Mo had sensed that Chu Xiaoran absorbed lightning elements at a remarkably swift pace, not falling far behind him. Chen Mo surmised that Chu Xiaoran might have awakened a martial talent related to the lightning attribute, or perhaps practiced a martial technique capable of drawing lightning into his body. Processing this information, Chen Mo nodded at Chu Xiaoran with composure. "Do you require something of me?" he inquired. "I would like to engage in combat practice of the 6 harmonies and chaotic sky spear with you. If that is permissible," Chu Xiaoran replied, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. Before coming, he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of rejection. After all, there existed a significant disparity in the cultivation realms between him and Chen Mo regarding the 6 harmonies chaotic sky spear. Chen Mo had already mastered the fundamentals, while Zhu Xiaoran had yet to even scratch the surface. From Chen Mo's perspective, engaging in a practice duel with Zhu Xiaoran was essentially futile, a mere waste of time. Onlookers observed the scene with quiet skepticism. What audacity did Zhu Xiaoran possess to seek out Chen Mo for a sparring session? Chen Mo had already reached the 2nd tier. What could possibly be learned from a duel with someone who had not even entered the preliminary stage? A fair practice duel requires comparable strength. Yet with such a vast difference in realms, it would merely turn into one-sided instruction. Surely, Chen Mo would decline. However, Chen Mo's response instantly left the expressions of those around them frozen in disbelief. "Of course, no problem," he remarked with a warm smile. "You agreed?" Zhu Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Chen Mo to acquiesce so readily. The surrounding spectators were equally bewildered. "Wait, this is acceptable? If I had known Chen Mo was so agreeable, I would have approached him first. Indeed, fortune favors the bold." Subsequently, Chen Mo and Zhu Xiaoran found an open space and began their practice duel. While termed a duel, the scenario was more accurately described as a one-on-one coaching session, with Chen Mo providing guidance to Zhu Xiaoran. Chen Mo's insights proved to be even more meticulous than those of instructor Qi Wu. Zhu Xiaoran could distinctly feel his mastery of the 6 harmonies chaotic sky spear advancing by leaps and bounds under Chen Mo's tutelage. At this rate, he would attain the 1st tier in just a few days. The onlookers could hardly contain their envy. Where could one find such an exceptional teacher as Chen Mo? Regret washed over them, lamenting, "If only I had approached Chen Mo sooner, I could be the one making rapid progress right now." It was not until noon that Chen Mo and Zhu Xiaoran finally ceased their practice. By that time, Zhu Xiaoran was thoroughly in awe of Chen Mo. He had never anticipated that Chen Mo would not only agree to practice with him, but would also provide such detailed instruction throughout the session, treating him not as a rival in a competitive camp, but with remarkable selflessness. Moreover, Chen Mo's understanding of the 6 harmonies chaotic sky spear far surpassed Zhu Xiaoran's imagination. Often, just a few words from Chen Mo would illuminate Zhu Xiaoran's understanding, revealing insights he had previously overlooked. Zhu Xiaoran even felt that Chen Mo exhibited more patience than his own father in his teachings, nearly moved to exclaim Chen Mo as a father figure. "Chen Mo, I am truly grateful for your guidance on the 6 harmonies chaotic sky spear. In the future, should there be anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. Oh, by the way, how about I introduce you to my sister? You could consider becoming her brother-in-law. She is quite beautiful," Zhu Xiaoran suggested. "Becoming a brother-in-law is a bit much," Chen Mo replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. "Ah, what a pity." Zhu Xiaoran's tone carried a hint of regret. "In any case, I owe you a significant favor." At that moment, a notification sound resonated in Chen Mo's ears. The host had meticulously guided Zhu Xiaoran, aiding him in swiftly mastering the 6 harmonies Hunyuan spear, resulting in Zhu Xiaoran incurring a debt of gratitude to the host. The host may select an appropriate reward from the debtor, Zhu Xiaoran, to settle this debt of gratitude. Subsequently, the information regarding Zhu Xiaoran's debt appeared before Chen Mo. Debtor, Zhu Xiaoran martial arts level, 6th rank martial artist martial talent. Eternal moment, S-Class Cultivation Method, Purple Lightning Thunder Sutra, Upper Tier Earth Grade. Martial Techniques, 6 Harmonies Hunyuan Spear, Mid-Tier Earth Grade. Thunderous Hand, Upper Tier Mysterious Grade. Upon seeing the cultivation method practiced by Chu Zhaoran, Chen Mo's eyes instantly brightened. The Purple Lightning Thunder Sutra, an upper-tier earth-grade martial arts technique, was indeed a treasure. Moreover, it was the perfect complement to my Thunder Jade Bone. Chapter 26. Su Huanger has taken the bait. Chu Zhaoran hails from the thunderous view of the Purple Cloud Mountain in the Southern Sky Province. The Thunderous View is the most formidable Taoist sect in the Southern Sky Province, having stood for 8 centuries, primarily due to its core martial art scripture, the Purple Lightning Thunder Essence Classic. This classic is not only an exceedingly rare lightning-attributed martial arts technique, but also ranks among the finest of the Earth-tier scriptures. It is undoubtedly one of the most potent martial arts techniques beneath the Celestial tier. Hence, Chen Mo's eyes gleamed upon discovering that Chu Zhaoran was cultivating the Purple Lightning Thunder Essence Classic. More importantly, for Chen Mo, who possessed the Thunderbolt Jade Bone, this scripture was akin to adding wings to a tiger. System, may I utilize the martial arts technique cultivated by Chu Zhaoran to repay my debt of gratitude? Chen Montag in Kvirat in Taunali. Affirmative, the system replied. According to the system's regulations, items that can be repaid by the debtor include, but are not limited to, money, rare treasures, martial arts cultivation, innate talents, martial fortunes, and the martial arts techniques themselves. Chen Mo decided to teach Chu Zhaoran the 6 Harmonies Celestial Spear and, in return, acquire the Purple Lightning Thunder Essence Classic as a form of debt settlement. Quite reasonable, the system noted. However, the current debt owed by debtor Chu Zhaoran is insufficient for you to obtain the complete Purple Lightning Thunder Essence Classic. You may only acquire the initial segments. Chu Zhaoran was not an ungrateful individual, and it was unreasonable to impose a 10,000 interest rate upon him. No problem, Chen Mo mused. As long as I continue teaching him the 6 Harmonies Celestial Spear and gradually increase the debt of gratitude, I will eventually obtain the entirety of the Purple Lightning Thunder Essence Classic. Then I shall first acquire the initial segments of the Purple Lightning Thunder Essence Classic and begin my practice. Repayment. In the next moment, Chen Mo felt a surge of cultivation insights flooding his mind, precisely the foundational cultivation principles of the Purple Lightning Thunder Essence Classic. What? Chen Mo initially assumed that after acquiring the foundational principles of the Purple Lightning Thunder Essence Classic, he would need to practice it himself. To his astonishment, the moment he obtained the first layer of the scripture, he instantly mastered it. It was akin to directly sharing Chu Zhaoran's cultivation memories or experiential knowledge. Wow, the system is incredible. This is remarkably convenient. Chen Montag exclaimed joyfully. Furthermore, since the memories of Chu Zhaoran's cultivation were shared, he would not lose his access to the Purple Lightning Thunder Essence Classic. It was akin to how Chen Mo could teach Chu Zhaoran the 6 Harmonies Celestial Spear without losing the technique himself. It was a mutual benefit. He looked forward to testing the effects of the Purple Lightning Thunder Essence Classic later that afternoon in the Lightning Element Refining Chamber. As the martial arts training session concluded, the ravenous group eagerly made their way to the Jean cafeteria. Along the way, members from the 3 distinct weapon factions exchanged tales of their experiences during martial arts practice. Did you know? Nangong Li devoted merely a morning to the cultivation of the 1,000-mark sword shadow, achieving the initial threshold of its first realm. Her talent in swordsmanship is indeed formidable. Yet, Chen Mo's prowess is even more astonishing. He has already mastered the unity of heaven and earth spear to the 2nd realm, signifying his adeptness. Incredible. Is this truly the case? Who exactly is Chen Mo? He seems to surpass Nangong Li in skill. I have heard from the people of Qingyun City that during the selection test, he, as a 6th-grade martial artist, single-handedly felled an elite-level sand trap spider mother with a single thrust. His spear technique is nothing short of extraordinary. Is Chen Mo a reincarnation of a spear deity? In that moment, the crowd was left in awe of Chen Mo's astonishing talent in spearsmanship. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Chen Mo held a plate brimming with food and settled at a table. Just as he was about to indulge, a melodious voice rang out. Chen Mo, may I join you for a meal? Chen Mo looked up to see Nangong Li, radiant and ethereal, smiling at him, a tray in hand. Certainly, he replied with a smile. With a joyful giggle, Nangong Li placed her tray down and happily took a seat beside him. Once seated, she playfully shifted closer to Chen Mo, their legs brushing against each other. The moment their skin made contact, Chen Mo felt a refreshing chill radiate from where they touched. Invigorating and delightful, more pleasurable than being cooled by an air conditioner on a sweltering day. This scene did not escape the notice of Su Huang, who had just turned to retrieve her meal, only to find Nangong Li had already made her way to Chen Mo. Feeling somewhat helpless as her close friend seemed to have her soul captured by another, Su Huanger turned her gaze to Chen Mo, pondering what enchanting allure he possessed. Yet, upon recalling Chen Mo's exceptional talent in spear techniques, she could not help but concede that he was indeed extraordinary. Always confident in her own spear skills, she suddenly felt overshadowed in comparison to him, sparking a flicker of curiosity within her. With that, Su Huanger approached Nangong Li and Chen Mo, her tray in hand. Huanger, come sit with us. Nangong Li vecunat enthusiastically. Su Huanger, with her long legs, settled across from them. Nangong Li turned to Chen Mo, exclaiming, I heard from Huanger that your unity of heaven and earth spear has reached the second realm. How impressive. Your swordsmanship is remarkable too. Not at all. It pales in comparison to your spear technique. Chen Mo replied with a smile. Nangong Li shook her head lightly, as Chen Mo and Nangong Li exchanged compliments. Su Huang's curiosity piqued. Chen Mo, how many years have you been practicing spear techniques? She inquired. 3 years, Chen Mo replied. Su Huanger nodded slightly, assuming he, like her, began training at the age of 15 and continued until 18. In truth, Chen Mo had started at 25 and trained until 28. I've also practiced for about 3 years, Su Huanger stated. The martial artist, endowed with extraordinary marksmanship, exudes an indomitable spirit of unrivaled ambition and unwavering resolve. The instinct to engage in combat with those possessing superior shooting skills and a triumph over more formidable opponents is almost innate. At this moment, as Su Huanger gazed at Chen Mo, a flicker of battle intent sparkled in her eyes. I would like the opportunity to spar and refine my marksmanship, Su Huanger declared. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, pondering. At last, the bait has been taken. Furthermore, Su Huanger is undoubtedly a more significant catch than Chu Zhaoran. If he can make Su Huanger indebted to him, the rewards will be even greater. Very well. Let's find a time tomorrow morning to engage in our sparring. Chen Mo replied. Agreed, it is settled. Su Huanger responded, her gaze intense and resolute. Chapter 27. The Advancement of Martial Arts. The Purple Thunder Prison Scripture. A moment later, Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger concluded their meal. As they prepared to part ways, Nangong Li affectionately tugged at the hem of Chen Mo's garment, saying, Chen Mo, from now on, you may call me Ali just like Huanger. Chen Mo smiled as he gently ruffled Nangong Li's hair, responding, all right, Ali, instantly. Nangong Li resembled a contented kitten, her eyes narrowing in delight. Observing this scene, Su Huanger parted her lips as if to speak, but ultimately exhaled a resigned sigh. Given the current situation, it seemed nearly impossible for her to prevent Nangong Li from getting close to Chen Mo, thankfully. Chen Mo did not appear to be a nefarious individual, which provided Su Huanger with a modicum of reassurance. Otherwise, she feared her dear sister might be sold out and still assist in counting the profits. Meanwhile, in General Fan Hanli's office, although he was not physically present at the training grounds that morning, the events that transpired had been meticulously recorded. At this moment, the holographic screen in the office displayed footage of Chen Mo practicing the 6 harmonies and chaos spear. Within merely one morning, he had progressed to the second realm of the technique. This lad truly possesses a talent in spear techniques that is beyond the reach of others. General Fan Hanli exclaimed in astonishment. He was acutely aware of the challenges associated with mastering the 6 harmonies and chaos spear. Fan Hanli himself was exceptionally gifted in spear techniques, having cultivated the 6 harmonies and chaos spear to the 4th realm, achieving a state of transformation. In contrast, It had taken him 3 full months to reach the second realm. Compared to Chen Mo, the difference was staggering. The sprinting camp had only just commenced, yet Chen Mo had already delivered a tremendous surprise to General Fan Hanli, overshadowing even the brilliance of Nangong Li and Su Huang'er for the time being. After lunch, the 128 members of the sprinting camp enjoyed a brief respite. According to the training schedule for the next half-month, each afternoon until evening, they were required to practice in the elemental refinement chamber for at least 5 hours. At 1 o'clock, everyone entered the chamber to engage in body refinement training. In the thunder element refinement chamber, Chen Mo sat cross-legged, with the surrounding thunder elements continuously flowing into his body. He sought to test the efficacy of the high-grade martial arts technique, Purple Lightning Thunder Element Scripture. With a thought, Chen Mo activated the Purple Lightning Thunder Element Scripture, which he had recently acquired from Chu Zhaoran, drawing the lightning into his body. In an instant, the thunder elements surged toward Chen Mo, gradually forming a small vortex around him. This technique indeed complements my Thunder Jade Bone remarkably well. My cultivation speed is at least twice as fast as before. Chen Mo thought with joy. However, he soon sensed that something was amiss. According to the cultivation method of the Purple Lightning Thunder Element Scripture, the first stage was to draw the lightning into the body and refine the thunder-stricken physique. Under normal circumstances, when the elemental lightning enters Chen Mo's body, it would directly refine his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, internal organs, and meridians. However, due to Chen Mo's innate martial talent, the thunderous jade bone, these elemental forces are first absorbed by the thunderous jade bone, transforming into a more refined and pure form of lightning energy. Subsequently, this energy nourishes every part of Chen Mo's physical being. This transformation has elevated the effects of the Purple Lightning Essence Scripture to an entirely new level. Chen Mo felt the lightning energy within him surge like a small lightning dragon, soaring and swirling through his body. This was evidently distinct from the original Purple Lightning Essence Scripture. Could it be that the merging of the Purple Lightning Essence Scripture with my Thunderous Jade Bone has led to an advancement in the technique? A speculation arose in Chen Mo's mind. Possessing the insight of a sixth realm martial sovereign, he carefully contemplated the changes in the Purple Lightning Essence Scripture and ultimately confirmed a fact. The existence of the Thunderous Jade Bone altered the cultivation path of the Purple Lightning Essence Scripture, resulting in its advancement. A faint smile crept across Chen Mo's lips, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected joy. At this moment, the lightning attribute martial technique had undergone a qualitative transformation, distinct from the original Purple Lightning Essence Scripture. Since that is the case, I shall bestow upon it a new name. Let it be known as the Purple Thunder Suppression Scripture. Boom! The circulation of blood and energy within Chen Mo roared like distant thunder, even producing a deep rumbling sound. This commotion inevitably drew the attention of others in the elemental refining chamber, particularly Zhou Zhaoran, who was startled, his pupils contracting. The aura of Chen Mo's cultivation felt eerily similar to my Purple Lightning Essence Scripture. No, wait. Zhou Zhaoran quickly discerned the discrepancies between the two. The martial technique Chen Mo was cultivating appeared even more profound than our thunderous views Purple Lightning Essence Scripture. Could it be a heavenly tier martial technique? Zhou Zhaoran's heart jolted. The upper earth tier Purple Lightning Essence Scripture had enabled the thunderous view to stand tall for centuries in the Southern Sky Province. If Chen Mo were cultivating a heavenly tier martial technique, even if it were merely of a lower grade, it would indicate a terrifyingly formidable background. Moreover, recalling Chen Mo's astonishing marksmanship talent, Zhou Zhaoran was flooded with countless thoughts, igniting a fierce curiosity about Chen Mo's origins. Of course, he could not know that the technique Chen Mo was currently cultivating was an advancement derived from his own Purple Lightning Essence Scripture. Several hours passed in the elemental refining chamber in the blink of an eye. When Chen Mo emerged, his vitality surged from 71 to an impressive 75. The impurities in his bone marrow had been further refined and expelled by the lightning energy. At this rate of cultivation, in just 2 or 3 more days, he would break through to the 7th grade warrior level, advancing to the 8th grade warrior level. The speed of his cultivation was truly astounding. Once he reached the 8th grade warrior level, Chen Mo could begin preparing to unlock the 9 dragon veins within his body. A typical martial artist possesses 20 meridians, 12 primary channels complemented by the 8 extraordinary vessels. By widening and unblocking these 20 meridians, one can transcend to the 8th tier of martial prowess and attain the status of a 9th tier martial artist, shedding their former limitations. Within the tome, titled 9 Heavens Dragon Submerging Spear, methods for unlocking an additional 9 dragon veins are meticulously recorded, thereby enabling the phenomenon known as the 9 dragons pulling veins. Each newly uncovered dragon vein elevates Chen Mo's latent potential by a significant degree. Once all 9 dragon veins are fully activated, the circulation of vital energy within Chen Mo's meridians will surge forth like mighty rivers, ceaseless and powerful. At that juncture, when Chen Mo employs the 9 Heavens Dragon Submerging Spear, he will no longer be drained of his entire physical strength by a single maneuver. However, the process of unlocking these dragon veins is exceedingly arduous. In his previous life, it was only upon reaching the realm of the 4th boundary martial sovereign that Chen Mo successfully opened all 9 dragon veins. In this lifetime, he must devise a strategy to accomplish this feat at the earliest opportunity. Note, the 9 dragon veins exist independently of the standard 20 meridians within the body. As long as the 20 meridians are unobstructed, one can break through to the 8th tier of martial prowess and reach the 9th tier. The dragon veins can continue to be unlocked in subsequent realms, such as the 2nd boundary martial master and the 3rd boundary martial sovereign. Chapter 28. Chen Mo's guidance to Su Huang at 6 a.m. the following morning. The members of the sprint camp gathered punctually at the training ground to practice the 9 stances of the Iron Blood Battle Will and the 8 forms of the battle body. An hour later, after completing their morning exercises, they proceeded to the base cafeteria for breakfast. At 8 a.m., it was once again time for daily weapon and martial arts training. However, this morning, Instructor Chi Wu and 2 other instructors specializing in sword and knife techniques were absent. For the next 4 hours, everyone engaged in self-directed training. As soon as Chu Xiaoran arrived, he sought out Chen Mo, inviting him to spar. Naturally, Chen Mo accepted without hesitation. He needed to continue mentoring Chu Xiaoran, ensuring that the latter owed him a favor, which would facilitate his acquisition of the complete training method for the Purple Lightning Thunder Origin Classic through the system. Additionally, he could directly share in Chu Xiaoran's experience points from his training. Subsequently, Chen Mo and Chu Xiaoran practiced the 6 Harmonies and Chaotic Heaven Spear for an hour. Throughout the session, Chen Mo devoted himself to teaching, imparting invaluable insights to Chu Xiaoran. Brother Mo, let's call it a day for the sparring practice. I want to reflect on what you just taught me and digest it thoroughly, Chu Xiaoran said. Very well, Chen Mo nodded, as Chen Mo diligently instructed. Without ever mentioning any form of compensation, Chu Xiaoran felt increasingly indebted. Brother Mo, have you considered becoming my brother-in-law? Chen Mo chuckled. If your sister were to find out that you secretly sold her out, wouldn't she beat you to a pulp? Chu Xiaoran paused, recalling that his sister indeed had a fiery temper and had not withheld her fist from him throughout their childhood. Enough. Practice on your own, Chen Mo replied, shaking his head. As Chen Mo and Chu Xiaoran concluded their sparring, several individuals approached, eager to extend their own invitations for combat practice. They had witnessed Chu Xiaoran's rapid progress and sought Chen Mo's guidance as well. At that moment, a striking figure draped in fiery red stepped forward. It was Su Huang. During their meal yesterday, Su Huang had arranged with Chen Mo to engage in sparring today. Shall we have a match? Su Huang asked, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo, a fierce determination igniting in her eyes. Absolutely, Chen Mo replied, brandishing his spear. Both assumed their combat stances, preparing for the duel. Chen Mo and Su Huang were about to engage in a battle. Observing this, several bystanders quickly retreated a few steps to grant them space. Others in the training ground instinctively halted their activities, drawn to the unfolding scene. After all, Chen Mo and Su Huang were among the 2 most prominent figures in the sprint camp. Su Huang stood proudly in the center, wielding a heavy, lustrous black iron spear with one hand, its tip pointed firmly towards the ground. The fiery phoenix skirt clung to her graceful form, her hair elegantly styled high, revealing a slender neck, her posture as upright as a pine tree. In the next moment, Su Huang sprang into action. The 108-pound black iron spear was effortlessly lifted by her single arm, moving with a grace and agility akin to an extension of her will. The spear traced a dark arc through the air. The sharp sound of slicing wind shattered the tranquility of the training ground, akin to a silent thunderclap suddenly erupting. In an instant, a myriad of gun shadows swirled like ethereal serpents amidst the stars, targeting Chen Mo with precision. This was the first form of the 6 harmonies and celestial guns, known as serpent coiling stars. Such swiftness in the gunplay elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Yet, Chen Mo's speed surpassed it. He executed the same technique, serpent coiling stars, creating a deluge of gun shadows that expertly sealed off all of Su Huang's routes. The identical technique was performed with greater speed, enhanced strength, and a more formidable momentum by Chen Mo. In merely one move, Su Huang found herself at a disadvantage. However, despite her unfavorable position, not a trace of panic flickered in Su Huang's eyes. Instead, her fighting spirit intensified. True warriors dare to challenge those stronger than themselves. This was the very battle Su Huang had longed for. It was in such clashes that her potential would be relentlessly drawn out, rendering her ever stronger. The fierce clashing of gun tips and shafts erupted in sparks. The 6 forms of the 6 harmonies and celestial guns were executed seamlessly by both Chen Mo and Su Huang, regardless of the technique Su Huang employed. Chen Mo countered with an identical maneuver, exerting comprehensive pressure upon her. The terrifying aura of their duel stirred a tempest within the training ground. The spectators were compelled to continuously retreat to avoid being swept up in the dreadful gunfire. What astonished the crowd further was that amidst such a fierce confrontation, Chen Mo remained composed, simultaneously offering guidance to Su Huang. To achieve the internal triad, it is crucial to harmonize intention, breath, strength, and external physical movements, ensuring the gun's motion is highly coordinated and unified. Wherever the mind directs, the intent follows. Wherever the breath flows, the strength is unleashed. The essence of gunplay cannot be merely reliant on force. One must understand the principle of using strength against strength, like using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Chen Mo's voice resonated throughout the arena. The onlookers, witnessing this extraordinary scene, were nearly left agape. How outrageous! Amidst such a tempestuous assault, Chen Mo could still spare the focus to instruct Su Huang. Was he even human? A true prodigy. At that moment, Su Huang was equally astounded. She held her breath, concentrating intently, etching each of Chen Mo's words in her mind, striving to comprehend them fully. Indeed, Su Huang possessed an exceptional talent for gunplay, often grasping concepts with just a single hint. Unbeknownst to them, their duel had transformed into a one-sided lesson from Chen Mo. After a considerable time, Chen Mo and Su Huang finally ceased their combat. Su Huang was drenched in fragrant sweat, but the brilliance in her eyes shone brighter than before. Her gaze towards Chen Mo held a hint of something unusual. Throughout their battle, she had been entirely suppressed by him. This marked the first occasion in which she felt utterly powerless against a peer. Even during her previous sparring sessions with her close friend, Nangong Li, she had never experienced such a sensation. What surprised Su Huang even more was Chen Mo's ability to maintain dual focus, offering guidance throughout the battle, aiding her in continuously refining her technique. At that moment, Su Huang had developed a deeper understanding of the second realm of the 6 harmonies and celestial guns. Given time, she was certain to break through. "Thank you for your guidance." Su Huang expressed her gratitude. "It was but a small effort," Chen Mo replied with a smile. As soon as the words left his mouth, a system notification resonated in Chen Mo's ears. The host has meticulously guided Su Huang in her training of the 6 harmonies and chaotic heaven spear. Su Huang now owes a debt of gratitude to the host, becoming the host's debtor. In the next instant, information regarding Su Huang as a debtor materialized before Chen Mo. Debtor, Su Huang martial arts level, 7th grade martial artist, bone washing martial talent. Nirvana Phoenix Flame. SSS level, cultivation method. Nirvana 9 heavens, heaven tier. Middle grade, martial techniques. 6 harmonies and chaotic heaven spear. Earth tier, middle grade. Flowing petals and falling flower spear. Earth tier, lower grade. When Chen Mo beheld Su Huanger's martial talent, a jolt of astonishment surged through him. The SSS level talent, Nirvana Phoenix Flame. So, it was her. At last, Chen Mo remembered who Su Huanger was. Chapter 29. Acquiring the SSS level martial talent, Nirvana Phoenix Flame. The first time Chen Mo heard of the SSS level martial talent, Nirvana Phoenix Flame, was shortly after the onset of the martial cataclysm. Fengyan City was besieged by a horde of mutated martial monsters, igniting a fierce battle. During this chaos, a young female martial emperor lost control of her SSS-level martial talent, Nirvana Phoenix Flame. Ultimately, the uncontrollable flames reduced all martial monsters, along with the female martial emperor herself, to ashes. Moreover, the entire Fengyan City was engulfed. The inferno raged for over a month without respite. Later, Chen Mo learned that the female martial emperor had been unable to harness the power of Nirvana Phoenix Flame within her. Not every martial artist can wield their innate talent, especially with a talent like Nirvana Phoenix Flame, which possesses the ability to obliterate the heavens and the earth. It is not only difficult to control, but can also backfire. In light of this, it became apparent to Chen Mo that the female martial emperor who lost control in Fengyan City must have been Su Huanger. Chen Montak Muzit Kvitli. He had previously heard from the people in the sprint camp that when Su Huanger practiced in the fire element refining chamber, she emanated an intense heat that made it impossible for anyone else to remain in the same chamber with her. If Su Huanger could entirely master the Nirvana Phoenix Flame, within her, she would certainly contain the heat, preventing any leakage. This implied that she was already exhibiting signs of losing control. Chen Mo had always found it curious that with Su Huanger's talent and strength, she should have ranked among the top in the national martial examination in her past life, at least within the entire Southern Heaven province. However, he had never seen her ranking. It was only at this moment that Chen Mo finally deduced the reason. It was likely due to issues with Su Huanger's martial talent, Nirvana Phoenix Flame, that she had not participated in this year's national martial examination. If that were the case, everything would make sense. Chen Mo nodded to himself. Subsequently, he glanced again at the debtor information regarding Su Huanger. The system's feature was akin to an eye of detection. Once someone became Chen Mo's debtor, he could access all their information, leaving no trump card concealed. This functionality, when utilized, would undoubtedly prove valuable in the future. Chen Mo's eyes brightened as he suddenly conceived an exquisite plan. Not only could it assist Su Huanger in resolving the issue of her Nirvana Phoenix Flame spiraling out of control, but he could also acquire the SSS-level martial talent for himself. Su Huanger, there's something I wish to inquire of you, Chen Mo said suddenly. What is it? Su Huanger responded. Chen Mo cast a glance around. Their earlier battle had attracted the attention of many onlookers, and several were still watching them. Let's find a more secluded place to converse, Chen Mo suggested. Seeing Chen Mo's earnest demeanor, Su Huanger paused for a moment. After pondering for 2 seconds, she nodded in agreement. All right. They then proceeded to a remote corner. Ensuring that no one else could hear their conversation, Chen Mo spoke up. During our recent duel, I detected a surge of intense energy emanating from within you. Is there something amiss with your body? Upon hearing this, Su Huanger was taken aback, though she endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. You must be mistaken. There is nothing wrong with me, she replied, shaking her head. Chen Montag unterstützt zu Huanger es Wahres. After all, this matter pertained to her most significant secret. Were he in her position, he too would never reveal his greatest weakness to others. With a smile, Chen Mo addressed the matter directly. Your martial talent is the Nirvana Phoenix Flame, and you seem to struggle to control it. Am I correct? At this revelation, Su Huanger could no longer maintain her composed expression. How do you know? She exclaimed in astonishment. Su Huanger rarely displayed her martial talent publicly. Apart from her master, Yu Honglian, and her close friend, Nangong Li, no one was privy to her abilities. Even during her battle with Chen Mo, she had not utilized the Nirvana Phoenix Flame at all. She simply could not fathom how Chen Mo had discerned her deepest secret. Chen Mo did not provide an explanation, but instead dropped another bombshell. What if I told you that I could assist you in gaining control over your Nirvana Phoenix Flame? Would you believe me? Su Huanger's beautiful eyes flickered with disbelief, her enchanting pupils tinged with a hint of red. Logic dictated that Chen Mo could not possess such capabilities. Ever since Su Huanger had awakened her Nirvana Phoenix Flame, martial talent, she had struggled to wield it fully. Moreover, as the Nirvana Phoenix Flame continued to grow stronger, her sense of losing control became increasingly pronounced. Her master, Yu Honglian, had attempted numerous methods to help Su Huanger overcome this challenge, all to no avail. The crimson fiery phoenix dress Su Huanger wore was also a magical artifact crafted by her master, meant to temporarily suppress the Nirvana Phoenix Flame within her. Not long ago, Yu Honglian had mentioned embarking on a journey to seek new solutions, hoping to assist Su Huanger in mastering her abilities before the national martial examination. Yet, even as a powerful sixth realm martial emperor, her master had been unable to resolve this dilemma. The fact that Chen Mo, a mere 7th rank martial artist, claimed he could assist her was indeed hard to believe. However, the mere thought that Chen Mo had seen through her secret ignited a flicker of hope within her. "Can you truly help me?" she asked, a glimmer of hope igniting in her heart. Chen Mo shrugged. "There is no benefit for me in deceiving you. As for whether it will succeed, we shall see. It won't harm you in any case." Su Huanger bit her lip, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Mo. "Why do you wish to help me?" she inquired. "Do you prefer the truth or a fabrication?" Chen Monta counted unexpectedly. "What is the lie?" Su Huangya asked. Chen Mo, "Given your exceptional beauty and your close friendship with Ali, I shall assist you with this request. But what about the truth?" Su Huang inquired once more. Chen Mo displayed an innocent smile. "I have no particular hobbies, save for a fondness for helping others." Su Huang's enchanting eyes sparkled, and for a moment, she found it difficult to discern which of Chen Mo's statements was genuine and which was not. Ultimately, however, Su Huang chose to place her trust in Chen Mo. "How do you intend to assist me?" Su Huang asked. "Tonight at 9, I shall visit your dormitory, and we can discuss the details then," Chen Mo replied. "In the base, visiting each other's dorms is permissible as long as everyone returns to their own quarters before 11. Upon hearing that Chen Mo would come to her dormitory, Su Huang's expression shifted slightly. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that aside from the dormitories, there were no other secluded places within the base. It would be impractical to conduct such matters in plain sight. Very well, Su Huang nodded in agreement. Chapter 30. Clothes burned to ashes, all is exposed. As night fell, a portion of the members of the sprint camp remained in the element refinement chamber, diligently completing their 5-hour training session. Meanwhile, another group, weary from exertion, returned to their dormitory. The 128 members of the sprint camp were housed together in the same building, with the male students occupying the first and second floors, while the female students resided on the third and fourth floors. At 9 p.m., Chen Mo arrived at the door of a dormitory on the fourth floor, as per his arrangement with Su Huang. He knocked firmly on the door, and in an instant, Su Huanger swung it open. "Come in quickly," she urged. Once Chen Mo stepped inside, she hastily closed the door, anxious about being seen by others. What is this guilty feeling? Su Huanger pondered, feeling a strange sensation within. This was the first time in her life that she had allowed a male into her room. Chen Mo glanced at Su Huanger, who emanated a subtle fragrance, likely having just bathed, and had changed out of her usual fiery red attire. Instead, she wore a relatively loose garment. Yet, the loose clothing did little to conceal her tall, graceful figure, accentuating her curvaceous silhouette. In contrast to Nangong Li's delicate frame, Su Huanger's allure was undeniably more direct. Coupled with her exquisite features, reminiscent of a national treasure, she possessed an enchanting beauty that was truly breathtaking. Chen Mo couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. At that moment, Su Huanger was preoccupied with thoughts concerning the Nirvana Phoenix Flame and failed to notice Chen Mo's gaze. How do you intend to assist me in controlling the Nirvana Phoenix flame? She inquired. Chen Mo began to elucidate. The reason your Nirvana Phoenix flame is spiraling out of control is that it is the most intense and ferocious divine fire in this realm. As the Nirvana Phoenix flame continues to grow, your body is increasingly unable to withstand this energy, posing a risk of being completely consumed by it. To address this issue, there are two approaches. The first is to rapidly enhance your realm of power. If your strength is sufficient, you can suppress the Nirvana Phoenix flame within you. However, this is exceedingly difficult, as any elevation in your realm will only accelerate the growth of the flame. Ultimately, you will find yourself perpetually a step behind. Indeed, that is the case. Su Huanger nodded slightly, acknowledging that Chen Mo's assessment aligned perfectly with her own experiences. Thus, we must resort to the second approach, Chen Mo continued. That is to find a way to channel the excess Nirvana Phoenix flame from your body. Su Huanger's brows furrowed slightly. My master has mentioned the same thing. But the Nirvana Phoenix flame is a divine fire and is intrinsically linked to me. It cannot be extracted. Chen Mo snapped his fingers with a smile. Rest assured, I have a method. Seeing Chen Mo's unwavering confidence, Su Huanger found herself beginning to trust him, despite her initial disbelief. After all, their previous conversation had at least demonstrated that Chen Mo possessed genuine knowledge and was not merely spouting nonsense. What do you plan to do? Su Huanger asked. Her curiosity piqued. Let's find a place to sit down. I will take care of the rest, Chen Mo remarked. Oh. Su Huanger glanced around the room. The furnishings in the base's dormitory were quite simple, comprising merely a table, a chair, a cabinet, and a bed. It seemed the only space available for her and Chen Mo to sit together was the bed. However, the notion of a man and a woman sitting on the same bed late at night felt somewhat ambiguous. Just as Su Huanger hesitated, she heard Chen Mo say, Let us just sit on the floor. It's not a big deal. For Chen Mo, the choice of seating was inconsequential. It was merely a formality. Upon hearing this, Su Huanger felt a wave of relief wash over her. He truly was quite understanding, she thought. Subsequently, Chen Mo and Su Huanger sat facing each other, legs crossed. In a moment, we will place our palms together. You must clear your mind. No matter what occurs, do not panic or move, understood? Chen Montag instructed. Okay. Su Huanger nodded. In the next moment, the two placed their palms together, gently pressing them against one another. When Chen Mo's hand made contact with Su Huanger's delicate, porcelain-like palm, it quivered slightly. This was her first experience of such physical contact with a man. Taking a deep breath, Su Huanger closed her eyes and, as instructed by Chen Mo, released her thoughts. Meanwhile, Chen Mo prepared to initiate his method. His approach was straightforward. He would employ the Debts Must Be Repaid system to absorb the rebirth Phoenix flame within Su Huanger. Previously, Chen Mo had guided Su Huanger in the Six Harmonies Universe Spear, which had incurred a debt of gratitude from her. Thus, he could absorb her martial talent, the rebirth Phoenix flame, as a means of repayment. However, the favor she owed was only sufficient for Chen Mo to absorb a minuscule portion of the rebirth Phoenix flame, considering it was an SSS-grade martial talent. Nonetheless, even a slight absorption would assist Su Huanger in managing the uncontrollable rebirth Phoenix flame. During this process, Su Huanger would incur a new debt to Chen Mo, allowing him to continue absorbing her rebirth Phoenix flame, creating a perfect loop to exploit a flaw in the system. Of course, this flaw had its limits. Once Chen Mo absorbed a certain amount, Su Huanger would regain complete control over her rebirth Phoenix flame. At that point, any further absorption by Chen Mo would shift from assistance to unilateral plunder. I shall begin, Chen Mo declared as he activated the system to commence the absorption of Su Huanger's rebirth Phoenix flame. Immediately, Su Huanger sensed the uncontrollable, fervent flames within her being drawn out in delicate streams. He truly could achieve this. A surge of joy filled Su Huanger's heart. However, in the next moment, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The rebirth Phoenix flame, possessing a semblance of consciousness, sensed an invisible force extracting it from its master and instinctively resisted. A scorching flame of Phoenix fire erupted uncontrollably from Su Huanger's being. Instantly sensing the anomaly, She feared for Chen Mo's safety and hastily attempted to retract the flame within herself. Yet it was too late. In a mere moment, the garments of both Su Huanger and Chen Mo were reduced to ashes. Chen Mo's expression froze as the breathtaking scene before him caused his eyes to widen involuntarily. Given that Su Huanger was seated cross-legged, her form was fully exposed to his gaze. Chen Montak. Su Huanger instinctively tried to cover herself with her hands, but recalled Chen Mo's earlier admonition that she must remain still, regardless of the circumstances. Anxious about the potential consequences of withdrawing her hand abruptly, she found herself frozen in place. A blush swiftly adorned Su Huanger's delicate features. "No, don't look." She averted her gaze, exclaiming, "Chen Mo." Chapter 31. "Oh no, caught by Nangong Li. Concentrate. Do not be distracted," Chen Mo instructed. Su Huanger's exquisite visage flushed with warmth. However, at that moment, Chen Mo was endeavoring to resolve the predicament of the Nirvana Phoenix flame, spiraling out of control. She could only endure the embarrassment swelling within her and suppress the tumultuous waves of her heart. Closing hers, channeling all her focus onto the Nirvana Phoenix flame within her. After experiencing an instinctual resistance, the Nirvana Phoenix flame gradually calmed under her control. She could distinctly sense that the flame within her was being drawn out bit by bit. With the reduction of the Nirvana Phoenix flame, her command over it intensified. How did he achieve this? Su Huanger felt a renewed shock within her. The Nirvana Phoenix flame was her martial talent, intricately linked to her being. Even her master, a formidable six-realm martial emperor, could not extract it from her. Yet, here was Chen Mo, a mere first-realm martial artist, accomplishing the impossible. At this thought, Su Huanger instinctively opened her eyes to gaze at Chen Mo across from her. In that moment, she beheld the sight of Chen Mo, whose garments had been entirely consumed by the Phoenix flame, revealing a physique that exuded both beauty and strength with perfectly defined muscles. Having never encountered such a scene, Su Huanger swiftly shut her eyes again, her heart racing uncontrollably. Chen Mo thought to himself, "I must admit, the view before me is breathtaking." Any man would be compelled to glance twice. As time elapsed, the Nirvana Phoenix flame within Su Huanger was gradually siphoned into Chen Mo's being. An hour later, the flame was split in two, each possessing half. On the surface, it appeared that Su Huanger's SSS-grade martial talent had been halved, but the reality was quite the contrary. Previously, she had been unable to wield the true might of her SSS-grade martial talent due to her inability to control the Nirvana Phoenix flame. Moreover, she often had to allocate a portion of her focus to prevent the flame from going berserk. Now, with the flame reduced by half, she could finally command it freely, unleashing its authentic power. Thus, her strength had not diminished. Rather, it had augmented. Most importantly, she would no longer have to fear the backlash of the Nirvana Phoenix flame, alleviating her concerns. In contrast, Chen Mo had struck gold, acquiring the SSS-grade martial talent of the Nirvana Phoenix flame, propelling himself to new heights. All right. As Chen Mo's words fell, both opened their eyes simultaneously. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, their expressions were somewhat peculiar. Su Huanger hastily withdrew her hand to shield her modesty, her face once again aflame with embarrassment. "You, turn around first," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Mo was about to turn around when a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. "Huanger, I have arrived. Open the door." The lively voice of Nangong Liling resonated from beyond. Both Chen Mo and Su Huanger instantly changed their expressions, particularly Su Huanger, who was utterly flustered. If Nangong Liling were to see her and Chen Mo in their current state, there would be no way to clear their names. As Su Huanger grew increasingly anxious, rendered speechless, Chen Mo quickly raised a finger to his lips and whispered, "Shh, do not panic. We must first divert Ali's attention." In truth, had Chen Mo's clothes not been burned, they could have simply opened the door and provided a brief explanation. However, given their present predicament, opening the door was out of the question. Su Huanger took a deep breath, striving to steady her voice. "Ali, I have already gone to bed. Is there something you need?" She called out to the door. "Huh?" Why are you sleeping so early today? Huang I have something very important to discuss with you. Nangong Liling responded. Can we talk about it tomorrow? I'm feeling a bit tired today, Su Huang replied. Yet, Nangong Liling detected an unusual tremor in Su Huang's voice. Huang is your health not well again? Quickly, open the door. I am here to help you. Nangong Liling urged, her concern palpable. She had witnessed Su Huang as suffering under the torment of the Nirvana Phoenix flame, and her own mystical Yin Linglong body could offer some relief. Truly, I am fine. There is no need. Su Huang's voice began to quaver with urgency. You are deceiving me. Your voice is trembling. I am coming in a moment of desperation. Nangong Liling prepared to enter uninvited. The dormitory door lock would not deter her. Wait, Su Huang exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She quickly turned to Chen Mo and whispered, Chen Mo, you must hide. But there is nowhere to conceal myself, Chen Mo lamented. Su Huang's gaze swiftly swept across the cramped dormitory. The space was limited, and the gap beneath the bed was far too small to accommodate him. Then, she pointed toward the wardrobe, saying, You hide in there, realizing she was still in her undergarments. She hurriedly opened the wardrobe and grabbed a random piece of clothing to put on. Quick, get inside, Su Huang urged. Chen Mo felt somewhat exasperated. The scene resembled a scandalous affair, despite the fact that nothing untoward had occurred between him and Su Huang. Reluctantly, he slipped into the wardrobe. Su Huang swiftly closed the wardrobe door and adjusted her attire before finally opening the door for Nangong Liling. Nangong Liling stepped in briskly, her concerned gaze scrutinizing Su Huang. Huang, are you all right? I am truly fine, Su Huang insisted, shutting the door behind her. You're sweating on your forehead, yet you claim to be fine. Nangong Liling anxiously touched Su Huang's cheek, which felt rather warm. Has the phoenix flame within you spiraled out of control again? She inquired. No. Su Huang shook her head, about to fabricate an excuse to send Nangong Liling away, when suddenly, Nangong Liling's nostrils flared as if she had detected something amiss. Something's not right. Why is there the scent of Chen Mo in your room? Nangong li castionat perplexa. Su Huang's face turned pale as she denied Ali. You are speaking nonsense. How could there be the scent of Chen Mo here? I am not mistaken. It is undoubtedly the scent of Chen Mo. Nangong Li was exceedingly familiar with that fragrance. With that, she closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. It's right here. In the next moment, she dashed toward the wardrobe. Wait. Su Huang tried to intervene, but it was too late. Creak. Nangong Li flung open the wardrobe door, revealing an unclothed Chen Mo before her eyes. Nangong Li stood there, shocked into silence. Chen Mo sighed helplessly, wondering what on earth was happening. How could you sneakily indulge without me? Nangong Li stood frozen, unable to fathom the scene before her. Huang, no wonder you refused to open the door. It turns out you were hiding Chen Mo inside. Nangong Li murmurat. Ali, it's not what you think. Isu honga ahudi withhens. Nangong Li humph. You still wish to deceive me. I am not a naive child. Chen Mo isn't even clothed. Nangong Li placed her hands on her hips, her delicate lips pouting in annoyance. Huang, you are too cunning. You previously obstructed my approach to Chen Mo, all the while planning to indulge behind my back. I am furious. As she spoke, tears welled in Nangong Li's eyes, feeling an inexplicable grievance, akin to betrayal by a close friend. It's not like that, Ali. Please let me explain. Suwengergently grazed Nangong Li's shoulders. Chen Mo came here tonight to assist me with the out-of-control Nirvana Phoenix flame. An accident occurred, and our clothes were burned. Su Huang quickly recounted the events that had transpired. At that moment, Chen Mo emerged. He had intended to find something to cover himself, yet the wardrobe was filled solely with Su Huang's garments. He would rather face humiliation than don women's attire. In the next instant, an idea struck him, and he concentrated. Suddenly, searing flames erupted from within him, enveloping his crucial areas while miraculously avoiding harm to himself. It was indeed the Nirvana Phoenix flame. The unexpected blaze startled both Nangong Li and Su Huang. Su Huang's expression froze in astonishment as she exclaimed, How did you invoke the Nirvana Phoenix flame? Chen Mo replied, This Nirvana Phoenix flame has been extracted from your body. The reason you cannot control it is due to the overwhelming amount within you. After I extracted half, you will be able to wield it at your will. Nodding slightly, Su Huanger felt a wave of clarity. Previously, she had been puzzled about where the extracted Nirvana Phoenix Flame had gone. It had indeed entered Chen Mo's body. How did you accomplish that? Su Huanger could not help but inquire with curiosity. It pertains to my martial arts talent, Chen Mo replied casually, offering no further explanation. Having witnessed this, Nan Gongli realized her earlier misunderstanding. Chen Mo, so you came to aid Huanger in controlling the Nirvana Phoenix Flame. Immediately, Nan Gongli joyfully grasped Su Huanger's hand, exclaiming, "This is wonderful, Huanger. You shall no longer endure such torment." Indeed, at that moment, Su Huanger felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Previously, she had always been on edge, fearing the Nirvana Phoenix Flame would spiral out of control. At times, she would suffer greatly due to its rampage within her. Though she had awakened a top-tier SSS-level martial talent, it had brought her more misfortune than fortune. Now, this conundrum had finally been resolved. Chen Mo, thank you for your help. Su Huanger turned to Chen Mo, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. The issue has been resolved, Chen Mo remarked with a smile. For him, he had already reaped substantial rewards. At this moment, Chen Mo not only possessed the S-rank martial talent of Thunder Jadebone, but he had also acquired the SSS rank martial talent of Nirvana Phoenix Flame, becoming a dual martial talent awakener. Throughout the vast annals of martial history spanning millennia, the number of dual martial talent awakeners could be counted on one hand. Even more astonishingly, Chen Mo could utilize the system to gain additional martial talents in the future. Noticing the late hour, Chen Mo glanced down, realizing that if he were to walk out with flames flickering beneath him, the entire training camp would be thrown into chaos. It's not appropriate for me to go out like this. Could you please fetch a change of clothes from my dormitory? He said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Su Huanger awkwardly turned her head away, her face once again flushed with embarrassment. The number of times she had blushed that evening surpassed the total from her previous 18 years combined. Meanwhile, Nan Gongli seemed entirely unconcerned with modesty. Her bright eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo, sparkling with intrigue. Which dormitory is yours? I can go get it for you, Su Huanger offered. Room 106. The door is unlocked, Chen Mo replied. All right, I will head over now, Su Huanger said. Before departing, she turned to Nan Gongli. Will you come with me? No, I will stay here to accompany Chen Mo. Nan Gongli shook her head. Su Huanger was about to protest, suggesting that it was inappropriate for a girl to be alone with him in his current state. However, she quickly recalled that she had just spent an hour alone with Chen Mo, and both of them had lost their clothing in the process. The situation was far more precarious than she had initially considered. Consequently, Su Huanger found herself lacking the authority to admonish Nan Gongli. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Su Huanger hurriedly left the dormitory. After her departure, Nan Gongli gazed at Chen Mo with a radiant smile. Chen Montak, thank you for helping Huanger. You are truly remarkable. Her tone was imbued with gratitude, along with a hint of astonishment and admiration. In truth, Nan Gongli had previously attempted to assist Su Huanger, but her mysterious Yin-Ling-Long body could only alleviate Huanger's suffering during her trials with the Phoenix Flame, failing to resolve the underlying issues. Now, however, she need not worry about her dear friend's misfortunes any longer. Before long, Su Huanger returned, carrying a set of Chen Mo's clothes. Here, she said, handing them to him before hastily turning away. After a moment's thought, she pulled Nan Gongli over and covered her eyes. Huanger, don't cover my eyes. I want to see. Nan Gongli protested. What is there to see while someone is dressing? Have some modesty. Su Huanger chided. Chen Mo. Soon, Chen Mo had donned his clothes, finally free from the need to shield himself with flames. I will take my leave now, he announced. Very well. Su Huanger nodded, expressing her gratitude once more. Goodbye, Chen Mo. See you tomorrow. Nan Gongli waved cheerfully. Goodbye. As Chen Mo opened the door to Su Huanger's room and stepped out, he was met by two girls whose expressions bore a hint of fatigue. It appeared they had just returned from the element refinement chamber after their practice. Upon catching sight of Chen Mo, their faces momentarily froze in surprise. The fourth floor was exclusively a girls' dormitory. How could a boy suddenly appear? Was that not Chen Mo? What was he doing here? It seemed he had just exited Su Huanger's quarters. The two girls exchanged a glance, and their curiosity ignited instantly. Late at night, what could have prompted Chen Mo to enter Su Huanger's room? Indeed, was he not supposed to have a close relationship with Nan Gongli? How had he now become entangled with Su Huanger? In an instant, their minds conjured an intriguing love triangle drama. Chapter 33. Chen Mo's Dual Affection. A breakthrough to the 8th grade, the sight of Chen Mo emerging from Su Huanger's dormitory was witnessed by the two girls, signifying that the news would swiftly circulate throughout the entire training camp. I have a secret to share. You mustn't tell a soul. I just saw Chen Mo leave Su Huanger's room. Wow, is that true? Absolutely. But isn't Chen Mo supposed to be with Nan Gongli? How could he come out of Su Huanger's room? Indeed, I find it perplexing. I suspect Chen Mo is secretly dating Su Huanger behind Nan Gongli's back. My goodness, that is scandalous. Before long, the rumors spread like wildfire, becoming increasingly outrageous. Have you heard? Chen Mo and Su Huanger were caught clandestinely dating in the dorm by Nan Gongli. Is it really that explosive? Chen Mo is juggling two relationships. Thus, as dawn broke the following day, the moment everyone arrived at the training ground, gossip ensued. The girls were primarily indulging in the drama, while the boys were enviously captivated. Chen Mo, entangled with both Nan Gongli and Su Huanger, was the epitome of envy. Both women were stunningly beautiful and possessed remarkable martial arts talents. To be close to even one of them was a significant achievement. Yet, Chen Mo was evidently enjoying the company of two. Was there any sense of fairness in that? I bore no jealousy when he cultivated the 6 harmonies and chaotic heaven spear to its second realm. But now, my envy was undeniable. Such a scoundrel. Everyone, let us remain calm. It's likely just a rumor. Don't let others lead you astray, advised Chu Xiaoran. A few rational voices echoed in agreement. Indeed. Do you genuinely believe that such extraordinary women as Nan Gongli and Su Huanger would both be involved with Chen Mo? That is utterly absurd, however. Just as those words left their lips, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. Not far away, Chen Mo was making his way toward the training ground when suddenly, a petite figure dashed toward him. Chen Mo, with a playful laugh, Nan Gongli leapt onto Chen Mo's back, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning in close to his ear, inhaling deeply, a look of bliss gracing her exquisitely delicate features. Ali, you must come down. A young lady should maintain her decorum, Su Huanger exclaimed as she hurried to catch up. Huanger, aren't you the one who should be quiet? You were far more outrageous than I was last night. Nan Gongli pouted. Su Huanger's expression faltered. Ever since their candid encounter with Chen Mo the previous night, she felt a loss of confidence in chastising Nan Gongli. With Su Huanger rendered speechless, Nan Gongli chuckled with delight, her body playfully swaying on Chen Mo's back, much to his enjoyment. As the onlookers beheld Chen Mo with Nan Gongli perched on his back, flanked by Su Huanger, their expressions solidified in disbelief. Moments ago, there were still skeptics, but now it appears that the truth has been firmly established. Oh heavens, it is indeed true. In an instant, the gazes directed towards Chen Mo became exceedingly intricate, a blend of astonishment, envy, jealousy, and admiration. In the ensuing days, the members of the sprint camp diligently pursued their training in a methodical manner. Before long, it was already the 5th day of the sprint camp. During these 5 days, everyone made considerable progress in their skills. Particularly, Chen Mo experienced remarkable gains in recent days. Through the system, he not only acquired the high-tier Earth-level technique Purple Lightning Thunder Scripture from Chu Xiaoran, but also, due to his martial arts talent Thunderous Jade Bone, advanced his technique to Purple Thunder Suppression Scripture, resulting in a dramatic increase in his training speed. Furthermore, he obtained the SSS-level martial arts talent, Nirvana Phoenix Flame, from Su Huanger. On the 2nd day after receiving Nirvana Phoenix Flame, Chen Mo completed his marrow cleansing and broke through to the 8th tier of Meridian Passage. Currently, all 12 primary meridians within Chen Mo's body have been successfully opened. Once he completes the passage of the remaining 8 extraordinary meridians, he will ascend to the 9th tier of martial artists, transcending his previous limitations. What delighted Chen Mo even further was his ability to directly utilize Nirvana Phoenix Flame to open the 9 dragon veins within his body. Due to the unique nature of the dragon veins, conventional methods of meridian passage were utterly ineffective. However, Nirvana Phoenix Flame, being one of the most potent divine fires in existence, was perfectly suited for this purpose. Chen Mo even felt confident that the dragon veins he would cultivate using Nirvana Phoenix Flame would be even more resilient and expansive than in his past life. On another note, since Su Huanger had a portion of her Nirvana Phoenix Flame absorbed by Chen Mo, her training speed had not only been unaffected, but had actually increased. Now, like Chen Mo, she has successfully broken through to the 8th tier of martial artists. Simultaneously, the Six Harmonies Chaotic Sky Spear has made rapid advancements during training sessions with Chen Mo, nearing the 2nd level of mastery. As for Nangong Li, her training speed is not worth elaborating on. Possessing the profound, exquisite body, she faces no training bottlenecks before reaching the 7th tier Martial Emperor. Nangong Li has successfully broken through to the 9th tier of martial artists and is now preparing to challenge the 2nd tier Martial Master. In addition to Chen Mo, Su Huanger, and Nangong Li, several other members of the Spring Camp have also achieved breakthroughs in their realms. For instance, Meng Hu, who hails from Qingyun City, like Chen Mo, previously possessed a blood vitality of 48 as a 4th tier martial artist, but he has now advanced to the 5th tier. Zoran Tino Chuan Dinru, and several other special recruits have also made significant strides in their abilities. During this time, an amusing conflict unfolded. Shernua and Chuan Xinru, both practitioners of the 8 Desolations suppressing Mountain Blade, engaged in a sparring session after Chuan Xinru extended an invitation to Shernua yesterday, which she accepted. As fellow special recruits, both carried a certain degree of pride. However, as the spar progressed, tensions began to flare. Chuan Xinru broke through Shernua's defenses first, insulting her with remarks about her prominent forehead and alleging that she was merely a muscle-bound drug user. In response, Shernua, infuriated, retaliated by calling Chuan Xinru a coward with his round face and beard. The confrontation swiftly escalated into a fierce battle. The two combatants were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand, and both sustained minor injuries. Ultimately, amidst the persistent pleas from Pei Xiao and others to cease the fight, they were temporarily separated. However, a deep-seated rivalry was established between them. At 8 a.m., it was time for the daily training in weaponry and martial arts. After several days, Instructor Chi Wu and 2 other instructors, who specialized in swordsmanship and knife techniques, made their long-awaited return. The aura of bloodlust emanating from the 3 instructors was significantly more potent than during their initial encounter, a consequence of their recent hunts of numerous magical beasts within the secret realm. Today, the instructors were determined to assess the progress of their students' martial arts training over the past few days. Chapter 34. The marvelous function of the system. Experience points soaring. After a few days, it is presumed that your 6 Harmonies Universe Spear has seen some advancement. Next, let us proceed to practice one by one. You may go first. As before, Instructor Chi Wu designated Chu Zhaoran as the first participant. Grasping the mysterious iron spear, Chu Zhaoran confidently stepped forward to showcase his spear techniques. However, after just a brief observation, Instructor Chi Wu was taken aback. This young man had actually cultivated the 6 Harmonies Universe Spear to the 1st realm. Instructor Chi Wu distinctly remembered that on the first day of practice, Chu Zhaoran had not exhibited any extraordinary talent. How had he made such remarkable progress in just a few days? Could it be that I misjudged him on the first day? Once Chu Zhaoran completed his demonstration of the 6 Harmonies Universe Spear, Instructor Chi Wu nodded slightly, expressing his approval. Well done. Such significant improvement in just a few days indicates that you have indeed put in considerable effort. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhaoran turned towards Chen Mo in the audience and replied to Instructor Chi Wu. Instructor, my rapid advancement to the 1st realm is largely due to the practice battles with Brother Mo, along with his meticulous guidance. Alone, I could not have achieved such speed in my cultivation. Oh, Instructor Chi Wu's expression shifted to one of surprise. So, it was Chen Mo's instruction that made the difference? On the first day of practicing the Six Harmonies Universe Spear, Chen Mo had directly reached the second realm. If he provided careful guidance, it would indeed explain Chu Xiaoran's remarkable progress. Very well, continue to strive. You may step down now, Instructor Chi Wu instructed. Subsequently, others took their turns to perform the Six Harmonies Universe Spear before Instructor Chi Wu. Soon, he discovered a startling phenomenon. Many individuals surpassed his expectations in their training progress, advancing far more than he had anticipated. When he inquired about the reasons for their rapid improvement, they all provided the same answer, thanks to Chen Mo's guidance. It turned out that in recent days, although Chen Mo spent most of his time engaged in combat practice with Su Huang'er and Chu Xiaoran, he did not refuse others who approached him for advice on the Six Harmonies Universe Spear, offering them instruction as well. After all, why not cultivate more connections and earn favors from others? However, from the perspective of the others, this situation bore an entirely different connotation. Generally, the more gifted a martial talent, the prouder and more solitary they tend to be. Compared to those of lesser ability, they often harbor a sense of disdain. Take the members of the spring camp, for instance. They were all top martial talents in their respective high schools. When classmates sought their counsel on cultivation, they frequently responded with impatience or indifference. Their training time was exceedingly precious. They were unwilling to waste it on those they deemed inferior. However, Chen Mo astonishingly chose to invest a considerable amount of time in instructing others. Such a noble quality of benevolence is exceedingly rare in the martial arts world. The members of the spring camp, who received guidance from Chen Mo, naturally felt profound gratitude and admiration towards him. Within just a few days, Chen Mo's reputation in the sprint camp surged swiftly. Indeed, many no longer harbored jealousy towards Chen Mo for having an ambiguous relationship with the two ethereal beauties, Nangong Li and Su Huang'er. Deep down, they believed that an exceptional individual like Chen Mo deserved to enjoy the blessings of companionship. When Instructor Chi Wu learned that so many had benefited from Chen Mo's teachings, he was equally astonished. It was the first time he had encountered a martial arts prodigy with such outstanding talent, who was also willing to dedicate substantial time to mentor others. Moreover, Instructor Chi Wu could distinctly sense the respect in others' tones when discussing Chen Mo. To achieve such high esteem in merely a few days was indeed a rarity, even among the elite of the Blood Abyss army. Then, when Su Huang'er and Chen Mo stepped forward to practice the Six Harmonies and the Celestial Spear, Instructor Chi Wu was met with even greater surprise. On her first day of practicing spear techniques, Su Huang'er had already glimpsed the initial realm of mastery. In just a few days, her proficiency had advanced rapidly, now only a step away from the second realm. With just 2 more days of practice, she would undoubtedly attain a more profound understanding. This rate of advancement exceeded Instructor Chi Wu's imagination. Undoubtedly, Su Huang'er had also benefited from Chen Mo's guidance. When it was Chen Mo's turn to demonstrate, Instructor Chi Wu was nearly at a loss for composure. Chen Mo's Six Harmonies and the Celestial Spear had begun to subtly resonate with the energies of the surrounding universe. This indicated that he was on the threshold of mastering the third realm. At this rate of progress, it would not be long before Chen Mo broke through to the third realm. It is essential to note that the leap from the second realm to the third is significantly more challenging than the transition from the first to the second. One extraordinary rate of cultivation. How could Chen Mo, who devoted so much time to guiding others in spear techniques, still advance so rapidly? Instructor Chi Wu found himself perplexed. While mentoring others indeed helps to solidify and deepen one's understanding of the techniques, it typically consumes a great deal of personal training and comprehension time. For instance, if one spends time instructing others, their experience points may increase by 50. However, if the same time were devoted to personal practice and comprehension, experience points could surge by 100 or even more. Essentially, it feels like a loss. Yet, the reason Chen Mo progressed so remarkably within such a short span was twofold. On one hand, Chen Mo possessed unparalleled talent in spear techniques. having previously trained in the high-tier celestial spear technique, Nine Heavens Dragon Veil Spear. On the other hand, Chen Mo had discovered the exquisite utility of the system. In recent days, Chen Mo, through the system, acquired Su Hunger's SSS martial arts talent, Nirvana Phoenix Flame, as well as Chu Zhao Ran's martial arts technique, Purple Thunder Essence Scripture. As for the martial arts techniques and talents of others, Chen Mo regarded them with disdain. Thus, he opted to utilize their experience in cultivating Six Harmonies' celestial spear as a means of repayment. In essence, Chen Mo instructed others in the practice of Six Harmonies' celestial spear, thereby incurring a debt of gratitude from them. Subsequently, he extracted the experience points associated with Six Harmonies' celestial spear from these debtors as a form of compensation. If one considers the cultivation level of Six Harmonies' celestial spear as a gauge of experience, Chen Mo's experience steadily increased throughout this process. Experience points 5, experience points 10, experience points 20. Consequently, with the augmentation of numerous debtors' experience points, Chen Mo's mastery of Six Harmonies' celestial spear soared to unprecedented heights. Chapter 35. Body Technique Gravity Tunnel. Alluring rewards. After all the participants had practiced the Six Harmonies Universe Spear, Instructor Chi Wu nodded with satisfaction. Their training progress had exceeded his expectations, largely due to Chen Mo's selfless guidance. Chi Wu had not anticipated that Chen Mo would not only advance rapidly in his spear techniques, but also have the time and energy to instruct others. His regard for Chen Mo had risen to a new height. With a sweeping glance over the group, Instructor Chi Wu spoke. Despite the differences in your realms, you have all mastered the techniques of the Six Harmonies Universe Spear. Today, I shall teach you a complementary Earth-grade mid-tier body technique known as Six Harmonies Wandering Steps. When combined with the Six Harmonies Universe Spear, it can unleash even greater power. Upon hearing this, the participants' faces lit up with anticipation. How wonderful! They would learn a new body technique, and a mid-tier one at that. They held their breath, attentively listening to Instructor Chi Wu's teachings. Step upon the Six Harmonies as if riding the wind. Turn the yin and yang like a wandering dragon. In 3 steps, gather the energy, and in 7 steps, enter the essence. This encapsulates the core of the Six Harmonies Wandering Steps. Although the term Six Harmonies appears in both the Six Harmonies Universe Spear and the Six Harmonies Wandering Steps, their meanings diverge. In the context of body techniques, the Six Harmonies represent the cardinal directions: east, south, west, north, heaven, and earth. The Six Harmonies Wandering Steps harmonizes the variations of these directions, its movements sweeping like the fierce wind, balancing rigidity and softness, and blending motion with stillness. For the next 2 hours, Instructor Chi Wu meticulously taught the foundational diagrams of the Six Harmonies Wandering Steps. This technique, too, is divided into 4 realms. The first realm is the initial glimpse into the path. Breath and steps are harmoniously coordinated, mastering the basic footwork and directional transitions, allowing one to execute the technique along a fixed route. The second realm is stepping into the hall. The movements flow naturally, and the transitions between directions become fluid. Moreover, the steps begin to draw upon the surrounding air currents, forming the embryonic shape of the wind. The third realm is where one achieves mastery. The Six Harmonies Wandering Steps becomes instinctual, moving like a specter with footfalls that dance upon the essence, allowing for free changes in direction. The internal energy manifests outward, endowing the steps with both offensive and defensive capabilities. The fourth realm is the pinnacle of transformation, reaching the state of no steps, no self. All changes at will. With a mere thought, one's form is already in place. The footwork embodies the mysteries of space, nearly attaining the divine. As Instructor Chi Wu completed his explanation of the 4 realms, the participants were filled with boundless yearning, eager to reach the highest level. To swiftly cultivate the Six Harmonies Wandering Steps, conventional training methods would prove insufficient. Now, I shall lead you to the body technique gravity tunnel for your training. With those words, Instructor Chi Wu guided the group toward the rear of the military base. Meanwhile, the blade instructor and the sword instructor had also imparted the accompanying body techniques for the 8 Desolations Towning Blade and 1000 Mark Sword Shadow. Led by the members of both factions, they ventured toward the rear of the military base. Moments later, the 128 members of the special training camp arrived at the back of the military base. Before them lay a tunnel, 50 meters in diameter and 2,000 meters in length. The crowd curiously examined the tunnel, which emitted an unusual aura from its depths. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone was captivated by the tunnel, Nan Gongli quietly approached Chen Mo and tugged at his sleeve. When Chen Mo looked down, he beheld the enchanting white-haired maiden, her delicate features illuminated by a radiant smile directed at him. "What is it, Ali?" Chen Mo gently patted Nan Gongli's hair. "Nothing much," she replied, simply wishing to be close to him. Over the past few days, their bond had grown increasingly intimate. Meanwhile, Su Huanger observed this scene silently, evidently accustomed to the affectionate gestures between Chen Mo and Nan Gongli. At that moment, Instructor Chi Wu's voice rang out. "This is the Body Technique Gravity Tunnel, equipped with numerous traps and mechanisms, including arrows, ground spikes, steel cones, laser arrays, and flamethrowers. In addition to these traps, the gravity within the tunnel will double every 200 meters. The final 200 meters will impose a gravity tenfold." A collective gasp escaped the crowd. The Body Technique Gravity Tunnel was far more perilous than they had anticipated. "You have 10 days remaining before you will accompany the Blood Abyss army into the secret realm to hunt demonic beasts," Instructor Chi Wu continued. "Before that, you must diligently enhance your martial arts cultivation, skills, and agility to bolster your survival capabilities in the secret realm. The Body Technique Gravity Tunnel will not only expedite your training and agility, but will also assist you in mastering marksmanship, swordplay, and knife techniques. Over the next 10 days, you must proficiently apply what you have learned to navigate through the myriad traps and mechanisms of the Body Technique Gravity Tunnel, and strive to progress as far as possible." Instructor Sun Kuin added, "Although the traps set within the tunnel are not lethal, injuries are inevitable. However, there is no need for concern. The Blood Abyss Army Base is equipped with the finest medical facilities, so you may charge ahead with confidence." This statement, rather than providing comfort, seemed to amplify their apprehension. Nevertheless, Instructor Chi Wu's subsequent remarks reinvigorated the group. "The difficulty of training in the Body Technique Gravity Tunnel is considerable, and to motivate everyone to strive earnestly, the base has established some rewards. Within 10 days, the first person to reach the end of the Body Technique Gravity Tunnel will be allowed to select any superior grade weapon from the base's armory. The second and third individuals to reach the tunnels and will have the privilege of choosing any mid-grade weapon from the same armory. The fourth to eighth individuals to reach the end of the Body Technique Gravity Tunnel will be granted the privilege to select any one inferior grade Earth-tier weapon from the armory of the base." Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd's eyes gleamed with excitement. The weapons currently in their possession were standard-issue armaments of the Blood Abyss Army. Given that these were mass-produced, their grade was understandably modest, classified as inferior grade mystical tier. This level, however, surpasses the standard weaponry of ordinary military forces by a considerable margin. It is a well-established fact that as the grade of a weapon increases, so does its potency. Thus, those who successfully traverse the Body Technique Gravity Tunnel within the top 8 will be rewarded with Earth-tier weapons. Notably, the first among them will receive a superior grade Earth-tier weapon. What exhilarating fortune that would be! Chapter 36. I wager that Chen Mo will complete it in 3 days. "Let's begin," Instructor Chi Wu declared. The Body Method Gravity Tunnel spans a diameter of 50 meters and stretches 2,000 meters in length, providing ample space for multiple individuals to enter simultaneously. No sooner had Instructor Chi Wu's words faded than the towering figure of Meng, who, wielding a massive Xian Tai greatsword, charged into the tunnel. "Let us get to it." In Meng Hu's lexicon, the term fear was non-existent. Moreover, should he be among the first 8 to reach the end of the Body Method Gravity Tunnel, a coveted Earth-tier weapon awaited him. With a powerful thrust of his foot against the ground, Meng Hu propelled himself forward by 5 or 6 meters. In the next instant, a flurry of whistling arrows descended upon him from various directions. The arrowheads, having been modified, were incapable of inflicting life-threatening penetrative wounds. yet a hit would undoubtedly leave unsightly bruises. Meng Hu swiftly executed the technique of 8 desolations, suppressing the mountain blade, deflecting the barrage of arrows. However, at that moment, spikes of steel suddenly erupted from the ground beneath him. Just as his foot was about to be pierced, Meng Hu employed his agility to evade flawlessly. Witnessing Meng Hu's advance, the others were equally unwilling to lag behind. The sharp-featured Shernua followed closely, casting a taunting glance back at Chuan Xinru before stepping into the body method gravity tunnel. "Hey, if you dare, let us see who penetrates deeper." Chuan Xinru instantly bristled, charging forward in response. "You bald-headed fool, I will surely go deeper than you." Subsequently, the rest of the group surged into the body method gravity tunnel in rapid succession. Soon, everyone began to grasp the challenges posed by the tunnel. The first 200 meters presented normal gravitational conditions, although fraught with traps and mechanisms. The members of the sprinting camp were no novices, and this initial stretch posed little difficulty for them. However, once they surpassed the first 200 meters, the challenges escalated dramatically. Not only did the gravitational force double, but the number of traps and mechanisms also increased significantly. In addition to arrows and steel spikes, a barrage of laser arrays emerged. The intersecting beams of laser light shot from the tunnel walls without warning, rendering them nearly impossible to evade. The most discomforting aspect was that, as the gravitational intensity surged, every movement became increasingly laborious. Before long, several individuals found themselves struck by the lasers. Their skin was scorched, leaving behind red, painful wounds that emitted a singed odor. Fortunately, the lasers were not excessively powerful. Otherwise, the injuries would have been far more severe. As the number of laser-inflicted wounds multiplied, some, overwhelmed by the pain, had no choice but to retreat temporarily to the first 200 meters of the tunnel. "I can't take it anymore. I'll just hold out in the first 200 meters for now, and once I enhance my agility and martial skills, I'll tackle the next stage." The vast majority were struggling through the section of the tunnel with double gravity. Yet the 11 individuals at the forefront had already traversed the first 400 meters, entering the threefold gravitational zone. Among them, alongside the 8 special recruits, were Chen Mo, Pei Xiaosheng, and Meng Hu. There is no need for further elaboration on Chen Mo. Pei Xiaosheng serves as the vice president of the Education Examination Institute of Nantian Province, and he is the grandson of Pei Tianlin. Given his innate talent and formidable abilities, he could have easily qualified as a special recruit. However, to avoid any semblance of favoritism, he opted to participate in the selection test in the customary manner. Upon entering the intensive training camp, Pei Xiaosheng's martial arts prowess has already ascended to the 6th rank. As for Meng Hu, he currently ranks as the weakest among the top 11 participants. His advancement can be attributed to his unyielding, reckless nature, coupled with the resilience of his body after undergoing the tiger transformation. He bravely withstood laser shots and charged into the area of the threefold gravity tunnel. Yet, this is nearly the limit of Meng Hu's capabilities. How far he can ultimately progress will depend on his improvements over the next 10 days. Struggling under 3 times the gravitational force is already quite taxing. One can only imagine the terrifying difficulty posed by the final 10-fold gravity. Meng Hu, with his beast-like eyes, fixed his gaze on the tunnel's end, calculating silently. Only the first 8 individuals to reach the tunnel's end will be awarded Earth-level weapons. Among the top 8, Chen Mo will undoubtedly secure one spot. If I wish to enter the top 8, I must surpass at least 2 special recruits. Although it presents a challenge, it is not without opportunity. I shall charge forth. Meanwhile, as the 128 members of the intensive training camp exerted themselves to sprint through the body technique gravity tunnel, instructors Qi Wu, San Kuan, and Mo Xiaoqiu, who taught sword techniques, observed the scene with great interest. I must say, these newcomers are quite spirited. Instructor San Kuan remarked with a smile. He then turned to his colleagues, Qi Wu and Mo Xiaoqiu, and inquired, "What do you think? How many days will it take for the first person to reach the end of the body technique gravity tunnel?" Mo Xiaoqiu pondered. They have only practiced weapon techniques for a few days and have just begun training in body techniques today. I believe it will take at least a week before someone reaches the tunnel's end. Instructor Chi Wu's gaze was fixed on Chen Mo within the tunnel, and he instinctively shook his head. I doubt it will take a full week. Instructor Sun Kuin chuckled and remarked, Captain Chi, I have heard that there is a remarkable talent named Chen Mo in your camp, whose marksmanship is extraordinary. He has already advanced the 6 Harmonies Universe gun to the 2nd realm on the very first day. Do you believe Chen Mo can reach the tunnels and within a week? Indeed, Chen Mo cannot be judged by ordinary standards. He consistently creates miracles. Captain Chi Wu replied with a nod. At this moment, Mo Xiaoqiu chimed in. I also noticed today that Nangong Li has already advanced the 1,000-mark sword shadow to the 2nd realm. Such a swordsmanship prodigy is a rare sight. Upon hearing this, Instructor San Kuin felt somewhat disheartened. In comparison to Chen Mo and Nangong Li, the participants under his tutelage, who were training in knife techniques, appeared rather lackluster. The 2 special recruits, Shi Nuo and Chuan Xinru, had yet to advance the 8 desolation-suppressing mountain blade to its 1st realm. However, the tall individual known as Mang Hu, with his tenacious and unyielding nature, remarkably aligns with the essence of Ba Huangjin Yu Dao. His cultivation speed appears to surpass even that of Shi Nuo and Chuan Xinru, albeit slightly. Are you interested in placing a wager? Instructor Senkun Surin the Proposit. What sort of wager? Instructors Chi Wu and Mo Xiaoqiu inquired. Let us bet on the number of days it will take for Chen Mo and Nangong Li to reach the end of the gravity tunnel. Instructor San Kuin relished the spectacle. Certainly. Instructors Chi Wu and Mo Xiaoqiu expressed their eagerness. I wager that Nangong Li will reach the tunnels in within 5 days. Mo Xiaoqiu declared first. 3 days. Chi Wu slowly extended 3 fingers. I bet that Chen Mo will accomplish it in 3 days. Chapter 37. Voluntarily Embracing Peril. Mastery of Movement Breakthrough, 3 days. Both Instructor San Kuin and Instructor Mo Xiaoqiu were momentarily taken aback. Captain Chi, you seem to have an excessive amount of faith in Chen Mo. The instructors were well aware of the challenges posed by the gravity tunnel of movement, having endured its trials themselves in the past. Particularly grueling was the final 200 meters, where gravity intensified to 10-fold, subjecting the body to immense pressure, while the internal flow of energy appeared to stagnate, inhibiting movement. Every action felt as though it were shackled by invisible bonds. Moreover, the traps and mechanisms within the last 200 meters were nearly sadistic in nature. Arrows, ground spikes, lasers, flames, and icy arrow barges unleashed in relentless succession. A moment's lapse in vigilance could result in grievous injury. Instructor Chi Wu's gaze sparkled with a peculiar light. If Chen Mo cannot conquer the gravity tunnel of movement within 3 days, I shall share with you my treasured bottle of 10-year-old Zhu Guo Qiongjiang. He proclaimed. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing the mention of Zhu Guo Qiongjiang, both Instructor San Kuin and Instructor Mo Xiaoqiu's mouths watered. The renowned leader-class beast, known as Yuing Xiao, crafted this exquisite beverage from Zhu Guo. Not only was it delectable, but it also contained a wealth of pure energy that could directly enhance one's martial prowess. Instructor Chi Wu had discovered his bottle in a second-tier secret realm, having consumed 2 but saving the last, thus tantalizing his colleagues. Indeed, Instructor Chi Wu confirmed, however, should you lose, you must provide me with treasures of equal value in return. Certainly, it is a promise. Both Instructor San Kuin and Instructor Mo Xiaoqiu eagerly concurred. After all, it was an opportunity gifted by Instructor Chi Wu, one that they could not refuse. Meanwhile, as the 3 instructors placed their wager, the scene within the gravity tunnel of movement unfolded quite differently. The members of the sprinting camp exerted every ounce of their strength to advance deeper into the tunnel. As time passed, many had reached their limits. Several members with lesser abilities struggled within the initial 200 meters, while the majority found themselves in the 200 to 400 meter segment of the double gravity tunnel. Only Mang Hu and 3 unnamed special recruits had ventured into the triple gravity zone. Zhu Xiaoran, Shi Nuo, Chuan Xinru, and Pei Xiaosheng were currently enduring the quadruple gravity segment. As for Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger, they had already arrived in the quintuple gravity area. pressing forward against the weight and a myriad of traps. In addition, about a dozen individuals have been injured by the mechanisms within the tunnel, necessitating their temporary withdrawal. There were bleeding wounds, burns, and minor fractures, though none were severely harmed. Mo Xiaoqiu pointed toward a nearby building and said, "There's a medical room with healing pods inside. Your minor injuries will be fully healed within half an hour if you lie down in one. Go ahead." Upon hearing this, the injured members promptly made their way to the adjacent medical room for treatment. Once their wounds were healed, they would return to the gravity tunnel of body technique to continue their training. Instructor Sun Kuan directed his gaze deep into the tunnel and remarked, "Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger have already reached the area of 5 times gravity. It is indeed impressive to attain such a position on the very first day." Instructor Mo Xiaoqiu added, "Furthermore, judging by their current state, they have not yet approached their limits." As soon as Instructor Chi Wu finished speaking, Chen Mo swiftly spun the dark iron spear in his hands and executed the technique known as the celestial rotation, effectively deflecting a barrage of arrows. Following this, he employed the 6 harmonies flowing steps, skillfully altering his position multiple times to evade the ground spikes and the lasers shooting from the tunnel walls. With a decisive move, he stepped into the area of 6 times gravity. Witnessing this scene, Instructor Chi Wu could not help but narrow his eyes in astonishment. The 6 harmonies flowing steps Chen Mo had just performed had evidently reached the first realm. In such a short span of time, he has already caught a glimpse of the path, Instructor Chi Wu exclaimed. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the 6 harmonies flowing steps was inherently a complementary technique to the 6 harmonies divine spear. Given Chen Mo's extraordinary talent in training the 6 harmonies divine spear, it was not surprising that his body technique reached the first realm so swiftly. Before long, Nangong Li's sword shadow elusive steps and Su Huanger's 6 harmonies flowing steps also achieved the first realm in succession. Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger are indeed the 3 most gifted individuals in the sprint training camp. Their talents are truly phenomenal. Indeed, Sun Kuan nodded in agreement. After attaining the first realm of their body techniques, Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger felt their bodies lighten, their speed not only unimpeded but enhanced. In a mere 5 minutes, they had traversed the myriad traps and mechanisms of the 6 times gravity tunnel. However, upon reaching the area of 7 times gravity, Chen Mo exhibited an unusual behavior, sheathing his spear. He ceased employing his spear techniques to counter the advancing mechanisms. Instead, he opted solely to utilize the 6 harmonies flowing steps to evade danger. In an instant, Chen Mo found himself in a perilous predicament. Instructor Chi Wu, having observed for just 2 seconds, grasped Chen Mo's intent. The young man intended to force himself to train the 6 harmonies flowing steps by willingly placing himself in a dire situation. Such audacity, under the pressure of adversity, Chen Mo's comprehension of the 6 harmonies flowing steps indeed surged rapidly. However, it was evident that a short time was insufficient to break through to the second realm. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Chen Mo devised a plan. Over the past few days, he had generously assisted all those who sought his guidance on spear techniques, accumulating a considerable number of favors owed to him. Rather than demanding immediate repayment, he had chosen to reserve some for future needs. Now was the opportune moment to collect on those debts and interest. In the next moment, Chen Mo decisively opted to utilize his experience with the 6 harmonies flowing steps as a means to repay his debts. In an instant, experience points surged towards Chen Mo from all directions. Experience points 10. Experience points 20. Experience points 50. The experience of his 6 harmonies wind step soared, and its realm consequently elevated. His movements became increasingly fluid and natural, with seamless transitions in direction. His perception of the surrounding environment heightened continuously, allowing him to perceive all the traps and mechanisms aimed at him. At a certain moment, his footwork began to stir the currents of air around him. Beneath his feet, a nascent form of the wind materialized. Whoosh! Chen Mo, standing upon the wind, transformed into an afterimage, traversing the area of 7-fold gravity. His Six Harmonies wind step had reached its second level of mastery. Chapter 38. 3 days? 1 day will suffice. The three instructors observing Chen Mo were taken aback by the scene before them. Chen Mo's agility had transcended into a realm of mastery. Instructor Chi Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, Chen Mo had spent merely 1 day to cultivate the Six Harmonies and Chaos Spear to its second realm. Today, he had once again accomplished the same feat with the Six Harmonies and Wandering Steps in just a single day. It was utterly astounding, perhaps due to the numerous surprises Chen Mo had delivered. Instructor Chi Wu was beginning to feel somewhat numb to the spectacle. Meanwhile, Instructors Sun Kuan and Mo Xiaoqiu regarded Chen Mo with an expression of incredulity, as if witnessing a marvel. With each step, Chen Mo glided across the gale, effortlessly leaping 7 or 8 meters, his movements fluid and seamless. He resembled a majestic dragon, navigating through the eightfold gravitational tunnel with tenacity. The traps and mechanisms before him appeared as mere decorations. In no time, Chen Mo had traversed the area of the eightfold gravity tunnel and entered the next section, where the gravity intensified to ninefold, accompanied by an increase in the number of traps. This zone was characterized by an onslaught of 360-degree attacks. Merely relying on agility would not suffice for Chen Mo to pass through this perilous zone unscathed. He once again wielded his dark iron spear, unleashing the Six Harmonies and Chaos Spear. Clang, 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 each projectile, crossbow bolts, flying darts, and icy arrows, was deftly intercepted by Chen Mo minutes later. He successfully navigated the ninefold gravity tunnel and approached the final 200 meters of the body technique gravity tunnel. Could Chen Mo truly conquer the tenfold gravity tunnel today? The three instructors widened their eyes in disbelief. As the saying goes, a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. Despite having traversed 9/10 of the gravity tunnel, he had only truly covered half the distance. For the last 200 meters posed challenges far greater than the preceding 1,800 combined. Moreover, Chen Mo's continuous progress had drained his stamina and energy significantly. The increasing difficulty of the tenfold gravity tunnel would rise geometrically. Yet, Chen Mo's gaze remained resolute, unwavering in the face of adversity. With a decisive step, he seemed to merge with the spear in his grasp, embodying the union of man and weapon. Under the immense pressure of tenfold gravity, it felt as though he bore the weight of a small mountain, causing the energy within him to stagnate. In the next moment, Chen Mo unleashed the full potential of his thunderous jade bones. Prior to entering the sprinting camp, the electric force generated by the activation of the thunderous jade bones could only circulate within Chen Mo's body and could not be projected outward. However, after days of refinement in the thunder element quenching chamber and the cultivation of the advanced purple thunder prison sutra, he had achieved the ability to manifest the electric force externally. With a crackle, the fierce electric energy enveloped Chen Mo's form, making him appear as though he were bathed in lightning. In an instant, his aura surged once more. His agility accelerated, the very essence of lightning renowned for its ferocity and swiftness. Under the formidable influence of lightning, Chen Mo's movements became as swift and fierce as a thunderclap. With a whoosh, his figure, entwined with electricity, traced a zigzagging path, deftly evading the barrage of laser traps, propelling him forward over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Ahead, a volley of crossbow bolts rained down like a tempest. Chen Mo executed a technique akin to a coiling serpent among the stars. The shadows of his spear multiplied, seemingly outnumbering the arrows in the sky. As he accurately shot down each bolt, suddenly a searing blaze surged from all directions, threatening to engulf him. Yet this time, Chen Mo did not flinch or retreat. As the flames approached, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. At the very moment the fire made contact, Chen Mo grasped it and instantaneously refined it. The Nirvana Phoenix flame within him, one of the most potent divine fires in existence, rendered ordinary flames as insignificant as a mere trifle. In an instant, they were consumed entirely, serving as nourishment for his power. Outside the tunnel, the three instructors gazed in astonishment at Chen Mo, illuminated by the lightning. Their expressions were filled with disbelief, especially after witnessing his absorption of the flames, an event that transcended their understanding. It was only at this moment they realized that Chen Mo had not exerted his full strength before reaching the last 200 meters. Is this truly the extent of Chen Mo's power? Instructor Sun Kuan murmured in shock. Instructor Chi Wu instinctively shook his head, unable to comprehend the depths of Chen Mo's abilities. Who could say if he had yet more hidden cards? Amidst the incredulous gazes of the three instructors, Chen Mo, propelled by the might of thunder, advanced relentlessly towards the tunnel's end. Neither the tenfold gravity nor the mechanical traps could impede his progress. Finally, he reached the tunnel's terminus. In the next moment, a sudden beat resonated throughout the body method gravity tunnel. Subsequently, all the traps within the tunnel seemed to be paused, including the overwhelming gravity, which vanished without a trace. What has transpired? Faced with this abrupt cessation, the others were momentarily bewildered. They had been preoccupied with the myriad traps and had scarcely noticed the unfolding events outside. However, their attention soon turned towards the end of the body method gravity tunnel. There, a tall and upright figure stood, flickering with the remnants of lightning. Is that Chen Mo? As he reached the end of the tunnel, in a moment of realization, the crowd erupted in astonishment. I am still struggling within the twofold gravity zone, and Chen Mo has already arrived at the end? My goodness, how formidable can one be? The onlookers instinctively glanced at the positions of the others. Apart from Chen Mo, who had surged ahead, Nangong Li and Su Huang had also reached the eightfold gravity zone. The disparity between them and the remaining participants was starkly evident. In fourth place stands Chu Zhaoran, situated within the realm of fivefold gravity tunnels. The number of individuals who have reached the fourfold and threefold gravity tunnels scarcely exceeds a mere dozen. Meanwhile, the overwhelming majority remain ensconced in the realm of twofold gravity tunnels. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, an immense sense of defeat surges within their hearts. Despite hailing from various cities as prodigious martial artists, the disparity is strikingly vast. In comparison to prodigies like Chen Mo, what am I but an insignificant martial talent? Concurrently, the hearts of the three instructors are tumultuous, akin to a raging tempest. Instructor Chi Wu, having previously wagered that Chen Mo could reach the pinnacle of the speed gravity tunnel within 3 days, had already placed considerable faith in Chen Mo. To his utter astonishment, Chen Mo accomplished this feat on the very first day. Chapter 39, Earth-Grade Superior Weapon, the Meteor-Shattered Star Spear. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Mo gradually retraced his steps, brandishing the long spear. As he passed by Nangong Li, she flashed him a radiant smile, giving him an enthusiastic thumbs up. Chen Mo, you are truly remarkable. Su Huanger, with her beautiful eyes wide in admiration, gazed at Chen Mo in a daze. Earlier, as she navigated through the gravity tunnel under immense pressure, her peripheral vision had been fixated on Chen Mo. The sight of him enveloped in crackling lightning, moving with astounding speed through the tenfold gravity zone, left an indelible mark of awe in her heart. During their previous sparring session, Su Huanger had sensed Chen Mo's effortless mastery and profound depth, evoking a feeling of inscrutability. At this moment, she reaffirmed that Chen Mo's prowess exceeded her expectations. Although, during their duel, she had merely employed the Six Harmonies Unified Heaven Spear and refrained from unleashing her SSS-grade martial talent, Nirvana Phoenix Flame, along with other hidden cards. She was acutely aware that Chen Mo's undisclosed capabilities were undoubtedly more substantial. Moreover, Chen Mo now possessed Nirvana Phoenix Flame as well, just like her. Intuition whispered to Su Huanger that Chen Mo must harbor even greater secrets. Before long, Chen Mo emerged from the body technique gravity tunnel, returning to the initial starting point. The three instructors gazed at him with eyes brimming with admiration. Chen Mo, congratulations on being the first to reach the end of the body technique gravity tunnel. As per our agreement, you may select one Earth-grade superior weapon from the armory of the Blood Abyss military base, Instructor Chi Wu announced. Then I shall trouble the instructor to guide me to the armory. Chen Mo replied with a smile. The significance of a suitable weapon is self-evident. Securing an Earth-grade superior spear would undoubtedly enhance the potency of both his 6 Harmonies Unified Heaven Spear and 9 Heavens Dragon Obliteration Spear. The standard Qian Iron Spear was barely adequate for executing the Earth-grade Intermediate Spear technique, 6 Harmonies Unified Heaven Spear. However, employing it for the Earth-grade Superior technique, 9 Heavens Dragon Obliteration Spear, would render it useless after only a few attempts. Instructor Chi Wu exchanged glances with the other 2 instructors and chuckled. I will first take Chen Mo to select his reward. Do not forget to prepare the items you owe me from our earlier wager. I shall return shortly to collect them. Instructors Sun Kuan and Mo Xiaoqiu exchanged wry smiles, realizing that what they had initially assumed would be a guaranteed victory had turned into a complete reversal. They felt as though they had been set up. Yet, there was no recourse. Encountering a prodigy like Chen Mo left them with no option but to accept their defeat gracefully. A moment later, Instructor Chi Wu led Chen Mo to a grand edifice within a military base. This is the armory of the base, he remarked, producing his identification card to swipe at the entrance. The doors of the armory slowly creaked open, and together, Instructor Chi Wu and Chen Mo stepped inside. The sight before them was a veritable treasure trove of weaponry. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hammers, bows, an abundance of armaments, all present and accounted for. In addition to the conventional weaponry, there exist some mechanical arms, defensive gear, and so forth. The first level of the armory houses the most superior grade of weapons, which are the Xian tier. The Earth tier weapons are situated on the second level of the armory. Follow me, Commander Chi Wu instructed Chen Mo. Subsequently, Commander Chi Wu approached the elevator leading to the upper level, swiped his identification card once more, and together with Chen Mo, ascended to the next floor. On the second level of the armory, the quantity of weapons is less than 1/10 that of the first level. After all, Earth-tier weapons are not easily forged. Commander Chi Wu guided Chen Mo to the innermost row of weapon racks on the second level. This row is entirely composed of superior Earth-tier weapons, from which you may select any one at your leisure. There is no rush. Take your time in choosing. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask me. Understood. Commander. Chen Mo ambled slowly, his gaze sweeping across the array of weapons on the racks. Beyond swords, blades, and firearms, there were also celestial silks, the ghost flame cauldron, telekinetic shuttles used by mentalists, and liquid morphing metals, among others. After surveying the selection, Chen Mo's eyes ultimately settled upon a long spear. This spear, known as the meteor-shattering spear, had a detailed description affixed to the rack. The spear's body was crafted from the deep, celestial Xiangang star iron, measuring 3.9 meters in length, 30 centimeters longer than the standard Xian iron spear of the Blood Abyss Legion. Its weight was an astonishing 980 pounds. The spear's shaft was adorned with naturally formed starry patterns, exuding a chilling heaviness. It was not purely black. Under the light, it shimmered with hints of ethereal blue starlight, as if one were grasping a miniature night sky. Winding from the shaft to the spearhead were several rugged, dark red patterns reminiscent of solidified lava, akin to the veins of a dragon. The spearhead, approximately 1.5 feet in length, was sharply edged, glimmering with a lethal cold light. The moment Chen Mo reached out to grasp it, the spear began to tremble slightly, as if resonating with Chen Mo's very spirit, echoing in a distant communion. It felt not like an inanimate object, but rather like an ancient beast confined in captivity. This is the one. Chen Mo made his decision in an instant. Interestingly, the meteor-shattering spear appeared to share a fateful connection with him. The 6 Harmonies Unified Heaven Spear that Chen Mo practiced, upon reaching its final tier, would unleash the power of the stars, propelling forth like a cascade of celestial rivers. Furthermore, the first style of the 9 Heavens Dragon Vanishing Spear was named Starfall from the 9 Heavens. All were interwoven with the theme of the stars. This spear was destined to become Chen Mo's weapon. The meteor-shattering spear is more than sufficient for me to break through to the 5th realm of martial kings. Chen Mo mused inwardly. Unless, of course, he were to acquire a weapon of even higher caliber thereafter. Commander Chi Wu, upon witnessing Chen Mo's selection of the meteor-shattering spear, could not help but display a hint of envy in his eyes. It is worth noting that as the deputy commander of the Spear Soul camp, he did not possess an Earth-tier superior weapon himself. The base had truly invested heavily in this precious prize for this year's sprint camp. Certainly, Instructor Chi Wu had to acknowledge that Chen Mo's extraordinary marksmanship was entirely deserving of the meteoric shard spear. One could even assert that the spear was fortunate to have a master like Chen Mo. Now that you have made your choice, let us depart, Instructor Chi Wu stated. Consequently, Chen Mo left the armory alongside Instructor Chi Wu. As they walked, Chen Mo admired the spear in his hand. The meteoric shard spear was exceptional in every regard, with the sole drawback being its cumbersome nature for future travels. How wonderful it would be to possess a spatial ring, Chen Mo mused inwardly. At that moment, he was unaware that he would soon receive a ring from Nangong Li. Chapter 40. Breaking through to the 9th rank warrior and entering the secret realm. As Chen Mo reappeared in the gravity tunnel of body technique, with the meteor fragment spear in hand, the onlookers cast envious glances his way. This was indeed a superior grade, Earth-level weapon. The aura emanating from the meteor fragment spear was significantly more formidable than that of standard weapons. Instructor Chi Wu glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. Our training for this morning concludes here. This afternoon, we shall proceed with elemental body tempering training, he announced. Furthermore, to enhance your understanding of the types and characteristics of the beasts within the secret realm, starting tonight, we will introduce a course on the anatomy of these creatures. In class, we will conduct detailed dissections of the beasts found within the secret realm, assisting you in comprehending their physical structures and weaknesses, thereby enabling you to effectively eliminate them. It was evident that the course on beast anatomy was a preparatory measure for the upcoming 10-day sprint camp, where participants would venture into the secret realm to hunt beasts. After departing from the gravity tunnel of body technique, the group made their way to the base cafeteria for lunch. Chen Mo, holding a 3.9-meter-long spear, stood out conspicuously within the cafeteria. It was not that he intended to show off. Rather, there was simply no place to put it. The thought of having to carry the 3.9-meter-long, 980-pound meteor fragment spear wherever he went brought about a bittersweet sense of happiness for Chen Mo. Chen Mo, don't you have a spatial ring? Nangong Li tilted her head and inquired. No, Chen Mo replied, shaking his head. I do. Nangong Li cheerfully produced a ring from her bosom, exclaiming here, for you. Chen Mo stared at the ring in her palm, momentarily taken aback. For me? He asked. Yep. Nangong Li winked at him, her expression one of anticipation for praise. Chen Mo hesitated. Such a precious item, what about you? I have one too, look. With that, Nangong Li revealed a similar, albeit smaller, spatial ring, adorning it on her delicate, jade-like fingers. As a type of spatial artifact, spatial rings were exceedingly rare. The fact that Nangong Li carried two was a testament to her upbringing in the illustrious Nangong family, which boasted a 1,000-year history in martial arts. A true little heiress. Chen Montak Muzit. Initially reluctant to accept Nangong Li's generosity, Chen Mo found the allure of her offer irresistible. Moreover, he genuinely required a spatial ring, not only to store the meteor fragment spear, but also to accommodate other personal effects, making travel considerably more convenient. All right, I'll use it for now, and when I acquire my own spatial ring, I shall return it to you, Chen Mo said with a smile. Nangong Li shook her head. No need to return it. This is a gift for you. She then took Chen Mo's hand and placed the spatial ring upon his finger, aligning it with her own. See, these two spatial rings make a pair, Nangong Li joyfully declared. Chen Mo chuckled softly, intertwining his fingers with hers. Feeling his tiny hand entirely enveloped by Chen Mo's grasp, Nangong Li's exquisitely sculpted face flushed a charming shade of crimson. In the ensuing days, the 128 members of the sprint camp diligently engaged in their training regimen. Each morning, they practiced the Blood Abyss Army's exclusive body refining technique, the Iron Blood Battle Will. For 1 hour, in the late morning, they honed their weapon skills and agility for 4 hours within the gravity tunnel. In the afternoon, they spent 5 hours refining their physical bodies in the elemental refinement chamber. And in the evening, they attended a course on the anatomy of mystical beasts, learning how to effectively slay these creatures. Day after day of rigorous training led to rapid enhancements in their abilities. By the second morning, Nangongli successfully reached the end of the gravity tunnel. Su Huanger closely followed, achieving the same feat by the third morning. According to the reward regulations, both Nangong Li and Su Huanger were granted a mid-tier earth weapon. Nangong Li selected a sword named the Baiming Ice Soul Sword, an ice attribute weapon forged from the fusion of the Xianming Ice Soul Jade and Baiming Cold Iron, its entire form exuding a profound, ethereal blue reminiscent of ancient ice. Su Huanger opted for a fire attribute spear named the Qilian Flowing Fire Spear, crafted from the core of earth fire melting rock and infused with Qilian fire copper. The spear's shaft appeared to have molten lava coursing through it, emanating a blazing golden red glow through its cracks. These two weapons resonated harmoniously with Nangong Li and Su Huanger's martial talents, allowing them to unleash the full potential of their respective weapons. It was not until the 9th day that Chu Xiaoran became the 4th individual to reach the end of the gravity tunnel, a feat made possible by Chen Mo's meticulous guidance, which greatly enhanced Chu Xiaoran's techniques, the 6 harmonies merging Heaven Spear and the 6 harmonies wandering steps. Furthermore, within the labyrinthine tunnel, he discovered the easiest route to the finish, enabling him to complete the challenge. Except for Chen Mo, Nangong Li, Su Huanger, and Chu Xiaoran, the remaining participants failed to reach the end of the gravity tunnel within 10 days. Shi Nuo, Chuan Xinru, Pei Xiaosheng, and Meng Hu all halted in the area of 8-fold gravity, the difficulty proving far greater than anticipated. Ultimately, only 4 individuals were rewarded with Earth-tier weapons. 10 days swiftly passed. Chen Mo experienced yet another significant enhancement in power. His 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels were fully opened. He successfully broke through to the 8th rank of martial artists and officially entered the 9th rank of martial artists, shedding his former limitations. Chen Mo's current vitality had reached 98, leaving him just a step away from advancing to the 2nd realm of martial masters. Moreover, he employed the Nirvana Phoenix Flame to forge 2 dragon veins within his body, elevating his potential, explosive power, and endurance to unprecedented levels. Additionally, Chen Mo's teachings to Chu Xiaoran yielded fruitful returns, as he acquired the complete cultivation method of the Purple Lightning Thunder Elemental Scripture from Chu Xiaoran. With the enhancement of the martial talent, Thunderous Jadebone, it has been upgraded to the more formidable Purple Thunder Suppression Scripture. Chen Mo not only succeeded in drawing lightning into his body and refining his physique with the essence of thunder, thereby attaining the 1st level of Purple Thunder Suppression Scripture, but he also, deep within the Purple Palace, condensed and compressed the pure essence of thunder, transforming it into a more potent violet lightning, forming a vortex of purple thunder and reaching the 2nd level of Purple Thunder Suppression Scripture. Chen Mo's comprehensive strength has undergone a remarkable transformation compared to before entering the sprint camp. Similarly, Nangongli has also experienced significant growth, having now broken through to the rank of a 1st-grade martial artist. The SSS martial talent, Mysterious In Exquisite Body, indeed accelerates her training at an astonishing rate. Since Chen Mo resolved the issue of Nirvana Phoenix Flame spiraling out of control for Su Huanger, she no longer needs to divert her attention to suppress it, and her training speed has consequently increased, allowing her to break through to the 9th-grade martial artist, with a vitality value reaching 95, slightly lower than Chen Mo's. As for the other members in the sprint camp, they have also made rapid progress, with their martial cultivation reaching at least the 5th grade. Soon, they will face their true test. As of today, they will join the Blood Abyss army in entering the secret realm to hunt demon beasts. Chapter 41. I'm not competing for the top scholar. Why risk my life? On the training grounds, the 128 members of the sprint camp stood ready. After a fortnight, General Fan Hanli once again graced them with his presence. His gaze swept across the faces of the members. Compared to 2 weeks ago, the transformation in both their abilities and the aura they exuded was profound. Initially, they appeared as mere fledglings. However, at this moment, their essence subtly resonated with the bloodthirsty aura of the Blood Abyss army. During these past 2 weeks, although General Fan had not personally trained them, All training regimens were meticulously crafted by him. He remained acutely aware of every member's performance within the sprint camp. Among them, the three who shone the brightest were undoubtedly Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger. Particularly, Chen Mo's extraordinary feats repeatedly astonished General Fan. From today onwards, you shall accompany the Blood Abyss army into the secret realm to hunt ferocious beasts. General Fan's voice resonated like thunder. Unlike their usual training, this was a matter of life and death. The secret realm was fraught with peril and shrouded in uncertainty. Even the lowest tier secret realm, injuries and even death were possible. His words sent a chill through many hearts. For the past 10 days, they had attended courses on the anatomy of monstrous beasts each night, during which instructors detailed the dangers lurking within the secret realms. Even the formidable Blood Abyss army faced inevitable casualties each time they ventured into these realms. Now, I offer you one final choice. If you fear the dangers that lie ahead, you may opt to withdraw from the sprint camp and leave the Blood Abyss army base starting today. Upon hearing this, the expressions of some members shifted. Their eyes reflected inner turmoil, clearly grappling with a difficult decision. Not everyone in this world is unafraid of death. After a few seconds, a member with only a 5th-tier martial arts cultivation slowly raised his hand. I choose to withdraw. With the first to step down, 4 others soon followed suit. No one mocked these 5 who faltered at the critical moment. In truth, many understood a fundamental truth. Barring unforeseen events, they were among the top 128 in the province. In just over a month, securing a place in one of the nation's premier martial arts academies would not pose a challenge. While remaining in the sprint camp would indeed facilitate rapid advancement in strength, dying in the secret realm would render all aspirations moot. They were merely part of a sprint camp. Their goal was not to vie for the title of national martial arts champion. Why gamble with their lives? Prior to entering the sprint camp, they were all distinguished figures from their respective cities. Yet, after witnessing the prodigious talents of Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger, they came to a stark realization. Even among geniuses, disparities exist. Their pride has long been tempered. Recognizing the harshness of reality and choosing to withdraw wisely can indeed be a form of sagacity. Over the past half-month, they have diligently honed their skills in the sprint camp, mastering the exclusive technique of the Blood Abyss army, the iron-blooded battle spirit technique, as well as intermediate-grade weaponry and martial arts. For them, this has been an invaluable gain. General Fan calmly refrained from commenting on this matter. Each individual possesses their own martial path. Some choose to embrace life through death, continuously pushing their limits in dire situations, striving for unparalleled strength in the world. Others opt for caution, seeking progress through stability, and surviving until the end may well lead to becoming a formidable warrior. With the departure of 5 members, only 123 participants remain in the sprint camp. Before embarking on their expedition to hunt beasts in the secret realm, there is one crucial task to undertake: team formation. According to the rules, every 3 members must form a group, which will then combine with 3 seasoned veterans from the Blood Abyss army to create a 6-member squad. This structure ensures that 3 experienced soldiers guide 3 novices, maximizing the safety of the newcomers. With 123 members, they can freely form 41 teams of 3. Natua Eli, Chen Montak, along with Nangong Li and Su Huanger, formed a team. The remaining participants began to seek their own companions. 10 minutes later, the 41 teams had been established. The strength of the teams varied significantly. Those comprised solely of 3 5th-grade warriors felt a twinge of concern regarding their survival capabilities in the secret realm. However, this worry was soon alleviated, for it is the 3 seasoned veterans from the Blood Abyss army who truly determine a team's survival potential. Each squad consists of a captain, a vice-captain, and a medic, with both the captain and vice-captain being 2nd-tier martial artists. The revelation that both leaders are 2nd-tier warriors brought relief to many. Initially, General Fan Hanley had assigned each team only 1 2nd-tier martial artist. However, for the sake of precaution, he added an additional 2nd-tier warrior, as he had promised his old friend Pei Tianlin to ensure the safety of the sprint camp's members. Momens Latte, Shen Macau, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger met their 3 seasoned veterans from the Blood Abyss army. I am your captain, Ling Zhanfei. The captain, Ling Zhanfei, appeared amiable, with a robust physique and dark skin, revealing a broad smile that showcased his bright white teeth. He wielded a dark iron spear, embodying the role of a spear warrior in the Blood Abyss army. The vice captain, named Lung Feng, bore a cool demeanor, his expression stoic and rarely speaking. He carried a bow on his back, proficient in ranged combat. Lastly, there was a short-haired girl named Miao Ning, presumably the medic of the team. All three veterans were in their 20s, exuding maturity and competence, having served in the Blood Abyss army for at least 2 years. After their introductions, the two groups exchanged pleasantries. Captain Ling Zhanfei cast a curious glance towards Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huang'er. Ling Zhanfei held the position of a squad leader within the Gunsoul camp. Just moments ago, the deputy camp leader, Chi Wu, had approached him with earnest instructions. The 3 individuals you are teamed with are the most exceptional martial talents from the provincial sprint camp. Once we enter the secret realm, provide them ample opportunities to hunt demonic beasts and enhance their skills. However, should any danger arise, it is imperative that you ensure their safety, as the commanding officer holds them in high regard. Upon learning that these 3 martial prodigies were even esteemed by General Fan Hanli, Ling Zhanfei was understandably taken aback. No wonder the higher-ups arranged for me, along with Cold Wind and Miao Ning, to team up with them, he mused inwardly. The combined experience of these 3 veterans certainly constituted a formidable configuration. Captain Ling Zhanfei boasted an impressive martial cultivation of the 9th rank, while his deputy, Cold Wind, possessed a 5th-rank martial prowess, sufficient to lead a squad among the other 6. Although Miao Ning's martial cultivation was also at the 9th rank, she possessed an S-class martial talent in healing, known as accelerated recovery. With such a robust team composition, self-preservation in a first-tier secret realm would pose little challenge. Chapter 42. What the heck? Is this a newcomer? With a resounding rumble, the gates of the Blood Abyss army base slowly swung open. A total of 41 squads, each comprising 6 members led by 3 veterans and 3 newcomers, assembled and prepared for departure. Together, they would embark on a journey into a Level 1 secret realm for a rigorous 15-day practical training. The grand procession departed from the Blood Abyss army base, destined for the Level 1 secret realm known as the Shadowed Marsh, located 80 kilometers away. Along the way, the seasoned soldiers briefed the members of the assault camp about the pertinent details of the Shadowed Marsh. This realm had emerged a decade prior as a subspace secret domain. Following reconnaissance by advanced teams, it was determined that the monstrous beasts within were limited to ordinary and elite levels, with no presence of commander-level beasts, thereby categorizing it as the lowest tier, a Level 1 secret realm. Typically, such realms held little exploratory value. However, the Blood Abyss army unexpectedly discovered a precious Inyang fish within Shadowed Marsh. Unlike monstrous beasts, the Inyang fish is a spirit beast, devoid of any aggression, yet imbued with the potent energies of Yin and Yang, making it invaluable. Subsequently, the Blood Abyss army deployed significant forces in hopes of uncovering more Inyang fish in the marsh. Regrettably, these fish are elusive and have only been found 3 times in the past decade. Gradually, the army reduced both the frequency and strength of their expeditions into the Shadowed Marsh, sending out troops sporadically to test their luck. The mention of the Inyang fish sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Chen Mo's eyes. The energies contained within the fish would greatly benefit the cultivation of the Tai Su Inyang Ju. Over the past fortnight, the bond between Chen Mo and Nangong Li had grown increasingly intimate. The time was ripe. Once they entered the secret realm, he intended to find a suitable opportunity to cultivate the Tai Su Inyang Ju alongside Ali. At 10 a.m., the main contingent finally arrived at the vicinity of the Shadowed Marsh secret realm. The entrance was fortified with barriers established by the Blood Abyss army, designed to prevent the beasts within from wreaking havoc upon human settlements, as well as to deter other martial practitioners from inadvertently wandering in. After a series of intricate procedures, the barriers were lifted, unveiling a spatial gateway leading into the realm. "Enter," commanded the leaders of the 41 6-member squads as they stepped through the threshold of the Shadowed Marsh secret realm. At the moment they crossed the spatial portal, Nangong Li grasped Chen Mo's hand with one of hers while holding onto Su Huanger with the other. In an instant, Chen Mo felt the scenery shift, and they found themselves enveloped in the dimly lit expanse of the subspace secret realm. The area within was vast, stretching beyond the horizon. Is this truly the Shadowed Marsh? The members of the assault camp, experiencing their first foray into the realm, curiously surveyed their surroundings, while the leaders of the various teams, evidently familiar with the terrain, swiftly initiated their operations, retrieved the meticulously planned exploration route, and prepared to embark on the adventure into the enigmatic realm. The Blood Abyss Army enters the dimly lit marshlands, not only to provide training for newcomers, but also to pursue their own objectives, seeking the elusive yin-yang fish and gathering cultivation resources hidden within the secret domain. Let us commence our journey. We shall reconvene at the exit in 15 days. Consequently, 41 teams of 6 dispersed throughout the shadowy marsh, each undertaking their respective training and exploration. In the subspace secret realm, ordinary communication devices prove ineffective. However, each team is equipped with infrasonic wave emitters and long-range signal flares. Should they encounter insurmountable danger, they may launch a distress signal, prompting nearby teams to rush to their aid. Half an hour later, the team of 6, including Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger, arrived before a vast expanse of swamp. Ling Zhanfei led the way, scouting ahead, while the vice captain, Lung Feng, lingered at the rear to thwart any potential ambush. Beneath this swamp lurk numerous demonic beasts. Proceed with caution, warned Captain Ling Zhanfei. No sooner had his words left his lips than a resounding splash echoed. A serpent, over 5 meters in length and as thick as a basin, emerged from the mire, its emerald scales glistening. Baizé snake, a common 8th-tier demonic beast, its strength comparable to an 8th-grade martial artist. The Baizé snake is a relatively rare communal serpent demon. Almost simultaneously, 5 other Baizé snakes surfaced, their 6 pairs of green, vertically slit pupils fixated intently on Chen Mo and his companions. Can the 3 of you handle these serpents? Captain Ling Zhanfei inquired. The essence of training lies in providing opportunities for newcomers to engage in combat with demonic beasts while ensuring their safety. Moreover, Ling Zhanfei was eager to witness firsthand the prowess of the martial arts prodigy whom General Fan Han held in such high regard. In the next instant, a tall figure shot forth like a bolt of lightning. What astonishing speed! Both Captain Ling Zhanfei and Vice Captain Lung Feng were taken aback by Chen Mo's swiftness. Yet, what astonished them further lay in what transpired next. Chen Mo drew his weapon with the grace of a dragon, executing a technique known as spiraling serpent, creating a flurry of gunfire that illuminated the air. Bang! 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 The heads of the 6 Baizé snakes exploded instantaneously, showering the surroundings in a mist of crimson. In a single maneuver, he obliterated 6 ordinary 8th-tier Baizé snakes. This spectacle left Captain Ling Zhanfei, Vice Captain Lung Feng, and Miao Ning momentarily speechless. Chen Mo's combat prowess was undeniably extraordinary. Before they could utter a word, an even more violent commotion emanated from the depths of the swamp. With a thunderous roar, a colossal creature, exceeding 9 meters in length, burst forth from the mire. It opened its gaping maw and devoured one of the Baizé snake corpses in a single bite. Crunch, crunch. Blood and flesh splattered from its razor-sharp teeth. What emerged was a gigantic crocodile, its body clad in iron-like scales, with a long tail adorned with iron spikes. Its blood-red eyes glowed with an unsettling luminance. The iron-tailed scaled crocodile, an elite 5th-tier beast, is comparable to a 5th-grade martial artist among humans. Retreat at once, commanded Captain Ling Zhanfei. The vice captain, Cold Wind, swiftly nocked an arrow, aiming for the creature's eyes, poised to release. However, Chen Mo's speed surpassed his. With a long spear in hand, he unleashed a strike imbued with the force of thunder. It was none other than the 5th form of the 6 Harmonies and Cosmic Spear, the 6 Harmonies breaking the firmament. In an instant, the Harmonies resonated, drawing upon the cosmic energy of the universe. The spear surged with the might of heaven and earth. Boom! The razor-sharp tip, charged with the power to obliterate all, shattered the iron-tailed scaled crocodile's iron-like skull. Along with it, half of its massive body, exceeding 9 meters in length, was obliterated. Captain Ling Zhanfei and Vice Captain Cold Wind stood frozen in disbelief. What the hell? Is this a newcomer? Chapter 43. What extraordinary martial arts genius is this? Gazing at Chen Mo, who stood with his weapon retracted, and then at the half-destroyed carcass of the iron-tailed lizard crocodile lying in the swamp. Ling Zhanfei and Lung Feng's minds momentarily faltered. An elite 5th-tier iron-tailed lizard crocodile had been defeated by Chen Mo in an instant. This creature possessed strength equivalent to that of a 5th-rank martial artist. Could it be that Chen Mo's martial prowess had surpassed that of a 5th-rank martial artist? As this thought flickered in his mind, Captain Ling Zhanfei swiftly dismissed it. The pivotal indication of breaking through to the rank of martial artist is the purification of the body, the unblocking of meridians, and the emergence of formidable internal energy. However, Chen Mo's attack moments ago did not contain any internal energy, indicating that he had yet to ascend to the level of a martial artist. This meant that Chen Mo, with the cultivation of a 1st-tier martial artist, had vanquished a beast whose power rivaled that of a 5th-rank martial artist. What extraordinary martial arts prodigy this was. It was only at this moment that Ling Zhanfei comprehended why Deputy Camp Leader Chi Wu had informed him that even General Fan Hanli held Chen Mo and his 2 companions in such high esteem. Despite accomplishing the feat of slaying a beast of a higher tier, Chen Mo exhibited little expression on his face. Back when he was merely a 6th-rank martial artist, he had already been capable of dispatching an elite 1st-tier sand-trap spider matriarch with a single shot. Now, not only had Chen Mo's martial prowess advanced to that of a 9th-rank martial artist, but he had also awakened the SSS-level Nirvana Phoenix Flame, becoming a dual martial talent. Through the practice of the Purple Thunder Suppression Sutra, he had tempered his body into a thunderstruck form and condensed a purple thunder vortex within his dantian. Simultaneously, by harnessing the Nirvana Phoenix Flame, he had opened 2 dragon veins within his body. Furthermore, he had refined the 6 Harmonies celestial spear to its 3rd realm, achieving mastery over its techniques. His spear techniques resonated with the 6 Harmonies, channeling the energy of the cosmos, with a torrent of vast power surging within him. The might of his spear embodying the grandeur of heaven and earth, exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to an abyss or a prison. Compared to half a month ago, Chen Mo's strength was indeed worlds apart. For an ordinary 9th-rank martial artist, slaying an elite 5th-tier iron-tailed lizard crocodile would be an absurdity. Yet for Chen Mo, it was entirely within the realm of the expected. Not only Chen Mo, but also Nangong Li and Su Huanger, both possessing SSS-level martial talent, share the ability to slay beasts of higher tiers, for otherwise, they would not be deemed martial geniuses. Chen Mo, that shot you just made was incredibly impressive. Nangong Li approached, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she leaned in closer to Chen Mo, inhaling deeply. The swamp reeked of decaying water plants and the stench of beast carcasses. Yet when near Chen Mo, the fragrance of his presence eclipsed the surrounding odors. Were it not for the circumstances, she would have relished the opportunity to nestle into Chen Mo's embrace. Meanwhile, Captain Ling Zhanfei and the others had regained their composure from the earlier shock and approached. Chen Mo, the spear technique you just exhibited must be the mid-tier, Earth-level technique 6 Harmonies Celestial Spear, right? I heard that you began cultivating it as soon as you entered the sprint camp, Captain Ling Zhanfei inquired. Indeed, Chen Mo affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Captain Ling Zhanfei could not help but reveal a look of envy. Not every soldier in the gun spirit camp is privileged to cultivate the mid-tier Earth-level technique, the 6 Harmonies Celestial Spear. Typically, one must accumulate sufficient military achievements to exchange for the cultivation of advanced martial arts. This system of exchanging military merit for resources is a common reward mechanism within the army, effectively stimulating the enthusiasm of the soldiers. It is worth noting that within the Blood Abyss Army's 11th Legion, the total number of soldiers exceeds tens of thousands. Among such a vast assembly, the martial talents vary greatly, and, consequently, the martial arts they practice differ in quality as well. Those lacking in martial aptitude who attempt to forcibly cultivate advanced techniques not only struggle to master them, but also squander valuable resources. Conversely, focusing on lower-tier techniques allows for a more rapid enhancement of combat prowess. This rationale explains why it is impractical to compel all soldiers in the Blood Abyss army to pursue advanced martial arts indiscriminately. The exchange of military achievements for martial resources not only invigorates the soldiers' spirits, but also serves to sift out the more exceptional warriors, enabling the finest to cultivate higher-tier techniques. For instance, Vice Camp Leader Chi Wu only managed to exchange for the Six Harmonies Celestial Spear a decade ago after accumulating sufficient military merit. In contrast, the members of the Assault Camp, numbering over 100, can begin their training in mid-tier Earth-level techniques as soon as they enter the military base, having been selected from millions of students based on their exceptional martial talents. Furthermore, members of the Assault Camp must compete against martial geniuses from various provinces in the National Martial Examination, representing the honor of the Southern Sky Province. Mastery of advanced martial techniques is imperative for them to hold their ground. Captain Ling Zhanfei is naturally aware of this principle. Thus, while he harbors envy, he does not feel any sense of imbalance. After this exploration of the secret realm, I too shall accumulate enough military merit to exchange for the Six Harmonies Celestial Spear and commence my training. Ling Zhanfei thought eagerly. Curiosity soon prompted Ling Zhanfei to inquire. Chen Mo, to what level have you cultivated your Six Harmonies Celestial Spear? The impact of Chen Mo's earlier strike had left everyone in awe. However, Ling Zhanfei, having never trained in it himself, could not discern its level. The third realm, where one achieves consummate mastery, Chen Mo replied. What? Ling Zhanfei exclaimed in astonishment. That is the same realm as Camp Leader Chi. He was taken aback, considering Camp Leader Chi had trained in the Six Harmonies Celestial Spear for 10 years, while Chen Mo had only practiced for half a month. Ling Zhanfei's composure faltered immediately. Cold Wind and Miao Ning, standing nearby, gazed at Chen Mo as though he were a marvel. At that moment, Chen Mo suddenly turned his attention toward the marsh ahead. The recent battle had disturbed the beasts lurking in the swamp. At present, numerous elite-level beasts emerged, their eyes fixed hungrily upon Chen Mo and his companions. Let's traverse this swamp first, Chen Mo stated decisively. Indeed, Captain Ling Zhanfei replied with a solemn nod. Initially, it was presumed that the multitude of monstrous beasts ahead would necessitate the intervention of several seasoned warriors. However, it soon became evident that such a notion was superfluous. Not only did Chen Mo exhibit astonishing combat prowess, but both Nangong Li and Su Huanger also demonstrated extraordinary strength. Nangong Li's every move was imbued with internal energy, clearly having reached the realm of a martial master. Wielding the ethereal North Ming Ice Soul Sword, she executed the technique Thousand Marks Sword Shadow, her strikes fluid and graceful, reminiscent of butterflies dancing among blossoms, a sight so breathtaking it rendered one speechless. Wherever her exquisite form glided, swathes of beasts fell in a thunderous collapse. Under Chen Mo's guidance, Su Huanger had already advanced to the second tier of the Six Harmonies Universe Spear Technique. The Crimson Flame Flow Spear in her grasp unleashed searing flames upon impact, possessing a terrifying lethality. Chapter 44. In Chen Mo's presence, they seemed as inexperienced as novices. After a mere 10 minutes, the battle in the swamp reached its conclusion. Chen Mo had slain an elite 5th-tier iron-tailed scale crocodile, along with 2 elite 4th-tier beasts and 1 elite 6th-tier creature. Nangong Li had dispatched an elite 5th-tier beast, in addition to 3 elite 3rd-tier beasts. Su Huanger had eliminated 2 elite 4th-tier beasts and 2 elite 2nd-tier beasts. As for the ordinary beasts, there were countless more. Captain Ling Zhanfei, Vice Captain Lung Feng, and Medic Miao Ning stared blankly at the carcasses of the beasts strewn across the swamp. Their initial shock gradually transformed into numbness. A thought crossed Lung Feng's mind. If I were to face any one of the 3 in a duel, would I emerge victorious? With his rank as a 5th-tier martial artist, he would typically hold a commanding position among other 6-member teams. Yet at this moment, he found himself lacking the confidence to defeat any of Chen Mo's group. My chances of winning would be greater at a distance. However, in close combat, I would likely lose. Lung Feng pondered, for his expertise lay in ranged attacks using a bow. Captain Ling Zhanfei could not help but exclaim, "This is simply astonishing. Their prowess does not resemble that of newcomers at all. They possess the combat strength of team leaders." As the battle concluded, the next task was to clean the battlefield. Generally speaking, the higher the tier of the beast, the greater its value. Ordinary beasts held little worth, while certain special parts of elite beasts bore some value. The 10 or so elite beasts slain by Chen Mo and his companions yielded very few valuable components. After a brief collection, the 6 of them continued deeper into the shadowy swamp's secret realm. Along the way, they encountered several more waves of beasts. As expected, Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huang effortlessly overpowered them. During this time, Chen Mo not only displayed formidable combat prowess, but also exhibited remarkable insight and precise judgment of the situation. He could not only evade the perils within the secret realm accurately, but also often discern the overall picture during beast attacks, directing Nangong Li and Su Huang to fight in unison. Their journey proceeded smoothly, requiring no assistance from Captain Ling Zhanfei or Vice Captain Lung Feng. Remarkably, Chen Mo and his companions sustained not even the slightest injury. Medic Miao Ning found herself entirely unnecessary. The entire process was even more effortless than that of a team of seasoned veterans. Chen Mo's experience in exploring the secret realm appeared more refined than that of a 10-year veteran of the Blood Abyss Army. Captain Ling Zhanfei was utterly astonished, and for a moment, he felt as though he had been transported back to his early days in the Blood Abyss Army, exploring the secret realm alongside the old captain. In Chen Mo's presence, the 3 veterans seemed as inexperienced as novices. It was simply beyond comprehension. Exceptional strength could be attributed to extraordinary martial talent. But could such seasoned experience also be innate? Or had Chen Mo previously explored secret realms? In a fleeting moment, Captain Ling Zhanfei and Vice Captain Lung Feng found themselves enveloped in confusion regarding Chen Mo. With dusk approaching, it was imperative to seek a secure refuge. Chen Mo cast his gaze upward at the sky of the mysterious realm. The dimly lit swamp realm was shrouded in gloom, far darker than the world beyond. It was not yet 6 in the evening, yet the night had already begun to descend. Captain Ling Zhanfei nodded, noting, "Visibility in the shadowy swamp at night is severely diminished, and the danger escalates exponentially. Not far ahead lies a cave. We shall rest there tonight." As night fell, a bonfire crackled outside the cave, where Chen Mo and his 6-member team gathered around its warmth. Their evening sustenance consisted of high-energy compressed bars and spirit fruits harvested from a secret realm. The question of why they did not hunt the beast for meat lingered, but the answer was clear. The preparation of beast meat was fraught with complications, necessitating special herbs to dispel the malevolent blood energy contained within, making it arduous to cook. The high-energy compressed bars, compact and potent, were remarkably convenient for transport. 1 bar could sustain a person for an entire day. With a stay of half a month in the secret realm, carrying 15 bars per person sufficed, particularly since not everyone possessed space rings, high-grade storage artifacts capable of holding substantial items. To their astonishment, Captain Ling Zhanfei and his team discovered that Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huang all possessed space rings. Such a precious item was not typically within the reach of ordinary warriors, indicating that the trio undoubtedly hailed from extraordinary backgrounds, a realization that stirred within Captain Ling's mind. However, he remained unaware that Chen Mo's space ring had been gifted by Nangong Li. "Captain, what is our destination for this exploration of the secret realm?" Chen Mo inquired. At this, Ling Zhanfei raised his left hand, tapping a few buttons on his wrist device. Suddenly, a holographic map materialized before them. The Blood Abyss Army had spent a decade exploring the shadowy swamp, meticulously charting the entire realm and creating a detailed map. The holographic projection before them was a condensed representation of the swamp's secret realm. Chen Mo scanned the map, noting dozens of locations marked with stars. Ling Zhanfei elucidated. These marked locations signify resource points within the shadowy swamp, including various ores, spirit herbs, and spirit springs. Our Blood Abyss army periodically ventures into these areas for gathering. He then pointed to 3 locations prominently highlighted. These 3 spots are where the yin-yang fish have been discovered over the past decade. Our team's objective is the site of the first discovery of the yin-yang fish, the Nether Pool. Ling Zhanfei indicated a frigid pond to the north of the realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes brightened. The only aspect of the shadowy swamp that truly piqued his interest was the yin-yang fish. This was due to the precious and rare yin-yang energy contained within the fish. Captain, at our current pace, how long until we reach the Nether Pool? Chen Montak in Kviat. I initially anticipated a duration of approximately 7 days. However, the current pace of advancement has far exceeded expectations, leading me to estimate that we shall arrive in 4 to 5 days. Chen Mo nodded, glancing at the time. It was only 8 in the evening, and there remained ample time before rest. His gaze turned towards Su Huanger, who immediately comprehended his intent. It was time for their marksmanship practice. During their time at the base, Chen Mo engaged in daily marksmanship duels with Su Huanger. Even now, within the secret realm, they continued to uphold this routine. Thanks to Chen Mo's guidance, Su Huanger's mastery of the 6 harmonies and the universe spear has progressed remarkably, swiftly attaining the second realm. 4. Chen Mo. Mentoring Su Huanger has proven equally rewarding. Not only does she possess the SSS grade martial talent of Rebirth Phoenix Flame, but the martial art she practices, Nirvana of the 9 Heavens, is also an exceptionally rare heavenly grade technique. Chapter 45. Sleeping Together, Affectionate Moments. The value of celestial level cultivation techniques is self-evident. Although the mid-tier celestial technique, Nirvana 9 Heavens, pales in comparison to the superior celestial technique, Taisu Yin Yang Ju, practicing Nirvana 9 Heavens allows for a more potent manifestation of the Nirvana Phoenix Flame. Moreover, it is rumored that when combined with the Nirvana Phoenix Flame, Nirvana 9 Heavens can ultimately lead to a state of rebirth, rendering one immortal and indestructible. Such an opportunity is certainly not to be missed. Therefore, Chen Mo planned to continuously guide Su Huanger, thereby incurring a debt of gratitude, which he could leverage to acquire the cultivation method for Nirvana 9 Heavens. In the clearing outside the cave, Chen Mo and Su Huanger engaged in a duel using the 6 harmonies and chaos gun, while he meticulously instructed her on her techniques. Each of Chen Mo's insights bestowed upon Su Huanger an enlightening clarity, deepening her admiration for him. By the campfire, Captain Ling Zhanfei, Vice Captain Lung Feng, and Medic Miao Ning observed the ongoing duel with incredulity. The exquisite mastery of the gunplay and the grandiose momentum were simply breathtaking. Were it not for their own eyes witnessing the spectacle, they would never have believed that 2 novices could elevate the mid-tier Earth-level technique, 6 harmonies, and chaos gun to such heights. Before long, night fell, and the clock struck 11. It's getting late. Let us prepare for rest. The veterans will take turns keeping watch tonight, Captain Ling Zhanfei announced. The nights within the dimly lit swamp's secret realm were far more perilous than the days. For safety, Ling Zhanfei arranged for himself, Lung Feng, and Miao Ning to take turns on watch to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Typically, the night watch duties were entrusted to the veterans, as novices might not react swiftly in the face of sudden threats. Even though Chen Mo's performance was anything but novice-like, Captain Ling Zhanfei adhered to the customary protocol. You all have battled ferociously against the beasts all day. Tonight, make sure to rest well, Ling Zhanfei advised. Chen Mo nodded slightly, and then entered the cave alongside Nangong Li and Su Huanger. They arranged their sleeping spots at the innermost part of the cave. The crackling of the campfire outside echoed softly, casting a dim light within the cave. Tonight, the 3 of us can sleep together, Nangong Li exclaimed, wrapping one arm around Chen Mo and the other around Su Huanger. The ambiguous remark brought a fleeting blush to Su Huanger's cheeks. However, Nangong Li was unfazed, pulling out a clean mat from her spatial ring and laying it down at the farthest end of the cave. Let's sleep now. The mat was spacious enough for Nangong Li, Chen Mo, and Su Huanger to lie down comfortably. Ali, you should sleep. I can meditate and rest, Su Huanger suggested, shaking her head. Sharing a mat with members of the opposite sex was still somewhat difficult for her to accept, even after her sincere encounters with Chen Mo. Yet, Nangong Li was undeterred. She firmly grasped Su Huang and lay down. Su Huang was caught off guard as she was pulled down onto the mat. Ali, you. Nangong Li chuckled softly. Meditating is nowhere near as comfortable as lying down to sleep. It's all right, we're all dressed. The speaker's words were casual, yet the listener perceived them differently. Su Huang recalled that night when her and Chen Mo's garments had been reduced to ashes, a faint blush creeping onto her delicate face. Although they had never mentioned the incident again, every time their eyes met, Su Huang felt as though she were being laid bare once more, her heart racing uncontrollably. Huang, you sleep on the right side? I'll take the middle. And Chen Mo will be on the left. That arrangement should suffice, right? Nangong Li inquired. Su Huang's gaze shifted slightly, with a Li in the center. She found it difficult to voice any objections. Seeing this, Nangong Li joyfully beckoned Chen Mo over. Chen Mo, come here quickly. Chen Mo smiled faintly. With such a delightful arrangement, he had no intention of pretending to be a paragon of virtue. He promptly reclined on Nangong Li's left side. Glancing at Su Huang on his right and Chen Mo on his left, Nangong Li felt an inexplicable joy. Let us sleep, Su Huang murmured. Closing her eyes and attempting to clear her mind, Nangong Li turned towards Chen Mo, inhaling his scent, and instinctively leaned closer into his embrace, nuzzling against him like a kitten indulging in catnip. As she pressed against him, Chen Mo chuckled softly and enveloped her entirely in his arms. Nangong Li gazed up at him, her vibrant eyes fixed on his, radiating innocence and purity, laced with a hint of allure. She had previously mentioned the unique fragrance that clung to Chen Mo, which she found particularly comforting. To Chen Mo, however, Nangong Li's essence was even more intoxicating. Her Xian Yin Linglong body was not only an innate cultivation sacred body, but also an untainted form, untouched by any impurities. She exuded a subtle, enchanting fragrance that was utterly captivating. At this moment, cradling the ethereal beauty within his arms, Chen Mo could not help but feel a stirring desire. After half a month of companionship, Chen Mo and Nangong Li had developed mutual affections, especially as Nangong Li exhibited an instinctive, unguarded closeness to him. Unable to resist the allure of her delicate, rosy lips so close at hand, Chen Mo leaned in and kissed her. Nangong Li's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Her body stiffened momentarily before melting into relaxation. Her dreamy gaze gradually closed, and she felt as though she were floating among the clouds, losing track of her surroundings. Just as Su Huang was on the verge of drifting into slumber, she seemed to hear an unusual sound. Ali, what are you two doing? Su Huang inquired, her voice breaking the moment. Nothing. Nangong Li, startled like a frightened rabbit, shrank deeper into Chen Mo's embrace, too timid to move. Chen Mo chuckled softly, stroking Nangong Li's silky white hair to soothe her, choosing not to continue their previous actions, especially with Su Huang lying nearby. If it were just the two of them, Chen Mo would certainly have pulled Nangong Li along to cultivate the Tai, Su, Yin Yangju together. Let us sleep. Chen Mo whispered softly into Nangong Li's ear. The delicate features of Nangong Li's face radiated a faint rosy hue. The events that had just transpired marked the first experience of its kind in her life. She felt a warmth blossoming within her, a sweet joy that was utterly delightful. She found herself yearning for more moments with Chen Mo like this. Startled by her own thoughts, Nangong Li quickly buried her flushed cheeks into Chen Mo's embrace. After a considerable time, the fluttering heartbeat in her chest gradually settled. Inhaling the comforting scent that enveloped Chen Mo, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Unbeknownst to her, she slipped into a tranquil slumber. Chen Mo glanced down at the sleeping Nangong Li in his arms, smiled gently, and then closed his eyes as well. Chapter 46. The Accompanying Elder? Breakthrough to a first-class martial artist. At the break of dawn the following day, Chen Mo and his entourage of 6 continued their journey towards the enigmatic yumming pond within the secret realm. Along their path, they encountered numerous ferocious beasts. all of which merely served to augment their experience points, posing no threat to Chen Mo and his companions. However, not all teams possessed the formidable strength that Chen Mo's group exhibited. In fact, from the previous day to this moment, many teams within the secret realm had found themselves embroiled in arduous battles, with some even suffering casualties. Several dozen kilometers away from Chen Mo and his group, a six-member team was currently engaged in a desperate struggle. They were besieged by 3 elite-grade beasts and a dozen ordinary ones. Among this beleaguered team was the round-faced, bearded Chuan Xinru. With a snap, an ordinary 9th-tier beast opened its gaping maw and lunged at Chuan Xinru. He barely managed to evade its deadly bite, his heart racing with cold sweat. "Elder, save me," Chuan Xinru silently pleaded, fear etched upon his face. In the next heartbeat, a somewhat impatient voice echoed in his mind, belonging to an ancient elder. "Do not worry, you shall not perish. Release your spirit, and I shall take control of your body." As Chuan Xinru relinquished his spirit, his body was instantly commandeered by an unknown entity. His swordsmanship became remarkably refined, swiftly leading to the demise of the ordinary 9th-tier beast. Indeed, within Chuan Xinru resided another soul. To understand this phenomenon, one must go back more than 2 months. During a practice session, Chuan Xinru suddenly collapsed. Upon regaining consciousness, he heard the voice of a mysterious elder resonating in his mind. The elder claimed to be a long-lost ancestor of the Chuan family, promising to aid Chuan Xinru in becoming stronger. In that moment, Chuan Xinru recalled the martial arts novels he often indulged in, tales of protagonists accompanied by elder mentors, ascending to greatness and becoming formidable warriors. Overjoyed, Chuan Xinru thought to himself, "At last, fortune has smiled upon me." The subsequent events unfolded precisely as he had envisioned. Within just over a month, he transformed from a 2nd-tier martial artist into a 6th-tier one, earning a place as a special recruit in the provincial training camp. Chuan Xinru dreamt of transcending his peers in the upcoming National Martial Arts Examination, propelled by the support of his accompanying elder. Yet unbeknownst to him, the entity residing within his body was not a benevolent elder, but the infamous demonic cultivator known as the Thousand-Faced Heart Demon, Li Ying. Li Ying practiced a profoundly nefarious form of demonic arts, formless and intangible, capable of transforming into malevolent spirits and parasitizing others. For over a century, Li Ying had inhabited the bodies of countless individuals, draining their souls and wreaking havoc upon myriad lives. Among his victims were even several 5th-tier martial kings. This notoriety had earned Li Ying a place among the top 10 evildoers, designated as the Thousand-Faced Heart Demon. For decades, the Demon Subjugation Division had relentlessly pursued Li Ying, seeking to eliminate this malevolent force. Throughout this time, they had launched numerous offensives against him. However, Li Ying was exceedingly cunning, and coupled with his mastery of dark arts, he could effortlessly shed his skin, transferring from one host to another at will. As a result, he eluded capture numerous times. It was an arduous task to eliminate him, until more than 2 months ago, the Demon Extermination Division finally discovered Li Ying's whereabouts, and a dozen formidable warriors set out to besiege him once more. The battle raged for 3 days and nights, during which Li Ying's soul was ensnared by the soul destruction formation, reducing his essence to mere fragments, on the verge of complete annihilation. Yet, the Thousand-Faced Heart Demon was an expert in manipulation, enticing one of the powerful warriors to create a flaw in the formation. Ultimately, just as he was about to be obliterated, a remnant of Li Ying's soul managed to escape, finding refuge in the body of Chuan Xinru. For the past 2 months, Li Ying lay dormant within Chuan Xinru, gradually recuperating. This marked the first instance of Li Ying parasitizing such a weak martial artist. However, at that time, he had no alternatives, and his feeble remnant could only inhabit a 1st-tier warrior's body. As Li Ying regained strength over these months, his essence grew somewhat robust. Yet concurrently, his dissatisfaction with Chuan Xinru as a host intensified. Not only was her strength lacking, but her aptitude and temperament also failed to impress him. Initially, Li Ying intended to remain within Chuan Xinru for several more months, awaiting further recovery of his soul before seeking a more suitable vessel. However, upon encountering the extraordinary martial genius Chen Mo in the training camp, he became restless. Li Ying was utterly enamored with Chen Mo's physique. Not only did he possess unparalleled martial talent, but he was also strikingly handsome, a veritable dragon among men. By comparison, even in his prime, Li Ying would have retreated in the presence of such beauty. Chen Mo eclipsed Chuan Xinru in every conceivable way. Most importantly, residing in a martial genius like Chen Mo would expedite Li Ying's soul restoration significantly. The sole obstacle was that given the current state of his soul, attempting to seize control might result in failure. Thus, Li Ying was on the lookout for the right opportunity. While at the Blood Abyss military base, he refrained from making any reckless moves due to the presence of the pinnacle 5th-tier Martial King Fan Hanli. However, upon entering the Dark Marsh secret realm, the highest-ranking warrior present was merely a 2nd-tier martial artist. During this half-month in the secret realm, he needed to strategize meticulously, creating an impeccable opportunity for parasitism. Li Ying had made up his mind. Once he left the secret realm, the prospect of inhabiting Chen Mo's exceptional body would become exceedingly slim. As time passed, for days had elapsed. With a swift motion, Chen Mo thrust his spear, channeling a tremendous inner force, and obliterated an elite 6th-tier beast. After several days of battling beasts within the secret realm, Chen Mo successfully broke through to become a 1st-tier martial artist. Although Chen Mo did not possess the profound Yinling Long body like Nangong Li, and had not broken through any bottlenecks prior to becoming a martial emperor of the 7th realm, he was, in his previous life, a formidable martial emperor of the 6th realm. Thus, transcending to the 2nd realm of martial artists was a natural progression, devoid of any real challenge. Upon entering the realm of martial artists, Chen Mo's internal energy surged, significantly enhancing his strength once more. Just moments ago, he effortlessly vanquished a 6th-tier elite beast with a single strike. Captain Ling Zhanfei and Vice Captain Lung Feng had grown accustomed to Chen Mo's terrifying prowess in defeating beasts of higher tiers after witnessing his extraordinary feats over the past few days. Once the battlefield was cleared, the 6 of them traversed through the dense forest infested with beasts. Their surroundings suddenly opened up, revealing the vast expanse ahead. "Before us lies the Netherworld Pond," Captain Ling Zhanfei announced, pointing ahead. After days of arduous travel, Chen Mo and his companions had finally reached their destination. Chapter 47. Distress Signal. Luring the opponent into the trap before Chen Mo and his companions lay a deep, shadowy cold pond. As they approached, the icy chill emanating from the water was palpable. "This was the very spot where the Yin-Yang fish had first been discovered," remarked Captain Ling Zhanfei. Regrettably, despite numerous explorations by the Blood Abyss army, they had gleaned nothing of significance. Chen Mo fixed his gaze upon the bottomless waters and inquired, "Have we explored the depths of the Nether Pond?" "We have conducted several investigations," Captain Ling Zhanfei affirmed. "The deepest point reaches 51 meters, as depicted in this terrain map." As he spoke, he activated a holographic projection, revealing a detailed map of the pond's bottom for all to see. Chen Mo examined the map meticulously before crouching down to touch the frigid water. Having practiced the Tai Su Yin-Yang Ju in his previous life, he possessed an acute sensitivity to the forces of Yin and Yang. Yet, standing at the edge of the Nether Pond, he sensed no trace of such energies. "Captain, I wish to dive into the Nether Pond for a closer inspection," Chen Mo declared. Ling Zhanfei nodded slightly. "Cold Wind and I are also prepared to descend. Let's go together." Nangong Li, somewhat apprehensive, tugged at Chen Mo's hand. "Be careful," she urged. "Fear not, Ali, I shall return swiftly." Chen Mo reassured her with a warm smile as he gently ruffled her hair. "Stay safe," echoed Su Huanger from his side. "Understood," Chen Montag replied. After a brief moment of preparation, Chen Mo, Ling Zhanfei, and Cold Wind plunged into the icy waters. Nangong Li Su Huang and Miao Ning remained by the pond's edge, vigilant and alert. The instant they submerged, a wave of cold enveloped the trio. However, Chen Mo's internal flame, the Nirvana Phoenix flame, swiftly dispelled the chill. With Ling Zhanfei and Cold Wind, both possessing formidable martial prowess, Grade 9 and Grade 5 masters, respectively. Resisting such cold was hardly a challenge for them. A martial artist's vitality is robust enough to endure half an hour underwater without issue. The trio descended rapidly, soon reaching the depths of the nether pond. Ling Zhanfei signaled to Chen Mo and Cold Wind, indicating it was time to begin their exploration. The space beneath the nether pond was not particularly vast. Within half an hour, Chen Mo had scoured nearly every corner. Yet, not even a shadow of the yin-yang fish was to be found. However, in one secluded corner, he detected an exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible distortion in the fabric of space. Could it be that another unique realm lay hidden beneath the nether pond? Yet, upon further investigation, the sensation of spatial distortion inexplicably vanished, as if it were merely an illusion. At that moment, Captain Ling Zhanfei gestured upwards, indicating it was time to surface. Having submerged for over half an hour, it was prudent to return. Chen Mo took a final moment to sense the surroundings, realizing that nothing more could be uncovered at present. He then joined Ling Zhanfei and Cold Wind in their ascent. With a splash, they emerged from the water, where Nangong Li and Su Huanger rushed to greet them. "Are you all right?" Nangong Li asked with concern. Chen Mo shook his head with a smile, channeling the Nirvana Phoenix flame within him to instantly dry his drenched garments. Meanwhile, Ling Zhanfei and Lung Feng also used their internal energy to shake off the moisture clinging to their clothes. "Captain, have we made any discoveries?" "Miao Ninging Guidet." Captain Ling Zhanfei smiled. "Fortune favors us. We have collected 4 pieces of nether stone, which makes this journey worthwhile. At the bottom of the nether pool lies a mineral known as nether stone, prized for forging high-tier weapons and holding considerable value. Although they did not find the yin-yang fish, discovering netherstone was still a significant gain." "That's wonderful," Miao Ning exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Chen Mo contemplated the subtle spatial distortions he had detected at the pool's bottom. His intuition hinted that the warped space below might be the source of the yin-yang fish. However, the laws governing space are not to be trifled with. If the area beneath is a chaotic realm of erratic spatial forces, even a minor misstep could lead to his utter annihilation. The yin-yang fish is indeed precious. Yet for Chen Mo, it is not an absolute necessity. Even in its absence, he could still cultivate the Great Void yin-yang technique with Nangong Li. For prudence's sake, it would be best to wait until his strength has increased before probing further. Just as Chen Mo was lost in thought, a red distress signal soared into the sky, trailing a fiery tail before bursting into brilliance. "It's a distress signal," Captain Ling Zhanfei exclaimed. Upon entering the secret realm, every squad had carried long-range signal flares, visible from up to 80 kilometers away. "The location of the distress signal is approximately 50 kilometers from us," Vice Captain Lung Feng assessed. Chen Mo's gaze shifted. The direction and distance seemed to indicate another site where the yin-yang fish might be found, the Lingquan Cavern. During his review of the secret realm map, Chen Mo had focused on 3 locations identified for the yin-yang fish. Based on the distance and direction, the flare's origin should indeed be near the Lingquan Cavern. "It is certainly near the Lingquan Cavern," Captain Ling Zhanfei nodded, astonished by Chen Mo's astute deduction. "We must hasten to provide support," Ling Zhanfei declared. Upon receiving a distress signal from a comrade, the Blood Abyss Army would promptly rush to their aid, a commendable tradition of the Blood Abyss Army. Captain Ling Zhanfei led the group at breakneck speed toward the location of the distress signal. 10 minutes earlier, the 6-member squad, led by Chuan Xian, had arrived near the Lingquan Cavern. Their mission was to explore the cavern in hopes of uncovering traces of yin-yang fish and to collect the spiritual spring water within. However, upon nearing the Lingquan Cavern, they were astonished to find a multitude of beasts congregating around it, with more beasts approaching from nearby. Captain Luo Hui immediately realized that something unusual had transpired within the Lingquan Cavern. Yet, with only his current 6-member team, they could not force their way inside to investigate amid such an overwhelming number of beasts. For reasons of safety, Luo Hui decided to retreat first, intending to gather several nearby teams and devise a plan to enter and explore the area together. However, during the retreat, an unforeseen incident occurred. Chuan Xinru inadvertently disturbed the pack of beasts surrounding the Lingquan cave. Consequently, a fierce battle erupted between both parties. This turmoil was, in fact, orchestrated by the malevolent entity, the thousand-faced demon, which was parasitically residing within Chuan Xinru. Upon witnessing the strange occurrences near the Lingquan cave, the demon conceived a sinister plan. He aimed to incite chaos and slaughter in the area, setting up a blood soul formation and luring all nearby teams to the scene. Should he manage to draw Chen Mo into this fray, it would indeed be the most advantageous outcome. At that moment, he would seize the opportunity to employ his soul-snatching technique, embedding himself within Chen Mo. Even if Chen Mo did not appear, he could still regain a measure of strength through the blood soul formation. Once he had restored some of his power, he could venture into the secret realm to seek out Chen Mo for parasitism at a later time. Chapter 48. Desperation. The magnificent entrance of Chen Mo. The team of Chuan Xinru is presently embroiled in a fierce battle. Aside from Chuan Xinru, 2 members of the sprinting camp and a veteran of the Blood Abyss army have already perished beneath the gaping maw of the monstrous beasts. Captain, quickly fire the distress signal, Chuan Xinru urged. Captain Luo Hui pulled the trigger, and the crimson flare soared into the sky, bursting into a splendid display of fireworks. The distress signal has been launched. Now, they can only fight desperately against the onslaught of the beasts, striving to hold out until nearby reinforcements arrive. In a desperate bid for survival, Chuan Xinru relinquished complete control of her body to the enigmatic entity, Li Ying. Li Ying maneuvered Chuan Xinru's form, seemingly clumsily evading the attacks of the beast horde. Secretly, however, he was utilizing the blood of fallen beasts and warriors to inscribe the blood soul array amidst the chaotic remains. An intangible malevolence slowly unfurled its abyssal maw, biding its time for prey to venture within. Moments later, the 2 closest teams to the Lingquan cave hurried to provide assistance. Among them were Zhu Zhaoran, Pei Xiaosheng, and the fierce Meng Hu. Upon noticing the absence of Chen Mo among the arriving reinforcements, Li Ying felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, even in Chen Mo's absence, the execution of Li Ying's plan remained unaffected. As the rescue teams arrived, the beleaguered Luo Hui and his comrades found a flicker of hope. Strangely, however, the number of beasts surrounding the Lingquan cave continued to swell. Despite their utmost efforts, they found themselves unable to break free, suffering even greater casualties. Damn it! Why are these beasts charging at us like mad? The group cursed. It appears something has transpired within the Lingquan cave, Luo Hui remarked. Damn! If this continues, we shall all perish here. Guilt flickered in Luo Hui's eyes. If his distress signal led to the demise of the other 2 teams, he would bear the weight of the gravest sin. With a roar, Luo Hui summoned all his might, veins bulging, hair standing on end, his eyes a vivid crimson. He was burning his life force to enhance his combat prowess. At this moment, the 6th-grade martial artist Luo Hui erupted with the strength of an 8th-grade martial artist. Follow me, and let us break through. Luo Hui charged to the forefront, his twin great swords slicing through the air, his body smeared with blood. The other 2 captains closely followed, battling fiercely in a bid to lead their comrades through the encirclement of beasts. Yet, facing the frenzied horde, they found themselves struggling. Soon, more team members fell into the bloodied abyss, an overwhelming despair creeping into the hearts of the survivors. Zhu Zhaoran, Pei Xiaosheng, and Meng, who were already injured, on the brink of falling prey to the beast's ravenous jaws. Just then, whoosh, a spear emanating a ghostly azure luminescence pierced the air from afar, a radiant arc streaking across the heavens. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The cold gleam of the sharp gun barrel, imbued with an indomitable destructive force, instantaneously pierced through 2 elite 4th-tier demonic beasts. It then impaled a 3rd elite 5th-tier beast to the ground. This shot was none other than the 4th form of the 6 Harmonies and Chaos Gun, the long rainbow piercing the sun. The crowd turned to gaze and beheld a tall figure emerging from several dozen meters away. Following him were 5 other silhouettes. It was Mo Ge, exclaimed Meng Hu in astonishment. Immediately after, Those figures rushed toward this direction with great speed. Chen Mo led the charge, soaring through the air, his foot striking down violently upon the head of an elite second-tier beast. Boom! The beast's skull exploded instantaneously, and propelled by this force, Chen Mo darted out several meters, grasping the hilt of the falling star, shattered morning gun. The moment he withdrew the gun, Chen Mo's body jerked backward, executing a reverse maneuver. Without looking back, the gun struck first, delivering a lethal counter to an elite fourth-tier beast behind him. In just a few fleeting seconds of his appearance, Chen Mo had already slain 5 elite demonic beasts. This terrifying combat prowess left the members of the other 3 teams in stunned silence. Damn, MOGE's strength has reached such astounding heights. Meng Hu and Chu Zhao Ran's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. At that moment, everyone found themselves in peril, too pressed for time to ponder the reasons behind Chen Mo's astonishing power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Mo's gun emerged like a dragon, his fierce marksmanship sweeping through like a tempest, accompanied by an overwhelming might. Where he passed, countless demonic corpses fell. Nangong Li and Su Huang Er swiftly followed, joining the fray. Although their lethality was not as swift as Chen Mo's, they too claimed numerous demonic beasts. Captain Ling Zhan Fei relentlessly wielded a spear, fiercely dispatching beasts, while Vice Captain Long Feng stood atop the hillside, drawing his bow to release at least 3 arrows at a time, each shot finding its mark. With Chen Mo and his companions' intervention, the tide of battle swiftly shifted, and the number of demonic beasts dwindled. Not far away, Li Ying's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue upon witnessing Chen Mo's appearance, startled by his extraordinary combat ability. Excellent, excellent. This kid's martial talent is indeed extraordinary. He has already broken through to the martial master realm in such a short time. Furthermore, his combat power far surpasses that of others in the same realm. If I could just parasitize within his body, I could restore my peak strength in a few years, perhaps even ascend to a higher realm. A glint of greed flashed in Li Ying's eyes. At this moment, the blood soul array on the ground was fully inscribed, nearly enveloping the entire vicinity of the Spirit Spring Cave. Moreover, the array was filled with numerous corpses of both demonic beasts and warriors, soaked in blood. Once activated, its power would amplify further. Suddenly, Chen Mo's gaze shifted towards the direction of the Spirit Spring Cave. Yin Yang Boer. Chen Mo's heart raced. He keenly sensed the overflow of Yin Yang energy emanating from the Spirit Spring Cave. The Yin Yang power, a primordial essence of the universe, has existed since the dawn of chaos. It possesses a fatal allure for all living beings. This explains why these demonic beasts were frenziedly rushing toward the Spirit Spring Cave. Upon discovering the source of the issue, Chen Mo was about to speak. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A bizarre crimson light surged forth from beneath the feet of the crowd, enveloping the surroundings of the spiritual spring cave entirely. More terrifyingly, as the red light manifested, the corpses of beasts and warriors on the ground swiftly transformed into a pool of blood. The blood flowed across the ground in an unusual trajectory. In an instant, the crimson radiance intensified, shrouding even the small expanse of sky above. At that moment, everyone felt as if their very souls were gripped by some unseen force. What is happening? The faces of the crowd changed dramatically. What on earth is this? Chapter 49. The killing begins. The martial sovereign of the 3 realms. The sudden upheaval sent shockwaves through the hearts of all present. Nangong Li and Su Huanger instinctively retreated to Chen Mo's side. Chen Mo, what is happening? Nangong Li inquired. Her curiosity piqued, though she did not expect an answer. However, at that moment, Chen Mo's expression turned grave, evidently recalling something significant. It seems to be the blood soul array, he murmured. Su Huanger's expression faltered. What is the blood soul array? In Chen Mo's mind, the name of a notorious demonic cultivator flashed. Qian Mian Xinmo, the thousand-faced heart demon. In his previous life, he had first heard of Qian Mian Xinmo and the blood soul array from the lips of Bing Tuo Ta, also known as Yin I Chong. Qian Mian Xinmo ranked among the top 10 evil demons and was one of the most elusive demonic cultivators to eliminate. The Demon Suppression Division had pursued him for years without success. Even when the martial catastrophe erupted, Chen Mo remained unscathed. Moreover, amidst the martial apocalypse, he thrived. For he was formless and intangible, impervious to the martial virus that transformed beings into monstrous entities. Once his host succumbed to monstrosity, he would seamlessly transfer to another vessel. Coupled with the chaos of the martial catastrophe, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, leaving even the Demon Suppression Division unable to hunt him down. Consequently, Chen Mo grew increasingly brazen, devouring the souls of the powerful and augmenting his strength. In his past life, Chen Mo had only heard of Chen Mo, never having encountered him directly. No one knew the true visage of Chen Mo, as he perpetually inhabited the bodies of others. Chen Mo exchanged a glance with Nangong Li and Su Huang, signaling them to remain silent to avoid inciting panic. He then discreetly surveyed the crowd, convinced that the thousand-faced heart demon lurked among them. Chen Mo endeavored to discern the identity of Chen Mo through the expressions and behaviors of those around him. Yet, he found no anomalies in their demeanor. Were it a typical evil cultivator, they would likely be cackling maniacally, reveling in their villainous monologue. However, the thousand-faced heart demon had evaded capture by adhering to a cunning and stealthy modus operandi. At that moment, Liang, parasitizing Chuan Ru, exhibited a demeanor of confusion and fear, mirroring the others. Unable to pinpoint the location of Chen Mo, Chen Mo furrowed his brow in frustration. This old wretch is indeed crafty. Nevertheless, judging by the intensity of the blood-soul array, it seemed the thousand-faced heart demon might be injured, his current strength significantly diminished compared to his prime. Had he set up the blood-soul array at full capacity, it would have refined everyone in an instant. Everyone, do not panic. Ling Zhanfei took the initiative to stabilize the situation. He then summoned several other captains to launch an assault, attempting to breach the blood-soul array. However, they soon discovered that their efforts were akin to casting stones into the sea, having no effect on the formation whatsoever. All were ensnared within. What instilled greater fear among the masses was the gradual depletion of their vital energy, as though it were being siphoned away by the blood-soul array. Their souls seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. The weaker warriors were on the brink of collapse. Liang, the entity parasitizing Chuan Xinru, silently observed this unfolding drama. He was not in a hurry to act, preferring to wait for the blood-soul array to slowly refine its captives. Once Chen Mo was sufficiently weakened, he would unleash the soul-snatching technique, taking residence within him. Liang calculated quietly. However, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Mo, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Chen Mo was enveloped in violet lightning, which surged rapidly across his body. The blood-red aura within the blood-soul array recoiled in terror upon contact with the purple lightning. A vacuum emerged around Chen Mo, a sanctuary impervious to the bloodlight. The art of lightning was the bane of all malevolent entities. Chen Mo's cultivation of the purple thunder suppression scripture, after merging with his thunderbolt jade bone, had transcended the high-grade, earth-level purple electric thunder essence scripture, wielding the might of a low-grade heaven-level technique. At present, Chen Mo had already forged a body immune to 100 evils. Within the purple palace, a vortex of purple lightning essence condensed and compressed continuously. When the purple thunder suppression scripture reached its pinnacle, it could transform into the supreme and formidable nine heavens purple cloud divine thunder, capable of subduing all wicked spirits. Although the purple lightning within Chen Mo had yet to attain the potency of the nine heavens purple cloud divine thunder, it still exerted a powerful restraining effect on the bloodlight within the blood-soul array. As he could not locate the thousand-faced heart demon for the time being, Chen Mo resolved to find a way to breach the blood-soul array. Otherwise, everyone could perish within its confines. With a swift motion, Chen Mo extended his hand, allowing the violet lightning to envelop the body of the falling star shattered dawn spear. The next moment, he unleashed the fifth form of the Six Harmonies unified heaven spear, the Six Harmonies breaking the vault. The resonance of the six harmonies summoned the cosmic energies, and the spear's might bore the weight of the heavens. The falling star shattered Dawn's spear, entwined with fierce violet thunder, surged towards the edge of the blood soul array with the force to shatter the firmament. A deafening crack echoed through the space as a fissure appeared at the corner of the blood soul array. Indeed, it proved effective. Following this, Chen Mo unleashed a torrential barrage of lightning strikes upon the array's perimeter. Boom, boom, boom. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, gazing at the spectacle. In that moment, Chen Mo appeared as a deity wielding the power of thunder. Li Ying was struck with terror. He had never anticipated that a mere second-realm warrior like Chen Mo could devise a method to dismantle his blood soul array. This could not continue. If it did, the array would surely be breached by this young man. If Chen Mo succeeded in dismantling the blood soul array, all would be lost. Realizing he could no longer delay, Li Ying swiftly took action. His hand, concealed within his sleeve, rapidly formed an intricate incantation. In the next instant, the bloodlight within the blood soul array, along with the souls of recently deceased warriors, surged frantically towards Li Ying. The aura of Chuan Xinru, in which Li Ying resided, surged with terrifying speed. The sudden turn of events startled those around. Chuan Xinru, Captain Luo Hui's words were left unfinished as a sharp claw pierced through his chest, and his crimson heart fell into Chuan Xinru's grasp. With a resounding crunch, the heart was crushed, and Luo Hui's body collapsed, his eyes forever closed in death. Chuan Xinru took a deep breath. Under the influence of the blood soul array, he absorbed the recently departed soul of Luo Hui. The souls of fallen warriors are a true boon for the remnants of Li Ying. The spirit of the sixth-grade warrior Luo Hui, combined with the souls of the 8 other warriors who had perished at the hands of the beasts, had now been completely devoured by Li Ying, bolstered by the blood soul array. Li Ying's residual spirit rapidly grew in strength, nearing the threshold of the third realm of martial sovereign. Chapter 50. Chen Mo versus Li Ying. The fiercely innocent Nangong Li's Chuan Xinru suddenly crushed Luo Hui's heart. A look of terror spread across everyone's faces. Even the dullest among them could discern that something was amiss with Chuan Xinru. They swiftly retreated, gazing at her with expressions of wariness. Who exactly are you? Ling Zhanfei shouted, raising his gun. Li Ying offered no reply, not even glancing in Ling Zhanfei's direction. His gaze was fixed upon Chen Mo, who was enveloped in crackling lightning. To his surprise, Chen Mo directly unveiled his identity. The thousand-faced heart demon, you have finally revealed yourself, Chen Mo coldly declared. Li Ying's eyes narrowed. You actually recognize me? Upon hearing the name Thousand-Faced Heart Demon, the crowd wore expressions of confusion. Yet, Ling Zhanfei seemed to recall something horrifying and shouted in alarm. Everyone be careful. This guy is one of the 10 great evils. The mention of the 10 great evils caused an immediate shift in the demeanor of the crowd. In the next instant, Li Ying's figure abruptly vanished from his position, his speed so swift that only an afterimage remained. When he reappeared, he was already behind a captain of the 6th rank martial artist. With a casual sweep of his hand, a head soared into the air. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck. Li Ying then opened his mouth and inhaled, devouring the recently departed soul once more. Within the blood soul array, everyone's blood, energy, and souls were suppressed, rendering them only a third of their usual strength. In stark contrast, Li Ying's power surged under the enhancement of the blood soul array. Moreover, his cultivation had now returned to the third realm of martial sovereign. The vast majority present were simply no match for him. In a matter of seconds, Li Ying had slain 2 captains. A profound sense of dread instantly enveloped everyone. Li Ying licked his lips, feeling his remnant soul gradually grow stronger, and a chilling smile crept across his face. He regarded the onlookers as if they were mere livestock awaiting slaughter. Chen Mo felt a heavy weight in his heart. Battling the thousand-faced heart demon within the blood soul array left him at a distinct disadvantage. The pressing urgency was to dismantle the blood soul array. Without hesitation, Chen Mo instantly unleashed the full power of the Thunder Jade Bone, causing purple lightning to surge around him. He then executed the sixth form of the Six Harmonies Chaos Gun. The profound meaning, Star River Reversal. The majestic energy of the universe converged upon the tip of his spear like a torrent rushing into the sea, erupting forth with wild abandon. The meteor-shattering spear gleamed brilliantly, radiant as a condensed galaxy. Wherever the spear's light reached, the space warped as if the Milky Way was being torn from the heavens. With a thunderous boom, the already cracked blood soul array was utterly shattered by Chen Mo's full-force strike. The blood light that had pervaded the surroundings instantly vanished. The crowd suddenly felt the oppressive sensation lift. Restored to his full strength, Ling Zhanfei immediately raised his gun and charged at Liying. As a ninth-rank martial artist, Ling Zhanfei was the highest-ranked individual present, aside from Liying himself. In a mere exchange of less than 10 moves, Ling Zhanfei felt his spirit suddenly assailed, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. In the blink of an eye, the massive slashing blade in Li Ying's hand tore through space with a devastating arc crack. The mysterious iron spear in Ling Zhanfei's grasp shattered in response, propelling him backward for several meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. Had he not instinctively positioned the spear before him at the last moment, his body would have likely been cleaved in two. Even so, a deep, bone-revealing gash marred his chest, blood streaming forth. At that critical juncture, a figure surged forth, wielding the meteor-shattering spear, enveloped in violet lightning, and struck fiercely at Liying. The spear's trajectory seemed to pluck the Milky Way from the heavens. Once again, the profound technique of galactic reversal was unleashed. Liying raised his blade to defend. Boom! The clash of blade and spear sent shockwaves through the ground, fracturing it beneath them. A tremendous wave of force radiated outward from Chen Mo and Liying, stirring a fierce gale in its wake. Feeling the terrifying power coursing through the hilt of the blade, surprise flickered in Liying's eyes. A mere second-tier martial artist, Chen Mo, had managed to unleash such formidable attacks twice in succession. Yet, what astonished Liying even more was yet to come. With a fierce shout, Chen Mo intoned within his heart, "Dragon veins, awaken." Instantly, two dragon-shaped veins within him ignited with a resplendent golden light. Chen Mo's aura surgit dramatiquement. The brilliance of the meteor-shattering spear intensified as he swung it anew. The meteor-shattering spear was a top-tier, earth-grade weapon, while the great slashing knife in Liying's possession was merely a low-tier, mystic-grade weapon. The disparity in their ranks was monumental. Crack! In the next heartbeat, Liying's mystic-grade blade shattered completely, sending him hurtling backward. Ling Zhanfei, who lay on the ground, along with the others present, displayed expressions of utter disbelief. Chen Mo's combat prowess eclipsed even that of the ninth-tier martial artist, Ling Zhanfei. Rather than seething with anger, Liying erupted into laughter, his eyes glinting with an insatiable greed. How exhilarating! He had never yearned so intensely to inhabit another's body. Chen Mo's extraordinary physique was now his target. In the next instant, a strange black mist emanated from Liying, enveloping him entirely, leaving only his blood-red eyes visible. Whoosh! Liying's speed multiplied several-fold, and he appeared directly above Chen Mo in an instant, striking down with a casual sweep. 5 enormous shadowy claws seemed to rend the very fabric of space, bearing down upon Chen Mo. With a counterstrike, Chen Mo employed the technique Six Harmonies breaking the firmament, channeling the might of the heavens, and shattered the 5 shadowy claws. Before Chen Mo could catch his breath, Liying's relentless assault continued. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the most intense battle erupted. Whoosh! A shadow darted past, and a vice captain standing several meters away was suddenly cleaved in two. Merely caught in the residual force of the shadow's claws, he was left headless. The onlookers, gripped by terror, promptly retreated 100 meters. This battle was far beyond their capacity to intervene. Chen Mo's combat ability surpassed that of any martial artist of the same realm. However, Liying's martial prowess surpassed Chen Mo's by an entire realm. Despite Chen Mo's repeated use of formidable techniques, even with the enhancement of 2 dragon veins, the consumption was immense. The longer this battle dragged on, The more disadvantageous it became for Chen Mo. Li Ying was acutely aware of this and showed no eagerness to launch a reckless assault. He resembled a beast lying in wait, seeking the perfect moment to strike his prey with lethal precision. The instant Li Ying detected the slightest flaw, he would unleash the soul-snatching technique, intending to parasitize Chen Mo. A third-realm martial sovereign engaging with a second-realm martial artist displayed such meticulous caution. Indeed, the thousand-faced heart demon lived up to its reputation for cunning. Boom! Another clash of powerful techniques erupted, unleashing a tempest of energy that created a deep crater in the ground. Both Chen Mo and Li Ying staggered back several meters. Li Ying's body was struck by lightning, emitting the scent of charred flesh, while Chen Mo bore a wound on his arm inflicted by the shadow's claws. Both were injured. A flicker of disbelief crossed Li Ying's eyes. He had truly been harmed by a second-realm martial artist? Suddenly, Li Ying sentait that Shilin aura approché. Swish! A blade of light, 2 zhang long, sliced through the air, arriving in an instant. Li Ying swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp sword energy that carved a gash into the ground where he had just stood. Another master? Li Ying turned to look. There stood Nangong Li, her icy gaze fixed upon him, her delicate features resembling a flawless sculpture, yet her expression was as frigid as winter's breath. Dare to harm Chen Mo, and I shall end you. Nangong Li's voice was melodious, yet laced with fierce determination. As she beheld the wound on Chen Mo's arm, she felt an unprecedented surge of fury for the first time in her life. Chapter 51. Nangong Li is grown. A harmonious duo of spouses, Nangong Li, gracefully arrived. Her form ethereal and agile, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. The North Ming ice soul sword in her hand emanated a frigid aura reminiscent of a millennium of ice. During her days in the secret realm, Nangong Li, harnessing the extraordinary cultivation speed of the Xian Yin Ling Long body, had ascended to the rank of a second-tier martial artist, surpassing Chen Mo by a slight margin. Setting aside the rarity of Nangong Li's Xian Yin Ling Long body, she was backed by the illustrious Nangong family, which boasted a rich martial heritage spanning a millennium, endowed with an unfathomable depth of martial foundation. From her childhood, the Nangong family had poured countless resources into her training. Nangong Li had practiced martial arts techniques reserved for the family heads of the Nangong lineage, specifically the heaven-tier intermediate skill, Taiyin Xianxia Gong. Until now, Nangong Li had never truly unleashed her full power in combat. However, upon witnessing the injury inflicted upon her beloved Chen Mo by the thousand-faced heart demon, her fury ignited. In the next moment, the Taiyin Xianxia Gong surged within her, causing her silvery hair to billow wildly. Simultaneously, her petite frame began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from a 160 centimeters petite girl into a 175 centimeters enchanting woman. Her figure evolved from a D-cup to an E-cup marvel. Her dress, a top-tier earth-gray garment, the Linglong Lucien skirt, also enlarged accordingly. In an instant, Nangong Li's aura soared to its zenith. Gazing at the suddenly transformed Nangong Li, even Chen Mo displayed an expression of astonishment. Chen Mo, I am here to assist you. Nangong Li beamed at him. With that declaration, the North Ming Ice Soul sword in her hand unleashed a barrage of over 100 sword shadows, raining down upon Li Ying like a tempest. 1,000 marks, sword shadow, the third level. Li Ying's pupils constricted from the sheer terror of the sword shadows. He could ascertain that Nangong Li's combat prowess was not significantly inferior to Chen Mo's. Li Ying's figure flickered as he dodged the cascading sword shadows. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Mo, wielding the meteor shard spear infused with the wrath of thunder, struck down fiercely at Li Ying. Despite it being their first time fighting together, Chen Mo and Nangong Li seemed to share an unspoken bond, their coordination remarkably harmonious. With the formidable 6 harmonies merging spear and the agile, unpredictable 1,000 marks sword shadow, they launched a relentless assault upon the thousand-faced heart demon Li Ying, executing a spectacular duet. Boom, boom, boom. Under the torrential onslaught of Chen Mo and Nangong Li, Li Ying was forced to retreat, his injuries multiplying. However, for the thousand-faced heart demon, The wounds inflicted upon the host body bore no consequence to his soul. He could effortlessly abandon it and seek another host at will. For decades, Li Ying had been relentlessly hunted by the Demon Extermination Division, facing life and death situations time and again. The peril he had encountered far surpassed the current predicament. No matter how formidable the two young martial artists appeared, they were merely second-tier martial artists, while he stood as a third-tier martial master. The advantage lay with him. Li Ying merely needed to seize a moment of vulnerability to invoke the soul-snatching technique and inhabit Chen Mo's body, thereby completely reversing the tide of battle. Su Huanger gazed from a distance as her close friends, Nangong Li and Chen Mo, joined forces against their adversary. At present, Su Huanger's martial arts cultivation was merely at the 9th rank, without breaking through to the second realm of martial masters. Her rushing into the fray would only serve as a hindrance. In light of the situation, a breakthrough was imperative. In the next moment, Su Huanger fervently activated the technique Nirvana 9 Heavens. The Nirvana Phoenix flame within her seemed to sense her determination, igniting with fervent intensity. The crimson flames blazed on her flowing red skirt. The red hue in her eyes became even more enchanting, and even her long, dark hair gradually took on a scarlet tint. After several days of hunting demonic beasts in the secret realm, Su Huanger had long reached the threshold for a breakthrough. With a resounding boom, she finally ascended to the first rank of martial masters. A powerful internal energy surged through her limbs and bones in an instant. The second realm of martial masters proved to be significantly stronger than the 9th rank, Su Huanger mused. The Nirvana Phoenix flame radiated a terrifying heat, melting the ground beneath her feet. In the next heartbeat, her figure shot through the air like a meteor, crashing toward Li Ying. What? Another one? Observing Su Huanger's sudden surge in combat prowess, Li Ying finally exhibited a hint of unease. Where did such extraordinary martial geniuses emerge from? It must be noted that nearly 100 million candidates partake in a national martial examination each year. Yet the number of those awakening SSS-level martial talents does not exceed 10. Yet here, Li Ying encountered 3 SSS-level martial talent awakeners in one go. What sheer luck! With Su Huanger's entry, the battle transformed from a couple's duet into a trio of friends. The formidable Li Ying, known as the Thousand-Faced Heart Demon, found himself overwhelmed by 3 younger opponents. Nevertheless, there was no trace of panic in his gaze. His eyes scanned the bystanders, observing the fight, and in the blink of an eye, Li Ying's figure vanished like a phantom. While evading Chen Mo and the others' attacks, he formed a peculiar hand seal and chanted an enigmatic incantation. Suddenly, he raised both hands, inserting a finger into his own head while intoning a strange melody. A haunting tune resonated, piercing through the air for 100 meters, infiltrating the minds of those present. Enchanting demonic melody. The onlookers 100 meters away clutched their heads in anguish, letting out wails of despair. Except for the highest ranked among them, Ling Zhanfei, who could barely withstand the assault. The others fell prey to the sinister spell, losing their consciousness. Under Li Ying's control, these individuals rampaged forward, launching an attack on Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger. The trio struggled to fend off the enchanting demonic melody, while dodging the frenzied assaults of their out-of-control comrades. Faced with their bewitched allies, Chen Mo and the others found themselves unable to deliver lethal blows, feeling utterly restrained. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, Chen Mo knocked out Zhu Zhaoran, Meng Hu, and Pei Xiaosheng, sealing their meridians to prevent further control. Immediately, the 3 individuals were hurled towards the distant Ling Zhanfei. Captain, take them away. The farther the better, Chen Montauk exclaimed. Without hesitation, he charged towards the cold wind and the other vice-captain, preparing to incapacitate them and cast them aside. Observing this, a strange smile crept upon Li Ying's lips. Explode. As soon as Li Ying's words fell, the 2 individuals before Chen Mo erupted violently. Boom! The 2 vice-captains, both at the martial master level, were obliterated into a mist of blood, akin to 2 immensely powerful bombs. The terrifying force sent Chen Mo, who was closest, flying. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Chen Mo glared at Li Ying, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The vice captain, Cold Wind, with whom he had spent several days, was reduced to a mere blood mist by Li Ying's ruthless actions. Chen Mo, both Nangong Li and Su Huanger cried out in alarm, their concern palpable as they witnessed Chen Mo's injury. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred within the Spirit Spring cave. Thunderous roars echoed. Instantly, the earth trembled, and the ground fractured. A massive chasm rapidly spread beneath the feet of the onlookers, while torrents of yin and yang energy erupted from the fissure. Chapter 52. You scheme against me? The demise of the faceless heart demon Chen Mo had previously sensed the leakage of yin and yang energies beneath the Spirit Spring cave. However, before he could investigate the cause, the blood soul array set by the faceless heart demon Li Ying was activated. The reason for the leakage of these energies was the existence of another chaotic space beneath the Spirit Spring cave. The faceless heart demon had previously laid the blood soul array here, intending to trap everyone within, extracting their blood essence and souls. This action had rendered the underlying chaotic space even more unstable. At that moment, the fierce battle between Chen Mo, Nangong Li, Su Huang, and Li Ying accelerated the collapse of the space beneath the Spirit Spring cave. With a thunderous roar, the ground cracked open, revealing a chaotic expanse below. Numerous fragments of stone and the skeletal remains of blood-drained beasts fell into the abyss, instantly consumed and vanishing without a trace. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened as he recalled the twisted space at the bottom of the ghostly pool. However, there was no time to explore any connection between the two. Once drawn into the chaotic space below, the fate of anyone would be uncertain. We must leave this place, Chen Mo urged Nangong Li and Su Huanger. At that moment, he could no longer afford to be entangled with Li Ying. Yet, Li Ying had no intention of allowing Chen Mo to escape. With the ground quaking and the space in turmoil, it was the perfect moment to strike amid the chaos. Li Ying commanded the last few individuals under his control to charge at Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger, while simultaneously unleashing the blood explosion technique. Boom! Boom! Chen Mo seized Nangong Li and Su Huanger, forcefully tossing them to a safe distance several dozen meters away. The violent explosions further shook the already fractured earth. As Chen Mo dodged the blasts, he remained vigilant of the ground beneath him, wary of falling into the chaotic space below. At that moment, a shadow darted through the exploding blood mist as Li Ying lunged at Chen Mo with lightning speed. Swish! Chen Mo thrust his spear forward. Unexpectedly, Li Ying did not evade. He allowed the long spear to pierce through his body. A strange smile crept across Li Ying's lips. At last, you've fallen for my ruse. The earlier blood explosions and Li Ying's charge were merely feints. The true lethal strike had finally revealed itself, with the spear embedded deep in his abdomen. Li Ying was nearly face-to-face with Chen Mo. At such proximity, the success rate of executing the soul-snatching technique was nearly assured. However, to ensure an additional layer of security, Li Ying performed an unexpected act. Boom! In an instant, Chuan Xinru's body exploded violently. Li Ying self-detonated. Previously, under the enhancement of the blood soul array, Li Ying and the parasitic host Chuan Xinru had absorbed vast amounts of blood essence and souls, allowing them to break through to the third realm martial sovereign. The power of the blood explosion technique at this level was several times stronger than that of the previous martial artist blasts. A thunderous roar reverberated, and a terrifying shock wave instantaneously engulfed Chen Mo. In truth, the moment Chen Mo's spear pierced Li Ying, he sensed an unsettling dissonance. Without hesitation, he employed the Six Harmonies step to retreat at breakneck speed. However, he could not evade the imminent blood explosion technique, and he was hurled backward, grievously wounded. At the moment Chuan Xinru's body erupted, Li Ying's soul had already departed from her corporeal form, swiftly darting toward the injured Chen Mo and instantly burrowing into his mind. Li Ying had anticipated that, despite Chen Mo's formidable physique, enduring the blood explosion technique head-on would not result in his demise. At most, it would leave him severely injured. What Li Ying sought was precisely this state of vulnerability, for a weakened Chen Mo would be incapable of resisting his soul seizure technique. Only then could Li Ying be assured of a 100 success rate in parasitizing Chen Mo's body. He had been exceedingly cautious. Ha ha ha! The soul seizure technique has finally succeeded. Li Ying's voice echoed with maniacal laughter within Chen Mo's consciousness. After all his plotting, Li Ying had finally acquired the vessel of his dreams. Yet in the next heartbeat, Chen Mo's voice suddenly rang out. "Are you certain you succeeded?" Upon hearing Chen Mo's voice, Li Ying's soul froze in disbelief. It seemed he had glimpsed a terrifying presence, and a look of incredulous terror crossed his features. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ying's soul turned to flee, attempting to escape Chen Mo's consciousness. "Want to run?" Too late. Chen Mo's icy voice resounded. Chen Mo had previously heard of the soul seizure technique from Yuni Shang, and he understood a crucial truth. No matter the severity of the injuries inflicted on the host body, it would not significantly affect Li Ying's soul. To utterly eradicate Li Ying, one must annihilate his soul. Thus, from the moment Li Ying revealed himself, Chen Mo had remained on high alert. Throughout their battle, Chen Mo had refrained from employing his SSS martial talent, the Nirvana Phoenix Flame, reserving this trump card specifically for countering the soul seizure technique of the thousand-faced heart demon. At this moment, within Chen Mo's consciousness, a prison cage formed of purple lightning and phoenix flames emerged. The lightning was adept at vanquishing malevolent spirits, and the purple lightning cultivated from the Purple Thunder Prison Sutra was particularly potent. The phoenix flame, one of the mightiest divine fires in existence, could incinerate all, dispersing evil spirits to the wind. The fusion of these two elements constituted the ultimate bane of Li Ying's soul. Just as Li Ying's soul attempted to escape, it found itself ensnared within the prison of purple lightning and phoenix flames. A piercing scream erupted from Li Ying's soul, a wail of torment that pierced the very essence of his being. "This is the Phoenix Flame Thunder Prison I prepared especially for you. Are you satisfied?" Chen Mo inquired with a smile. "You have plotted against me," Li Ying exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury. His soul instinctively sought to break free. But upon making contact with the Phoenix Flame Thunder Prison, he nearly lost his very essence. He was trapped. The dread of death enveloped Li Ying instantaneously. For many years, the Demon Subjugation Division dispatched numerous Fifth Realm Martial Kings to hunt him down, yet he always managed to escape. Li Ying never anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere Second Realm martial artist. In a moment of desperation, he hastily pleaded for mercy, seducing with a sinister charm. "Do not kill me yet. My peak strength is that of a 9th rank martial king. I can make you stronger. Trust me, and I will elevate you to greatness." Chen Mo, however, remained unfazed. In the next instant, the Phoenix Flame Thunder Prison swiftly constricted. A piercing scream erupted as the notorious 10 evil beings member, the thousand-faced heart demon, was obliterated, completely vanishing from this realm. Chen Mo exhaled slowly, preparing to depart the crumbling earth beneath him. Suddenly, he felt the world spin around him. Withstanding the recent blow from the blood explosion technique had already inflicted severe injuries upon him. Additionally, invoking the Purple Thunder Phoenix Flame Prison in his consciousness took a tremendous toll on his spirit. At this moment, Chen Mo could no longer endure. His awareness began to fade. With a crack, the ground beneath him fractured, and he plummeted into the chaotic abyss below. Chen Montak, Nangong Li, and Su Huang'er soared toward him, each grasping one of his hands, attempting to pull him back. Yet, a powerful force of attraction ensnared them, dragging them all into the turbulent chaos infused with the energies of yin and yang. The figures of the three vanished in an instant. The next chapter will feature the anticipated dual cultivation. Chapter 53, Practicing the Tai Su Yin Yang Ju. When Chen Mo awoke once more, he felt as though his consciousness was enveloped in a delicate softness. "Chen Mo, you're awake," chimed the jubilant voice of Nangong Li beside him. As he slowly opened his eyes, the exquisitely carved visage of Nangong Li came into view, her enchanting eyes filled with concern, glistening with traces of tears. Beside her, Su Huang'er also gazed at him with a face full of worry. At that moment, Chen Mo found himself lying on the ground with his head resting upon Nangong Li's lap. just as he attempted to rise. He felt the gentle pressure of her delicate hand on his shoulder. Chen Mo, you've been injured. Please rest for now. It's all right. I feel much better. Chen Mo replied with a smile. With utmost care, Nangongli helped him sit up. As he looked down, he saw that the garments he had previously worn had been torn to shreds due to the explosion of the bloodburst technique, his body marred with numerous wounds. Yet now, the tattered clothing had vanished, and his injuries had been expertly bandaged. Li, did you tend my wounds? Chen Montak inquired. Together with Huang, we helped bandage you, Nangongli responded. Upon hearing this, Su Huanger averted her gaze slightly, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Naturally, treating his wounds had necessitated contact with Chen Mo's body, and this was Su Huanger's first experience of such intimacy with a member of the opposite sex, causing her a touch of shyness. Thank you both, Chen Mo said, gently stroking Nangong Li's hair before turning to Su Huanger. She shook her head slightly. You should thank Li. I merely assisted a little. Li fed you Aixing, Sheng, Zhao, Hua Dan. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. The Sheng Zhao Hua Dan was a priceless healing elixir, capable of reviving one from the brink of death, and even facilitating the regeneration of severed limbs. No wonder his recovery was so swift. It was due to the Sheng Zhao Hua Dan, he mused. His previous injuries were not fatal, making the use of the Sheng Zhao Hua Dan somewhat extravagant. Li, why did you give me such a precious healing elixir? This particular Sheng Zhao Hua Dan had been specially prepared by the Nangong family as a life-saving remedy for Nangong Li herself. To put it simply, possessing the Sheng Zhao Hua Dan was akin to having an additional lease on life. Yet, without hesitation, Nangong Li had offered it to Chen Mo, showing no signs of regret. As long as you are safe, that is what matters, Nangong Li said with a cheerful smile. Chen Mo was deeply moved by her words, enveloping her petite form in an affectionate embrace. At that moment, Nangong Li had transformed from her usual 175 centimeters tall, mature self back to her 160 centimeters petite figure. Nestled in Chen Mo's arms, she beamed with delight. After a brief interlude, Chen Mo released Nangong Li and began to survey their surroundings. He discovered that they were situated within a cavernous space resembling a sinkhole. The expanse of the sinkhole was considerable, adorned with hanging stalactites and undulating translucent stone draperies. Beside them lay a shimmering spiritual spring, and above them, at a distance of several meters, was a circular opening exceeding 5 meters in diameter. Beyond the cave entrance lies a realm of chaos, brimming with the dual forces of yin and yang. After our descent from above, we found ourselves in this very spot, South Palace Li remarked to Chen Mo beside them. Su Huang added, during your unconscious state, I conducted a thorough exploration. The only exit is the opening above us. However, the exterior is a chaotic space, and I dared not act recklessly. Chen Mo nodded slightly, acknowledging, the unpredictable nature of the chaotic space makes our landing here a stroke of fortune. Exercising caution is indeed prudent. He then rose to gaze at the nearby spiritual spring. Within it swam 6 fish, each half a meter long, adorned in black and white, radiating spiritual light. Yin-yang feasts. A flicker of excitement danced in Chen Mo's eyes. To think that after such a long search within the secret realm, 6 of these elusive fish would appear here. Nevertheless, our immediate priority is to devise a means of escape. Chen Mo, how shall we exit? South Palace Li inquired, clutching his arm. Su Huang turned her gaze towards him as well. After their time together and the fierce battle against the 1,000-faced heart demon, they had unconsciously come to regard Chen Mo as their cornerstone of support. Lifting his head, Chen Mo gazed into the chaotic space beyond the cave. There exists but one way to escape from here, he pondered aloud. What method is that? Both South Palace Li and Su Huang asked eagerly. Chen Mo responded, this chaotic space is suffused with the forces of yin and yang. If we can master the path of yin and yang, we shall traverse this realm unscathed. South Palace Li and Su Huang exchanged startled looks. The path of yin and yang is a fundamental principle of the universe. How could it be so easily grasped? Chen Mo smiled. I possess a supreme martial arts technique of heavenly rank, known as the Great Void Yin-Yang art. Mastering the path of yin and yang will pose no challenge after cultivation. Upon hearing the term supreme heavenly rank, even the distinguished South Palace Li and Su Huang heir were taken aback. Every heavenly rank technique is a rare treasure in this world, let alone one of the highest caliber. Even the illustrious South Palace family, with its millennia of martial heritage, only possesses the lunar mysterious blossom technique, which is merely of mid-tier heavenly rank. Yet, Chen Mo possesses a supreme heavenly rank martial art. How could South Palace Li and Su Huang heir not be astonished? After the initial shock, joy followed. If we can cultivate the great void yin-yang art, we can escape. Let us begin our training at once. South Palace Li exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chen Mo blinked. The great void yin-yang art is a dual cultivation technique. At this revelation, both South Palace Li and Su Huang heir felt a shiver run down their spines, a blush involuntarily creeping onto their stunning faces. Being of age, they understood the implications of a dual cultivation technique. To dual cultivate, you mean? South Palace Li stammered. Indeed, I cannot undertake this alone. Ali, would you be willing to cultivate alongside me? Chen Mo asked with a warm smile directed at South Palace Li. Upon meeting his gaze, South Palace Li's heart raced, her delicate earlobes turning a radiant shade of crimson. From the very first glance at Chen Mo, Li felt an innate affinity for him, irresistibly drawn to the aura that enveloped him. In the days that followed, she found herself unconsciously gravitating towards Chen Mo, their bond deepening with each passing moment. On the night of their first day in the secret realm, Li and Chen Mo shared their inaugural kiss. In the subsequent nights, Li needed to steal a kiss from Chen Mo before she could peacefully drift into slumber. Her heart had long been entwined with his. Li bit her rosy lip, her gaze towards Chen Mo brimming with youthful shyness and affection. I am willing, she whispered softly. Upon uttering those words, she bashfully buried her face in Chen Mo's embrace. At this, Su Huang parted her crimson lips, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet ultimately refrained. There was only one way to escape this space, and that was through Chen Mo. Moreover, what was wrong with Ali and Chen Mo engaging in dual cultivation together? To prevent them from practicing was to suggest she should do so instead. Yet for reasons unknown, a sense of bittersweet sorrow and longing swelled within Su Huang. You two continue with your cultivation. I shall take my leave. With that, Su Huang turned and hastily departed, retreating behind a colossal stalagmite several meters away. Once she left, only Chen Mo and Li remained by the spiritual spring. Their eyes met, and an unspoken sentiment flowed between them. Ali, I will first impart the cultivation methods of the Tai Su Yin Yang Ju to you, Chen Mo said with a smile. Li nodded. The essence of the Tai Su Yin Yang Ju lies in manifesting the true meaning of the void, uniting the principles of yin and yang, breaking through chaos to give birth to creation, with yin and yang complementing each other and the myriad transformations emerging from the void. The Tai Su Yin Yang Ju consists of 10 celestial realms. We shall begin with the first, the fusion of yin and yang, the ethereal bridge to the profound. This requires guiding the source of yang energy within me to intertwine with the source of yin energy within you. To accomplish this, we must establish a closed-loop channel, the so-called union of yin and yang. Li nodded, though she grasped the concept only partially. I do not know how to proceed, she murmured, her cheeks flushed. Fear not, Ali, I shall guide you. In the next moment, Chen Mo leaned down and captured her delicate lips with his. The exquisite dress adorning Li slipped, revealing her skin, pure as jade, illuminating the cave with an ethereal glow. Let's commence. Chapter 54. Su Huang also desires dual cultivation. Su Huang concealed herself behind a stalactite, listening to the melodious voice of her dear friend Li echoing through the cavern. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed like the evening sky. She hastily covered her ears with her hands, taking a deep breath to expel all distracting thoughts. However, her mind uncontrollably drifted back to certain memories. She recalled the moment she first met Chen Mo. At that time, her dear friend Nan Gongli appeared entranced, resembling a little kitten as she nestled against Chen Mo, inhaling his scent. When Su Huanger witnessed Chen Mo ruffling Nan Gongli's hair, she mistakenly believed he was tormenting her friend and rushed forward to pull Nan Gongli away. Yet, as their interactions progressed, Su Huanger came to understand that Chen Mo harbored no ill intentions. On the contrary, he was an unparalleled martial arts genius. Su Huanger had never witnessed anyone with marksmanship skills as extraordinary as Chen Mo's. Under his guidance, her own marksmanship improved rapidly. Deep within her heart, she held a profound admiration for Chen Mo, even a hint of reverence. After all, in the realm of martial arts, strength commands respect, and it is human nature to admire the powerful. What astonished Su Huanger even more was Chen Mo's ability to discern that her Nirvana Phoenix flame was somewhat out of control, and he devised a solution to a dilemma that even her master, Yu Honglian, could not resolve. Consequently, Su Huanger no longer had to worry about the Nirvana Phoenix flame running rampant, freeing her from the fear of losing her life. The unexpected incident that transpired that night further deepened the bond between her and Chen Mo, as he had seen her in her most vulnerable state. Su Huanger was inherently modest. Her body was meant to be seen only by her future husband, yet it had been unveiled to Chen Mo. Since that day, an inexplicable affection began to blossom within her. She often found herself reminiscing about that night, sometimes pretending to be nonchalant while secretly observing Chen Mo. If their gazes inadvertently met, her heart would race uncontrollably. Upon entering the secret realm, Chen Mo relentlessly hunted demon beasts, showcasing combat prowess that surpassed that of his peers. Not long ago, everyone had fallen into a trap set by the thousand-faced heart demon. Chen Mo single-handedly shattered the Blood Soul formation and engaged in a fierce battle with the thousand-faced heart demon. When Chen Mo was injured by the demon, not only did Nan Gongli become furious, but Su Huanger felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. When she saw Chen Mo gravely injured and on the brink of falling into the chaotic void, without hesitation, she rushed to grasp his hand. Together, they plummeted into the chaotic abyss. As these memories flashed through Su Huanger's mind, she suddenly realized that Chen Mo had long since etched himself into her heart. When she heard that he intended to dual cultivate with her dear friend Nan Gongli, a wave of inexplicable sorrow and disappointment surged within her. Was it jealousy that stirred within her? Did she, like Ali, harbor feelings for Chen Mo? In that moment, Su Huanger's heart raced like a startled deer, her emotions in disarray. Su Huanger slowly crouched down, wrapping her arms around her knees, her thoughts drifting aimlessly. Several hours later, the blush-inducing sounds within the cave finally ceased. Had their dual cultivation concluded? Su Huanger tilted her ear to listen for a moment, and upon confirming the silence, she cautiously emerged from behind the stalactites, her heart a mix of apprehension and curiosity. At that moment, Nan Gongli was nestled contentedly in Chen Mo's embrace, her exquisite face radiating a gentle luminescence. Having known Nan Gongli for over a decade, it was the first time Su Huanger had witnessed such captivating brilliance in her expression. Upon seeing Su Huang, a hint of shyness flickered in Nan Gongli's eyes. "Vangya," Nan Gongli called softly. Su Huanger endeavored to maintain a facade of calmness. "Have you completed your cultivation? Can you now traverse the chaotic space above and leave this place?" she inquired. "Not so soon," Chen Mo replied, shaking his head. "We must at least cultivate the Taishu Yin Yang Jutu, the third heaven of its 10 realms, and gain a preliminary understanding of the laws of Yin and Yang before we can navigate through the chaotic realm above." Nan Gongli, gazing up at Chen Mo, asked, "How long will it take to reach the third heaven?" "Approximately 2 months," Chen Mo pondered. "Achieving the third heaven in a high-tier martial arts technique within that time frame is already quite extraordinary, especially considering my previous experience with the Taishu Yin Yang Ju." Then will we miss the National Martial Arts Examination? With only about 40 days remaining until the National Martial Arts Examination, the prospect of 2 months of cultivation seemed to seal their fate, ensuring they would emerge long after the event had concluded. Is there any way to accelerate the cultivation process? Su Huangya inquired. Chen Mo glanced at Nangong Li and then at Su Huang. There's indeed a method. What method? Chen Mo hesitated, about to speak when Nangong Li's eyes brightened and she raised her small hand. I know. If you cultivate the Taishu Yin Yang Ju with me and take 2 months to break through to the third heaven, then if you also cultivate with Huang, wouldn't it be possible to achieve the breakthrough within 40 days? Chen Mo paused, surprised by Nangong Li's insight. Indeed, that is correct, he nodded. Meanwhile, Su Huang, upon hearing this, stood there in shock. You mean I would also cultivate the Taishu Yin Yang Ju with Chen Mo? Her disbelief was palpable. Yet beneath the astonishment lay an inexplicable joy. Noticing Su Huang's stunned expression, as if taken aback, Nangong Li shook her head. No, Huang definitely won't agree. Such matters can only be undertaken by those who mutually harbor feelings for one another. Indeed, Chen Mo slightly nodded. I shall contemplate other alternatives. However, just then, Su Huang's voice broke in. I never said I disagreed. Both Chen Mo and Nangong Li turned in unison. Their expressions a blend of astonishment as they gazed at Su Huang. Su Huang dared not meet the gazes of Chen Mo and Nangong Li, turning her face away and saying, Do not overthink it. I merely wish for us all to expedite our participation in the National Martial Arts examination. Throughout their acquaintance, Su Huang had always presented an image of coolness and dashing elegance to Chen Mo. Yet at this moment, he seemed to perceive a hint of prideful demeanor upon her visage. Nangong Li gazed blankly at her dear sister, unable to fathom that Su Huang would acquiesce. Suddenly, as if a realization dawned upon her, she inquired, Huang, you actually harbor feelings for Chen Mo, do you not? Caught off guard, Su Huang stammered, I. Huh, I knew it, Nangong Li exclaimed, hands on her hips, donning an expression of all-knowing sagacity. Based on her understanding of her close friend, Su Huang could not possibly agree to cultivate together with Chen Mo solely for the sake of the National Martial Arts examination. The truth was unmistakable. Su Huang also had affections for Chen Mo. Chapter 55. Will the three of us always be together? Su Huang found herself momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushed, as Nangong Li pierced through her innermost thoughts with a single remark. In Nangong Li's beautiful eyes, an unusual glimmer danced. She leaned closer to Chen Mo's ear and whispered, Brother Mo, I'll take Huang aside for a little private chat. After spending several hours in close companionship, Nangong Li's address towards Chen Mo had become increasingly affectionate. Just as she attempted to rise, her legs weakened, and she stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Chen Mo, quick of reflex, swiftly caught her. Are you all right, Ali? He inquired. It's just because of you, Brother Mo. Oomph. I won't speak to you anymore. Nangong Li playfully pouted, a hint of allure gracing her features. Huang, let us go. She took Su Huang by the hand, pulling her behind a stalactite, leaving Su Huang bewildered, uncertain of what Nangong Li wished to discuss. Chen Mo subsequently moved towards the spirit spring. Within the spring swam 6 yin-yang fish, infused with potent energies, truly a nourishing treasure. After several hours of rigorous cultivation, Chen Mo felt a pang of hunger. He grasped a yin-yang fish from the spring and summoned the Nirvana Phoenix flame within him to begin roasting it. Meanwhile, Nangong Li had brought Su Huang to the rear of the stalactite. Huang, you like Chen Mo, don't you? Nangong Li asked with a smile. Su Huang's expression bore a hint of guilt. Saint Afli, Nangong Li shook her head with a grin. Why apologize? It's not your fault for liking Chen Mo. It's all because my brother Mo is too exceptional. He. Su Huang's expression froze. Ali, aren't you angry? Angry? Why would I be? Aren't we good sisters for over a decade? Nangong Li tilted her head adorably. To her, Su Huang was her dearest friend in this lifetime. They had grown up together, sharing an unbreakable bond akin to family. From a young age, Nangong Li had vowed to Su Huang that they would remain the best of friends forever. Upon learning that Su Huang also harbored feelings for Chen Mo, Nangong Li was initially taken aback. However, after the surprise faded, an inexplicable joy welled up within her. If Huang had fallen for another boy, they would eventually part ways. But now, With Huang liking brother Mo too, they could all remain together. Nangongli expressed her delight. Su Huang's eyes widened in astonishment at Nangongli's intriguing perspective. Not only was she not upset, but she was also encouraging her to pursue a relationship with Chen Mo. "Ali, are you serious?" Su Huang asked, struggling to believe it. "Of course I am," Nangongli affirmed with a nod. "If I forbade you from liking brother Mo, you would surely be heartbroken. I would never want to see you sad. I hope we can all be happy together for a lifetime." Su Huang gazed at Nangongli, profoundly moved, momentarily at a loss for words. Nangongli smiled and continued. "Moreover, we find ourselves ensnared in this chaotic realm of yin and yang. The only way for us to swiftly escape is to cultivate the Taishu yin-yang secret technique alongside brother Mo Huaner. Surely you would not wish to wait until the National Martial Arts examination concludes before we venture out, would you? Therefore, if you truly harbor feelings for brother Mo, you should practice the Taishu yin-yang secret technique with him." Su Huaner bit her lip. She indeed harbored affection for Chen Mo and was willing to cultivate the technique with him. However, a concern lingered in her heart. "Ali, do you think Chen Mo likes me?" Su Huaner inquired. "Of course. Huaner, you are so beautiful and possess such an exquisite figure. How can anyone not be enamored by you? I assure you, brother Mo undoubtedly has feelings for you. So rest assured," Nangongli replied with a smile. "Huaner, shortly I shall create an opportunity for you both. We will act accordingly." With that, Nangongli took Su Huaner by the hand and led her back. As they emerged from behind the stalagmites, they were immediately greeted by an aroma that tantalized the senses. Nangongli's eyes sparkled as she briskly approached Chen Mo. "Wow, it smells divine. Brother Mo, what are you grilling?" "The yin-yang fish from the spiritual spring is almost ready. Do have a taste," Chen Mo said, tearing off a small piece of the grilled fish and offering it to Nangongli. She opened her rosy lips and bit down, the exquisite flavor of the fish exploding on her tongue. "Wow, this fish is absolutely delicious," Nangongli exclaimed, her face radiating delight. Soon after, she felt a surge of the primordial yin-yang energy coursing through her entire being. "Brother Mo, the fish contains yin-yang energy." Nangongli gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Chen Mo nodded with a smile, then tore off another piece of fish and handed it to Su Huaner. She delicately accepted it, feeling shy about meeting Chen Mo's gaze. After savoring the yin-yang fish, she too was astonished by such a rare delicacy. Before long, Chen Mo, Nangongli, and Su Huaner had consumed the entire fish. Even the bones were crisp and delectable, vanishing into their bellies. "I'm so full," Nangongli said, patting her small belly. The yin-yang fish harbored a wealth of energy. This feast could sustain them for several days. Nangongli reclined against Chen Mo's embrace, her delicate features radiating satisfaction. After resting for half an hour, the cave grew progressively dim. Yet, wondrously, the spiritual spring behind them emitted a soft, moonlit glow. Wisps of mist rose above the water, rendering the cave as enchanting as a fairyland. Nangongli glanced at the somewhat distracted Su Huaner before leaning closer to Chen Mo and whispering, "Brother Mo, I just spoke with Huaner, and she likes you very much too. Do you like Huaner?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. Such a question, if posed by another girl, would undoubtedly lead to a precarious situation. However, he discerned no hint of trepidation in Nangongli's gaze. Upon introspection, one cannot help but be captivated by the unparalleled beauty of Su Huaner. Moreover, Chen Mo had once beheld her exquisite form in its entirety. To claim indifference would undoubtedly be disingenuous. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. He had anticipated that Ali might exhibit jealousy, yet unexpectedly, Nangongli merely chuckled softly, covered her mouth. "I knew it. Brother Mo, why don't you practice the Tai Su Yin-Yang Ju with Huaner tonight?" Before Chen Mo could respond, Nangongli suddenly stood up and yawned. "I am so tired. I shall retire for the night." With that, she departed, leaving Chen Mo alone with Su Huaner. Just before her exit, she discreetly winked at Su Huaner, making a gesture of encouragement. Su Huaner's heart raced tumultuously. Chapter 56, A Second Bloom. Chen Mo never anticipated that Nan Gongli would take the initiative to create an opportunity for him and Su Huang'er to be alone together. She even encouraged him to cultivate the tie Su Inyang Ju with Su Huang'er tonight. What an extraordinary girlfriend. At this moment, only Chen Mo and Su Huang'er remained by the spirit spring. Su Huang'er lowered her head slightly, unable to muster the courage to look in Chen Mo's direction. The mere thought of what might transpire next made her heart race uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Chen Mo smiled faintly. At this juncture, if he remained passive, he would truly be the epitome of insensitivity. Rising, he moved to sit beside Su Huang'er. Sensing his proximity, Su Huang'er trembled slightly. Huang'er, Chen Mo began. Su Huang'er felt a flutter in her chest. It was the first time Chen Mo had addressed her so affectionately. Do you remember the night I helped you absorb the Nirvana Phoenix flame? Chen Montak inquired. Surprised that he would bring this up, Su Huang'er nodded. The memory of that night, when her clothes had been burned away, left her heart racing anew. Chen Mo chuckled softly, continuing, actually, there is something I deceived you about. Su Huang'er looked up at him, instinctively asking, what is it? That night, you told me to close my eyes. I initially obeyed, but then I secretly opened them. You blushed deeply, tuning crimson. You were simply too beautiful at that moment. I couldn't help myself, Chen Mo confessed earnestly. His unabashed compliment brought a sweetness to Su Huang'er's heart, her embarrassment fading into joy. Chen Mo reached out and gently took her hand. Su Huang'er's hand quivered slightly, but did not pull away, allowing Chen Mo to hold it. Gazing into her eyes, Chen Mo asked, Huang'er, do you like me? Initially hesitant, Su Huang'er soon resolved to face her true feelings, her gaze firm with determination. I do, she affirmed with a nod. I like you too, Chen Mo replied with a smile. Su Huang'er's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Chen Mo, elated to discover that he shared her feelings. Their gazes locked, a tender affection blossoming between them. Chen Mo beheld Su Huang'er's enchanting visage, gradually leaning in to press his lips against hers. In that instant, Su Huang'er felt her mind blanking out. Before she could succumb to the overwhelming bliss, Chen Mo cradled her delicate form in his embrace. A wave of happiness enveloped her, warmth flooding her entire being. After what felt like an eternity, they slowly parted. Huang'er, let's cultivate the tie, Su Inyang Ju together, Chen Mo suggested. Su Huang'er replied shyly, nodding in agreement. With that, Chen Mo began to remove the fiery red gown from Su Huang. Beneath the ethereal glow of the moonlight emanating from the spiritual spring, Su Huang'er appeared as exquisite as the most precious work of art in existence. Chen Mo, with an expression of unrestrained admiration, no longer needed to steal glances as he had before. Moments later, a melodious sound resonated within the cave. Nestled behind a stalactite, Nan Gongli quietly listened. Had I ever produced such sounds? How embarrassing. In a single day, Chen Mo had engaged in dual cultivation with both Nan Gongli and Su Huang'er, striving to swiftly master the Taishu Yin-Yang art to the third realm, aiming to grasp the profound truths of Yin and Yang and escape this chaotic space. During this period, he led a blissful existence in the cave beneath the chaotic realm. Meanwhile, at the Blood Abyss military base's sprinting camp, calamity had struck. In the battle against the shape-shifting heart demon, Li Ying, a Blood Soul formation ensnared 4 teams. Although Chen Mo had managed to break the formation, the battle resulted in a tragic toll. Only 7 individuals survived. Chen Mo, Nan Gongli, Su Huang'er, Ling Zhanfei, Chu Zhaoran, Meng Hu, and Pei Xiaosheng. A total of 17 lives were lost, marking a grievous loss. In the aftermath, Chen Mo, Nan Gongli, and Su Huang'er found themselves plunged into the chaotic space, their fates unknown. Upon learning of the incident, Ling Zhanfei promptly departed the secret realm with Chu Zhaoran, Meng Hu, and Pei Xiaosheng, reporting the matter to the Blood Abyss military base. General Fan Hanli was incensed to discover that the notorious shape-shifting heart demon had taken residence within one of the sprinting camp's members and had set a deadly trap within the Shadow Marsh secret realm. Though the heart demon was ultimately vanquished by Chen Mo, the sudden spatial collapse of the secret realm led to their fall. General Fan Hanli immediately ordered the deployment of the Blood Abyss military's finest troops into the Shadow Marsh secret realm to locate Chen Mo and his companions. Even General Fan Hanli himself took to the field. A martial genius like Chen Mo is a rarity in the entire Nantian province, perhaps only appearing once every few centuries or even millennia. Having just entered the second realm of martial arts, he had already defeated one of the 10 notorious evil beings. This underscores the extraordinary talent and prowess Chen Mo possesses. Should he perish, it would be an immense loss not only for Nantian province, but for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Thus, General Fan Hanli personally led the elite forces of the Blood Abyss military into the Shadow Marsh secret realm in search of Chen Mo and his companions. However, upon reaching the spiritual spring cave where Chen Mo had fallen, they discovered the situation was even direr than anticipated. The ground surrounding the spiritual spring cave had completely fractured and collapsed, continuously spreading in all directions, the earth sinking ever deeper. Beneath the shattered surface lay a chaotic space filled with turbulent spatial currents. Witnessing this scene, General Fan Hanli felt a weight in his heart, akin to a fallen leaf drifting into a river. After a period of time, when one returns to the river from the same spot to search, the fallen leaves would have long since drifted to unknown destinations. Similarly, at this moment, General Fan Hanli, leaping from the same position, would find it futile to locate Chen Mo and his companions, for they have already been swept away into the chaotic currents of this spatial realm, lost to the winds of uncertainty. Furthermore, the turbulent currents beneath the chaotic space are infinitely more intricate than any river. A river flows consistently from high to low, while spatial turbulence follows no discernible pattern. General Fan Hanli has made several attempts to descend and search, but each endeavor has yielded naught, nearly costing him several elite members of the Blood Abyss army. After all, the chaotic space is fraught with unknowns. Even a martial king of the Fifth Realm cannot guarantee absolute safety within its confines. Concurrently, another matter weighs heavily on General Fan Hanli's mind. In addition to Chen Mo, both Nangong Li and Su Huang'er have also fallen into the chaotic space. It is crucial to note that Nangong Li is the most outstanding martial talent of the Nangong family, regarded as the jewel of the entire clan. Moreover, Su Huang'er's master is the Crimson Flame Empress, Yu Honglian. Should the Nangong family and Yu Honglian discover that Nangong Li and Su Huang'er have encountered misfortune within the secret realm, the consequences would be dire indeed. Chapter 57. A Sovereign's Cultivation Life, Progressing by Leaps and Bounds. After careful consideration, General Fan Hanli decided to inform the Nangong family and the Crimson Flame Empress, Yu Honglian, about the incident involving Nangong Li and Su Huang'er falling into the chaotic space. To conceal this matter would only lead to graver consequences when the Nangong family and the Empress discovered that Nangong Li and Su Huang'er were in peril. Even though General Fan Hanli is the commander of the 11th Army of the Blood Abyss, facing simultaneous backlash from both the Nangong family and the Empress would prove to be a daunting challenge. Moreover, there is a more significant reason for General Fan Hanli's decision to disclose the incident. He sought to enlist the strength of the Nangong family and the Empress to aid in the search for Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huang'er. Upon learning of the situation, the Nangong family was taken aback. The current head of the Nangong family, Nangong Yu, who is also Nangong Li's grandmother, promptly led many formidable members of the family to the Dark Marsh secret realm. Meanwhile, Su Huang'er's master, the Crimson Flame Empress, had already departed from the Southern Heaven province to assist Su Huang'er in finding a solution to the uncontrolled Nirvana Phoenix Flame, and her whereabouts were currently unknown, making her unreachable. Outside the Dark Marsh secret realm, General Fan Hanli encountered Nangong Yu and her kin, the head of the Nangong family. With an expression as frigid as jade, appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, younger than General Fan Hanli. However, her actual age was considerably greater than her youthful visage suggested. She was indeed Nangong Yu, the current matriarch of the Nangong family. Due to the fact that the most potent martial arts of the Nangong family, the Taiyin Xianxia Gong, are exclusively suitable for female practitioners, the position of family head has traditionally been held by women. At this moment, Nangong Yu's countenance reflected mild displeasure. for her granddaughter's troubles arose during the Blood Abyss Army's special training. Yet, this was not the time for anger. The priority was to rescue Nangong Li and the others. General Fan, please recount the events in detail, Nangong Yu requested. Once General Fan Hanli finished his account, Nangong Yu furrowed her brow. A thousand-faced heart demon. The secret realm is collapsing? The convergence of such rare occurrences is indeed perplexing. If one were to analyze it, it was hard to place the blame on General Fan Hanli. Who could have anticipated such an extraordinary series of events? Let us immediately enter the secret realm to search for a lure. Just as Nangong Yu was about to step into the dark marsh secret realm, she paused. Her brow slightly furrowed. She sensed that the secret realm was teetering on the brink of collapse. The spatial integrity was exceedingly unstable. This secret realm can currently only accommodate warriors of the 5th realm. Should anyone of the 6th realm or above enter, it could trigger a complete collapse of the realm. Nangong Yu spoke solemnly. If the secret realm were to collapse entirely, the space before them would vanish without a trace. At that point, it would likely be impossible to retrieve Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huang. Upon hearing this, a woman clad in a flowing blue gown, whose figure was both graceful and statuesque, approached with delicate features and ruby lips slightly parted. Mother, you should remain outside the secret realm. I shall lead a group inside to search for a Li. This enchanting woman was none other than Nangong Ruo Shui, the aunt of Nangong Li. Nangong Yu nodded slightly. Her gaze fixed on Nangong Ruo Shui and admonished Ruo Shui, you must bring a Li back. Nangong Li was not only her granddaughter, but also the most extraordinary martial talent in the history of the Nangong family. Should any misfortune befall Nangong Li, it would undoubtedly be a grievous blow to the Nangong clan. Rest assured, mother, I shall. Nangong Ruo Shui affirmed with a nod. By the way, Ruo Shui, take a Li's life token with you. As she spoke, Nangong Yu produced a life token, pure as jade but marked with a hint of red. Each member of the Nangong family had their life token infused with their umbilical blood at birth, representing their life status. The fact that Nangong Li's life token remained intact indicated that she was currently unharmed. At least Nangong Li was safe for now, providing some solace to both Nangong Yu and Nangong Ruo Shui. Soon after, Nangong Ruo Shui led the members of the Nangong family, accompanied by General Fan Hanli, into the shadowy marshlands of the secret realm. In the following period, they tirelessly sought the whereabouts of Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huang. Unfortunately, despite numerous attempts, their efforts yielded no results. Locating Nangong Li amidst the chaotic currents of spatial turbulence was akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Without mastery of the principles of yin and yang, even the highest-ranking martial kings would find themselves powerless within the chaotic realm. As days passed, General Fan Hanli's spirits plummeted. He often reflected on whether his previous beliefs had been misguided. He had long maintained that martial prodigies must endure life and death trials to mature fully. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse could not withstand the tempests of the outside world. However, following the unfortunate events that befell Chen Mo and the others, he began to question the validity of his convictions. Perhaps martial geniuses like Chen Mo could ascend to unimaginable heights without undergoing the harsh crucible of survival. Yet, should Chen Mo meet his demise, it would spell a tremendous loss for the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be I was truly wrong? General Fan Hanli pondered in silence. Nangong Ruo Shui shared a similar anxiety, though the only source of comfort was the continued safety of Nangong Li's life token, signifying that she was not only alive but also unharmed. Ali, where could you possibly be? Meanwhile, as the Nangong family and General Fan Hanli searched tirelessly, consumed with worry for Chen Mo and the others, Chen Mo himself was relishing a life akin to that of royalty. From dawn till dusk in Nangong Li, along with Su Huang took turns practicing the Tai Su Yin Yang Ju. The trio's cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. Question: what is it like to have a girlfriend who can change her size at will? No one is more qualified to speak on this matter than Chen Mo. Due to Nangong Li's cultivation of the Taiyin Xinsha Gong and her possessing an SSS-level martial arts talent, the Xian Yinling Long Body, She can transform from a petite 160 centimeters girl into a statuesque 175 centimeters woman at any moment. The experience is simply unparalleled. Moreover, in addition to Nangong Li, there is also Su Huang'er, a stunning beauty with an enviable figure. Chen Mo's daily training is bound to evoke envy in countless souls. Who says cultivation is arduous? This cultivation is a sheer delight. Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huang'er have even lost track of how long they have spent in the cavern beneath the chaotic space. The 10 realms of the Tai, Su, Yinyang, Ju have been successively breached, from the first realm to the second, and now advancing towards the third. Meanwhile, their martial arts prowess has skyrocketed, from a second-rank martial artist to a third, fifth, and even eighth-rank martial artist. Chapter 58: Abundant Treasures of Heaven and Earth. The contest between the two provinces. As days passed, Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huang'er remained elusive. The 2-month-long training camp was approaching its conclusion. Today, a contingent from Kanglan Province arrived at the 11th Army Base of the Blood Abyss Army. Kanglan Province is adjacent to Nantian Province. According to tradition, prior to the conclusion of the training camp each year, there is a customary sparring match between the training camps of Nantian Province and Kanglan Province. The rivalry between these two provinces has endured for many years, with neither side willing to concede. At this time last year, the Nantian Province training camp sent a delegation to compete on the turf of the Kanglan Province training camp. This year, it was the turn of Kanglan Province to bring its finest to the Nantian training camp. At this moment, the training ground was occupied by 101 members of the Nantian training camp, all poised and ready. The reduced number was due to losses sustained in the secret realm. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps approached, causing the members to turn their gazes. A group strode confidently toward the training ground, their steps steady and demeanor formidable. The leaders, clad in form-fitting garments of dark azure, were adorned with silver threads that elegantly outlined powerful cloud and thunder motifs. A silver-hued emblem of the Exorcism Command, with an intricately designed token featuring the radiant Big Dipper surrounded by flames symbolizing purification, gleamed on their chests. Behind them followed 10 young men and women, the top 10 martial talents of Kanglan Province's current training camp. Chu Xiaoran, Pei Xiaosheng, and the others fixated on the emblem of the Exorcism Command, their eyes widening in astonishment. "Isn't that the emblem of the Exorcism Command?" Pei Xiaosheng exclaimed. This year, Nantian Province had enlisted the Blood Abyss Army, one of the 3 divine legions of the Dragon Kingdom, for specialized training. Likewise, Kanglan Province had sought the assistance of the Exorcism Command, another of the 3 divine legions, for their training. The individuals leading the Kanglan Province training camp to Nantian Province were indeed members of the Exorcism Command. The man at the forefront, in his 50s, was Xiong Batian, the commanding officer of the Exorcism Command in Kanglan Province. Welcoming Xiong Batian's party was Major General Li Yunlei, the aide to General Fan Hanli. "Commander Xiong, General Fan is preoccupied with urgent matters and is unable to receive you in person. I hope you understand," Li Yunlei stated. Upon hearing this, Xiong Batian's expression shifted slightly. As the commanding officer of the Exorcism Command in Kanglan Province, it was somewhat disheartening that General Fan Hanli did not personally greet him upon his arrival at the Blood Abyss Army Base. However, given that it was stated General Fan was occupied, Xiong Batian chose not to press the matter. "It is of no concern," Xiong Batian replied with a slight shake of his head. "Commander Xiong has traveled a long distance. Allow me to show you to a resting area for a moment," Li Yunlei offered. "There's no need for such formality," Xiong Batian waved his hand. "I have come here today for the purpose of the sparring match between the training camps of Kanglan and Nantian provinces. Let's proceed directly to the matter at hand. The sooner we conclude, the sooner I can return to Kanglan Province before nightfall." With this, Li Yunlei ceased his pleasantries. "Commander Xiong, please this way," he gestured. Soon after, he led Xiong Batian and others to the prepared seats. Once seated, Xiong Batian slightly raised his hand, and immediately 3 boxes were placed before them on the table. These were the 3 treasures prepared by our Kanglan Province for this year's spring camp. Each year, during the sparring between the 2 provinces, both sides present 3 extraordinary treasures as stakes. The victorious side is entitled to claim the treasures of the defeated. Ultimately, These treasures are awarded to the martial arts prodigies of the winning side. Within the 3 boxes lay treasures of remarkable quality: the Crimson Flame Essence and the Diamond Bodhi Fruit, both of which were of the superior grade in the Earth tier. The final item, the Heavenly Sword Pill, belonged to the inferior grade of the Heaven tier. Xiong Batian spoke in a calm tone. Li Yunlei felt a jolt of surprise. In previous years, the stakes had typically been 3 superior grade Earth tier treasures. This year, however, Kanglan Province had surprisingly presented a Heaven tier treasure of inferior grade. It seemed that Kanglan Province held great confidence in their strength this year. Otherwise, they would not have offered such high-quality treasures as stakes. The stakes presented by both sides must be of equivalent quality. In other words, Nantian Province was also required to produce 2 superior grade Earth tier treasures, along with 1 inferior grade Heaven tier treasure. Naturally, if either party had objections regarding the stakes, believing them to be too extravagant, they could voice their dissent. However, the Blood Abyss Army, being one of the 3 illusions of the military, should not be incapable of presenting even a Heaven tier treasure of inferior grade. Unfortunately, Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger had encountered unforeseen circumstances. Li Yunlei sighed deeply, realizing that this year's sparring contest was precarious for Nantian Province. Quickly, Li Yunlei dispatched someone to retrieve 3 treasures of equivalent quality from the resource depot of the Blood Abyss Army. These consisted of the superior grade Earth tier Xianbing Jade Essence and transparent Dao Heart Lotus, alongside the inferior grade Heaven tier Void Vine. With both parties having prepared their stakes, it was time to commence without delay. Xiong Batian declared. Very well, Li Yunlei nodded slightly. According to the regulations, the competition between the sprint camps of the 2 provinces was to be conducted in a wheeled battle format. Each side would dispatch their 10 strongest contestants for one-on-one battles in the arena. The defeated would step down, while the victorious would remain on stage to challenge the next contestant. This would continue until all 10 contestants of one side had been defeated, thus determining the victor. This wheeled battle format, compared to a best-of-5 scenario, more effectively showcases the absolute strength of both sides, as it eliminates the possibility of employing tactics akin to the Tianji horse racing strategy. After a brief moment, the top 10 contestants from both the Nantian and Kanglan sprint camps stood on either side of the training arena. At this time, the contestants from Kanglan Province turned their gazes towards a young man with flowing long hair. Brother Yi, who shall we send up first? From the demeanor of the crowd, it was evident that this long-haired youth was their pillar of support. His name was Yi Qingshun, the most formidable contender in this year's Kanglan Province sprint camp. As the crowd deliberated over the order of their entry, a young man with dark skin tinged with red, named Qin Lai, impatiently interjected, "What are you babbling about? I see that the 10 from a Nan'an Province training camp are nothing but trash. I alone could dismantle them." Qin Lai, ranked second in strength within the Kanglan Province training camp, second only to Yi Qingshun, wasted no time as he strode onto the training arena. With a pointed spear, he addressed the assembly from the Nantan Province camp. "Who among you dares to face me?" At his words, the figures of the Nan'an Province camp were immediately reminded of Chen Mo, yet regrettably, Chen Mo was not present at that moment. Observing Qin Lai's overt provocation, Mang, who was the first, unable to contain himself. "I'll take him on." With that declaration, Mang, who brandished his blade and charged forward. After 2 months of rigorous training in the camp, Mang, who had ascended to the rank of a first-tier martial master, he unleashed his technique, Tiger's Fury Transformation, transforming into a fierce tiger as he charged ahead. However, within less than a minute, Mang, who was sent flying off the stage. Next, Qin Lai proclaimed, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. Chapter 59, The Return of Chen Mo. As Qin Lai decisively vanquished the Mang Hu, a sense of foreboding enveloped the members of the Nantan Province's sprint camp. Could that fellow truly be so formidable? Mang, who was a first-class martial master, yet he fell so swiftly. Zhu Xiaoran's gaze fixated on Qin Lai, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Judging by the recent skirmish, this individual's martial prowess likely surpassed that of a third-class martial master. Zhu Xiaoran's assessment was astute. As a martial prodigy ranked second in the Kanglan Province's sprint camp, Chen Lai's martial cultivation had reached an impressive fourth-class martial master, 3 minor realms above Meng Hu. In contrast, the most skilled individual within the Nantan province's sprint camp was Zhu Xiaoran himself, yet he was merely a third-class martial master. Following him were Shi Nuo and Pei Xiaosheng, both at the second-class level, while Meng Hu and 2 other special recruits stood at the first-class rank. The remaining members were limited to a mere 9th-class martial practitioner. Were none bold enough to accept the challenge? In response to Chen Lai's renewed provocation, the sharp-headed Shi Nuo declared, "I shall confront him." However, within the span of a minute, Shi Nuo was sent careening off the stage, met with the same fate as Meng Hu. Although Shi Nuo's martial cultivation surpassed that of Meng Hu by a minor realm, his prowess was primarily bolstered by his extraordinary talent, enhanced through the injection of genetic drugs. In practical combat, he did not outshine Meng Hu significantly. As Chen Lai continued to defeat 2 representatives from the Nantan province's sprint camp, disappointment crept into his expression. Was there truly not a single capable opponent among them? This was profoundly disappointing. Chen Lai had come here in search of formidable adversaries. The weakness of his opponents rendered any sense of accomplishment utterly elusive. His words struck harshly against the ears of the Nantan province's sprint camp. "Allow me," Zhu Xiaoran replied coldly. In the next moment, he ascended the stage, spear in hand. Chen Lai turned his gaze toward Zhu Xiaoran, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. At last, a worthy contender had emerged. Without hesitation, Zhu Xiaoran unleashed the 6 Harmonies Unified Heaven Spear against Chen Lai. His spear technique had evidently attained the 2nd realm. Over the past month, Zhu Xiaoran had diligently heeded Chen Mo's teachings, relentlessly honing his skills. Each recollection of Chen Mo battling the myriad demons within the secret realm to save them ignited a fervor within Zhu Xiaoran, spurring him toward continuous improvement. Just 3 days prior, he had successfully elevated the 6 Harmonies Unified Heaven Spear to its 2nd realm. Excellent spear technique. Chen Lai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In the next instant, he twirled his spear, flames instantly entwining its tip, while his aura surged with newfound intensity. It was only at this moment that the members of the Nantan province's sprint camp comprehended that Chen Lai had not even exerted his full strength in the preceding 2 battles. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of their long spears ignited sparks, and a violent wave of energy erupted across the stage. The battle between Zhu Xiaoran and Chen Lai escalated to fever pitch. Zhu Xiaoran's 6 Harmonies Unified Heaven Spear was a mid-tier Earth-grade technique, while Chen Lai's Stormy Pear Blossom Spear was equally of mid-tier Earth-grade caliber. After all, being a member of the Demon Exorcism Department, his rank is naturally not low. Zhu Xiaoran, hailing from the Taoist Thunder Observation Temple, has cultivated the top-tier Earth-level scripture, the Purple Lightning Thunder Scripture. Moreover, he possesses an S-class martial arts talent known as Eternal Moment, which grants him extraordinary reflexes akin to bullet time. In terms of martial arts cultivation, innate talent, and techniques, he far surpasses both Meng Hu and Shi Nuo. However, Chen Lai also comes from a distinguished lineage. The Qin family of Kanglan Province has been a martial arts family for centuries. Furthermore, Chen Lai himself possesses the S-class martial arts talent, pure yang blazing fire. More importantly, Chen Lai's martial arts realm exceeds that of Zhu Xiaoran by an entire minor realm. Initially, the battle between Zhu Xiaoran and Chen Lai was evenly matched. Yet, as time progressed, Zhu Xiaoran gradually displayed signs of decline. Ultimately, he was unable to withstand Chen Lai's prowess and was defeated. "You're stronger than the previous 2, but alas, it is still insufficient to entertain me," Chen Lai remarked nonchalantly. In contrast, the members of the Nantan Province assault camp appeared ashen-faced. The 3 consecutive challengers had all fallen to Chen Lai, including the strongest among them, Zhu Xiaoran. What remained were mere shadows of fighters. Upon seeing the expressions of the Nantan Province assault camp members, Chen Lai discerned their lack of strength and immediately lost all interest. He turned to his teammates and said, "I'm done playing. You can handle the remaining weaklings. The level of this Nantan Province assault camp is utterly subpar." These words were akin to a dagger to the heart. Even a figure made of mud would still harbor some indignation, let alone the humiliation of such a direct affront. The members of the Nantan Province assault camp were instantly incensed, gritting their teeth in fury. How utterly intolerable! If Chen Mo were still here, would this arrogant fool dare to act so brazenly? If Chen Mo didn't beat him down, it would be a clean slate for him. Upon hearing this, Chen Lai raised an eyebrow and, with curiosity, inquired about this Chen Mo. You say this Chen Mo is formidable? Mang, who scoffed coldly, with your meager strength. Brother Mo could easily defeat you with one hand. Is that so? Where is he? I would very much like to witness this, Chen Lai replied, tilting his chin slightly. The expressions of the onlookers dimmed, as Chu Zhaoran, Pei Xiaosheng, and Mang, who were suddenly reminded of their painful memories. Mang, who clenched his fists, his eyes reddening as he recounted, over a month ago, we encountered one of the 10 great evil spirits, the Faceless Heart Demon, in the secret realm. Brother Mo sacrificed himself to slay the Faceless Heart Demon to save us, ultimately falling into the chaotic void. What did you say? The 10 great evil spirits? Upon uttering these words, Chen Lai and the martial arts prodigies from Kanglan Province were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. After a moment of surprise, Chen Lai could not help but chuckle derisively. Do you even hear what you are saying? Slaying the 10 great evil spirits? One must possess a semblance of intelligence while boasting. At that moment, sitting above and observing the battle, Xiong Batian's expression also shifted upon hearing the name of the Faceless Heart Demon. No one understood the Faceless Heart Demon better than the Demon Exorcism Department, which had been hunting it for years. The last siege by the Demon Exorcism Department against the Faceless Heart Demon occurred just over 3 months ago. At that moment, Xiong Batian was also involved. Unfortunately, his efforts ultimately fell short, as a remnant soul of the Faceless Demon managed to escape, slipping away like a golden cicada shedding its shell. Upon hearing news of the Faceless Demon once more, Xiong Batian immediately turned his inquiring gaze towards Li Yunlei beside him and inquired, generally, "Is what he just said true?" Li Yunlei nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely. To be candid, the reason General Fan did not come to personally receive Commander Xiong today is that he is currently in a secret realm, searching for traces of Chen Mo." Xiong Baishan's pupils constricted, revealing an expression of disbelief. The Demon Suppression Division had been hunting the Faceless Demon for so many years. It had been vanquished by a high school student from South Tian Province. How could this be possible? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from afar. I believe I just heard someone call my name. The crowd suddenly turned, and several figures were seen approaching. Everyone's gaze swiftly fixated on the tall figure in the center. Chen Montak. Montak Ge. Chen Mo is back. In an instant, the entire training ground erupted in excitement. Chapter 60. Brother Mo? Nangong Ruoshui was astounded. A few hours prior, within the enigmatic cavern beneath the chaotic realm, Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger concluded their prolonged cultivation. The Taisu Yin Yang technique had finally ascended to the 3rd layer. Chen Mo remarked with a smile, the 1st layer, the fusion of Yin and Yang, bridging the ethereal. The 2nd layer, the initial manifestation of the two forms, with the Qi Si giving birth to the lotus. The 3rd layer, Qi piercing through the void, drawing in the subtle energies. Upon reaching the 3rd layer, one could begin to comprehend the profound intricacies of the yin-yang path and gain a preliminary mastery over it. That's wonderful, Brother Mo. We can finally leave. Nangong li exclaimed joyfully. However, as her gaze wandered around, a hint of reluctance appeared on her face. Nangong Li, Chen Montak, and Su Huanger had spent nearly 40 days in this cavern. Every day, they had indulged in uninhibited cultivation with those they cherished, leaving traces of their presence in every corner of the cave. For the trio, this place was akin to a secluded paradise. The mere thought of departing, it made Nangong Li feel a pang of sadness. Indeed, Su Huanger nodded gently, sharing the same sentiment as Nangong Li. Everything that transpired here felt like a surreal, extravagant, and blissful dream. Chen Mo chuckled, wrapping an arm around both Nangong Li and Su Huanger, and said, "Although this place is delightful, we must eventually venture out. Moreover, once we are outside, we will still be together. It will be no different from here." "You are right. Brother Mo, No matter where we are, the three of us will always be together, Nan Gongli said playfully, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on Chen Mo's cheek. Yes, Su Huanger added, resting her head on Chen Mo's shoulder. After a moment of tender warmth, the trio lifted their gazes toward the cave entrance above them, towering several meters high. It's time to leave. Hold on to my hands. Chen Mo extended his arms. Okay. Nan Gongli and Su Huanger each grasped one of Chen Mo's hands. Together, they leapt into the air, soaring toward the cave's mouth. They soon burst forth into the chaotic space beyond. Typically, one must attain the fourth-level martial venerable realm to soar through the winds. Naturally, Chen Mo and his companions had not yet reached that level. However, the chaotic realm was teeming with the forces of yin and yang. With their initial grasp of the yin-yang path, they could harness this power to navigate through the turbulent currents of the chaotic space. With the vast ocean, fish can leap. With the high skies, birds can soar. Thus, Chen Mo led Nan Gongli and Su Huanger through the spatial turmoil for over 2 hours, until a glimmer of light began to emerge ahead. Meanwhile, within the collapsing dark marshland secret realm, Nangong Ruashe was leading the members of the Nangong family. Alongside the elite of the Blood Abyss army led by General Fan Hanli, tirelessly searching for the whereabouts of Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger. Observing the ceaselessly crumbling earth within the secret realm, Nangong Ruashe furrowed her brow. At the current rate of collapse, in just 3 days, this secret realm would be utterly obliterated. By that time, the hope of finding a Li would become increasingly bleak. Nangong Ruashe glanced at the life token in her hand. Despite the passage of many days, Nangong Li's token remained intact. However, Nangong Li was still nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a cacophony of gasps erupted from the distance. What was that? In the chaotic space ahead, a swirling diagram of yin and yang materialized. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Ruashe immediately soared forward to investigate. In the next moment, 3 figures emerged directly from the vortex of the yin-yang diagram. Upon recognizing the forms of the 3 figures, a radiant smile blossomed on Nangong Ruashue's exquisite face. Ali. Hearing the familiar voice, Nangong Li turned and beheld a woman clad in a blue celestial gown, her beauty akin to that of a fairy. Aunt! Nangong Li exclaimed in delight. Nangong Ruashue flew over, effortlessly bringing Nangong Li and the other 2 to the ground. Then, she embraced Nangong Li tightly. Ali, you have finally returned. Nangong Ruashue sighed with relief, her heart brimming with joy. Nangong Li raised her head from the comforting embrace and said, Aunt, I'm fine, hee. Aunt Ruashue called Su Huaner, who stood nearby. Nangong Ruashue turned to Su Huaner, responding with a gentle smile. Huaner, I'm glad you are all safe. Her gaze then shifted to the striking young man standing beside them, whose sword-like brows and starry eyes exuded an air of elegance. Nangong Li promptly walked over, taking Chen Mo's hand and affectionately introduced, Aunt, this is Chen Mo, Brother Mo. This is my aunt. Nangong Ruashue's expression momentarily froze. It was the first time she had seen Nangong Li so intimately close to a boy since childhood. She even called him Brother Mo. Chen Mo turned to gaze at Nangong Li's aunt, unaware of her true age, which appeared to be little more than 20. Calling her sister seemed inappropriate, while Aunt felt even more so. While he hesitated, Nangong Li shook his hand, saying, Brother Mo, you call her aunt just like I do, hello, aunt, Chen Montak responded. Nangong Ruashue's attention fell on Chen Mo. Just as a figure streaked through the air from afar, it was General Fan Hanli, who had come in response to the news. Seeing that Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huaner were safe and sound, General Fan Hanli was overjoyed. Wonderful. How did you manage to escape? He inquired. This question piqued Nangong Ruashue's curiosity as well. Nangong Li and Su Huaner instinctively glanced at Chen Mo without speaking. Although Nangong Li was somewhat naive, she was certainly not foolish. She would never divulge to her aunt that it was through their dual cultivation with Chen Mo that they had emerged from the chaotic space. At that moment, Chen Mo took the initiative to speak. The martial arts technique I practice has a slight understanding of the yin-yang principle. The chaotic space below is filled with yin and yang energies, and we utilize this to break free from the chaos. Chen Mo spoke the truth, albeit omitting a considerable amount of detail. Upon hearing this, both Nangong Ruoshui and General Fan Hanli exhibited expressions of astonishment. The profound principles of Yin and Yang Avenue eluded even the esteemed martial kings of the Five Realms. Yet Chen Mo appeared to grasp them, albeit superficially. The intricacies of martial arts involve the most sacred secrets of cultivation, rendering further inquiries inappropriate. Regardless, it is indeed fortuitous that you remain unscathed. This secret realm is still in a state of collapse. It is unwise to linger here. We must depart at once, declared General Fan Hanli. Subsequently, General Fan Hanli informed those still searching within the secret realm, and together they evacuated the shadowy marshland. Upon leaving the secret realm, Nangong Ruoshui intended to return directly to the Nangong family with Nangong Li. However, Nangong Li was reluctant to part ways with Chen Mo observing this. General Fan Hanli interjected, "Today marks the final day of the sprinting camp. If you are not in haste, it would be prudent to wait until after today to return to the Nangong family." "Indeed, Aunt, it is the last day. We should see it through to the end." Nangong Li pouted. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Ruoshui ultimately acquiesced. Thus, the group made their way back to the Blood Abyss military base. Meanwhile, at the sprinting camp in Kanglan Province, as Qin Lai triumphed over Chu Zhaoran, Chen Mo and his companions fortuitously returned to the base. Chapter 61. A Snap in Victory. As Chen Mo suddenly appeared, the members of the Southern Sky Province's sprint camp were initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of elation. Meng Hu, Chu Zhaoran, and Pei Xiaosheng rushed towards Chen Mo without hesitation. "Brother Mo, it's wonderful to see you back," exclaimed Chu Zhaoran, his spirits lifted. "I knew Brother Mo would be safe," Meng Hu said, his eyes brimming with excitement. The lives of Meng Hu, Chu Zhaoran, and Pei Xiaosheng had all been saved by Chen Mo. Without his intervention over a month ago in the secret realm, they would have perished countless times at the hands of the faceless heart demon. Throughout this period, they had fervently prayed for Chen Mo's safe return. Now that their wish had been fulfilled, their joy was immeasurable. In truth, they were indebted to Chen Mo for their lives, a debt of immense significance. Should Chen Mo desire, he could easily utilize his system to drain their martial prowess and innate talents as repayment. However, Chen Mo had no intention of doing so. His principle was clear. He would show no mercy towards enemies, as demonstrated with Lu Zihan, but when it came to friends, he would seek personal gain without harming others. Chen Mo could take their martial techniques, skills, and training experiences as recompense, yet he would never deplete their innate talents or martial prowess. Should he indiscriminately drain the abilities of others, he would be no different from the evil sorcery of the faceless heart demon. Turning his gaze towards the Kanglan Province's sprint camp, Chen Mo inquired, "Who are those people?" Chu Zhaoran quickly recounted the recent events that had transpired. Upon hearing how the Kanglan Province camp looked down upon the Southern Sky camp, Chen Mo could not help but frown slightly. So they wish to flaunt their superiority while I was away? Now that Brother Mo has returned, they should brace themselves for a reckoning," Meng Hu said, brimming with excitement. On the arena, Qin Lai gazed at Chen Mo, surrounded by admirers, a glint of intensity flashing in his eyes. "You are Chen Mo? I've heard you are quite formidable. Shall we spar?" Qin Lai challenged, pointing his weapon at Chen Mo, his fighting spirit ablaze. The earlier weaklings had failed to pique his interest, but from Chen Mo emanated the aura of a true warrior, worthy of his challenge. With Qin Lai initiating the challenge, Chen Mo smiled. "Very well." With that, Chen Mo strode towards the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Accompanying him were Nangong Li and Su Huang'er, both smiling at his confident demeanor. Meanwhile, General Fan Hanli approached Commander Xiong Batian in the observation area. "Commander Xiong, I hope you are well." General Fan greeted with a smile. "General Fan," Xiong Batian acknowledged with a nod. Then, Xiong Batian's attention turned to Chen Mo, who was stepping onto the arena. "Is this the Chen Mo who defeated the faceless heart demon?" Xiong Batian appeared somewhat skeptical. General Fan Hanli smiled and said, "If Commander Xiong does not believe, He may inquire of Chen Mo after the competition concludes. At this moment, all members of the South Sky Province and Kanglan Province's sprint camps held their breath, their gazes fixed upon Chen Mo and Chen Lai on the arena. Chen Lai, observing Chen Mo's empty hands, inquired, "Will you not wield a weapon?" "No need." Chen Mo replied with a slight shake of his head. Chen Lai laughed heartily. "I never expected you to be even more audacious than I." "Very well. Let me see what you are capable of." With that, Chen Lai fully unleashed his S-rank martial talent, Pure Yang Flame, igniting both his hands and the entire length of his weapon in blazing flames. He then executed the most formidable move of Rain of Pear Blossoms, the 10,000 Calamities, Rain of Pear Blossom Silence. The myriad of spear shadows descended like a torrential downpour, enveloping Chen Mo entirely. However, in the next instant, Chen Mo's figure abruptly vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he had traversed through the cascading spear shadows, suddenly standing before Chen Lai. Chen Lai's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the following moment, Chen Mo raised his hand towards the weapon held firmly by Chen Lai and simply flicked his finger. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air as a terrifying shockwave erupted. Chen Lai was struck as if by a heavy blow, sent flying like a cannonball, tumbling dozens of meters before crashing heavily outside the arena. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. All present stared in disbelief at this scene. The might of a single finger was utterly terrifying. Chen Mo had effortlessly sent Chen Lai flying from the arena with just a flick of his finger. Previously, Meng had claimed that Chen Mo could defeat Chen Lai with one hand, yet that assertion had grossly underestimated Chen Mo's prowess. With merely a finger, he could dominate Chen Lai. The arena remained silent for a full 3 seconds before erupting into an uproar. What the heck? Brother Mo's strength has reached such an astonishing level. Meng Hu and Chu Zhaoran were left dumbstruck. Chen Lai, struggling to rise, gazed at Chen Mo on the arena with a face full of horror. This was the first time he had faced such a devastating defeat. This was not merely a contest. It was an utter annihilation. Even Xiong Batian was taken aback by this spectacle. Chen Lai's fourth-tier martial artist prowess was rendered utterly feeble in the face of Chen Mo. At this juncture, Chen Mo turned to the direction of the Kanglan Province sprint camp and stated, "You may all come at once. It will save time." The members of the Kanglan Province sprint camp were still reeling from the shock of Chen Mo's earlier strike. Hearing that Chen Mo wished to take on all 9 of them simultaneously ignited a surge of indignation at being belittled. Conversely, the South Sky Province sprint camp was filled with excitement and exhilaration. "Wow, Brother Mo is so domineering." Meng Hu clenched his fists. "Ha ha ha. Wasn't the Kanglan Province sprint camp just very arrogant? Why are they silent now? Is it that they do not enjoy it?" The frustration of being mocked by Chen Lai moments ago dissipated in an instant. At this moment, the members of the Kanglan Province sprint camp all turned their gazes towards Yi Qingshun. Yi Qingshun is the foremost martial arts prodigy in the Kanglan Province's sprint camp, endowed with an SS-level martial arts talent. His martial prowess has ascended to the rank of a 6th-rank martial master. Within the confines of the sprint camp, none can rival him. No one has ever witnessed Yi Qingshun unleashing his full potential. To the onlookers in the Kanglan Province's sprint camp, Yi Qingshun is an invincible entity. Though Chen Mo is formidable, he may not necessarily triumph over Brother Yi, a girl remarked indignantly. Yi Qingshun's gaze fidicated. He too could vanquish Chen Lai with a single strike, but not with the same ease as Chen Mo. If I were to engage him in a one-on-one duel, the odds would likely be 3 to 7 in his favor, Yi Qingshun stated. That's splendid. As expected of Brother Yi, boasting a 70% chance of victory. The crowd exclaimed in delight. Yi Qingshun responded, "The 70% belongs to him." Clearing his throat, he continued, "As the outcome of Kanglan Province hangs in the balance. If he wishes to challenge 9 adversaries alone, then let it be so. Once we engage, follow my lead and allow him to experience the might of the Tian Gang killing formation." Chapter 62. Innate Gang Yuan, 3 Realms Martial Sovereign. Under the leadership of Yi Qingshun, the 9 members of the Kanglan Province's assault camp ascended the arena together, instantly creating a 1 versus 9 scenario against Chen Mo. Witnessing this, some members of the Nantan province's assault camp could not help but feel a twinge of concern. The Kanglan province's assault camp truly launched an all-out assault. Was it rather disadvantageous for Chen Mo to face 9 opponents? Have faith. Just trust Brother Mo, said Chu Zhaoran and Mang Hu, their faces betraying no hint of worry. Over a month ago, they had witnessed Chen Mo engage in a fierce battle against the Three Realms martial sovereign's thousand-faced heart demon. With the passage of time, Chen Mo's strength would only have intensified. Meanwhile, Nan Gongli and Su Huanger, who were well aware of Chen Mo's prowess, observed the proceedings with a relaxed demeanor. 9 insignificant challengers dare to confront Brother Mo? Nangong lipotet herosilips, as all eyes were upon them. The 1 versus 9 battle commenced. Sky Gong Kiling Formation. With a command from Yi Qingshun, the 9 individuals immediately grasped their weapons and, adhering to the positions of the Big Dipper, formed the Sky Gang Killing Formation. The so-called Big Dipper consists of the 7 stars of the Dipper alongside the left assistant and right complement stars. The Sky Gang Killing Formation was a combination technique they had learned from the Demon Extermination Department, channeling the celestial powers of the 9 heavens to transform the ethereal aura of the stars into tangible attacks. In perfect unison, the 9 became one, seamlessly transitioning between offense and defense. They aimed to ensnare, wear down, and deliver a decisive strike in one fluid motion. The formation resonated with the heavenly laws of killing intent, amplifying its power in accordance with the strength and harmony of its practitioners. With Yi Qingshun's 6th-tier martial master rank, combined with the 8 others executing the formation, it was nearly impossible to find an adversary beneath the Three Realms martial sovereign tier. At this moment, Chen Mo faced the Sky Gang Killing Formation without drawing his weapon, allowing the murderous aura to reach its zenith. When the overwhelming wave of killing intent surged toward him, Chen Mo finally moved. He raised his hand and unleashed a punch toward the front. This seemingly unremarkable punch appeared to stir the very essence of the arena. The force of his fist unleashed a terrifying gale, surging forth. In the next instant, the 9 individuals propelled by the Sky Gang Killing Formation were akin to mere leaves caught in a tempest. Boom! The Sky Gang Killing Formation disintegrated in an instant, with all 9 being hurled away, their weapons clattering to the ground. Clang, clang, clang. They lay sprawled across the arena, their bodies in disarray, as silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Yi Qingshun struggled to lift his head, gazing incredulously at Chen Mo's figure. Outside the arena, Qin Lai stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the scene. Just moments ago, Chen Mo had effortlessly sent him flying from the arena with a mere finger. Now, with a single punch, he had sent 9 individuals, including the formidable Yi Qingshun, crashing to the ground. That was the strongest Yi Qingshun of the Kanglan province's assault camp. Having spent 2 months in the Kanglan province's assault camp, Qin Lai had never managed to catch up to Yi Qingshun's prowess. Yet, the invincible figure in his eyes was vanquished by Chen Mo's casual fist. Was this fellow some kind of monster? Meanwhile, General Fan Hanli and Xiong Batian at the observation platform rose abruptly upon witnessing the scene. Is this the innate Gang Yuan? A 2nd-tier martial artist cultivates formidable internal energy within. Upon reaching the 3rd-tier martial sovereign, the spirit, body, and internal energy unite in a harmonious fusion, crystallizing into an even mightier innate Gang Yuan. The innate Gang Yuan is the hallmark of a 3rd-tier martial sovereign. The fact that Chen Mo could wield such power indicated his ascension to the 3rd-tier martial sovereign. Xiong Batian inhaled sharply. An 18-year-old 3rd-tier martial sovereign. Even Nangong Ruoshui, standing beside Nangong Li, was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the young man her niece referred to as Brother Mo was, in fact, a 3rd-tier martial sovereign. This was the first time Nangong Ruoshui had witnessed a martial talent of such exceptional caliber. On the arena, Yi Qingshun rose from the ground. I lost, he murmured despondently, a hint of self-mockery creeping into his thoughts. Moments earlier, when he saw Chen Mo defeat Qin Lai, he had presumed his own abilities could rival Chen Mo's. Now, He comprehended the staggering truth. He had been utterly overwhelmed in 3 seconds, suffering defeat 7 times. The disparity between him and Chen Mo was as vast as the chasm of heaven and earth. Yi Qing-chun finally grasped the meaning of the phrase. There are always greater talents beyond our own. At the South Sky Province sprint camp, jubilation erupted. We won. Brother Mo is incredible. To take on 9 opponents and still emerge victorious is simply astounding. Xiong Batian gazed at Chen Mo for a moment before slowly diverting his attention. Addressing General Fan Hunli, congratulations, General Fan. It seems that this year's National Martial Arts Examination will unveil a true dragon from the South Sky Province. General Fan Hanli, equally elated, managed to suppress a smile as he replied, I appreciate your kind words, Commander Xiong. Xiong Batian continued, in this contest, our Kanglan Province sprint camp has faced defeat. As per our agreement, these 3 rare treasures will belong entirely to your South Sky Province sprint camp. With that, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This time, the Kanglan Province sprint camp had chosen to elevate one of the rewards to the low-grade heavenly tier, as they were exceptionally confident this year. Yi Qing-chun, a 6th-tier martial artist, was the most gifted talent the Kanglan Province sprint camp had seen in nearly a decade. In previous years, he would have easily dominated the South Sky Province sprint camp. However, no one had anticipated the emergence of an 18-year-old 3rd-tier martial sovereign. The result was a classic case of failing to catch the chicken, only to lose the rice. General Fan Hanli looked at the 3 boxes containing the Crimson Flame Essence, Diamond Bodhi Fruit, and Heavenly Sword Pill, a smile gracing his features. I concede. He then called Chen Mo, Nan Gongli, and Su Huang over. Chen Mo, you have secured victory for the South Sky Province sprint camp. These 6 rare treasures are your reward. Feel free to allocate them as you see fit. General Fan Hanli said with a smile, directed at Chen Mo. In addition to the 3 treasures lost by Kanglan Province, there were the Mystic Ice Jade Essence, Translucent Heart Lotus, and Void Vine, prepared by the South Sky Province sprint camp. Thank you. Chen Mo expressed his gratitude. Each of these 6 treasures was of exceptional quality, immensely valuable. Moreover, among them were several extraordinary treasures that proved immensely beneficial to both him and Nangong Li, as well as Su Huanger. At that moment, Chen Mo suddenly sensed a formidable consciousness sweeping over him. Turning his gaze, he found Xiong Batian staring intently at him. Chen Mo, did you truly vanquish the 1,000-faced heart demon? Xiong Batian inquired, his disbelief palpable. He was all too aware of the formidable challenge posed by the 1,000-faced heart demon. Furthermore, Xiong Batian harbored a grave concern that the demon had not perished at all, but rather had taken refuge within Chen Mo. Fortunately, he had just employed his martial talent, the Eye of Breaking Illusions, to meticulously examine Chen Mo, confirming that he bore no trace of the demon's parasitic presence, which alleviated his worry. However, Xiong Batian remained curious about how Chen Mo had managed to annihilate the 1,000-faced heart demon. Or perhaps the demon had merely escaped? Chapter 63. A Nation Awash with Astonishment. The National Martial Arts Exam Champion. The 1,000-faced demon has indeed been utterly vanquished, Chen Mo declared. How did you manage to slay him? Xiong Batian could not contain his curiosity. Despite being merely 18 years old and having already ascended to the 3rd realm martial sovereign, Xiong Batian found it hard to believe that Chen Mo possessed the means to obliterate the 1,000-faced demon. After all, the 1,000-faced demon had managed to escape from the encirclement of numerous 5th realm martial kings time and again. In truth, it was not only Xiong Batian. Even General Fan Hanli and Nangong Ruoshui were equally intrigued. With a mere gesture, Chen Mo summoned a prison constructed of purple lightning and phoenix flames, which materialized in his palm. This was the Phoenix Flame Thunder Prison that Chen Mo had created to annihilate the 1,000-faced demon. Upon witnessing the Phoenix Flame Thunder Prison, Xiong Batian, General Fan Hanli, and Nangong Ruoshui were all taken aback. This, as 5th realm martial kings, they could immediately sense the terrifying power contained within the Phoenix Flame Thunder Prison. Particularly against malevolent spirits, It possessed an annihilating force of unparalleled might. At that moment, Xiong Batian finally became convinced that Chen Mo indeed had the capability to shatter the thousand-faced demon's very soul. What kind of divine ability is this? Xiong Batian could not restrain himself from asking. I suppose it could be considered my own creation. Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. Chen Mo's casual words struck Xiong Batian and General Fan Hanli like a thunderclap. At such a young age, he had managed to devise such a formidable divine ability. The ferocious purple lightning and flames that seemed capable of incinerating all were evidently no ordinary phenomena. In that instant, Xiong Batian abruptly realized that this 18-year-old youth was far more than just a third-realm martial sovereign. Beneath that facade lay unimaginable martial talent and hidden trump cards. The prowess Chen Mo had displayed in the recent confrontation was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Such an extraordinary martial genius. The Southern Sky Province is indeed poised to give rise to a true dragon this year, Xiong Batian pondered. He was utterly convinced that Chen Mo would certainly stir up a tempest in this year's National Martial Arts exam. General Fan, I extend my early congratulations to the Southern Sky Province. With Chen Mo's martial talent and strength, securing a place among the top 10 in this year's National Martial Arts exam is a foregone conclusion. In fact, he possesses the potential to contend for the title of national champion, Xiong Batian remarked enviously. General Fan Hanli's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he humbly responded, "You flatter me. Commander Xiong, attaining the national champion title is no simple feat. We both know how many martial prodigies there are in the imperial capital. Nevertheless, given Chen Mo's strength, he can indeed compete for a top 3 finish. The imperial capital, as the capital of the Dragon Nation, commands a significant portion of the nation's martial resources, boasting a profound martial heritage that surpasses that of other provinces. The imperial capital is home to martial families with legacies spanning thousands, even tens of thousands of years, standing at the pinnacle of the martial world. Among the 4 most powerful martial academies in the nation, 3 have their headquarters established in the imperial capital. More than half of the nation's 8th realm martial saints and 9th realm martial gods are concentrated in the imperial capital. In the past century, every national martial arts champion has emerged from the imperial capital. For Chen Mo to aspire to become the national martial arts examination champion signifies the necessity to conquer the descendants of the 8 realms martial saints and the 9 realms martial gods, vanquishing those prodigies who have been nurtured from a young age with an array of precious martial resources. The magnitude of this challenge is indeed formidable. Yet, even amidst the awareness of such daunting obstacles, General Fan Hanli's heart swells with boundless imagination. After all, Chen Mo has achieved numerous miracles. At this moment, a glimmer of fervent light flickers in Chen Mo's eyes. In his previous life, he lacked even the qualification to enter the Southern Heaven Province's sprinting camp, let alone compete with the nation's foremost martial prodigies. However, in this life, he finally possesses equally exceptional talent and strength. The mere thought of defeating these outstanding martial talents in the national examination ignites an indomitable fighting spirit within Chen Mo. I firmly believe that Brother Mo will undoubtedly secure the National Martial Arts Examination Champion. Nangongli harbors unwavering faith in Chen Mo. Although Su Huang'er remains silent, her gaze towards Chen Mo conveys everything. Nangong Ruoxue glances at Chen Mo and then at her niece Nangong Li, her beautiful eyes reflecting deep contemplation. As the sparring between the Southern Heaven Province and the Kanglan Province sprinting camps concludes, the 2-month intensive training camp is nearing its end. Not long ago, Xiong Batian departed with the members of the Kanglan Province sprinting camp from the Blood Abyss military base. Meanwhile, General Fan Hanli is delivering his farewell address to the Southern Heaven Province sprinting camp. In 2 days, the National Martial Arts examination will commence. I shall refrain from saying more. I hope each of you achieves commendable results and gains admission to your desired martial arts university. Before departing from the Blood Abyss military base, please visit the resource repository to each collect 1 cultivation resource. Thank you, instructor. The participants of the sprinting camp exclaimed in unison. Over the past 2 months, They have endured rigorous training, acquired various cultivation resources, and faced life-and-death trials. Compared to 2 months prior, their strength has seen tremendous improvement, their auras undergoing a remarkable transformation. Before leaving the sprinting camp, each member of the Blood Abyss military base was rewarded with cultivation resources of varying grades, determined by their levels of prowess. As for Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger, they had previously received 6 higher-grade treasures of heaven and earth. With a resounding rumble, the gates of the Blood Abyss military base swung open, and the members of the sprinting camp stepped out, preparing to return to their respective cities. They bid their farewells one by one. Brother Mo, thank you for saving my life in the secret realm. Should you require anything from me in the future, I am willing to brave any peril. Chu Xiaoran expressed his gratitude. Pei Shaoxing stepped forward and said, though my strength is lacking, if I can be of service in any way, Brother Mo, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall never refuse. Mangu added, I feel the same. In addition to them, many others in the sprinting camp who had benefited from Chen Mo's guidance also approached to express their thanks and bid farewell. After everyone had departed, it was finally time for Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger to part ways. In the cavern beneath the chaotic realm, the three shared a bond as intimate as conjoined twins, yet now they were destined to go their separate ways. Brother Mo, I do not wish to part from you, Nangong Li lamented, wrapping her arms around Chen Mo and burying her petite head in his embrace. Nangong Ruoshui, witnessing her niece's affectionate demeanor towards a male, contemplated intervening but ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. Chen Mo gently tousled Nangong Li's hair, a smile gracing his lips as he reassured her. Ali, this is but a fleeting separation. We shall reunite soon. Yes, yes. Once the national martial examination concludes, I shall seek you out, Brother Mo, Nangong Li proclaimed, her delicate face radiant as she gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Very well, Chen Mo replied with a cheerful nod. At that moment, Su Huanger too cast a reluctant gaze towards Chen Mo, yearning to be embraced by him just as Nangong Li was. However, with the elder Nangong Ruoshui nearby, she hesitated. Should Su Huanger and Nangong Li both leap into Chen Mo's arms, it would be an utterly indefensible situation. Chapter 64, A Subtle Theft Already Depleted. Before parting ways, Chen Mo retrieved the 6 prizes he had previously acquired from his spatial ring. Ari, these 2 treasures, Xianbing Yusue and Tianyan Jianwan, are perfectly suited for you. With that, Chen Mo handed over the 2 exquisite treasures to Nangong Li. The Xianbing Yusue is of superior earth grade, resembling a delicately crafted jade ruby, entirely transparent and emanating a chilling aura. It is found in the most frigid of terrains, harboring the purest ice energy and the essence of nature. This treasure significantly enhances the speed and power of ice and mysterious yin cultivation techniques, while also remarkably aiding in calming the mind, resisting inner demons, and nurturing the soul. Given that Nangong Li possesses the Xian Yin Linglong body and practices the Taiyin Xian Cha Gong, the Xianbing Yusui is undoubtedly the most fitting gift for her. The other item, Tianyan Jianwan, boasts a rank of inferior heavenly grade. This is not a physical sword, but rather a seed of sword intent, distilled from pure sword energy. Once refined within the body, it can greatly elevate one's sword comprehension, autonomously deducing and perfecting sword techniques, allowing the practitioner to reach an extraordinary realm where every thought manifests as a lethal strike. Given Nangong Li's profound mastery in swordsmanship, Tianyan Jianwan is naturally destined for her. Thank you, Brother Mo, Nangong Li expressed gratefully. Watching Chen Mo bestow such precious treasures upon her niece, Nangong Ruoshui felt a surge of astonishment. The bond between her niece and Chen Mo was evidently deeper than she had anticipated. Subsequently, Chen Mo presented the Qiyin Jingpa and Tongming Daoxin Lian to Su Huanger. The Qiyin Jingpa is a fist-sized, burning crimson crystal exuding intense heat. It is the essence of fire veins formed deep within the earth over millennia, containing extraordinarily pure and vast fire attribute energy. It is remarkably effective for warriors cultivating fire techniques, even offering insights into the true essence of the fire laws. Given Su Huanger's innate talent of Nirvana Phoenix Flame, the Qian Jingpa is perfectly suited for her, enhancing the potency of her abilities upon absorption. The Tongming Daoxin Lian, a fire lotus that flourishes beneath a spiritual spring in the earth, complements the Qian Jingpa. It has the capacity to cleanse the mind, significantly enhance spiritual perception, comprehension, and foresight of danger. Upon consumption, it grants clarity of thought, enabling one to anticipate and discern deception, providing immense assistance in cultivation. Chen Mo entrusted both treasures to Su Huanger. As for Chen Mo, he retained the King Kong Bodhi fruit and the inferior heavenly grade Shu Kong Tongue. The King Kong Bodhi fruit, born from the sacred tree of Buddhism, is imbued with formidable vitality. Upon consumption, the body becomes as resilient as diamond, impervious to toxins and malevolence, with exceptional self-healing capabilities and a passive resistance to mental erosion, stabilizing the mind. The inferior heavenly grade, Shu Kong Tongue, is an exceedingly rare treasure of the spatial attribute. It appears as if sculpted from pure amethyst, with shimmering tendrils of starlight within. Found at the edges of spatial rifts, it is exceptionally rare. The Shu Kong Tongue contains a fragment of spatial law, aiding in the comprehension of spatial powers. Due to the involvement of mysterious spatial forces, the potential is boundless, and its value is incalculable. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to grow. With these rare treasures of heaven and earth, Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger can further enhance their strength before the National Martial Arts examination. After distributing the 6 rare treasures, the time for parting finally arrived. Goodbye, Brother Mo. I will miss you. Nangong Li waved her hand. Farewell. Nangong Ruoshui nodded slightly at Chen Mo, then prepared to take Nangong Li and Su Huanger away. Seizing the opportunity while Nangong Li and Nangong Ruoshui turned, Chen Mo discreetly pinched the round full moon beneath Su Huanger's fiery phoenix skirt. Su Huanger shivered, glancing at Chen Mo with a mix of reproach and shyness. Yet, her beautiful eyes revealed joy and affection. Chen Mo sensed that, like Nangong Li, Su Huanger also wished to be close to him before departing. However, due to Nangong Ruoshui's presence, they could not engage in more intimate gestures. Thus, Chen Mo intentionally pinched Su Huanger before their departure to alleviate her sadness. The outcome proved Chen Mo's action was indeed correct, for a smile blossomed on Su Huanger's face. In the next moment, Nangong Ruoshui, accompanied by Nangong Li and Su Huanger, soared into the sky. Shortly thereafter, Chen Mo boarded the returning Taotai train to Qingyan City. Above the sky, 3 exquisite figures flew swiftly. Upon entering the realm of the 4th stage martial sovereign, one gains the ability to ride the wind. As a 5th stage martial king, Nangong Ruoshui effortlessly carried Nangong Li and Su Huanger through the air, shielding them from the fierce winds to prevent their faces from being distorted and their hair from flailing wildly. Nangong Ruoshui turned to Nangong Li beside her. Earlier, in front of Chen Mo, there were certain matters that Nangong Ruoshui could not inquire about. Now, unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Li, "Do you like Chen Mo?" "Yes, Annie, I like Brother Mo the most," Nangong Li replied without hesitation. Upon hearing Nangong Li's unequivocal response, Nangong Ruoshui was slightly taken aback. She had always assumed that Nangong Li was somewhat naive and unaware of romantic feelings. To her surprise, after merely 2 months away, she had already developed affection for a boy in a prestigious martial arts family like the Nangong clan, which has a legacy spanning millennia. The marriage of family members requires careful consideration, particularly for Nangong Li, the most outstanding martial arts prodigy in the Nangong family for centuries. She is regarded as the jewel of the clan. Her future marriage even concerns the prosperity or decline of the entire Nangong family. Chen Mo, though young, has already broken through to the 3rd stage martial zone, possessing astonishing martial talent, and is indeed a dragon among men. Moreover, his striking appearance and graceful demeanor make him a perfect match for Nangong Li. These thoughts flashed through Nangong Ruoshui's mind. However, She soon pondered that both Chen Mo and Nangong Li were still young, and it was rather premature to discuss marriage. Little did Nangong Ruoshui know that her niece had already been completely captivated by Chen Mo. After soaring through the skies for over an hour, a magnificent mountain range emerged ahead, standing like a natural barrier that shielded the disturbances of the outside world. Nestled between these towering peaks lay an expansive natural valley, partially shrouded in mist. Within the fog, one could faintly discern numerous grand structures. This was none other than the residence of the Nangong family. With a swift motion, Nangong Ruoshui, accompanied by Nangong Li and Su Huang'er, traversed the protective mountain array and descended into a quaint courtyard adorned with ancient charm. Grandmother has been quite worried about you during this time. Let's first reassure her of our safety, Nangong Ruoshui remarked. Certainly, Nangong Li replied, preparing to set off. Suddenly, a fiery red figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star, landing gracefully within the same courtyard. It was a stunningly beautiful woman, her long crimson hair flowing like flames. Tall and slender, her noble attire could not conceal her curvaceous form, accentuated by a scarlet gold wine gourd hanging at her waist. Her features were striking and expressive, with the corners of her eyes adorned by a touch of vermilion that resembled smoldering embers, akin to a blossoming beauty of an era. Her gaze, reminiscent of distant autumn waters, exuded a languid yet free-spirited allure. Master, Su Huang'er exclaimed with delight. Chapter 65. The Unparalleled Beauty Master, the Crimson Flame Empress. Yu Honglian suddenly appearing in the courtyard was none other than the incomparable beauty and Su Huang'er as master, the Crimson Flame Empress. Yu Honglian. Upon seeing Su Huang, a radiant smile blossomed on Yu Honglian's face. My dear disciple, Master, you have returned, Su Huang'er replied with a smile. Auntie Yu, called out Nangong Li obediently. Sister Yu, Nangong Ruoshui chimed in. Ali, Ruoshui, Yu Honglian nodded with a warm smile. Their familiar titles indicated a long-standing acquaintance and a deep bond. In truth, Yu Honglian had profound ties to the Nangong family. She and Nangong Li's mother were close friends, having once navigated the martial world together. However, after giving birth to Nangong Li, her mother mysteriously vanished. Losing her mother at a tender age, Nangong Li received much care from Yu Honglian, who had been her mother's dear friend. As for Su Huang, Yu Honglian had discovered the wailing child amidst a fiery ruin when she was merely 2 or 3 years old. Apart from a jade pendant inscribed with Su Huang'er as birth details, she possessed nothing else. Unable to bear the thought of abandoning the child in the flames, Yu Honglian took Su Huang'er as her apprentice. Since then, Yu Honglian often brought Su Huang'er to the Nangong residence to play with Nangong Li. Thus, the two girls grew up together, akin to sisters. Over the years, Yu Honglian maintained a close relationship with the Nangong family. This rapport allowed her to traverse the protective barriers of the Nangong estate with ease. At this moment, Yu Honglian turned her gaze towards Su Huang, a flicker of regret crossing her features. My dear disciple, I have been away for 2 months. Yet I still could not find a way to help you control the Nirvana Phoenix flame. I have truly failed you, Yu Honglian lamented. 2 months prior, she had departed from the Southern Sky province to seek a solution for Su Huang'er's uncontrollable Nirvana Phoenix flame. Regrettably, despite her extensive travels across the land, she found no remedy. Yu Honglian recalled the icy demeanor of a certain Taoist priestess, feeling a twinge of injustice in her heart. I humbled myself to plead with her, yet she still refused to assist me. Truly, she holds a grudge. Yet I must admit I was indeed at fault back then. Just as Yu Honglian was engulfed in her regrets, Su Huang'er spoke up. Master, the issue with the Nirvana Phoenix flame has been resolved. What? Yu Honglian paused in astonishment, swiftly grasping Su Huang'er's wrist to investigate. To her surprise, the previously volatile Nirvana Phoenix flame within Su Huang'er was now lying dormant, exhibiting no signs of chaos. Huang'er, how did you manage this? Yu Honglian exclaimed in awe. Su Huang'er's mind conjured the image of Chen Mo, a smile inadvertently gracing her lips. Chen Mo, help me, she replied. Who is Chen Mo? Yu Honglian queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Meanwhile, Nangong Ruoshui, upon hearing this, felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Nangong Ruoshui had long been aware of the troubling issue surrounding Su Huang'er and the uncontrollable Nirvana Phoenix Flame. Even Yu Jie, the moon's sister of the Six Realms martial emperor, had been unable to find a solution. To her astonishment, it was Chen Mo who resolved this perplexing dilemma. How many more surprises lie hidden within Chen Mo? Nangong Ruoshui pondered. Facing her master's curiosity, Su Huang'er recounted her encounter with Chen Mo during the spring camp, detailing how he helped her absorb the Nirvana Phoenix Flame. Naturally, she omitted the incident where their garments were inadvertently incinerated. Upon hearing Su Huang'er's account, a look of disbelief flickered in Yu Honglian's beautiful eyes. He was able to absorb your Nirvana Phoenix Flame? The Nirvana Phoenix Flame is a divine fire, intrinsically linked to Su Huang'er. The fact that Chen Mo could extract it from her body was utterly astonishing. Next time an opportunity arises, I must witness this Chen Mo with my own eyes, Yu Honglian remarked with great interest. Indeed, Su Huang'er replied with a slight nod. The thought of Chen Mo, with whom she shared an intimate connection, meeting her master caused her heart to race inexplicably. It was akin to a parental introduction. Sensing her disciple's sudden nervousness, Yu Honglian misinterpreted her anxiety. Fear not, dear disciple. Chen Mo has rendered you such a significant assistance. I am grateful to him. Not to mention, I have no intention of devouring him, Yu Honglian said with a smile. Su Huang'er pressed her lips together, choosing to remain silent. In her previous life, she had never encountered Chen Mo, and Yu Honglian had been unable to assist her in finding a method to control the Nirvana Phoenix Flame before the National Martial Arts examination. Ultimately, on the eve of the examination, the Nirvana Phoenix Flame had gone berserk within her. It took Yu Honglian considerable effort to extricate her from danger, but as a consequence, Su Huang'er missed the National Martial Arts examination. In this lifetime, however, after meeting Chen Mo, the issue of the Nirvana Phoenix Flame had been resolved, allowing Su Huang'er to participate in the National Martial Arts examination smoothly. By the way, Huang'er, have you broken through to the Third Realm Martial Sovereign? Yu Honglian inquired. Just moments ago, while probing Su Huang'er's condition, she had distinctly sensed the innate vigor within her. Yes, Master, I am now a first-rank martial sovereign, Su Huang'er affirmed. Yu Honglian was once again taken aback by Su Huang'er's confirmation. It was worth noting that just 2 months prior, Su Huang'er had only been a 7th-rank martial artist. Now, she had astonishingly ascended to the Third Realm Martial Sovereign. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of miraculous. Ain't you? I have also broken through to the Third Realm Martial Sovereign. Nangongli chimed in with a smile. Not only Su Huang'er, but Nangongli had also achieved the status of a first-rank martial sovereign. As for Chen Mo, he had advanced to the 2nd-rank martial sovereign, surpassing both Nangongli and Su Huang'er by a small margin. The core of the cultivation method, Tai Su Yin Yang Ju, revolves around the interdependence of yin and yang. With 2 women and 1 man, Chen Mo received greater nourishment, leading to a slightly more significant advancement. However, the disparity in realms among the 3 would never be too vast. For as long as one of them held a higher realm, they would, in turn, nurture the others, facilitating a collective progression. Upon hearing that Nangongli had also ascended to the Third Realm Martial Sovereign, the astonishment in Yu Honglian's heart deepened. Is the sprint camp in the Southern Sky province truly so formidable? In such a brief span of time, they have managed to cultivate 2 Third Realm Martial Sovereigns? Yu Honglian pondered herself. Even if she were to personally instruct them, she could not achieve such a breakthrough for Su Huang'er and Nangongli within 2 months. At this moment, Nangongli and Su Huang'er exchanged a glance, a flicker of unusual understanding passing between them. They were acutely aware that the significant enhancement in their realms had little to do with the sprint camp in Southern Sky Province. The primary reason for their remarkable progress lay in their shared cultivation of the Tai Su Yin Yang Ju with Chen Mo beneath the chaotic space. However, it was evident that this matter could not be disclosed directly to Yu Honglian and Nangong Ruoshui. Chapter 66. Have my obedient disciple been nourished? Having confirmed that the issue of Su Huang'er's Nirvana Phoenix Flame had been resolved and that she had ascended to the Third Realm Martial Sovereign, a heavy burden finally lifted from Yu Honglian's heart. Ali Ruo Shui, I shall take Huang Er back to Qian Peak, Yu Honglian announced. With only 2 days remaining until the national martial examination, she intended to impart further knowledge to her disciple, enhancing Su Huang'er's capabilities even more. Be careful on your journey, Yuani, Huang'er, Nangongli said. Farewell. After their parting, Yu Honglian and Su Huang'er soared away from the Nangong family, heading towards the residence of the Fire Empress at Qian Peak. Once they departed, Nangong Li and Nangong Ruo Shui proceeded to meet the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Yu. As they entered the main hall of the Nangong estate, Nangong Li joyfully exclaimed, "Grandma, I'm back." Upon hearing her granddaughter's voice, Nangong Yu looked up, her face lighting up with joy. In the next moment, a petite figure rushed into her embrace. "Ali, you have finally returned safely." For over a month, Nangong Yu had been restless due to her granddaughter's disappearance. Now, seeing her safe and sound, she exhaled in relief. "Ali, please tell Grandma what transpired," Nangong Yu asked with concern. "It's like this, Grandma." Nangong Li then succinctly recounted her experiences alongside Su Huang'er and Chen Mo, including how they had fallen into the chaotic space and eventually escaped. She, however, omitted the more embarrassing details that occurred within the cave, only mentioning that it was Chen Mo who had led them to safety. "So this Chen Mo saved you?" Nangong Yu inquired. "Yes, Grandma. Brother Mo is my savior. Next time he visits, you must reward him well," Nangong Li replied with a smile. Nangong Yu's gaze shifted, sensing her granddaughter's unusual affection towards Chen Mo. At that moment, Nangong Ruo Shui interjected, "Mother, Ali has broken through to the third realm martial sovereign." "Really?" Nangong Yu's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Indeed," Nangong Li nodded, beaming with pride. Learning of her granddaughter's rapid advancement filled Nangong Yu with both astonishment and delight. "By the way, Grandma, this is a gift from Brother Mo." With that, Nangong Li produced the Xianbing Yusue and Tianyin sword pill that Chen Mo had previously given her from her spatial ring. Both treasures were of considerable value, particularly the rare low-grade heavenly tier Tianyin sword pill. "Did Chen Mo truly bestow all this upon you?" Nangong Yu asked, somewhat taken aback. "Yes," Nangong Li affirmed. She resolved to sing Chen Mo as praises before her grandmother, hoping that when he next visited, he would receive even greater rewards. Upon learning that Chen Mo not only rescued her beloved granddaughter, but also gifted her such precious resources, Nangong Yu felt a burgeoning fondness for the unfamiliar young man. "Good." Nangong Yu gently ruffled Nangong Li's little head, saying, "When you bring Chen Mo home next time, Grandma will surely reward him handsomely." A giggle escaped from Nangong Li, her joy evident. Nangong Yu then turned her gaze to the Tianyin sword seed and spoke, "Ali, the Tianyin sword seed is a seed of swordsmanship, condensed from pure sword intent. Once refined and integrated into your body, it will significantly enhance your comprehension of sword techniques and serve as a powerful weapon in your arsenal. However, the refining process is arduous. First, absorb the Xianbing jade essence, and then Grandma will assist you in refining the Tianyin sword seed. If left to Nangong Li alone, it might take her a week, but with my help, it could be accomplished in a day or two." "All right. Thank you, Grandma." Meanwhile, Yu Honglian was soaring towards Qian Peak with Su Huang'er. After 2 months apart, she felt her beloved disciple seemed somewhat different. The originally poised and cool-faced Huang'er now appeared to possess a hint of feminine allure in her demeanor. How to describe it? She radiated a glow, as if she had been nourished by something special. Having never encountered men, Yu Honglian could not fathom the cause. Noticing her master's gaze, Su Huang'er inquired, "What is it, master?" Yu Honglian smiled and shook her head. "My Huang'er has become even more beautiful." Su Huang'er smiled shyly. "Master, you're more beautiful than I." Having been raised by Yu Honglian since childhood, Su Huang'er harbored deep affection for her, viewing her as both a mentor and a mother. Yu Honglian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Huang, when did your tongue become so sweet?" The Su Huang'er I knew would never utter such charming words. At her words, a scene flashed in Su Huang'er's mind. Chen Mo holding her tenderly in the cave, whispering sweet nothings. Perhaps it was the frequency of such moments that had subtly influenced her to express some endearment herself. Her cheeks flushed, and she shyly averted her gaze. Yu Honglien remained oblivious to Su Huanger's thoughts, merely sensing that her disciple seemed to have blossomed into a more vibrant and adorable version of herself. An hour later, Yu Honglien and Su Huanger descended upon Qian Peak. Yu Honglien led Su Huanger directly to the depths of the peak. Before them lay a world of lava, teeming with rich fire elements that filled the entire space. Huanger, beneath Qian Peak lies a heartfire lotus, which is where I usually practice. I had previously refrained from bringing you here because the Nirvana Phoenix flame within you was uncontrollable. Entering this place could have triggered a violent outburst. But now, it is safe for us to train together, Yu Honglien explained. The pure fire elements of the Heartfire Lotus will strengthen your Nirvana Phoenix flame. Over the next few days, I will set up a formation to assist you in absorbing it swiftly. Su Huanger nodded slightly and retrieved the Qian essence and clear heart lotus from her spatial ring. Master, this is a gift from Chen Mo. Oh, a remarkable treasure. Yu Honglien's eyes sparkled with delight. This young man, named Chen Mo, seemed to treat Huanger quite well. Upon hearing this, Su Huanger felt her heart race, fearing that her master might perceive something amiss. Yu Honglien chuckled softly and remarked, "How fortuitous it is that, just before the National Martial Arts examination, I can assist you in refining both the Crimson Flame Essence and the translucent Tao Heart Lotus." Meanwhile, the train, Tao Tai, carrying Chen Mo, was nearing its destination at Qingyun City Station. Within the station, the principals and teachers from various high schools in Qingyun City awaited eagerly, their hearts aflutter with anticipation for the return of the students who had embarked on the provincial training camp 2 months prior. Among the crowd, Principal Chen Xingyang was filled with both anxiety and excitement. Chapter 67. What? Chen Mo ranks first in the provincial sprint camp? Principal Chen Xingyang appeared visibly anxious. The one who spoke was Lu Jianfeng, the principal of Qingyun No. 3 Middle School. Naturally, who wouldn't be anxious? You are well aware of the perilous nature of this year's provincial sprint camp. Chen Xingyang retorted with irritation. Over the past 2 months, news of casualties among the camp members from various cities in Nantian province had been incessantly circulating. It was common knowledge that this year's camp took place at the Blood Abyss military base, with training that was exceedingly grueling and brutal. The casualty rate for this year's provincial sprint camp was significantly higher than in previous years. Indeed, Principal Chen, I'm also quite anxious, Lu Jianfeng admitted. His conversation with Chen Xingyang was an attempt to alleviate his own inner turmoil. No one wished to witness the fall of their school's martial arts prodigy in the provincial sprint camp. Just then, a thunderous whistle pierced the air from afar. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the Tao Tai train rolled into the station of Qingyun City. They have returned. In an instant, all the principals and teachers present turned their gaze intently towards the train doors. As the doors opened, a girl with a spiky haircut was the first to step off the train. Huang Fengling, the principal and teachers of Qingyun No. 5 Middle School, exclaimed with excitement. Following her, others began to disembark one after another. When Principal Chen Xingyang spotted the tall and handsome Chen Mo stepping off the train, he clenched his fists in exhilaration. Wonderful! Chen Mo is back. Shortly after Chen Mo, the towering figure of Meng, who followed suit. Principal Lu Jianfeng sighed in relief. Thank goodness the lad is safe. He had been genuinely worried that Meng Hu's reckless nature might lead to his demise in the camp. Before long, the principals and teachers of various high schools in Qingyun City joyfully surrounded their returning students. However, 2 schools were notably absent in welcoming their students back. The outcome was all too clear. How did Meng Hu fare in the provincial sprint camp? Principal Lu Jianfeng inquired. It was thrilling and exhilarating. Meng Hu replied with a grin, though he refrained from elaborating. Before departing the Blood Abyss military sprint camp, General Fan Hanley had instructed that matters occurring within the camp should not be excessively disclosed to the outside world, particularly those involving military secrets. Principal Lu Jianfeng understood that some questions were best left unasked, so he shifted to his primary concern. How has your strength progressed after 2 months of specialized training? Mang, who scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. It's decent, I suppose, but there are many experts in the provincial sprint camp. I couldn't even break into the top 5. Of course, the most impressive one is still Mo, undoubtedly the best. Montak, which Mo? Why, Chen Mo. Of course, Mang, who replied. What? Chen Mo ranks first in the provincial sprint camp? The other principals and teachers present were also learning this startling news from their respective students. In an instant, all eyes in the room were fixed upon Chen Mo. Chen Mo, is it true that you rank first in the provincial sprint camp? Principal Chen Qingyang asked, his excitement palpable. Previously, Chen Mo had undoubtedly secured the top position in the selection test of Qingyang City. However, given that Nantan province comprises 12 cities, Qingyang City was certainly not the strongest. Moreover, it was rumored that this year's provincial sprint camp would feature 8 exceptionally talented martial arts special recruits. Under such circumstances, how could Chen Mo possibly claim the top spot? Amidst Principal Chen Qingyang's eager gaze, Chen Mo nodded affirmatively. An uproar ensued around him as the news left everyone astounded. Chen Mo, unwilling to remain the center of attention, sought to leave the gathering. He needed to return promptly to refine the Vajra Bodhi fruit and void vine, further enhancing his strength. Principal, I shall return to my cultivation to prepare for the National Martial Arts examination in 2 days, Chen Mo stated. Principal Chen Qingyang, regaining his composure and suppressing his excitement, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall not impede your training. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform the school. With a slight bow, Chen Mo departed amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Nonetheless, discussions regarding Chen Mo did not cease. Just how formidable was his strength, allowing him to surpass all other prodigies in Nantan province? It was said that he had already broken through to the 3rd realm of martial sovereign. What? How could this be possible? Is there some mistake? An 18-year-old martial sovereign of the 3rd realm. This is utterly extraordinary. Shortly thereafter, Chen Mo returned to his old residence in the outskirts, which had been uninhabited for 2 months and was now cloaked in dust. With a mere wave of his hand, a surge of innate prana erupted from him, sweeping all the dust away and expelling it beyond the courtyard. The room was instantly transformed into a clean space, though it still appeared somewhat dilapidated. Chen Mo paid it no mind. As long as his strength was formidable enough, all else would be within his grasp. The National Martial Arts examination in 2 days would be his moment to soar to greatness. He retrieved the Vajra Bodhi fruit and void vine from his spatial ring. First, he would consume the Vajra Bodhi fruit, followed by refining the void vine. Sensing the overwhelming vitality emanating from the fruit, he bit into it. Boom! The immense life force surged into Chen Mo's limbs and bones. The Earth-grade treasure contained an extraordinary amount of energy, and it took him half a day to completely absorb the Vajra Bodhi fruit. At that moment, Chen Mo's body radiated a golden glow, resembling a magnificent Vajra glazed body. Henceforth, with the Vajra glazed body, ordinary toxins would have no effect on him, save for rare celestial poisons. Moreover, his self-healing abilities became remarkably potent, enabling him to passively resist mental encroachment and stabilize his mind. From his spatial ring, Chen Mo retrieved the Earth-grade stellar fragment spear. With the sharp tip of a gun, a mere scratch was drawn across the resilient skin, which quickly healed to its original state. Indeed, the Vajra Bodhi fruit is a remarkable treasure, Chen Mo chuckled. Not only had he cultivated the Vajra glazed body, but through the practice of the Purple Lightning Prison Sutra, he had also forged a body capable of unleashing thunderous wrath. His physical prowess rivaled that of some 4th realm martial sovereigns. Subsequently, Chen Mo directed his gaze towards the void vine, a treasure even more precious than the Vajra Bodhi fruit, classified as a low-grade heavenly artifact. He promptly summoned the innate essence within him to envelop the void vine, commencing its refinement. Chapter 68. The National Martial Arts examination begins. Is Nantan province really that impressive? Every year on June 7th, the National Martial Arts examination commences. A grand event that captivates the entire nation, with nearly 100 million candidates participating. A nation's strength lies in its youth. The annual examination is pivotal for the future prosperity of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom. With a population exceeding 100 billion, the nation eagerly witnesses the emergence of its young martial talents, soaring to new heights. The National Martial Arts Examination unfolds over 2 days. Today marks the first day, featuring 2 components, the basic assessment and the Ling Shu Tian Yin simulation test. The results of all candidates will be recorded in real time within the National Examination System, eliminating the need to wait days for results. Scores will be announced immediately, with a real-time ranking of all participants. The thrill is palpable. Following the first day's assessments, the top 100 candidates will travel to the imperial capital for a direct combat showdown known as the Top 100 competition, which is the highlight of the National Martial Arts Examination. This event will be broadcast live, allowing billions across the nation to witness the emergence of the top achiever. At this moment, thousands of candidates from Chinya No. 1 High School have gathered on the playground, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the examination. All eyes are drawn to Chen Mo in the crowd. 2 months prior, he secured first place in the provincial sprint camp selection test, earning his spot in the intensive training program. Now, the students of Chinya No. 1 High School are once again in the presence of Chen Mo. Have you heard? Rumor has it that after 2 months of specialized training in the provincial camp, Chen Mo has already broken through to the 3rd realm of martial master. What? The 3rd realm? How can that be possible? Just 2 months ago, he was a 6th grade martial artist. It's unfathomable that he could advance so rapidly. For most ordinary candidates, reaching the 2nd realm is a distant dream, let alone the 3rd. They wouldn't dare boast so exaggeratedly. It's probably just gossip. Typically, rumors become increasingly outlandish as they circulate. Regardless of its truth, we'll find out once the basic test begins. As the crowd speculated, a sudden, urgent bell rang out across the playground. Time is up. The National Martial Arts Examination has officially begun. Before them stood 100 state-of-the-art martial arts testing devices, meticulously arranged. All candidates formed 100 testing lines as per prior arrangements. The first component of the National Martial Arts Examination, the basic assessment, is now underway. One by one, the candidates approached to undertake the initial test. There was no need for them to carry physical admission tickets, as the martial arts testing devices were equipped with facial and iris recognition technology, accurately identifying all candidates' information. The candidates, standing at the forefront of the queue, in accordance with the testing requirements, placed their hands upon the martial arts testing device. Merely a few seconds later, the results of the initial fundamental assessment were revealed. Name: Fan Jinquan. Age: 18 years and 6 months. Vitality: 55. Martial arts proficiency: 5th rank warrior. Candidates region: South Tian Province. The test results were displayed prominently before the eyes of the candidates. Simultaneously, a colossal holographic screen enveloping the entire school illuminated the sky above the playground. At the apex of this grand holographic screen, bold characters proclaimed, Top 100 in the National Fundamental Test. As the fundamental assessment commenced, a flurry of names swiftly emerged on the holographic screen. However, these names were refreshing at an astonishing pace, too rapid to discern before they vanished. It is noteworthy that the collective number of candidates nationwide approached nearly 100 million. With so many participants undergoing the test simultaneously, the rankings on the holographic screen were in constant, real-time flux, refreshing with a speed that seemed almost surreal. Initially, the list included a 1st-rank warrior. Before long, only 2nd-rank warriors remained on the board. The top position in the top 100 in the National Fundamental Test saw the martial arts proficiency soaring higher and higher. As time progressed, it eventually surpassed the realm of 2nd-rank warriors. The emergence of elite martial arts geniuses was imminent. A striking name surged to the forefront of the top 100 in the National Fundamental Test. Name: Chu Jinghong. Age: 18 years and 4 months. Vitality: 1488. Martial arts proficiency: 1st-rank martial grandmaster. Candidates region: Imperial Capital. Note: some readers may find the ranking system somewhat confusing. Henceforth, the major ranks will be presented first, followed by the minor ranks. Thanks to the insightful reader for the suggestion. Gazing at the top contender, Chu Jinghong, Countless candidates across examination venues nationwide gasped in astonishment. My goodness, a third-rank martial grandmaster has emerged. My meager proficiency pales in comparison to a mere hair of my family. How ludicrous. My vitality is not even a fraction of his. Is this truly the martial arts prodigy from the imperial capital? It is utterly terrifying. Could this Chu Jinghong be the top scorer of this year's national martial examination? Yet, at that moment, a new name suddenly appeared, directly displacing the erstwhile leader, Chu Jinghong. Name, Nangong Li. Age, 18 years and 3 months. Vitality, 3,569. Martial arts proficiency, third-rank martial grandmaster. Candidates region, South Tian Province. With the emergence of Nangong Li's name, a renewed wave of astonishment swept through examination halls across the nation. What? A third-rank martial grandmaster, surpassing Chu Jinghong by 2 minor ranks. Moreover, astonishingly, this talent hailed not from the imperial capital, but from South Tian Province. Historically, the martial examination results from South Tian Province have been mediocre. Yet this year, an exceptionally gifted martial arts prodigy has arisen. Who exactly is this Nangong Li, who has overshadowed all the martial arts geniuses of the imperial capital? Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, another name emerged, relegating the second-ranked Chu Jinghong to third place. Name, Su Huang. Age, 18 years and 5 months. Vitality value, 3,357. Martial arts level, third-rank martial sovereign. Candidates region, Southern Sky Province. Candidates from all corners of the nation were instantly left dumbfounded. Goodness, another third-rank martial sovereign, and from Southern Sky Province no less. The current first and second ranks were entirely dominated by candidates from Southern Sky Province. Even the candidates from Southern Sky Province found themselves momentarily bewildered. When did our Southern Sky Province become so formidable? Meanwhile, Chen Mo, who was still awaiting his test, cast a glance at the names of Nangong Li and Su Huang, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. Both Li and Huang have made significant progress in their realms over the past couple of days, he mused. Not only Nangong Li and Su Huang, but Chen Mo himself had also made considerable advancements. Chapter 69, Ascending with Great Force. A surge of turbulent waves. Meanwhile, in the official live streaming room for the National Martial Arts Examination, a colossal circular virtual screen prominently displayed the top 100 in national basic testing. As the National Martial Arts assessments commenced, billions of viewers flooded into the live stream. After all, the National Martial Arts Examination is a grand event celebrated across the nation each year. The results from the first day's testing are pivotal for the top 100 contest that will occur 3 days hence, stirring the hearts of countless individuals. At this moment, the official live streaming room was abuzz with excitement. Incredible! Is this year's National Martial Arts Examination truly this astonishing from the outset? The first and second places are both occupied by candidates from South Heaven Province. This defies logic. The martial arts prodigies from the imperial capital have been overshadowed. Not only the audience from all over the country, but even the host in the live streaming room and the 2 esteemed guests present wore expressions of disbelief. The host, Su Xiao, exclaimed, "As you can see, the current top 2 candidates in the basic testing hail entirely from South Heaven Province." Having just reviewed last year's martial arts examination data from South Heaven Province, the host noted that the candidate who ranked first in basic testing last year only placed 53rd nationally, failing to even break into the top 50. In stark contrast, this year's results are nothing short of remarkable. Typically, the imperial capital occupies at least half of the top 50 spots in the National Martial Arts Examination, which includes over 30 provinces across the nation. This implies that candidates from some lower-ranked provinces may not even have their top candidate enter the national top 50. And last year's South Heaven Province was among them. Yet this year, 2 candidates from South Heaven Province have surged to claim the first and second positions. Turning her gaze towards the 2 distinguished guests in the live stream, the host inquired, "Director Li, Professor Tang, what are your thoughts on this?" Seated beside the host were 2 guests who appeared to be in their 50s, though their actual ages were considerably more advanced. Their esteemed status as important guests in the official live stream for the National Martial Arts Examination was evident. Li Tsanglong, Vice Director of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, one of the 4 major martial arts halls of Dragon Country, headquartered in the imperial capital. Tang Yuqing, Professor at the National Martial Arts Strategic Research Institute. Professor Tang Yuqing spoke, "This year, South Heaven Province has indeed surpassed expectations. The top 2 candidates, Nangong Li and Su Huang, have both achieved the 3rd rank of martial sovereign at the tender age of 18. Even when considering the past 5 years of national martial arts examinations, they stand out as exceptional." Li Tsanglong nodded slightly. Each year, the National Martial Arts Examination witnesses individuals creating miracles. However, he shifted the conversation. The basic testing is not yet concluded, and it is premature to declare who will secure the first position. The numerous martial talents from the imperial capital will not easily concede defeat. Moreover, to my knowledge, this year the imperial capital has produced 2 even more extraordinary martial arts prodigies. Shortly after Li Tsanglong concluded his statement, a name suddenly emerged, usurping Nangong Li's position and claiming the top spot. Name, Ji Kunlun. Age, 18 years and 5 months. Vitality, 4,652. Martial arts rank, 4th grade martial sovereign. Examinee's origin, imperial capital. With the emergence of this name, a stir swept through examination halls and official live streams nationwide. Look, the first place has changed hands. A 4th grade martial sovereign, surpassing Nangong Li by a small margin. Indeed, it must be the imperial capital. Wait, the first place bears the surname Ji. Could it be that we're talking about the Ji family? The most ancient martial arts lineage in our Dragon Nation? Need we even speculate? Ji Kunlun is undoubtedly a martial arts prodigy from the Ji family, renowned for its martial prowess. However, just as the crowd fervently discussed Ji Kunlun, another name surfaced, promptly relegating Ji Kunlun to 2nd place. Name, Zhu Xuanse. Age, 18 years and 6 months. Vitality, 5,499. Martial arts rank, 5th grade martial sovereign. Examinee's origin, imperial capital. Goodness. Ji Kunlun's seat at the pinnacle was scarcely warm before it was usurped. This Zhu Xuanse is even more remarkable, being a 5th grade martial sovereign. Moreover, hailing from the imperial capital, who exactly is this Zhu Xuanse? The host of the official livestream, Su Xiao, recalled what Li Tsanglong had mentioned earlier and promptly inquired. Director Li, you mentioned that this year's imperial capital has produced 2 exceptional martial arts talents. Surely you were referring to these 2? Indeed, Li Tsanglong affirmed with a nod. The host continued, I presume you are well aware of their identities. Could you provide us with a detailed introduction? Li Tsanglong smiled and replied, the identities of these 2 are no secret in the imperial capital. I see that many viewers in the live stream have already guessed. Ji Kunlun indeed hails from the Ji family, a lineage of martial gods. As for Zhu Xuanse, he is the great-grandson of our nation's foremost sharpshooter, the legendary Zhu Wujie. Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted once more in excitement. Astonishing. So Zhu Xuanse is a descendant of the foremost sharpshooter of the Dragon Nation. No wonder. With such extraordinary martial talent, coupled with an array of elite cultivation resources, he is indeed unmatched by others. It seems, without a doubt, that this year's martial examination champion will once again belong to the imperial capital. Just moments ago, it was thought that the 2 martial prodigies from Nantian province might break the century-old record. What were they thinking? Is a century-old record something that can be casually shattered? Simultaneously, at the military base of the 11th Army of the Blood Abyss Army, General Fan Hanli was also closely monitoring today's national martial examination. When he saw Nangong Li and Su Huang ascend to 1st and 2nd place in the foundational tests, he was taken aback. He clearly did not anticipate the martial realms of Nangong Li and Su Huang to be of such elevated stature. General Fan Hanli has never denied that both Nangong Li and Su Huang are exceptionally talented. However, during the provincial sprint camp, Chen Mo's brilliance outshone them all. At this moment, nearly everyone had come to the conclusion that the top scorer in this year's National Martial Arts Examination would undoubtedly be Zhu Xuanse. However, General Fan Hanli's mind was suddenly ignited by a whimsical thought. Chen Mo's martial arts prowess was certainly superior to that of Nangong Li and Su Huanger. Perhaps, just perhaps, Chen Mo could surpass Zhu Xuanzi. As if to validate General Fan Hanli's anticipation, the very next moment, the name that occupied the first position in the national rankings was abruptly replaced by a new contender. Name, Chen Mo H, 18 years and 6 months. Vitality, 5,588. Martial arts rank, Martial Sovereign, 5th grade, Examinees Region, Southern Heaven Province. In an instant, examination halls across the nation and the official live stream seemed to have been pressed on pause, engulfed in a profound silence. Soon after, a tremendous wave of excitement erupted. Chapter 70, The Martial Arts Prodigy of the Imperial Capital. Lo and behold, someone has surpassed the great-grandson of the Dragon Kingdom's foremost marksman. In the past couple of days, Chen Mo not only consumed a King Kong Bodhi fruit, but he also refined the low-grade heavenly Void Vine, gaining a glimpse of the laws of space. Simultaneously, by employing Nirvana Phoenix Flame, in conjunction with the condensed purple lightning within him, Chen Mo activated the 6th strand of his dragon vein. With just 3 more strands remaining, he would achieve 9 dragons pulling the veins. This remarkable series of breakthroughs propelled Chen Mo's martial arts cultivation from the 2nd rank of Martial Grandmaster through 3 minor realms, culminating in a leap to the 5th rank of Martial Grandmaster. Both Chen Mo and Zhu Xuanzi stand at the 5th rank of Martial Grandmaster. However, Chen Mo's vitality surpasses that of Zhu Xuanzi, securing his position at the top. Look at Chen Mo's candidate affiliation. What the heck? He is from South Heaven Province again. Can someone enlighten me on what is happening in South Heaven Province this year? To produce one extraordinary martial arts genius could be considered luck. But to have 3 emerge simultaneously? Is this a wholesale operation? Has South Heaven Province hit the jackpot this year? At this moment, on the playground of Qingyun First High School, everyone's gaze was firmly fixed on Chen Mo, their minds nearly malfunctioning. The rumors they had heard previously were indeed true. Chen Mo had truly advanced to the 3rd realm of Martial Grandmaster. Not only that, he had broken through to the 5th rank of Martial Grandmaster. It's utterly preposterous, beyond belief. Simultaneously, at the National Martial Arts Examination, Nangongli gazed at the colossal holographic screen above, her exquisitely carved face radiant with joy. I knew Brother Mo would be first, she exclaimed gleefully, sharing the same sentiment. Su Huanger looked at the name in first place, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and affection. Meanwhile, in various cities of South Heaven Province, those who had participated in the South Heaven Province Spring Camp, including Chu Zhaoran, Pei Xiaosheng, and Meng Hu, could not contain their excitement, shouting aloud, "Brother Mo is amazing. The martial arts geniuses of the imperial capital are formidable, aren't they? Brother Mo is taking you all down, haha." In the official live broadcast room, host Su Xiao and 2 guests wore expressions of disbelief. After a brief pause, host Su Xiao recalled her duty and promptly spoke. "It is truly astonishing. This martial arts prodigy, named Chen Mo from South Heaven Province, has emerged, surpassing Zhu Xuanzi and claiming the top position. Director Li, Professor Tang, I suppose you both did not anticipate this outcome either." A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Li Songlong's eyes. This year, South Heaven Province is indeed teeming with talent. He had long heard of the prowess of Ji Kunlun and Zhu Xuanzi. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed that someone could outshine these 2 martial arts geniuses of the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Professor Tang Yuqing, after recovering from her shock, revealed a genuine smile. The greater the number of martial arts prodigies in the Dragon Kingdom, the more prosperous its martial arts future will be. This undoubtedly heralds joyous tidings for the nation. Professor Tang Yuqing is now particularly intrigued by the methods employed by Nantian Province in nurturing a talent like Chen Mo. As the foundational assessments continue, countless eyes across examination halls and official live streaming rooms are fixated on the top rank, eager to discover if any other martial arts prodigies might emerge to surpass Chen Mo. Yet, even after all candidates have completed their foundational tests, none have managed to dethrone Chen Mo from his first position. With the conclusion of the initial foundational test, The list of the top 100 in the National Martial Arts Examination is officially released. 1. Chen Mo, Vital Energy 5588, Martial Master 5th rank, Nantian Province. 2. Zhu Xuanzi, Vital Energy 5499, Martial Master 5th rank, Imperial Capital. 3. Ji Kunlun, Vital Energy 4652, Martial Master 4th rank, Imperial Capital. 4. Nangong Li, Vital Energy 3569, Martial Master 3rd rank, Nantian Province. 5. Su Huang'er, Vital Energy 3357, Martial Master 3rd rank, Nantian Province. 6. Xinyuan Pe, Vital Energy 2264, Martial Master 2nd rank, Imperial Capital. 7. Chu Jinghong, Vital Energy 1488, Martial Master 1st rank, Imperial Capital. 10. Bai Yi, Vital Energy 996, Martial Artist 9th rank, Taichu Province. Remarkably, 3 out of the top 5 slots in the National Martial Arts Foundational Test belong to Nantian Province, with Chen Mo outshining numerous prodigies from the Imperial Capital. This result is quite unprecedented in the last few centuries, causing a nationwide sensation. An increasing number of people flocked to the official livestream, their minds consumed with a singular thought: to witness the first-ranked Chen Mo in person and discern whether he possesses extraordinary abilities. In the 2 examination halls of the Imperial Capital, 2 figures are also observing Chen Mo's name. These individuals are Zhu Xuanzi, rank 2nd, and Ji Kunlun, rank 3rd. Although there's a hint of surprise in their eyes, their expressions remain largely unchanged. This calmness does not stem from a lack of pride. Rather, it is a testament to their absolute confidence in their own abilities. Holding the top rank in martial arts does not necessarily equate to being the strongest. It is widely recognized that martial arts rank is merely a facet of true strength. A person's genuine prowess comprises various elements, including martial arts rank, innate talent, the techniques practiced, combat skills, experience, and tactics. Achieving the top position in foundational assessments does not guarantee one will emerge as the champion of the martial arts examination. This is precisely why, in addition to the foundational tests, the Ling Shu Tian Yin simulation test is conducted, culminating in the decisive showdown, the top 100 battle. With the conclusion of the initial foundational assessment, the second phase, the Ling Shu Tian Yin simulation test, commences. Ling Shu Tian Yin represents a flawless amalgamation of martial arts and virtual reality technology. After centuries of reform and innovation, technology has reached a remarkable level of maturity. Previously, when Chen Mo participated in the provincial sprint camp selection, he entered the Ling Shu Tian Yin for testing. At that time, Chen Mo and his peers accessed the virtual realm of Ling Shu Tian Yin through the connection of the Ling Shu array patterns. Furthermore, they could also enter via the Ling Shu warehouse or the Ling Shu helmet. This year, for the National Martial Arts Examination, a novel high-end linking tool has been designed, the Tian Yin Jade Patch. By merely affixing the Tian Yin Jade Patch near the temple, one can establish a direct connection with Ling Shu Tian Yin. Shortly thereafter, examinees from across the nation began to enter the virtual examination hall of Ling Shu Tian Yin. Subsequently, the simulated testing scenes within the virtual examination hall will be broadcast live to the official live stream of the National Martial Arts Examination. It is splendid. Soon we shall witness the simulated combat of those martial arts prodigies. I am eager to discover just how formidable Chen Mo, who ranked first in the foundational tests, truly is. Chapter 71. Are you out of your mind, double top scholar? In an instant, Chen Mo found himself immersed in the virtual examination hall of Ling Shu Tian Yin. Before him loomed a grand trial tower, with 4 prominent characters illuminating the sky above the arena. 9 levels of demonic towers. This formidable structure consisted of 9 tiers, each infested with increasingly powerful beasts. The simulation test of Ling Shu Tian Yin would evaluate candidates based on the levels they conquered within the tower and the speed of their progress. With a perfect score of 7,500 points, please select your weapon, echoed a mechanical voice, as an array of weapons materialized before the entrance of the 9 levels of demonic towers. Prior to entering this rigorous combat test, candidates were permitted to choose a weapon that suited their style. The weapons utilized in the Ling Shu Tianyan simulation were uniformly allocated to ensure fairness. However, such constraints would not apply during the top 100 competition. Without hesitation, Chen Mo grasped a long spear from the selection and stepped through the towering doors. He entered the first level, Stone Forest Guardian. Inside the first tier lay a disordered stone forest, inhabited by 3 stone-hide apes. Stone-hide ape, a standard third-tier demonic beast. Its strength comparable to a third-grade human martial artist. The simulation was designed to accommodate the varying strengths of candidates from across the nation. Thus, the initial difficulty was relatively low. For Chen Mo, the ordinary third-tier beasts were no more than insects. With a casual flick of his wrist, he reduced the 3 stone-hide apes and their surrounding forest to mere dust. Time taken to eliminate the first-tier beasts, 0. 3 seconds, cumulative score, 30 points. Without pause, Chen Mo advanced to the second level, where he faced 6 ordinary 5th-tier wilderness wolves. Once again, he annihilated them in an instant. Time taken for the second-tier beasts, 0. 5 seconds, cumulative score, 150 points. With unstoppable momentum, he continued his relentless ascent, swiftly progressing to the 6th level. Simultaneously, candidates from across the country entered the Ling Shu Tianyan S9 levels of demonic towers. The disparity in strength among the participants became starkly evident. Those with formidable abilities, like Chen Mo, swept through with ease, while the weaker candidates struggled, some unable to surpass even the first tier, fleeing in terror from the stone-hide apes. In the official live broadcast room, the large screen showcased the real-time performance of candidates across the nation during the Ling Shu Tianyan simulation test. Host Su Xiao was providing viewers with an overview of the 9 levels of demonic towers. This year's virtual examination, designed by the National Education Examination Center, featured a progressively challenging combat simulation. The difficulty escalated by levels. The first 3 tiers were populated with ordinary demonic beasts. The 4th to 6th tiers contained elite beasts. The 7th to 8th tiers showcased commander-level beasts, and the final tier was home to a lord-level beast. Upon hearing that the last tier housed a lord-level beast, the audience in the live room erupted in astonishment. Incredible! The lord-level monstrous beasts are equivalent to the human martial arts masters of the 4th realm. Who could possibly contend with them? Indeed, Chen Mo, ranked first in the foundational test, possesses only the martial prowess of a 5th-tier martial disciple, which is a significant disparity compared to the lord-level beasts. Challenges only arise from difficulties. Moreover, ISNT had often said that martial geniuses possess the capability to challenge those above their level. This is an excellent opportunity for enlightenment. The host rambled incessantly, prompting the audience to demand the footage of the candidates' tests. They were eager to witness the battle without further delay. It seemed as though the fervent sentiments of the audience had been heard. In the next moment, the official live stream displayed a stunningly beautiful girl with silvery hair and an ethereal presence. On the right side of the screen, her information was revealed. Nangong Li, ranked 4th in the National Foundational Test. Oh my goodness, the 4th-ranked Nangong Li is astonishingly beautiful. I hereby declare my support for her to claim the top position. Many viewers were left utterly astonished. Look, Nangong Li has already reached the 6th level of the Demon Tower. The screen showcased 4 massive, fiery red lizards. Molten Core Lizard, Elite Level 9 monstrous beast, equivalent to a human martial master of the 9th tier. In addition, there were over a dozen Elite Level 8 and 7 beasts. With a thunderous roar, the 4 Molten Core Lizards, accompanied by several other beasts, charged toward Nangong Li. With a flick of her sword, a torrent of blade shadows cascaded toward the horde of beasts. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Molten Core Lizards and the remaining beasts were reduced to mere fragments. Heavens, what immense power! Truly deserving of being a 3rd-tier martial disciple. These Elite Level 9 beasts are utterly helpless against Nangong Li. Furthermore, her techniques are executed with such elegance. It is simply breathtaking. Just as the crowd reveled in Nangong Li's prowess, the live stream abruptly shifted. What on earth is the director doing? As the audience prepared to voice their discontent, they suddenly noticed a fiery red figure emerging on the main screen, tall and graceful, with a stunningly beautiful face that bore a hint of enchanting crimson in her eyes. She wielded a long spear, exuding an air of heroism. Beside the screen, her information was displayed. Su Huang, ranked 5th in the National Foundational Test. What a charming beauty. I apologize, dear director. I misjudged you. Consider this a tribute to your skill. I declare my support for both Nangong Li and Su Huang, to share the top position. Are we truly witnessing a dual top rank? At this moment, Su Huang, had just vanquished the molten core lizard on the 6th level and was stepping into the 7th. Before her loomed 3 monstrous beasts, their presence far surpassing that of the previous elite beasts. Clearly, these 3 were all commander-level beasts. Ghost-faced demon spider, commander level 1 monstrous beast. Phantom sound bat king, commander level 2 monstrous beast. Two-headed horned python, commander level 3 monstrous beast. A sharp intake of breath rippled through the audience. For the difficulty of the 7th level represented an explosive escalation compared to that of the 6th. Merely a single ghost-faced demon spider, placed among the elite beasts of the 6th level, could wreak havoc. The moment Su Huang stepped into the 7th level, the colossal creature, exceeding 10 meters in size, advanced toward her with its 8 spiny legs poised for attack. Without allowing the ghost-faced demon spider to close the distance, Su Huang hurled her spear with tremendous force, transforming it into a crimson comet. It pierced through the air with an unparalleled momentum, impaling the creature into the ground. This spectacle left the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished. What extraordinary marksmanship! Among the multitude of spectators, there were certainly seasoned warriors who recognized this technique as the mid-tier Earth-grade spear art. The 6 Harmonies Chaotic Sky Spear, which had already been cultivated to its 3rd realm. Chapter 72. Chen Mo, you may continue to boast. I shall proceed to conquer first. In the official livestream, Director Li Songlong observed with a nod of approval as Su Huang executed a thrust with her spear. At such a tender age, she has managed to cultivate the Earth-tier mid-grade 6 Harmonies Cosmic Spear to the 3rd level. Her talent in martial arts is indeed remarkable. Following the commencement of the Spirit Pivot Celestial Transformation Simulation test, many, including Li Songlong, became captivated by the 3 martial arts prodigies emerging from Nantian Province. They were eager to witness firsthand the extent of their prowess. Professor Tang Yuqing interjected, "It is not only Su Huang, just moments ago. Nangong Li's performance of the Earth-tier, mid-grade 1000 Scar Sword Shadow has also reached a mastery level of the 3rd tier. Both Nangong Li and Su Huang possess martial talents that are truly rare." While Li Songlong and Professor Tang Yuqing conversed, the battle on the screen reignited. Su Huang raised her hand, unleashing pure and refined innate essence that enveloped the long spear and the pinned ghost-faced demon spider. With a swift motion, the spear returned to her grasp. Simultaneously, the 2nd-tier commander-level Phantom Bat King and the 3rd-tier commander-level Two-Headed Horned Python advanced towards her from either side. The Phantom Bat King's ultrasonic cannon attack not only generated a powerful shockwave, but also bore hallucinatory effects. The 2 heads of the Two-Headed Horned Python unleashed their respective ice breath and fiery breath as they initiated their assault on Su Huang. Right from the onset, these 2 beasts unleashed their most formidable attacks against her. In the face of the onslaught from the Phantom Bat King and the Two-Headed Horned Python, Su Huang executed the 6 Harmonies drifting steps, her movements ghostly and ethereal, easily evading their strikes. She then unleashed a technique known as the Spirit Serpent Coiling Stars, causing a flurry of spear shadows to pierce through the Phantom Bat King's body like a sieve. In the next instant, Su Huang planted her foot firmly on the ground and leaped into the air. The spear in her hand spun rapidly, forming a terrifying domain of slaughter. The 2nd form of the 6 Harmonies Cosmic Spear, Zhou Tian Xianji. With an extraordinarily graceful posture, she spun in midair several times, tracing a beautiful yet lethal arc. In an instant, the 2 heads of the Two-Headed Horned Python were severed. Su Huang landed with an air of elegance. This sequence of attacks left the live stream audience in awe. Did she just annihilate them all? How incredibly fierce! They marveled. Isn't her martial cultivation at the third rank of martial sovereign? How can she dispatch a creature of equal rank so effortlessly? Such is the terror of martial prodigies, their strength far surpassing that of their peers. Just as the spectators were engrossed in the spectacle, the live stream abruptly shifted. Before they could voice their discontent with the director, they were stunned by the figure that appeared on the screen. It was a young man exceeding 190 centimeters in height, his muscular physique evident despite his attire. His skin bore a unique, faint golden hue, and his hair stood on end, reminiscent of a super scion. A narrow fissure adorned the center of his forehead. It is akin to an unopened celestial eye. Most astonishing is the aura exuding from him. Even through the screen, one can sense the terrifying pressure he emanates. He appears not as a mere human, but as a monstrous beast of humanoid form. The information displayed on the screen clearly reveals his identity. Ji Kunlun, ranked third in a national foundational assessment. Is this truly Ji Kunlun? He seems rather intimidating. No wonder he hails from the illustrious Wu god family. His presence is undeniably formidable. Ji Kunlun currently occupies the 8th level of the 9-tiered demon tower. Before him stand 5 colossal demonic beasts, their ranks varying from Commander 4th to Commander 9th. Yet what is astonishing is that these 5 beasts, instead of launching an attack, exhibit profound trepidation in the presence of Ji Kunlun. Particularly, the lowest-ranked Commander 4th beast is so frightened that it cowers on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It is as if they confront not a human, but a primal beast of bloodline, even more potent than their own. Although all within, Ling Shutian Yin is virtual. Its realism exceeds 90. In other words, had this been the real world, these 5 demonic beasts would have reacted similarly in Ji Kunlun's presence. In the next moment, Ji Kunlun moved. A fleeting shadow passed, and he instantly appeared before the Commander 4th beast. With a single punch, he struck. Bang! The head of the Commander 4th beast exploded with a resounding blast. Without a moment's pause, Ji Kunlun surged towards another Commander 5th beast. He thrust his hands directly into the beast's body and tore with force. Ripping apart, the beast, measuring over 10 meters, was cleaved in 2 by Ji Kunlun. Subsequently, he charged at the next beast. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Goodness, how brutal! Who is truly the beast? Who is human? I cannot discern. I genuinely cannot distinguish. Ji Kunlun, with his 4th rank martial cultivation, is effortlessly dominating a 9th rank commander? Is this what it means to be a martial arts prodigy from the Wu god lineage? The sheer exaggeration of his combat prowess is astounding. Just as the audience remained in awe of Ji Kunlun's strength, the stream's visuals shifted once more. A seemingly ordinary young man, devoid of expression, traversed the battlefield of beast carcasses on the 8th level, stepping into the pinnacle of the 9-tiered demon tower. This individual is none other than Zhu Xuanzi, ranked 2nd in the national foundational assessment. My goodness, Zhu Xuanzi has already reached the summit, even faster than Ji Kunlun. The martial talents from the imperial capital are indeed terrifying, their combat abilities far surpassing their ranks. Let us not forget they are descendants of martial saints and martial gods. Not only do they possess exceptional martial talent, but they also have access to abundant cultivation resources, making it impossible for others to compare. Despite Chen Mo's first-place ranking in the foundational assessment, I estimate that in a real confrontation, he would be utterly overwhelmed by Ji Kunlun and Zhu Xuanzi. Even the 9th-tier demonic beasts on the 8th level might not be able to contend with Chen Mo. After the conclusion of the Ling Shutian Yin simulation test, the title of first place was undoubtedly poised to change hands. Just as the audience in the live stream engaged in fervent discussions, a voice suddenly resonated throughout the virtual examination halls of Ling Shutian Yin across the nation. Candidate Chen Mo has successfully traversed the 9th level of the Demon Tower, becoming the first candidate in the country to achieve this feat, earning a perfect score of 7,500 points. Simultaneously, this announcement echoed in the live stream. The billions of viewers were rendered utterly speechless. What? Chen Mo has already cleared the levels. Those who just moments ago believed that the first place was destined to change were left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 73. The audience stunned. You defeated it in an instant. At this moment, atop the 9-story demon tower, the formidable duo of Zhu Xuanzi and Ji Kunlun prepared to engage in battle with a Lord-level demon beast. Suddenly, the news of Chen Mo's successful clearance reached their ears, causing them to momentarily pause. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Chen Mo could conquer the 9-story demon tower so swiftly. Despite Chen Mo's previous first-place ranking in the foundational test, Zhu Xuanzi and Ji Kunlun had not taken it to heart. Yet in that instant, their gazes shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, in the official live stream, billions of viewers were engulfed by a tempest of emotions. What? Chen Mo has already cleared it? The live stream didn't even manage to catch the moment, exclaimed one incredulous fan. Hurry up, we want to see Chen Mo's clearance footage. The official live stream quickly switched to Chen Mo's perspective. The screen revealed a tall young man with striking features, arched eyebrows, piercing eyes, and a chiseled visage that exuded elegance. The viewers were taken aback, their expressions frozen in surprise, particularly the female audience members, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Is that Chen Mo? Goodness, he's so handsome. In contrast, the previously featured Ji Kunlun had a striking appearance, yet his aura resembled that of a fearsome beast, lacking in conventional beauty. Zhu Xuanzi, while appearing somewhat unremarkable, possessed a demeanor akin to an emotionless divine spear. By comparison, Chen Mo's allure was undeniably captivating. More importantly, not only was Chen Mo the national champion of the foundational test, but he had also been the first to clear the second segment, Ling Shu Tianyan. It was one thing to be handsome, but to possess such remarkable strength as well. The combination of these attributes made him all the more irresistible. At that moment, Chen Mo's battle reached its conclusion. The livestream director hastily rewound the footage to the moment Chen Mo stepped into the apex of the 9-story demon tower. Chen Mo wields a spear, just like Zhu Xuanzi. The audience gasped in astonishment. However, their attention was soon captured by the colossal creature before Chen Mo, a serpent stretching 20 meters in length. The Lord-level demon beast, Crimson Poison Serpent. Once a demon beast ascends to the Lord level, its strength experiences a qualitative leap. A first-tier Lord-level beast could easily slay 10 ninth-tier general beasts. At that moment, the Crimson Poison Serpent, with its crimson eyes, fixated intently on Chen Mo, radiating an overwhelming aura of dread. With a spear in hand, Chen Mo met its gaze with unwavering calm. The serpent, acutely aware of the dangerous energy emanating from this seemingly insignificant human, felt compelled to defend its territory. In an instant, the Crimson Poison Serpent conjured 10 illusory versions of itself. The 10 phantoms, along with the true form of the Crimson Poison Serpent, raised their heads in unison, casting a daunting gaze upon Chen Mo below. The pressure was palpable. In the next heartbeat, the Crimson Poison Serpent and its 10 phantoms launched a simultaneous assault. Toxic waterfall descends. Boom, boom, boom. The Crimson Serpent, with its gaping maw, unleashed a torrent of venomous mist, a cascade of 11 toxic waterfalls descending from the heavens. This terrifying display sent a shiver through the hearts of the viewers in the live broadcast. What a fearsome assault, truly worthy of the final boss of the 9-tiered demon tower, launching its ultimate move right from the outset. Beneath the onslaught of the 11 cascading streams of poison, Chen Mo appeared diminutive, on the verge of being completely overwhelmed. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of gunlight erupted, radiant as a concentrated galaxy. Where the gunlight reached, space warped as if the Milky Way were being drawn down to the mortal realm. The sixth form of the Six Harmonies celestial gun, essence, the galaxy reversed. In an instant, Chen Mo wielded his spear, directing it heavenward and earthward, harmonizing the forces of the universe, summoning the overwhelming energies of the cosmos as if 100 rivers flowed back into the sea. Boom! The 11 torrents of venom, upon contact with the formidable momentum of the spear, dissipated into nothingness. The brilliant gunlight, resembling a river of stars, continued its relentless advance towards the Crimson Serpent and its 10 illusory counterparts. The 10 phantom serpents were swiftly obliterated, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream as the head of the Crimson Serpent exploded. Bang! The 20-meter-long headless carcass collapsed to the ground. Chen Mo's sudden strike nearly left the viewers in the live stream aghast. Incredible. A one-hit kill. My heavens, that was a first-tier Lord-level beast, equivalent to a human martial sovereign at the first rank, and yet Chen Mo dispatched it in an instant. Wasn't he merely at the 5th rank of martial master? He has transcended a half-realm to achieve this. Goodness gracious, how exaggerated can this be? The audience had anticipated a fierce battle between Chen Mo and the Crimson Serpent, expecting a grueling struggle. However, they were utterly astonished when Chen Mo delivered a single blow that ended it all. Even the esteemed guests in the live broadcast, Director Li Songlong and Professor Tang Yuqing, were nearly jolted from their seats in disbelief. The 4th realm has reached the stage of transformation. How can this be possible? Exclama directo Li Kanglang. Chen Mo's recent shot, propelled by the celestial movements, resembled the orbits of heavenly bodies, his power akin to the tides summoned by the sun and moon, with the spear unleashed like a cascade of stars. He had evidently attained the 4th realm of the 6 harmonies celestial gun, achieving the stage of transformation. Previously, when witnessing Nangong Li and Su Huanger each mastering the 1,000-mark sword shadow and 6 harmonies celestial gun to the 3rd realm, both Director Li and Professor Tang had been astounded. Yet, Chen Mo had directly advanced to the 4th realm, mastery of a mid-grade, Earth-level martial skill. Transitioning from the 3rd realm of consummate skill to the 4th realm of transformation typically requires an extensive period of time. Without extraordinary talent, one may never even break through in a lifetime. Yet, at merely 18 years of age, Chen Mo had already reached the stage of transformation with the 6 harmonies celestial gun. His talent in spear techniques was truly astonishing. The martial cultivators in the live stream, who practiced the spear arts, were left both shocked and demoralized. In comparison to Chen Mo, my decades of practice seem utterly futile. At the base of the 11th Army of the Blood Abyss, Instructor Chi Wu and General Fan Hanli gazed in astonishment and delight at Chen Mo's demonstration of the 6 harmonies and chaotic heaven spear. Initially, I believed that with Chen Mo's exceptional talent in spear technique, he could master the 6 harmonies and chaotic heaven spear to the 3rd realm in just 2 months. However, it appears I have underestimated him profoundly. Instructor Chi Wu exclaimed in disbelief, while the crowd remained in awe of Chen Mo's prowess. 2 more announcements echoed in the virtual examination hall of the Ling Shu Tianyan. Candidate Zhu Xian successfully cleared the 9-tier Demon Tower, becoming the 2nd candidate in the nation to do so, achieving a perfect score of 7,500 points. Candidate Ji Kunlun also cleared the 9-tier Demon Tower, becoming the 3rd candidate in the nation to accomplish this feat, and likewise attained a perfect score of 7,500 points. Note, achieving a perfect score within the stipulated time allows for multiple candidates to receive full marks. Similar to how several students can score full marks in a particular subject during a college entrance examination. There will be 3 updates today. Chapter 74. Who will claim the title of National Martial Arts Exam Champion? To their astonishment, both Zhu Xian Su and Ji Kunlun have successfully cleared the challenge. The audience was taken aback. It had not been long since Chen Mo had completed his trial. Soon, the official live stream switched to the perspectives of Zhu Xian Su and Ji Kunlun. The director split the screen in 2, showcasing their victories simultaneously. On the left side of the screen, Ji Kunlun had mounted the head of the crimson venomous flood dragon, unleashing a flurry of devastating blows, causing blood to splatter in all directions. The creature's head was shielded by resilient scales, yet under Ji Kunlun's iron fists, they shattered into fragments in an instant. The flood dragon emitted mournful cries, thrashing its head in a frenzy, but was utterly powerless to retaliate. Its dark green, venomous blood sprayed forth, corrosive and lethal. Ji Kunlun's attire was eroded by the toxic liquid, revealing his faintly golden flesh. However, This potent venom could not inflict any harm upon his body. With a thunderous crash, the crimson venomous flood dragon collapsed, lifeless. Ji Kunlun, drenched in blood, resembled a malevolent deity. How brutal! Each time one witnesses Ji Kunlun in combat, there's a disorienting illusion, blurring the line between man and beast. Ji Kunlun's martial prowess must be linked to his physique or bloodline, one would think. It is highly plausible, as the Ji family, renowned for their martial lineage, is celebrated for its innate bloodline talents. Yet, what bloodline ability has Ji Kunlun awakened? While the specifics of his martial talent remain unknown, I am certain it is of the SSS grade. Meanwhile, the battle between Zhu Xiansu and the Crimson Venomous Flood Dragon also unfolded in a decidedly one-sided manner. Zhu Xiansu's spear moved like a dragon, the spear's radiance coalescing into a piercing beam of destruction. The spear shot forth like a rainbow, slicing through the air as if it were constructing a bridge between the realms of life and death. This marked the beginning of reincarnation, the end of obliteration. This astonishing strike directly pierced the 20-meter-long Crimson Venomous Flood Dragon from head to tail. Such a fearsome technique. Zhu Xiansu's recent maneuver must be the Celestial Grade Supreme Spear Technique, Silencing Reincarnation Spear, created by the legendary spear god, Zhu Wuji. Incredible, a Celestial Grade Supreme Technique. No wonder it is so formidable. When comparing the spear techniques of Chen Mo and Zhu Xiansu, it is evident that Zhu Xiansu's Silencing Reincarnation Spear far surpasses Chen Mo's Harmony of the Six Heavens. However, Chen Mo has cultivated his technique to the 4th level, reaching a profound state, while it is likely that Zhu Xiansu's Silencing Reincarnation Spear has only attained the 2nd level of proficiency. Thus, the true measure of strength can only be determined through direct confrontation. The viewers in the official live stream were equally captivated by the prowess of Zhu Xiansu and Ji Kunlun. Truly remarkable. Ji Kunlun and Zhu Xiansu effortlessly dispatched the first-tier lord, the Crimson Venomous Flood Dragon. The host, Su Xiao, turned to the esteemed guests, Director Li Songlong and Professor Tang Yuqing, and curiously inquired, after observing Chen Mo, Zhu Xuansa, and Ji Kunlun's simulated assessments, who do you believe will ultimately secure the title of National Martial Arts Champion? Professor Tang Yuqing pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Until there has been a direct confrontation, it is premature to declare anyone the champion. Everything remains uncertain. Director Li Songlong concurred, clearly. None of these 3 individuals exerted their full strength during the simulations. Who knows what hidden talents they possess? The true test will unfold in 3 days during the Top 100 competition. The viewers in the live broadcast were filled with anticipation upon hearing this. This year's Top 100 competition promised to be thrilling. Each of Chen Mo, Zhu Xuansa, and Ji Kunlun had the potential to seize the national title. Moreover, there could be a dark horse among them, secretly harboring impressive abilities. The audience was eager to witness the unfolding drama, just as the viewers engaged in excited discussions. 2 notification sounds echoed once more in the virtual examination hall of Ling Shu Tianyan. Candidate Nangong Li successfully cleared the 9-tiered Demon Tower, becoming the 4th candidate nationwide to do so, achieving a perfect score of 7,500 points. Candidate Su Huanger also completed the 9-tiered Demon Tower, claiming the title of the 5th candidate to finish, with a perfect score of 7,500 points. How remarkable! Nangong Li and Su Huanger have also triumphed. This year's National Martial Arts Examination truly showcases a plethora of talents. With such beauty and strength, one wonders which fortunate individual will capture their affections. If I could find a girlfriend like that, I would gladly become a martial god. In the midst of such lofty aspirations, the atmosphere in the live broadcast was vibrant and lively. After a brief moment, the simulated test of Ling Shu Tianyan concluded. Ultimately, only 5 candidates, Chen Mo, Zhu Xuansa, Ji Kunlun, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger, successfully cleared this year's simulation, each achieving a perfect score of 7,500 points. Xian Yuan Pe, ranked 6th in the foundational test, battled fiercely against the 9-tiered Demon Tower and the crimson venomous serpent for half an hour, but was unable to prevail. The remaining candidates fell significantly short in terms of strength. Once all candidates exited the virtual examination hall of Ling Shu Tianyin, the rankings of the top 100 from the simulated test appeared on the holographic screens above each examination venue. First place, Chen Missouri. Second place, Jushuansa. The top 10 rankings remained unchanged from the initial foundational test. However, subsequent rankings revealed some alterations. As previously mentioned, an individual's true strength is composed of various factors, including martial arts realm, innate talent, cultivated techniques, combat skills, and experience. A higher martial arts realm does not necessarily equate to greater strength. For instance, some candidates have taken unconventional measures to rapidly elevate their martial arts proficiency, forcibly advancing their realms. Not only has it inflicted harm upon the body, but the realm itself remains merely an inflated facade. When engaged in genuine combat, one finds themselves utterly incapable of contending against demonic beasts of similar rank. Consequently, the rankings of those candidates in the simulation test of Ling Shu Tianyin are destined to plummet. In stark contrast, candidates endowed with superior martial prowess and a solid foundation witness their standings ascend. Indeed, some have surged from a rank exceeding 500 in the foundational assessment directly into the top 100 of the Ling Shu Tianyin test. Subsequently, the Martial Examination Center recalibrated the rankings based on the comprehensive results of the foundational and Ling Shu Tianyin simulation tests, thereby determining the final top 100 contenders for this year's National Martial Examination. In 3 days' time, they will convene in the imperial capital to partake in the top 100 contest, where the national champion of the martial examination shall be unveiled. Countless individuals across the nation eagerly anticipate this momentous top 100 contest. For nearly a century, the champion of a national martial examination has always hailed from the imperial capital. Will this year witness Chen Mo shatter that record and create a miracle? All eyes are set on the forthcoming Top 100 contest in 3 days. Chapter 75, a short separation surpassing a new marriage, all-encompassing. Soon, the official rules for this year's Top 100 competition were announced. In 3 days, the top 100 candidates will enter an ancient relic in the capital for the contest. This ancient site is known as the Ancient Ruins of Annihilation. Each morning, a black tide will seep from the periphery of the ruins, steadily advancing towards its center. By nightfall, this tide mysteriously vanishes, only to repeat the cycle anew. The black tide within the ancient ruins of annihilation will cause the blood energy of martial practitioners to stagnate. Prolonged exposure will lead to unconsciousness. Therefore, the top 100 candidates must incessantly strive towards the heart of the relic. As the area diminishes, encounters among the candidates are inevitable, resulting in fierce skirmishes. Ultimately, the candidate who defeats all opponents will emerge as this year's national champion in martial arts. In essence, it is a real-life version of a relentless struggle. Following the announcement of the top 100 competition rules, the official released the battle highlights of the national top candidates from the Spirit Pivot Heaven Transformation Simulation test on the official website, generating anticipation for the upcoming competition. It is undeniable that the officials truly understand how to capture attention. Soon, millions of viewers nationwide flocked to these videos, particularly those featuring the current top 5 candidates, whose view count skyrocketed to over 100 million in no time. The comments section was inundated with reactions. Simultaneously, numerous martial arts video bloggers posted various analytical videos, each with increasingly eye-catching titles. Can Chen Mo, treading the path of the capital's martial arts prodigies, seize this year's championship? The great-grandson of the Dragon Kingdom's foremost sharpshooter. An analysis of the unparalleled prowess of Zhu Xian's technique. Shocking. Ji Kunlun may have awakened the SSS martial talent, the divine bloodline. Breaking news, Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger share this surprising connection. These videos garnered immense viewership and sparked heated discussions online. The National Martial Arts Examination is an annual spectacle of national significance, and the excitement is currently at its peak. As time progresses, Debates regarding who will claim the national championship intensify. Almost every video's comment section is filled with such discussions. The majority of viewers hope for Chen Mo to claim the national title, primarily because many enjoy narratives where ordinary individuals triumph over aristocratic clans. Naturally, there are dissenting voices as well. Firstly, I acknowledge that Chen Mo is indeed exceptional, having secured the top positions in both the foundational test and the Spirit Pivot Heaven Transformation Simulation, which attests to his capabilities. However, to be pragmatic, Chen Mo's chances of attaining the ultimate national championship remain slim. It is essential to recognize that Zhu Xiansu and Ji Kunlun hail from martial god families with legacies spanning thousands, even tens of thousands of years, with formidable martial masters residing within their clans. The profound heritage of these martial god families is beyond the imagination of ordinary martial practitioners. Ordinary martial cultivators exhaust their entire lives in pursuit of what is effortlessly within reach for the prodigies of martial arts from illustrious families. They can scarcely fathom the terrifying hidden trump cards possessed by these martial geniuses. After much analysis, do you think I support Zhu Xuanzi and Ji Kunlun? No. I champion Chen Mo in his quest to secure the National Martial Arts Examination's top honor. For I firmly believe that nobility and power are not merely inherited but earned through merit. At this moment, Chen Mo remains utterly indifferent to the discussions circulating online. Shortly after the list of the top 100 candidates for the National Martial Arts Examination was released, a high-grade magical vessel soared into the skies above Qingyun First High. From this vessel descended a martial king of the Fifth Realm, dispatched by the Ministry of Education specifically to escort Chen Mo to the imperial capital for the esteemed Top 100 contest. Amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, Chen Mo ascended the high-grade vessel, transforming into a shooting star as he journeyed towards the imperial capital. Concurrently, the top 100 candidates from across the nation boarded their own high-grade vessels, all heading to the same destination. In the vast expanse of Longhua, traversing the distance from Qingyun City to the imperial capital aboard this vessel would take approximately a day and a half, while those from the most distant provinces would require over 2 days. Thus, the Top 100 contest was scheduled to commence 3 days hence. A day and a half later, the high-grade vessel carrying Chen Mo traversed over 1 million kilometers, arriving at the imperial capital. It gracefully descended near the examination venue for the Top 100 contest, the ruins of Yanqiao. The National Examination Center had already arranged temporary accommodations for the top 100 candidates from all corners of the nation near the Yanqiao ruins. As soon as Chen Mo disembarked from the vessel, he heard a melodious and vibrant voice from afar. "Brother Mo." Turning to behold the exquisite and ethereal Nan Gongli rushing towards him, he smiled and opened his arms. "Ali," Chen Mo exclaimed, embracing her. Nan Gongli dove into his arms, her delicate, fair arms wrapping around his neck, her legs entwining around his waist. "Mua Mua," she planted several affectionate kisses on his face, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at him. "Brother Mo, I missed you so much. A single day apart feels like 3 autumns." In just a few days of separation, Chen Mo had occupied every corner of her thoughts. "I missed you too, Ali," Chen Mo replied with a smile. By this time, many of the top 100 candidates had already arrived, and upon witnessing the embrace between Chen Mo and Nan Gongli, they were momentarily taken aback. Isn't that Chen Mo and Nan Gongli? They are actually a couple, unperturbed by the curious stares from those around them. Chen Mo eventually released Nan Gongli from his embrace. "Ali, didn't Huanger accompany you?" he inquired. "Huanger, an Aunt Yu, Huanger's master, had some matters to attend to and will arrive tomorrow," Nan Gongli explained. Chen Mo nodded slightly, noting that the competition for the top 100 would commence the day after tomorrow. Thus, there was still time to arrive tomorrow. "Brother Mo, let us head to the dormitory first," Nan Gongli said, linking her arm with Chen Mo's. Before long, Chen Mo and Nan Gongli arrived at the assigned dormitory. It must be said that the accommodations provided by the National Examination Center for the top 100 candidates were quite splendid. The furniture was complete and even had soundproofing enchantments. As Chen Mo and Nan Gongli exchanged glances, the air was thick with the tender feelings of their blossoming romance. They say that a brief separation enhances the joy of reunion, especially for two young souls, eager and full of vitality. Leaning against Chen Mo's embrace, Nangong Li, with a dreamy gaze, inquired, "Brother Mo, tonight do you prefer the larger me or the smaller me?" "Of course, I wish to have both. The first hour shall be for the smaller me, the second hour for the larger me, and the final hour shall be a delightful blend of both." Chen Mo replied with a smile. In the stillness of the night, the author humbly presents a new chapter. The book has received its ratings, rising from 6 yesterday to 6.8 today, leaving the author in a state of disbelief upon seeing the scores. Previously, the author had confidently proclaimed that the rating would exceed 9, promising daily updates, only to find themselves humbled by the reality. The author typically encounters 5-star ratings, with only a handful of low ratings, leaving them puzzled as to why the scores are so disheartening. Have they been the victims of an unseen scheme? Today, a 1-star review caused both laughter and frustration, despite the book containing over 50 chapters and 2 female leads. The reviewer insisted on fabricating a narrative of stagnation in their relationship. The author, striving to make a living, pleads for understanding. "Please do not undermine my efforts." Currently, the book has garnered a considerable readership, and the author kindly requests that readers take a moment to provide a 5-star review. Your support would be greatly appreciated. Once again, the author implores, "As the ratings rise, I promise to deliver daily updates. Please grant me your strength." Chapter 76, Well-Fed and Undercurrents. The following noon, Chen Mo awoke from his slumber. As he glanced down, he beheld Nangong Li, unclad and nestled in his embrace, entwined around him like an octopus. Her exquisite visage, sculpted like jade, bore a blissful smile, reminiscent of a gluttonous little cat. Chen Mo chuckled softly. What was initially promised as 3 hours last night had seamlessly transformed into another 3. Fortunately, Chen Mo practiced the Tai Su Yin Yang Ju, granting him boundless energy, akin to a perpetual motion machine. Moreover, he relished the intimate connection he shared with Nangong Li. In her dream-laden state, it seemed Nangong Li sensed Chen Mo's gaze, her long lashes fluttering delicately. Soon after, she opened her sparkling eyes, immediately locking onto her beloved Mo Gu. "Montake." "Good morning," she beamed, planting a gentle kiss upon his cheek. "It is no longer morning, Ali. It is already noon," Chen Mo teased, playfully pinching her petite cheek. "Ah, is it that late?" A faint blush graced Nangong Li's cheeks, perhaps recalling the events of the previous night. "Let us rise and partake in a meal," Chen Mo suggested with a smile, recognizing the necessity of replenishing their energies. After showering and donning fresh attire, Chen Mo and Nangong Li departed from their dormitory. Not far from their quarters lay the cafeteria designated by the National Examination Center. It was lunchtime, and the cafeteria was already bustling with patrons. Among the top 100 candidates from across the nation, most had arrived, save for those hailing from distant provinces. Additionally, some candidates residing in the capital did not require dormitory accommodations, choosing to return the following morning for the top 100 contest. As Nangong Li linked her arm with Chen Mo's, the duo entered the cafeteria, drawing the attention of many. Their previous embrace had not gone unnoticed, and word of their relationship had spread. "So they truly are a couple," murmured the onlookers. As the current top-ranked candidate in a national martial arts examination, Chen Mo naturally attracted considerable scrutiny from his peers. Meanwhile, Nangong Li, ranked 4th and possessing remarkable beauty, was equally captivating. The revelation of their romantic involvement left many astounded. Having viewed the Ling Shu Tian Yin simulation video online, these top candidates had harbored certain notions. Given Chen Mo and Nangong Li's striking prowess and appearances, making them the envy of many. However, upon witnessing their relationship, any fanciful thoughts dissipated swiftly. After finishing their lunch, Chen Mo and Nangong Li exited the cafeteria. As they stepped outside, a familiar figure clad in fiery red caught their eye. With a tall stature, enchanting beauty, and a spirited demeanor, it could only be Su Huanger. Nangong Li joyfully approached, wrapping her arms around Su Huanger's waist, her small head nuzzling against Su Huanger's bosom. "Ali," Su Huanger chuckled, gently smoothing Nangong Li's hair, yet her beautiful eyes were fixed on the long-absent Chen Mo, brimming with longing and affection. Sensing something, Nangong Li giggled and released Su Huanger, obediently stepping aside. Vangya, Chen Montag steppet forward, enveloping Su Huanger's curvaceous figure in his embrace. Su Huanger's cheek pressed against Chen Mo's chest, a radiant smile gracing her lips. A few top students emerging from the cafeteria stood dumbfounded at this scene. What was happening? Wasn't Chen Mo in a relationship with Nangong Li? How could he be holding Su Huanger so intimately? Then, a shocking thought flickered through their minds. Could it be that both Nangong Li and Su Huanger were Chen Mo's girlfriends? Dude, you're living the dream. At that moment, envy gleamed in the eyes of the onlooking boys. After cherishing the moment for a while, Chen Mo slowly released Su Huang. Huanger, where's Aunt you? Nangong Lin Kidat. My master said she had to meet an old acquaintance. Oh, I see. Nangong Li nodded, then took Su Huang's hand, suggesting, let us head back to the dormitory. On their way back, Nangong Li whispered playfully in Su Huanger's ear, Huanger, why don't you and Brother Mo enjoy a night alone together? I was well fed by Brother Mo last night. At her words, Su Huanger felt a flush creep across her face. Despite her seemingly bold demeanor, she lacked the audacity of Nangong Li in such matters. Yet, shy as she was, her body betrayed her eagerness. MHM, Su Huanger nodded gently, having missed Chen Mo after days apart, longing to be with him. With just half a day remaining until the top hunter competition, meanwhile, in the capital city at the Ji family estate, Ji Kunlun trained in a quaint courtyard, bare-chested. His light golden physique shimmered under the sun's rays. With each movement, he exuded a terrifying aura, reminiscent of a deity or demon. He was practicing the Ji family's supreme technique, the top-tier body refinement method, furnace of divine demons. Rumors suggested that Ji Kunlun had awakened an SSS martial talent, the awe-inspiring bloodline. This was indeed true. Ji Kunlun's awe-inspiring bloodline was exceedingly compatible with the furnace of divine demons. By becoming a furnace and using divine blood as fuel, he could draw upon the essence of heaven and earth, forging an indomitable divine body. Furthermore, it could deeply awaken the slumbering power of the bloodline, ultimately achieving a divine physical form, shattering all laws and attaining unparalleled might. Meanwhile, in the capital city at the Zhu family estate, an elderly man with a head full of white hair stood before Zhu Xuanzi. His appearance was unremarkable, and his frame was somewhat emaciated. But who could have anticipated that this seemingly ordinary elder before us is none other than the legendary first marksman of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Wujin, great-grandfather? Why is it that I still cannot comprehend the true essence of the eternal reincarnation gun soul? Zhu Xuanzi inquired. Indeed, both Zhu Xuanzi and his great-grandfather, Zhu Wujin, awakened the same SSS-level martial arts talent, the eternal reincarnation gun soul. Upon awakening this profound legacy, the essence of the ancestral gun path and countless battle imprints were etched into the depths of Zhu Xuanzi's soul. There was no need for deliberate study. His understanding and application of the spear were ingrained in his very being. When Zhu Xuanzi ultimately grasps the true meaning of the gun path, he will be able to instantly master the essence of any spear technique in his hands, even elevating it to a higher realm. The spirit of the spear will bestow upon him an inexhaustible will for martial arts and an insatiable thirst for battle. In response to Zhu Xuanzi's question, Zhu Wujin gazed toward the distant sky. Xuanzi, the day you understand the purpose for which your spear fights will be the day you fully comprehend the true essence of the eternal reincarnation gun soul. Do not be anxious. That day will inevitably arrive. Chapter 77, The Battle for the Top 100. Playing the fool to catch the wise? At 7 a.m. the following morning, the vicinity of the Yin Chao ancient ruins was already teeming with people. Today marked the long-anticipated finale of the battle for the top 100. In addition to the official live broadcast, which would be streamed nationwide, numerous spectators had gathered near the ancient ruins. Among them were journalists, formidable warriors from prominent martial arts families, eager to witness the prowess of their young talents in the battle for the top 100. Furthermore, deans and instructors from several elite martial arts universities in the Dragon Kingdom were present, poised to engage in a fierce recruitment competition following the National Martial Arts Examination, particularly for the top scorers and the top 10 martial prodigies. Amidst this fervor, an elderly man clad in a white robe hovered gracefully above the Yin Chao ancient ruins. Behind him loomed a colossal mechanical eye, the Eye of the Sky, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. This Eye of the Sky was capable of capturing the status of every participant in the battle for the top 100 with remarkable clarity, relaying the footage to the official broadcast. The man in white was none other than Bai Li Changhong, the esteemed director of the National Examination Center's Research Institute. This year's battle for the top 100 was personally overseen by Director Bai Li, underscoring the significance that the National Examination Center attributed to the National Martial Arts Examination. At this moment, all 100 contestants in the battle for the top 100 had readied themselves. With a resonant proclamation from Bai Li Changhong, the competition officially commenced. As his voice echoed through the skies, the contestants were teleported to various positions around the outskirts of the Yin Chao ancient ruins. To prevent the top 10 contenders from encountering one another too soon, they were strategically placed at considerable distances apart within the ruins. As the battle for the top 100 commenced, the official livestream ignited a fervor among the billions of viewers. It had finally begun, after 3 long days of anticipation. How had I managed to endure this wait? Soon, the large screen in the official livestream segmented into 10 smaller screens, each showcasing the prominent figures of Chen Mo, Zhu Xiansu, Ji Kunluan, Nan Gongli, and Su Huang Er, among others. Additionally, a thumbnail map displayed the real-time movements of each contestant within the Yin Chao ancient ruins. The director had evidently grasped the audience's desires. Promptly presenting the confrontations everyone was eager to witness. It was unlikely that these champions would clash too soon. According to the map, Chen Mo was positioned at the far eastern side of the ruins, Zhu Xiansu at the northernmost point, and Ji Kunluan at the southernmost edge. It was clear that the officials intended to orchestrate their eventual showdown. Nevertheless, it was perfectly acceptable to savor the preliminary skirmishes for the time being. At this moment, at the easternmost edge of the abyssal tide ruins, Chen Mo's gaze swiftly scanned his surroundings. Apart from himself, there was not a soul in sight. Behind him, a dark mist began to rise. Is this the abyssal tide? A flicker of curiosity crossed Chen Mo's eyes. This ancient ruin of the abyssal tide may have existed for millennia. Each morning at 7, a black tide would ascend around the periphery of the ruins, gradually spreading towards the heart of the site. By nightfall, it would abruptly vanish, a ceaseless cycle. Raising his hand, Chen Mo enveloped a wisp of the tide with his innate energy, drawing it before his eyes. Indeed, this tide was rather peculiar, he mused. After consuming the high-grade Earth-tier Vajra Bodhi fruit, he had acquired the Vajra Glaze Body. Furthermore, through the cultivation of the Purple Thunder Prison Sutra, he had forged a body impervious to most toxins, unless they were of celestial rank. Yet, he could distinctly sense the tide exerting a suppressive effect on his internal vital energy. It was no wonder the official regulations warned that prolonged exposure to the tide could lead to unconsciousness. Just then, the 6 dragon veins within Chen Mo surged to life, seemingly sensing something amiss, awakening spontaneously. Accompanied by a barely audible dragon's roar emanating from within him, the wisp of the tide was forcefully repelled. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. What exactly is this tide? Why does my dragon veins instinctively reject it? However, there was clearly no time for in-depth examination at present. Shaking his head, he temporarily set this matter aside and advanced towards the center of the ruins. As he journeyed, Chen Mo noted the desolation that enveloped the abyssal tide ruins. In his previous life, he had encountered various ancient sites. The primary distinction between ruins and secret realms lies in the latter being an independent subspace. In contrast, ruins exist within the main world. Typically, ancient ruins are teeming with beasts and treasures. Yet, within the abyssal tide ruins, there was not even a blade of grass to be found. It was overwhelmingly barren. After approximately 10 minutes of traversing, Chen Mo suddenly sensed a disturbance to his right. He had encountered the first opponent in the top 100 contention. In the next instant, he flashed forward, appearing before the adversary. It was a girl of striking beauty. She gazed at Chen Mo, who had materialized before her, momentarily taken aback, before offering a resigned smile. Her martial prowess was at the 5th rank of Warrior Master, placing her a mere 96th among the nation's elite. Faced with the top-ranked Chen Mo, was she to engage him? She had witnessed on video how he had effortlessly dispatched a first-tier beast with a single shot. I have but one request. Please don't make me feel pain, if you could. The girl timidly spoke. With a swift motion, Chen Mo appeared before the girl without uttering a word. In one decisive strike, she collapsed, unconscious on the spot. Chen Mo's footsteps showed no sign of pause as he advanced towards the heart of the ancient ruins. Meanwhile, the eliminated female contestant was teleported away by the sky eye above the abyssal ruins. Subsequently, Chen Mo continued to slice through the competition with ease. The same unfolding drama transpired for Zhu Xiansu, Ji Kunlun, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger. Viewers in the live broadcast couldn't help but exclaim. Despite all being among the top 100 in the National Martial Arts Examination, the disparity in their strengths was astonishing. It was only when these national elites congregated that one could truly grasp the sheer prowess of Chen Mo and his companions. In essence, this top 100 contest was merely a stage set for the strongest candidates, while the rest played supporting roles. Just when all spectators presumed that the top 10 contestants would effortlessly dominate the others, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The live feed revealed a lower-ranked contestant surprisingly overpowering the 7th-ranked Chu Jinghong. Who was this person? Why had he not registered in anyone's memory before? Lu Fan, ranked 91. What a cunning player, deceptively feigning weakness in the top 100 contest. Chapter 78, Heir of the Shadow Saint, Lord of Eternal Night. The official live broadcast room swiftly maximized the screen, showcasing Chu Jinghong's intense struggle. Within the frame, Lu Fan, currently ranked 91st, wielded 2 daggers, launching relentless assaults against Chu Jinghong. His figure flickered like a specter, elusive and unpredictable. In an instant, it appeared as though dozens of afterimages converged to besiege Chu Jinghong. The latter found it nearly impossible to discern which shadow represented Lu Fan's true form. SSSS. In the blink of an eye, several gashes had already marred Chu Jinghong's body, despite his first-tier martial sovereign prowess, placing him 7th among the nation's elite. He now found himself in a precarious and disheveled situation under Lu Fan's onslaught. Upon encountering Lu Fan, Chu Jinghong had initially dismissed his opponent as inconsequential, never anticipating that this obscure adversary would force him into such a dire predicament. Roar! With a thunderous shout, the bones within Chu Jinghong's body cracked audibly as his physique surged, tearing his garments asunder. In that moment, his aura magnified several-fold. This was the manifestation of Chu Jinghong's SS-level martial talent, Dragon Elephant Dominance. He swung his treasured blade fiercely, unleashing a blade aura that extended several meters, pushing Lu Fan back. Just as the audience anticipated a dramatic turn of events, a wave of all-consuming darkness surged forth, radiating from Lu Fan with lightning speed, enveloping both Chu Jinghong and himself. The live stream descended into utter darkness, obscuring all visibility. What is this? Merely 3 seconds later, the shroud of night dissipated, revealing the scene. The 7th-ranked Chu Jinghong lay bloodied and defeated on the ground. Chu Jinghong was eliminated. What the hell? The viewers in the live broadcast room were taken aback. What had just transpired in that darkness? Deost Suxiao wore an astonished expression as he turned to Director Li Songlong and Professor Tang Yuqing, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" Professor Tang Yuqing, her gaze laced with astonishment, slowly articulated, "If I'm not mistaken, that should be the SSS-level martial talent, Lord of Eternal Night." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in disbelief. Oh my. So, it's an SSS-level martial talent. Lu Fan possesses such formidable strength, and he has awakened an SSS martial talent. Why did he rank so low in the earlier foundational tests and the Spirit Pivot Celestial Simulation? Was it intentional? Who knows? Perhaps he enjoys playing the role of a fool to deceive his opponents. From the recent battle, it is evident that Lu Fan has evidently broken through to the third realm of martial sovereign. Yet, during the foundational tests, his martial prowess was only recorded as 6th-tier martial master. Could he have concealed his martial cultivation to evade detection by the testing apparatus? Professor Tang Yuqing gazed at Lu Fan on the screen and said, "This Lu Fan reminds me of someone. I am reminded of an individual." Director Li Songlong and Professor Tang Yuqing exchanged glances, simultaneously uttering the name, Shadow Saint. The Shadow Saint, once the most formidable assassin of his time, was heralded as the foremost among the martial deities beneath the 9th realm. Aside from the martial deities, there exists no one in this world whom the Shadow Saint could not vanquish. In fact, there was a time when even a martial deity narrowly escaped a stealthy attack from the Shadow Saint. Could this Lu Fan be a descendant of the Shadow Saint? Or perhaps he has merely awakened a similar martial prowess? In that moment, no one could provide an answer. With Lu Fan's sudden emergence as a dark horse, the top 100 competition seemed to have acquired an unexpected twist. The contest continued as the candidates, seeking to evade the encroaching obliteration tide, gravitated towards the heart of the ruins. Increasingly, candidates engaged in skirmishes, leading to a growing number of eliminations. After 3 hours of the top 100 competition, only a few candidates remained in the ancient ruins. At last, the top 10 contenders finally came face to face. The first encounter among the top 10 was between Nangong Li and Lin Suxin. Nangong Li, of the 3rd rank in martial cultivation, held the 4th position nationally. Lin Suxin, of the 1st rank, occupied the 8th position. This clash among the top 10 was an absolute display of dominance. Although Lin Suxin had awakened the SS-level Ice attribute martial talent, Eternal Frost S End, it posed no threat to Nangong Li's SSS-level martial talent, Mystic Yin Ling Longbody. Moreover, Nangong Li had trained alongside Chen Mo in the superior celestial level technique Tai Su Yin Yang Ju, achieving complete suppression. Within less than half a minute, Lin Suxin was defeated, while Nangong Li had not even unleashed half of her power. It was no surprise that Nangong Li could vanquish even a 1st-tier Lord-level beast. Her strength was indeed terrifying. Furthermore, even now, the nature of Nangong Li's martial talent remained a mystery. As the duel between Nangong Li and Lin Suxin concluded, another encounter among the top 10 commenced. Su Huanger faced off against Xian Yuanpe. Su Huanger, of the 3rd rank, held the 5th position nationally. Xian Yuanpe, of the 2nd rank, occupied the 6th position. The audience's eyes widened in anticipation. With only a single rank separating them, and merely a minor realm difference, this promised to be an evenly matched and exhilarating battle. Let us not forget that Xian Yuanpe hailed from the esteemed Xian Yuan family, known for producing multiple martial deities throughout history, a lineage of profound depth. In the arena, Su Huanger wielded the Crimson Refinement Fire Lance, while Xian Yuanpe brandished a war spear nearly 4 meters in length. The battle was poised to erupt. The sounds of the lance and spear clashing echoed endlessly, sparks flying in all directions. A palpable aura of murderous intent quickly enveloped Xian Yuanpe. This was the manifestation of his SSS-level martial talent, Cataclysm of Slaughter. Cataclysm of Slaughter certifies its path through death, converting calamity into power. The more beings he slays, the stronger he becomes, and the awakened talent grants him increasingly formidable and immediate feedback and growth. Ultimately, he becomes the embodiment of calamity. Alas, Xian Yuanpe is still young, and his experiences of slaughter are woefully insufficient. In truth, the martial talent awakened within Xian Yuanpe is not suited for academia, but rather for the battlefield. Only on the battlefield can his calamity of slaughter unleash its most formidable power. His ascension in realm will also experience an exponential surge. At this moment, the might of the calamity of slaughter cannot yet be fully realized by Xian Yuanpe. Nevertheless, his SSS-level martial talent remains formidable. If Su Huanger does not employ her own martial prowess, she may not stand a chance against Xian Yuanpe. Suddenly, a searing flame emanates from within Su Huanger. She is enveloped in phoenix flames, as if transformed into the goddess of the flame. Chapter 79. Chen Mo's unexpected setback? The flames emanating from Su Huanger radiated an unimaginable intensity, causing the very fabric of space to appear distorted. My goodness, what kind of flame is this? It is utterly terrifying. Is this the manifestation of Su Huanger's martial talent? Professor Tang Yuqing, present in the official live broadcast room, was momentarily taken aback. As a professor at the National Martial Arts Strategic Research Institute, she was indeed well-versed in such matters. This is the SSS-grade martial talent, Nirvana Phoenix Flame. Professor Tang Yuqing exclaimed. It has been nearly a millennium since the last appearance of the Nirvana Phoenix Flame. Upon hearing her words, the viewers in the live stream widened their eyes in astonishment. Heaven above, yet another SSS martial talent. Am I mistaken, or does it feel like there are more SSS martial talents this year compared to previous years? Though the top three, Chen Mo, Zhu Xuanci, and Ji Kunlun, have yet to demonstrate their abilities, they undoubtedly possess SSS martial talents as well. Adding to the list are Lu Fan, Nangong Li, Su Huanger, and Xian Yuan Pa. That makes 7 already, indeed more than in years past. I once encountered a notion that prior to significant calamities, the number of martial geniuses tends to surge, presumably to combat future disasters. This is what is referred to as heaven's balance. Surely, nothing catastrophic will occur in the coming years. Damn it, keep your superstitions to yourself. With nearly 100 million candidates, is it not entirely normal to see a handful of SSS-grade martial talents? While the audience engaged in this discourse, the battle between Su Huanger and Xian Yuan Po was drawing to a close. After unleashing the Nirvana Phoenix Flame, Su Huanger swiftly subdued Xian Yuan Po's cataclysmic slaughter. Boom! Su Huanger executed the most formidable move of the Six Harmonies Universe Spear, the secret art, Galaxy Reversal. Yet, this was no ordinary execution, for it was infused with the searing Phoenix Flame. In an instant, it resembled a galaxy plummeting from the heavens, transforming into a sea of flames that consumed all. Bang! Xian Yuan Po was sent hurtling through the air, his body marred with charred marks. Had Su Huanger not retracted her attack at the last moment, Xian Yuan Po would have faced certain death or grievous injury. I concede defeat, Xian Yuan Po uttered with a dry voice. Hailing from a prestigious martial family, Xian Yuan Po naturally harbored a sense of pride. Before this year's martial examination began, he had set a clear goal for himself. Even if he could not secure the title of national champion, he aimed to at least place within the top 3. However, on the first day of a national martial arts assessment, he ranked a mere 6th. Now, in the top 100 contest, he had been bested by Su Huanger, who ranked 5th. If I cannot even defeat Su Huanger, who is 5th, how could I possibly contend with the likes of Chen Mo, Zhu Xuanci, and Ji Kunlun? It dawned on him just how far behind he had fallen. In that moment, Xian Yuan Po resolved within himself. After the martial examination concludes, he would immediately join the most formidable faction of the San Juan Divine Army, the Dragon Scale Guard. Only in this way could he fully harness the potential of cataclysmic slaughter and, one day, surpass them. Xian Yuan Po's gaze burned with determination. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream continued to savor the remarkable duel between Su Huanger and Xian Yuan Po. Su Huanger is truly impressive, having defeated Xian Yuan Po, who hails from a prestigious martial arts family. One wonders who would prevail in a confrontation between Nangong Li and Su Huanger. I have a penchant for watching female combat. At that moment, some keen-eyed spectators suddenly discerned something on the map. Look quickly. Chen Mo and Lu Fan are about to cross paths. The excitement builds as the top-ranked Chen Mo faces off against the unexpected dark horse, the 6th contender, Lu Fan, who will emerge victorious. Lu Fan has been concealed for so long, likely biding his time to unleash a grand strategy in the top 100 battle. Will Chen Montag fight unexpectedly? Wait, something's amiss. Where has Lu Fan vanished to? In the footage, Lu Fan's figure seamlessly melded into the shadow beneath a boulder, rendering him virtually undetectable. My goodness, is Lu Fan attempting to ambush Chen Mo? Simultaneously, within the tidal ruins, Chen Mo abruptly halted his advance. His gaze fixed upon a shadow beneath a boulder several hundred meters away. Having cultivated the Taishu yin-yang technique to the third level, Chen Mo not only grasped the rudiments of the yin-yang principles, but also gained the ability to channel the essence of the universe, drawing in the subtle energies. The cyclical flow of yin and yang within him formed a gravitational field as he endeavored to connect with the ethereal primordial energy, Taishu Qi. This Taishu Qi is the purest source of energy in the cosmos and possesses remarkable purifying, cleansing, and elevating properties for the soul, capable of refining Chen Mo's spiritual essence, significantly enhancing his soul's power and achieving a state of cosmic resonance. Although Lu Fan had completely concealed himself, he could not escape Chen Mo's formidable perception. "Come out," Chen Mo commanded. Lu Fan, hidden in the shadows, felt a jolt of apprehension, suspecting Chen Mo was attempting to deceive him, and remained motionless. However, the next moment, a pebble whizzed through the air. Swish! Startled, Lu Fan had no choice but to reveal himself. "So it's this kid," Chen Mo remarked, raising an eyebrow in recognition. He remembered Lu Fan well. In his previous life, Chen Mo had been unable to participate in the final top 100 battle due to not qualifying in the National Martial Arts examination. Instead, watching the live broadcast like any other spectator, Lu Fan, the unexpected dark horse, had left a profound impression on him. In the past, Lu Fan had managed to survive until the end. At the pivotal moment of the climactic battle between Zhu Xian Su and Ji Kunlun, he had launched a surprise attack, severely injuring both opponents. He was so close to claiming the title of National Martial Arts Champion. Yet, despite his meticulous planning, Lu Fan had not anticipated that Ji Kunlun still possessed a hidden trump card. Ultimately, Lu Fan was defeated by Ji Kunlun. Prior to the top 100 battle, Chen Mo had specifically cautioned Nangong Li and Su Huanger to exercise caution should they encounter Lu Fan. Little did he know, he would be the one to confront Lu Fan at this moment. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, gazing at Chen Mo, felt a tempest of emotions within him. In truth, Lu Fan had not intended to engage with Chen Mo so soon. He had planned to wait until after the fierce clash among Chen Mo, Zhu Xian Su, and Ji Kunlun before emerging to reap the rewards. Lu Fan had just concealed himself in the shadows, patiently awaiting Chen Mo's passage. Should an opportunity for a lethal strike present itself, he might have surged forth to launch a surprise attack. However, if no such chance arose, Lu Fan intended to allow Chen Mo to depart, biding his time for the ultimate showdown. To his astonishment, Chen Mo discerned his presence almost immediately. With no alternative, Lu Fan was compelled to reveal himself. A grand confrontation was now inevitable. The viewers in the live broadcast marveled at Chen Mo's remarkable prowess, noting how he had spotted Lu Fan from several hundred meters away, dismissing the notion that he might fall victim to a stealthy ambush. In the next moment, the audience witnessed Lu Fan's figure vanish from his original position in a blur. "Let me see if you possess the merit to claim the top spot." A glimmer of darkness flickered in Lu Fan's eyes as he moved with astonishing speed. In terms of velocity alone, Lu Fan's agility would undoubtedly rank among the top 2 of the 100 elite. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to stand before Chen Mo. Chapter 80. Astonishment at Chen Mo's terrifying power. With a swift motion, the dagger in Lu Fan's hand tore through the fabric of space, hurtling towards Chen Mo with the speed of lightning. Before the dagger could make contact, Chen Mo's figure abruptly vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage, adorned with a flicker of purple lightning. Lightning! Lu Fan's gaze momentarily froze, a shiver coursing through him as the hairs on his neck stood on end. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow, darting several meters away. Turning to look, he beheld Chen Mo, enveloped in a halo of purple lightning. The searing and numbing sensation radiating from his neck sent chills down Lu Fan's spine. Had he not evaded in time, he might have been sprawled on the ground. Lu Fan had always prided himself on his speed. Prior to participating in the top 100 competition, he had meticulously observed Chen Mo, Zhu Xuanzi, and Ji Kunlun during the Ling, Shu Tian, Yin simulation tests, concluding that no one could surpass his swiftness. Yet, he had never anticipated that in the very instant he clashed with Chen Mo, he would nearly meet his downfall. Renowned for its swiftness, lightning became Chen Mo's ally. By activating Thunderous Jade Bone and harnessing the Purple Thunder Prison Scripture, he could envelop himself in purple lightning, amplifying his speed manifold. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Purple Thunder Prison Scripture, Chen Mo could even transform into lightning itself, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. Not only Lu Fan, but also the hundreds of millions of viewers in the official livestream were left astounded by the spectacle of purple lightning surrounding Chen Mo previously. He had never exhibited such powers during the Ling Shu Tian Yen simulation tests. Was this the manifestation of his martial prowess? It became evident that Chen Mo's martial talent was rooted in lightning. With a grave expression, Lu Fan immediately unleashed his most formidable technique. In an instant, a wave of all-consuming darkness radiated from him, eclipsing everything in its path. The darkness surged forth with astonishing speed, transcending the constraints of time. A colossal, lightless black coffin materialized, sealing both Lu Fan and Chen Mo within its confines. This was the SSS-ranked martial talent Lu Fan had awakened, Eternal Night Sovereign. Within this realm of absolute darkness, not only would the opponent's sight be stripped away, but all remaining senses would be obliterated as well. Lu Fan's presence would merge with the darkness, rendering him undetectable to his foe. Moreover, within this shrouded domain, Lu Fan could manifest countless shadow clones. His attacks would carry an erasure effect, inflicting wounds that were exceedingly difficult to heal with lasting damage to the soul itself. In essence, within this realm of darkness, Lu Fan was an invincible entity, or so it seemed. Almost as soon as Lu Fan invoked Eternal Night Sovereign, Chen Mo's counterattack surged forth. Crack! Crack! A barrage of terrifying thunderbolts descended from the heavens like divine retribution. Having cultivated the Purple Thunder Prison Scripture to its third tier and combined it with his thunderous jade bone, Chen Mo could now freely manifest the thunder. At that moment, a purple thunder prison materialized from thin air. The ferocious thunder relentlessly battered the dark expanse, causing it to tremble precariously. Yet, Chen Mo seemed unsatisfied. In the next moment, searing flames erupted from within him. When he had vanquished the thousand-faced heart demon, he had constructed the prison of purple lightning and phoenix flame within his consciousness using purple thunder and phoenix flame. Now a colossal version of this prison manifested, magnified countless times. Thunderous divine retribution coupled with the inferno of phoenix flame. With a resounding crash, the already unstable dark realm shattered. Lu Fan staggered backwards, spitting blood, his face ashen as he collapsed to the ground, gazing around at the prison of purple lightning and phoenix flame with sheer terror. Meanwhile, the official livestream exploded with excitement among its billions of viewers. Goodness gracious! Is this the kind of attack a third realm martial sovereign can unleash? Thunder and flames, it's utterly terrifying. I can't shake the feeling that this flame Chen Mo is wielding bears a striking resemblance to Su Huang'er's Nirvana Phoenix Flame. No, it's not just similar. It is indeed that. In the official livestream, Professor Tang Yuqing and Director Li Songlong had both leapt from their seats, brimming with exhilaration. Professor Tang swallowed hard, exclaiming, Nirvana Phoenix Flame and Thunder. Could it be that Chen Mo possesses dual martial talents? It cannot be mistaken. Director Li's eyes widened in astonishment. In the vast annals of martial history in the Dragon Kingdom, there have been fewer than 10 awakeners of dual martial talents. Each of these individuals has left an indelible mark on the chronicles of martial arts. Upon hearing this, the audience in the livestream erupted with even greater fervor. Incredible! Chen Mo is indeed an awakener of dual martial talents. No wonder he is so formidable. And let us not forget his astonishing marksmanship. Having dispatched a first-tier Lord Beast in a single shot, I almost overlooked the fact that during his battle with Lu Fan, he didn't even wield a weapon. How extraordinary! Just how many trump cards does Chen Mo possess? In the wake of this battle, it became glaringly evident that Chen Mo's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. Simultaneously, the heads and faculty members of several prestigious martial universities, having witnessed Chen Mo's recent battle, were aglow with excitement. At this moment, their singular thought was, Regardless of whether Chen Mo secures the title of National Martial Champion, they must go to any lengths to recruit him into their institution. After eliminating Lu Fan, Chen Mo did not linger but pressed onward toward the heart of the ancient Tide ruins. Subsequently, the livestream showcased a series of battles from other candidates. Yet, after witnessing Chen Mo's earlier performance, the viewers found the other fights somewhat lacking in comparison. My threshold for excitement has been raised. I now only wish to see Chen Mo face off against others. With fewer than 10 candidates remaining, they were on the verge of entering the finals. As the tide of oblivion continues to spread, the remaining candidates gradually approach the heart of the ruins. Behold, according to the current trajectory, Chen Mo is on the verge of encountering Nangong Li. When faced with Nangong Li, will Chen Mo wield a ruthless hand? Surely, he will not show mercy. Let us not forget that the first person eliminated by Chen Mo in the battle for the top 100 was a girl, who was quite beautiful as well. Amidst the eager anticipation of countless spectators, Chen Mo and Nangong Li finally meet. Just as everyone awaited the unfolding of their confrontation, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. Brother Mo Nangong Li exclaimed joyfully as she leaped into Chen Mo's embrace. The audience. Here is the third update, expressing gratitude to all the esteemed readers for their 5-star support. Additionally, heartfelt thanks to the readers who have sent gifts, with acknowledgments listed below in the author's note. Chapter 81. The Pillar of Town Dragon? Chen Mo versus Ji Kunlun. My goodness, Chen Mo and Nangong Li are actually embracing each other. The viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. Previously, there were rumors circulating online suggesting that Chen Mo and Nangong Li were a couple, and I was somewhat skeptical, but now it is undeniably confirmed. Both Chen Mo and Nangong Li hail from Nantian province, so they must have been together for quite some time. Therefore, it seems Chen Mo and Nangong Li will not face each other in battle. Obviously, they are a pair of young lovers. How could they possibly come to blows? After gently stroking Nangong Li's hair, the two of them released their embrace. Aware that this top 100 competition was being broadcast nationwide, they refrained from any overly intimate gestures. Ali, let us proceed, Chen Mo suggested. With that, Chen Mo and Nangong Li continued their journey towards the center of the abyssal ruins. After walking for about 10 minutes, they caught sight of a towering pillar in the distance. This magnificent pillar soared over 100 meters high, requiring at least 10 individuals to encircle it. The material of this majestic pillar was unknown, but it was adorned with a lifelike carving of a black dragon. The black dragon bore a fierce countenance, exuding a menacing aura, as if it were poised to break free from the pillar. It seemed to be suppressed by an unseen force. Brother Mo, that black dragon looks so real. It's quite terrifying, Nangong Li exclaimed in awe. Ali, look over there, Chen Mo pointed ahead. To their astonishment, they spotted another colossal pillar several hundred meters away. In fact, there was one appearing every few hundred meters. Within a 10-mile radius, there were a total of 36 such towering pillars. If viewed from above, one would see these 36 pillars arranged in a pattern reminiscent of the I Ching's Bagua. Brother Mo, what are these towering pillars? Nangong Li inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. I am uncertain, Chen Mo replied, shaking his head. The history of the abyssal ruins spans over 10,000 years. For eons, archaeologists have conducted research and exploration on the abyssal ruins. Ultimately, aside from the daily ebb and flow of the abyss, it seemed there were no other significant discoveries. Perhaps there were, but they remained undisclosed to the public. Just as he was speaking, Chen Mo's gaze suddenly shifted in a particular direction. His acute spiritual perception alerted him to the approach of an individual. Moments later, a figure gradually came into view, standing over 190 centimeters tall. With a robust physique and hair standing on end, he exuded an aura akin to that of a fierce beast. It was none other than Ji Kunlun, currently ranked third. Upon seeing Chen Mo and Nangong Li, Ji Kunlun's expression momentarily faltered. His gaze fell upon the hands they were holding. Meanwhile, the audience in the official live stream was in a state of sheer exhilaration. This is splendid. Chen Mo and Ji Kunlun have crossed paths. The clash of the top three is upon us. This is going to be thrilling. Wait, there are two individuals on Chen Mo's side. Doesn't that mean it could be 2 against 1? In the rules of the battle for the top 100, it is stated that the individual who triumphs in the end shall be hailed as the National Martial Arts Examination Champion. However, there seems to be no prohibition against forming alliances. The audience appears to have suddenly uncovered a blind spot. Chen Mo cannot possibly engage in a 2-on-1 against Nangong Li. One viewer remarked. After witnessing the earlier confrontation between Chen Mo and Lu Fan, the crowd has developed a fresh perspective on Chen Mo's prowess. Indeed, with his capabilities, Chen Mo would not even require a 2-on-1 strategy. As anticipated by the spectators, Chen Mo declared, Ali, wait for me here. I shall go face him. Go for it, brother Mo. Nangong Li replied with a smile. If there exists anyone in this world who holds unwavering faith in Chen Mo, it would undoubtedly be Nangong Li and Su Huang. Since the commencement of the National Martial Arts Examination, they have steadfastly believed that Chen Mo would undoubtedly seize the title of champion. With a single stride, Chen Mo leaped several meters, landing before Ji Kunlun. The match between Chen Mo and Ji Kunlun had commenced. The audience held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen, transfixed by the duel unfolding before them. Ji Kunlun, gazing intently at Chen Mo, radiated an intense fighting spirit. He had long anticipated this clash. Without uttering a single word, Ji Kunlun charged at Chen Mo like a humanoid beast, closing the distance in an instant and delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The thunderous strike produced a sonic boom. In the face of this formidable attack, Chen Mo did not flinch. Instead, he retaliated with a punch of his own. What? Chen Mo actually intends to engage Ji Kunlun in unarmed combat. The audience was momentarily stunned. Rumors outside suggested that Ji Kunlun had not only awakened the SSS-level martial arts talent, Divine Bloodline, but had also mastered the Ji family's most potent body-refining technique, Divine Furnace Body, which was classified as a top-tier heavenly skill. Everyone was aware that Ji Kunlun's greatest asset was his physical strength. What on earth was Chen Mo thinking by choosing to confront Ji Kunlun head-on? At that moment, Chen Mo murmured inwardly, "Activate." Instantly, the 6 dragon veins he had cultivated within his body surged to life. The 6 dragon-like channels illuminated within him, unleashing a primordial aura that erupted forth. Bang! Chen Mo's fist collided with Ji Kunlun's. An explosion of terrifying force ensued. The visible shockwave radiated from their fists, creating a whirlwind around them. The ground beneath Chen Mo and Ji Kunlun's feet collapsed, cracked spiderwebbing outward in all directions. Viewers in the live stream were left agape at this spectacle. What? Is Chen Mo's physical strength truly this formidable? He is matching Ji Kunlun blow for blow. Incredible. Just how many hidden talents does Chen Mo possess? The audience remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Mo had not only honed the diamond glazed body and thunder punishment physique. Moreover, he had unlocked 6 dragon veins, endowing his physical strength with an almost terrifying quality. Yikunun's pupils narrowed sharply, clearly taken aback by Chen Mo's audacious choice to engage him in barehanded combat instead of wielding a weapon. What astonished him further was the unparalleled force he sensed emanating from Chen Mo's fists. For the first time, Ji Kunlun encountered a peer capable of matching him in a physical clash. In an instant, a spark of brilliance ignited in Ji Kunlun's eyes, as the bloodline of the divine spirit within him awakened completely. A flurry of punches rained down upon Chen Mo with relentless ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, their savage confrontation igniting a fervor among the viewers in the live stream. Chapter 82. Is killing not enough? The techniques employed by Chen Mo appeared to echo the Blood Abyss Army's iron-blooded battle spirit technique. Observant spectators quickly discerned that Chen Mo's maneuvers originated from the 8 forms of the battle body. Iron arm, pounding hammer, steel knee city breaker, whip leg water cutter, iron back mountain support, blood battle chain. With the formidable enhancements of Chen Mo's diamond glazed body, thunderstruck physique, and 6 dragon veins, the 8 forms of the battle body unleashed terrifying power. The live-streaming General Fan Hanli, along with the soldiers at the Blood Abyss Army base, were left utterly astounded. It seemed that the iron-blooded battle spirit technique, which every soldier in the Blood Abyss Army mastered, could wield such might. No, it was not the technique that was powerful, but rather Chen Mo himself. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sounds of fists and feet colliding filled the air. A lethal vortex of punches had formed around Chen Mo and Ji Kunlun. Any ordinary third realm martial sovereign that ventured too close would be mercilessly pulverized. Ji Kunlun grew increasingly exhilarated as the battle progressed. The skin on his back gradually transformed from a light golden hue to a resplendent gold. His SSS martial talent, astonishing bloodline endowed him with innate divine strength, his vital essence flowing like liquid mercury, while his flesh and bones resembled divine gold. He possessed an extraordinary affinity for the natural energies of the universe, allowing him to cultivate at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, he could unleash supreme divine might in battle, exerting formidable pressure on opponents of equal or even higher tiers. With himself as the pivot, he sought to dominate all laws of the heavens. Boom! Ji Kunlun unleashed a punch, causing the divine light within his acupoints to blaze brilliantly, and divine power surged forth. The innate primal energy, released like a shooting star, carved a path through the air akin to a celestial meteor shower, leaving a trail of starlight in its wake. This was one of the 8 ultimate forms of the furnace demon body, the absolute form, divine dawn breaking the army. This strike created a fissure over a meter wide and more than 20 meters long in the ground. Had Chen Mo not evaded in time, the consequences would have been dire. Under the dual pressure of Ji Kunlun's astonishing bloodline and furnace demon body, Chen Mo gradually began to show signs of decline. The viewers in the live stream could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. This was untenable. Chen Mo's iron-blooded battle spirit technique was simply not in the same league as Ji Kunlun's furnace demon body. Moreover, Ji Kunlun had awakened his astonishing bloodline, rendering his strength and physical resilience extraordinarily formidable. The fact that Chen Mo had managed to engage Ji Kunlun to this extent was already quite remarkable. If this continued, it seemed inevitable that Chen Mo would suffer defeat. Stop the hand-to-hand combat. Resort to firearms instead. Bang! In the footage, Chen Mo braced himself against Ji Kunlun's ultimate strike, the golden bones shaking the mountain. His feet slid across the ground for several meters before he finally came to a halt. Truly formidable. Chen Mo rubbed his aching arm. Even with his diamond-glazed body, thunderstruck physique, and the activation of 6 dragon veins, it remained exceedingly challenging to rely solely on his physical prowess to overcome Ji Kunlun. In the next moment, sizzle, boom, one of Chen Mo's hands became enveloped in violent purple lightning, while the other hand blazed with searing phoenix flames. Chen Mo directly enchanted his hands. The left hand crackled with lightning, while the right hand blazed with phoenix flames. Have you ever heard of the Flame Fist and Thunder Fist? In the next moment, Chen Mo's feet became enveloped in purple lightning, transforming him into a streak of lightning. With both fists unleashed, he executed a dual dragon strike, crashing towards Ji Kunlun. Both were practitioners of the 8 styles of combat, yet the power of Chen Mo's fists, imbued with purple lightning and phoenix flames, was incomparable. Boom! Ji Kunlun was instantaneously sent flying, colliding with a towering pillar several dozen meters away. His upper garments exploded, revealing 2 imprints of fists on his golden skin. Oh my! The viewers in the live stream swallowed hard at the sight. Almost forgotten, Chen Mo was indeed a dual martial arts talent awakener. While Ji Kunlun awakened the SSS martial arts talent, Chen Mo not only possessed the same SSS talent, but also an additional martial arts talent. To think that lightning and fire could be harnessed in such a manner. Ji Kunlun glanced down at the 2 fist marks on his chest, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Yet, more prominently, there was excitement. The startling bloodline within him surged, boiling over upon encountering a formidable foe. This was the terrifying aspect of this startling bloodline. The more it fought, the stronger it became. The innate vigor around Ji Kunlun surged, creating a distortion in the air. Whoosh! Kunlun propelled himself off the towering pillar, transforming into a cannonball, racing towards Chen Mo at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, Kunlun and Chen Mo were entangled in a fierce battle. Extreme attacks, extreme collisions. There was no defense, only a relentless exchange. Bang, bang, bang. The fearsome shockwaves stirred this corner of the world. The continuous bombardment of fists and feet propelled Chen Mo and Kunlun from the base of the pillar to its apex. The audience was astounded to discover that Kunlun was being suppressed by Chen Mo in close combat. It dawned on me that Chen Mo's battle principle was to defeat his opponent using their own strengths against them. Indeed, during his previous match with Lu Fan, Chen Mo had employed similar techniques to overpower him. Goodness, is he not only killing, but also striking at the heart? Bam! Chen Mo delivered a kick, sending Kunlun tumbling from the top of the pillar. He then soared downwards, gathering all his strength to unleash a punch at Kunlun. The power of 6 dragon veins erupted simultaneously. A faint dragon roar echoed from within Chen Mo. At the moment his fist made contact with Kunlun, phoenix flames erupted forth. A 5-meter sphere of fire engulfed Kunlun entirely, as one of the world's most potent divine fires. Even Kunlun's formidable physique struggled against the all-consuming heat of the Nirvana Phoenix flame. Boom! The terrifying impact turned Kunlun into a meteor plummeting towards the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth was indented, forming a massive crater several meters in diameter. Kunlun knelt at the bottom of the pit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his golden skin marred with charred marks. Has the outcome been determined? Just when the crowd believed that Kunlun had succumbed to defeat, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Suddenly, the long, slender fissure in the center of Kunlun's forehead burst open, akin to the awakening of a celestial eye. This was Kunlun's divine demon bloodline, which, upon merging with the superior heavenly tier technique furnace god demon body, birthed the formidable divine ability, Demon Eye. It stood as Kunlun's ultimate trump card. In a previous life, Lu Fan had ambushed Kunlun and Zhu Xuanzi, convinced of his assured victory in martial prowess. Yet he was instantaneously obliterated by Kunlun's Demon Eye. A devastating beam of light erupted from Kunlun's Demon Eye, its speed reaching unparalleled heights. At that moment, Chen Mo had just unleashed a powerful punch, propelled by the explosive recoil of flames, leaving him suspended in midair, utterly unable to evade. "It is over," Kunlun murmured. However, just as the demon annihilation light was about to strike Chen Mo, he inexplicably vanished from the air. Kunlun's expression froze, disbelief flooding his eyes. Where did he go? Immediately after, a voice that sent shivers through Kunlun's very soul resonated from behind him. "You have lost." Chapter 83, The Laws of Space. Chen Mo versus Zhu Xiansu. Kunlun turned in astonishment, realizing that Chen Mo had silently appeared behind him without his notice. Had Chen Mo chosen to strike at that moment, the outcome would have been dire. "How did you accomplish that?" Kunlun inquired incredulously. It wasn't just him. Countless viewers in a live stream were equally bewildered. What has transpired? How did Chen Mo suddenly vanish from midair? Even a 4th realm martial master, capable of flight, could not achieve such a feat. Moreover, Chen Mo was merely a 3rd realm martial sovereign. Host Su Xiao instinctively cast her gaze towards Professor Tang Yuqing and director Li Songlong. At that moment, both Tang Yuqing and Li Songlong wore expressions of sheer disbelief. "The laws of space," Professor Tang exclaimed. Since the commencement of the battle for the 100 strong, they had been awestruck by Chen Mo multiple times. Just when they thought they had grown desensitized, their hearts were once again stirred as if caught in a tempest. "It truly is the laws of space." Director Li marveled. Chen Mo's sudden disappearance from midair was not mere flight. He was undeniably employing the laws of space. This principle is among the most profound in existence, and even those above the 5th realm martial king might struggle to comprehend it. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, Professor Tang, and director Li would never have imagined that the mere 18-year-old Chen Mo could manipulate the laws of space. Yet, the evidence stood before them, leaving no room for doubt. Not only was he a dual martial talent awakened, but he also grasped the laws of space at such a tender age. The term genius scarcely sufficed to encapsulate Chen Mo's prowess. Upon hearing the comments from the two guests, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Goodness, it's truly the laws of space. No wonder Chen Montag vanished so abruptly. This is utterly absurd. How can Chen Mo, at such a young age, master the laws of space? I am genuinely in awe. Can anyone explain why a youth like Chen Mo is capable of such comprehension? The reason Chen Mo could comprehend the laws of space lies in his refinement of the celestial grade lower tier, Void Vine. This rare treasure of the space category contains a hint of the laws of space. However, merely refining the Void Vine does not guarantee immediate understanding of the laws of space. For others, even years of effort may not suffice to grasp it. Chen Mo's rapid comprehension could be attributed to two critical factors. Firstly, he, along with Nangong Li and Su Huang, had been trapped in the chaos space. Within the chaos space, there exists not only a significant amount of yin-yang energy, but also chaotic spatial currents. Having been ensnared there for over a month, and subsequently traversing the chaotic expanse with Nangong Li and Su Huang, Chen Mo gained first-hand experience of the laws of space, laying a solid foundation for his understanding. The second crucial reason is that in his previous life, Chen Mo was a sixth realm martial emperor. Although his martial arts cultivation is currently only at the third realm of martial sovereign, his insight, experience, and understanding are akin to that of a genuine sixth realm martial emperor. Under various comprehensive factors, Chen Mo was able to swiftly comprehend the laws of space. Just as the battle between Chen Mo and Ji Kunlun reached its conclusion, two figures appeared from different directions, arriving at the heart of the Yinxiao ancient ruins. One figure, adorned in a fiery red dress, was tall and graceful, possessing an exquisitely beautiful face. It was none other than Su Huanger, ranked 5th. The other figure approaching was an unremarkable young man, gripping a long spear in his hand. He was Zhu Xuanzi, ranked 2nd. Having heard the commotion from the battle, Zhu Xuanzi hurriedly made his way over. Upon seeing Ji Kunlun, who was half kneeling in a deep pit, covered in wounds, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhu Xuanzi's otherwise calm face. Ji Kunlun was defeated by Chen Mo. Zhu Xuanzi was well aware of Ji Kunlun's strength. Both of them hailed from the martial god families of the imperial capital and had known each other's names since childhood. Subsequently, they were celebrated as the unmatched dual talents of the imperial capital. It was originally believed that the National Martial Arts Examination would be a competition between the two prodigies, Zhu Xuanzi and Ji Kunlun. Never did they expect the sudden emergence of a contender like Chen Mo. In the next moment, the defeated Ji Kunlun was teleported out of the Yinxiao ancient ruins. The center of the ruins was left with only 4 individuals, Chen Mo, Nangong Li, Su Huang, and Zhu Xuanzi. The audience in the live broadcast room became exhilarated upon the appearance of Zhu Xuanzi and Su Huang. The ultimate showdown was imminent. At present, all other participants in the top 100 competition had been eliminated, leaving only these 4. Curiosity arose regarding how these 4 would contend. Chen Mo versus Zhu Xuanzi, and Nangong Li versus Su Huanger, followed by the victors vying for the title of champion in the National Martial Arts Examination. This seemed highly probable. Just as the audience speculated on the impending confrontation, Su Huanger swiftly approached Chen Mo and Nangong Li. Chen Mo, Ali, she called out. Fangya. Nangong Li joyfully stepped forward and grasped Su Huanger's hand. Together, they stood beside Chen Mo, their gazes fixated upon him. Even a fool could discern that the relationship among the three was anything but ordinary. The audience in the live broadcast room remarked, "The relationship between Nangong Li and Su Huanger appears to be unusual. What is the nature of Su Huanger's relationship with Chen Mo? I sense that her gaze towards him is somewhat peculiar. Stop guessing. They are all from the South Sky province and must have known each other for quite some time. It cannot be that both Nangong Li and Su Huanger are Chen Mo's girlfriends, can it?" Zhu Xuanzi, observing Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huanger standing together, was momentarily taken aback. It was amusing. One could only imagine Zhu Xuanzi's bewilderment. Huh? In a moment of intrigue, Chen Mo, a man of honor, approached the formidable Zhu Xuanzi, preventing a potential 3-on-1 melee. One cannot deny a certain anticipation for such an encounter, eliciting laughter from the audience within the live stream. Soon after, viewers witnessed Chen Mo advancing towards Zhu Xuanzi, summoning forth a meteor shard spear into his grasp. At long last, he wielded a weapon. It appeared that Chen Mo intended to triumph over Zhu Xuanzi with the very means his opponent excelled in, a display of unparalleled audacity. Should Chen Mo succeed in vanquishing Zhu Xuanzi and claim the title of the National Martial Arts Examination Champion, it would undoubtedly be the most prestigious accolade of the past century. Chapter 84. The Battle for the National Martial Arts Examination Champion. Zhu Xuanzi's gaze was intently fixed upon Chen Mo. Having awakened the SSS martial talent of the reincarnation of the eternal gun spirit, he could immediately ascertain that Chen Mo was the strongest practitioner of the gun path among his contemporaries. With a swift motion, Zhu Xuanzi directed his spear, adopting an offensive stance. Without hesitation, he launched an attack known as the Bridge of Rebirth. The spear shot forth like a rainbow, cleaving through the air as if constructing a bridge connecting the realms of life and death. The spear's radiance coalesced into a penetrating beam of annihilation, aimed directly at Chen Mo. This marked the inception of reincarnation and the culmination of destruction. Zhu Xuanzi had previously employed this technique to obliterate a first-tier Lord-class beast. Viewers in a live stream immediately recognized the spear technique exhibited by Zhu Xuanzi. Indeed, it was the celestial-grade superior spear technique created by the legendary gunmaster, Zhu Wujia, silencing reincarnation spear. Was Zhu Xuanzi really unleashing his ultimate move right from the start? He had no choice, for his opponent was none other than Chen Mo. In the face of the formidable Bridge of Rebirth, Chen Mo chose not to evade. Instead, he retaliated with a spear thrust of his own, resonating with the universe. He summoned the energies of heaven and earth, his spears might seeming to threaten the very heavens themselves. This was the fifth form of the six harmonies and celestial sphere spear, breaking the firmament of the six harmonies. A thunderous clash ensued as their powerful techniques collided, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy. In an instant, the world around them spun violently. Both Chen Mo and Zhu Xuanzi staggered back several meters. The mid-grade six harmonies and celestial sphere spear faced off against the superior grade silencing reincarnation spear, resulting in a significant disparity in their respective levels of mastery. Logically, Chen Mo should have been ruthlessly overpowered. However, Chen Mo had cultivated the six harmonies and celestial sphere spear to the fourth level, achieving a state of transformation, while Zhu Xuanzi's silencing reincarnation spear was only at the second level of entry. The same technique, yet different realms of mastery, resulted in a vast difference in power. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Mo could contend with Zhu Xuanzi's silencing reincarnation spear. The sounds of clashing spears echoed as Chen Mo and Zhu Xuanzi exchanged blows in rapid succession. The deafening explosions of energy reverberated continuously. With each impact, the ground beneath their feet sank and cracked, leaving chaos in their wake. Outside the ancient ruins of the Oblivion Tide, Ji Kunlun, who had been eliminated by Chen Mo, stood alongside other ousted top contenders, fixated on the holographic screen displaying the climactic duel between Chen Mo and Zhu Xuanzi. So powerful. This is the pinnacle of the top 100 competition. Comparing my strength to that of Chen Mo and Zhu Xuanzi, I feel utterly obliterated. The spectators marveled. A glimmer of determination sparked in Ji Kunlun's eyes as he attempted to immerse himself in the minds of either Chen Mo or Zhu Xuanzi, mentally rehearsing the duel. Regardless of whom he embodied, he could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from their spear techniques. It appeared that Chen Mo was gradually falling behind. Alas, the level of the six harmonies and celestial sphere spear was far inferior to that of the silencing reincarnation spear. To be able to contend with a top-tier gun technique while only possessing a mid-tier proficiency is indeed an extraordinary feat for Chen Mo. Although he currently finds himself at a disadvantage, there is no sense of urgency among the onlookers. Prior to this moment, Chen Mo had already showcased an array of formidable hidden talents, an exceptionally robust physique, dual martial arts aptitude, and mastery of spatial laws. After witnessing the battle between Chen Mo, Lu Fan, and Ji Kunlun, the majority of spectators had already come to the conclusion that Chen Mo would emerge as this year's national martial arts champion. The only remaining question was, in what manner would Chen Mo choose to secure his victory? Should he decide to employ his dual martial arts talents or his spatial laws? He could instantaneously turn the tide. However, if Chen Mo insists on defeating Zhu Xuanzi solely through gun techniques, it may prove to be a formidable challenge. As the crowd speculated, who can say for certain? Are you convinced that Chen Mo has revealed all his hidden cards? One voice chimed in. What if he also possesses a celestial-level gun technique? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd froze. Indeed, what if Chen Mo were capable of celestial-level gun techniques as well? The reincarnation of the indomitable gun soul truly exemplifies an SSS-level martial talent. It is undeniably impressive, Chen Mo mused. Upon awakening the reincarnation of the indomitable gun soul, Zhu Xuanzi's soul became inscribed with the profound truths of ancestral gun techniques and countless battle impressions. There was no need for deliberate study. His comprehension and application of gun techniques had become instinctual. Moreover, during combat, he could swiftly assimilate his opponent's techniques, discerning their moves with clarity. Chen Mo could distinctly sense that with each exchange, Zhu Xuanzi was gradually mastering the 6 harmonies of a universe gun and beginning to predict Chen Mo's strikes in advance. If the battle continued, the 6 harmonies of the universe gun would struggle to pose a threat to Zhu Xuanzi. With a thunderous roar, the spear in Zhu Xuanzi's hand erupted with brilliant light, its momentum akin to the tumultuous waters of the Yellow Springs, surging upward, embodying the forces of death and decay as it bore down upon Chen Mo. Silent rebirth gun fourth move, Yellow Springs reversal. With a resounding thud, Chen Mo was sent tumbling several dozen meters away. Yet in the next instant, the aura surrounding him shifted dramatically. The 6 dragon veins within him activated simultaneously. A torrent of golden true energy surged through the dragon veins. This was the annihilating energy capable of rending space itself, the dragon annihilation true energy. Indeed, Chen Mo was poised to unleash the true 9 Heavens Dragon Annihilation Gun. The last time he employed the 9 Heavens Dragon Annihilation Gun was during the provincial sprint camp selection test, when he was merely a 6th grade martial artist. That time, the flawed version of the 9 Heavens Dragon Annihilation Gun had completely drained his physical stamina. Now, however, Chen Mo had ascended to the 5th grade realm of martial arts, and he had opened 6 dragon veins within him. The difference was like night and day. Chen Mo's gun momentum surged, emanating a cataclysmic aura from his being. Zhu Xuanzi's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed the imminent danger radiating from Chen Mo. In the next moment, Chen Mo swept forth with his spear. The long spear danced, tracing hundreds of lines akin to rifts in space, coalescing into a dragon-shaped strangulation formation that surged towards Zhu Xiansu. The second style of the 9 Heavens Dragon Obliteration Spear, the reverse scale of 3,000 realms, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. The dragon-shaped strangulation formation instantly engulfed Zhu Xiansu. The audience in the live stream witnessed this scene, their expressions shifting dramatically. What in the world? What kind of spear technique is Chen Mo employing? This power is undoubtedly of the celestial tier. Chen Mo can truly wield celestial tier spear techniques. The earlier speculation was confirmed in that very moment, as Chen Mo channeled the dragon obliteration true chi within the dragon's veins to execute the superior celestial tier spear technique 9 Heavens Dragon Obliteration Spear. The ancient tides within the Annihilation Tide ruins seemed to respond to a certain call, beginning to churn ominously. It felt as though something had been stirred awake. Chapter 85. With one horizontal and one vertical stroke, the outcome is determined. A thunderous roar echoed as hundreds of dragon-shaped formations, resembling fissures in space, surged forth, engulfing the figure of Zhu Xuanzi. When the tumult subsided, a colossal fan-shaped obliteration circle radiated outward from the ground where Zhu Xuanzi had stood. Observing Zhu Xuanzi himself, one could see that his long spear lay horizontally before him, while his garments were tattered and torn. The powerful shockwaves had left numerous bloodied streaks across his body. Though he appeared utterly disheveled, Zhu Xuanzi remained standing, for at the moment the 3,000 realms of reverse scale charged towards him. He executed the fifth form of the cycle of annihilation spear, the annihilation ring. The spear carved a perfect circle, invoking the principles of annihilation to create an absolute ring of darkness that devoured all light, sound, energy, and life. The overwhelming majority of the power from the 3,000 realms of reverse scale was intercepted by the annihilation ring. In the live broadcast room, viewers gazed in awe at the terrifying devastation wrought by Chen Mo's spear. The sheer intensity was utterly horrifying. Chen Mo's spear technique seemed even more fearsome than Zhu Xuanzi's cycle of annihilation spear. The cycle of annihilation spear was already a top-tier technique of celestial grade. Could Chen Mo's spear play possibly surpass it? Which esteemed master could elucidate the technique that Chen Mo had just employed? In the live stream, billions of viewers, including many top-tier spear masters, found themselves at a loss, unable to provide an answer. Even the well-informed Professor Tang Yuqing and Director Li Songlong exchanged bewildered glances. Professor Tang, can you discern the spear technique that Chen Mo just executed? Didacto Li Inquiret. Professor Tang shook her head slightly. I have never seen it before. I, too, have never encountered it, Director Li replied incredulously. Meanwhile, in a courtyard belonging to the Zhu family in the imperial capital, Zhu Xuanzi's great-grandfather, the legendary first spear of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Wujing, also gazed at Chen Mo's spear technique, momentarily taken aback. His eyes reflected both astonishment and confusion. It seemed that even the spear deity Zhu Wujing could not discern the nature of Chen Mo's technique. In his previous life, Chen Mo had heard from Bing Tuachuo about the origins of the Nine Heavens Dragon Annihilation Spear. A year prior to their encounter, when he was 24, Yi Nishang discovered this celestial-grade spear technique within a mysterious ancient relic. Although Yi Nishang did not practice spear techniques herself, she bestowed the Nine Heavens Dragon Annihilation Spear upon Chen Mo upon meeting him. According to the records of the Nine Heavens Dragon Annihilation Spear, it was likely crafted by one of the world's top spear deities over 10,000 years ago, specifically designed for slaying dragons. The name alone hints at its purpose. However, for reasons unknown, this technique had fallen into obscurity. At this moment, Yi Nishang had yet to uncover the Nine Heavens Dragon Annihilation Spear from that ancient relic. In other words, at this juncture, Chen Mo was the sole individual in this world possessing knowledge of this spear technique. This is also why others are unable to discern the type of marksmanship exhibited by Chen Mo. Zhu Xuanzi gazed in astonishment at Chen Mo ahead, his typically impassive countenance revealing an unprecedented intensity of emotion. Clearly, Zhu Xuanzi was equally taken aback by Chen Mo's recent move, the reverse scale of the 3,000 realms. However, it was not long before excitement and a fierce combat spirit flickered in Zhu Xuanzi's eyes. At that moment, the eternal gun soul of reincarnation seemed to awaken from slumber. A spectral image of a divine spear faintly materialized behind Zhu Xuanzi. The essence of the spear would bestow upon him an inexhaustible will for martial arts and an insatiable thirst for battle. With a powerful roar, Zhu Xuanzi's aura intensified. He forcefully stamped his foot, causing the ground beneath him to erupt violently, transforming him into a bolt of lightning that surged towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo had long anticipated that the awakened Zhu Xuanzi, empowered by the eternal gun soul of reincarnation, would not be easily defeated. Such an adversary was truly worthy of his Nine Heavens Dragon vanquishing spear. In an instant, the two figures collided. The clash of two formidable techniques from the pinnacle of martial arts resonated with thunderous ferocity. Zhu Xuanzi unleashed the silent reincarnation spear at an astonishing speed. Life bridge, reverse waves of the yellow springs, blooming flowers of the other shore, ring of silence, echoes of rebirth, eternal flames. Chen Mo countered with the nine heavens dragon vanquishing spear. Starfall from the nine heavens, reverse scale of the 3,000 realms, reincarnation dragon devouring. Divine might, 1,000 armies in retreat. What exhilaration! In this rebirth, Chen Mo experienced the sheer thrill of executing the nine heavens dragon vanquishing spear for the first time. This unrestrained combat surged with an invigorating intensity that seemed to pierce the heavens. As the battle raged on, Zhu Xuanzi felt an overwhelming pressure gradually enveloping him. Though the eternal gun soul of reincarnation thrived on adversity, the chances of victory were dim in the face of an absolute disparity in strength. As time passed, Zhu Xuanzi found himself thoroughly suppressed by Chen Mo. Realizing this, Zhu Xuanzi resolved to make a final desperate attempt. Chen Mo, receive my last strike. As his words fell, the spectral image of the divine spear behind him erupted with brilliance, and the innate vigor within him boiled over. Zhu Xuanzi poured every ounce of his strength into unleashing the ultimate move of the silent reincarnation spear, the cycle of 10,000 calamities, the point of termination. This strike amalgamated the essence and power of the previous 8 forms of the silent reincarnation spear, piercing forth with an ultimate thrust that transcended the cycle of life and death. As the spear surged forth, all existence fell silent, returning to chaos. Excellent! A gleam of brilliance shot from Chen Mo's eyes as he invoked the 6th form of the nine heavens dragon vanquishing spear, the ancient dragon soul spear. In that fleeting moment, a colossal dragon spirit, over 100 meters in length, seemed to materialize behind him. The emergence of this ancient dragon soul radiated an overwhelming pressure that swept from Chen Mo's being. What on earth is this? The audience in the live stream gasped in shock. In the next instant, Chen Mo and his spear merged as one, transforming into a 100-meter-long energy dragon, exuding indomitable power as it roared toward Zhu Xuanzi. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave that lifted the ground within a 100-meter radius. As the dust settled, the ravaged terrain revealed 2 figures, one horizontal and one vertical. Zhu Xuanzi lay in a deep pit, while Chen Mo stood tall and upright. The outcome was clear. Chen Mo emerged victorious. Such prowess, such brilliance. The viewers in the live stream were utterly enraptured. In the depths of the Yanxiao ancient ruins, Zhu Xuanzi lay on the ground. This marked the first time in his life that he had encountered defeat. Yet a smile graced his face. In that moment, it seemed he finally understood the purpose for which he wielded his weapon. Thank you, Zhu Xuanzi said to Chen Mo. However, at that instant, the ground began to tremble. A rumbling sound echoed. The 36 towering pillars at the center of the Yanxiao ancient ruins began to sway violently, as if something suppressed beneath the earth was about to burst forth. Chapter 86. The blood essence of the devouring realm's ethereal dragon, refining and absorbing. The world spun and the earth trembled. The sudden upheaval caused a dramatic change in the expressions of all present. What has transpired? Until now, everyone's attention had been captivated by the climactic duel between Chen Mo and Zhu Xuanzi. In truth, as Chen Mo channeled the dragon Yin True Qi and unleashed the nine heavens dragon Yin Spear, the abyssal currents within the abyssal tide ancient ruins began to surge as if stirred by some unseen force. When Chen Mo executed the 6th form of the nine heavens dragon Yin Spear, the Tsungu dragon soul spear, the tide within the relics surged like a tumultuous wave. Subsequently, the 36 towering pillars arranged in the formation of the 8 trigrams began to shake violently. Boom, boom, boom. The 36 great pillars rose from the ground. With a whoosh, a drop of crimson blood essence, over a meter in diameter and radiating an overwhelming dragon majesty, erupted from the depths of the earth. It transformed into a small crimson dragon, roaring as it charged toward Chen Mo with an astonishing speed that even he, having grasped the laws of space, could not evade in time. The crimson blood essence dragon opened its maw and engulfed Chen Mo. It writhed and twisted, roaring as if intent on devouring him whole. Brother Mo, Chen Mo, South Palace Li and Su Huanger cried out in alarm, rushing toward Chen Mo simultaneously. A figure transformed into a shooting star, descending from outside the abyssal tide, ancient ruins, to Chen Mo's side. It was none other than the director of the National Examination Center Research Institute, by Li Changhong. After the anomaly in the abyssal tide, ancient ruins, he had rushed in without delay. At this moment, Bai Li Changhong gazed in horror at the crimson dragon. Is this the blood essence of a dragon? Bai Li Changhong exclaimed in shock. The dragon's blood essence, a fusion of dragon souls, is the very core of the dragon clan. The dragon blood essence before him emanated an aura of pure malevolence and terror. As the crimson dragon of blood essence sought to consume Chen Mo, Bai Li Changhong immediately formed a spell with his hands, sending forth a beam of golden light in an attempt to extricate Chen Mo from the dragon blood essence. However, he soon realized that the dragon blood essence had already penetrated Chen Mo's body, seemingly merging with him. At this moment, forcibly separating Chen Mo could very well leave him as nothing but a skeleton. At this juncture, Chen Mo felt an excruciating pain coursing through his entire being. It was as though something was burrowing into him through millions of pores, tearing his body apart piece by piece. Pain, such unbearable pain. Furthermore, from the crimson dragon, he sensed an overwhelming hatred, as if it sought to rip his flesh from his bones and reduce him to ashes. What in the world is this? Chen Mo cursed inwardly, bewildered by the torrent of hatred. Just then, he felt something invade his mind. In an instant, visions from an ancient era flashed through his consciousness. It was a colossal dragon, spanning over 10,000 meters in length, wreaking havoc upon the earth and leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The most malevolent entity within the dragon clan, the devouring abyssal dragon. This fearsome creature sought to consume the very ley lines of the earth, intending to obliterate this realm entirely. At that moment, a figure wielding a gun charged forth, engaging the devouring abyssal dragon in a cataclysmic battle. Chen Mo was astonished to discover that the marksmanship employed by this figure was none other than the Nine Heavens Dragon Annihilation Gun. This titanic clash raged for 5 days and nights. Ultimately, the figure, sacrificing their own life, unleashed the final technique of the Nine Heavens Dragon Annihilation Gun. The Nine Heavens Dragon Annihilation, finality, obliterating the colossal devouring abyssal dragon, which measured over 10,000 meters in length, into mere dust. Although the corporeal form of the devouring abyssal dragon was utterly annihilated, its essence, infused with the blood of dragon souls, remained indestructible. Thus, in its dying moments, the figure used 36 dragon-suppressing pillars to fuse the dragon essence with the blood of the devouring abyssal dragon, sealing it within this location. After millennia of evolution, this gave rise to the ancient ruins of Annihilation Tide. The cyclical tides within the ruins were, in fact, a manifestation of the blood essence energy of the devouring abyssal dragon leaking out, fluctuating daily with the breath of the dragon. Meanwhile, these tides continuously eroded the 36 dragon-suppressing pillars as the sealed blood essence of the devouring abyssal dragon sought to escape its prison. Upon witnessing the scenes unfolding in his mind, Chen Mo finally comprehended the source of the overwhelming hatred. It stemmed from the blood essence of the devouring abyssal dragon. Sealed here, perceiving Chen Mo's use of the Nine Heavens Dragon Annihilation Gun and mistaking him for its nemesis. You've mistaken the wrong person, Chen Montauk inwardly scoffed, his eyes gleaming with determination. You wish to devour me? Let us see who truly becomes the predator. In the next instant, Chen Mo summoned the purple lightning and Nirvana Phoenix Flame within him to their utmost potential. A Phoenix Flame Thunder Prison enveloped the blood essence of the devouring abyssal dragon along with himself in an instant. Moreover, Chen Mo added 2 additional flames to the Phoenix Flame Thunder Prison. One was the Dragon Annihilation True Qi, capable of obliterating dragonkind, and the other was the purest primordial energy in the cosmos, Void Qi, Roar, with the emergence of the enhanced Phoenix Flame Thunder Prison. The crimson-hued dragon emitted a terrified roar. The The blood essence of the devouring abyssal dragon, suppressed by the 36 dragon-suppressing pillars for millennia, had endured the passage of time. After such a lengthy duration, both the dragon's soul and the 36 pillars had reached their limits of endurance. This was precisely why the blood essence of the devouring abyssal dragon had previously managed to breach the seals of the dragon-suppressing pillars, rushing towards Chen Mo in a fit of rage, yearning to consume him. Yet, it had evidently underestimated Chen Mo's strength. The blood essence of the devouring abyssal dragon, already at its wit's end, encountered the enhanced Phoenix Flame Thunder Prison, its nemesis. Upon sensing the impending threat, the blood essence of the devouring abyssal dragon attempted to flee from Chen Mo's body. Did it truly believe it could come and go as it pleased? Chen Montag silently sneered. Die for me. The dragon's soul within the blood essence let out a reluctant roar of fury. Within the Phoenix Flame Thunder Prison, it was utterly shattered, leaving behind only the purest essence of energy. The blood essence of the ancient devouring realm dragon is a treasure that rivals the finest of heavenly-grade artifacts. Naturally, Chen Mo would not decline such a fortuitous gift presented to him. He promptly devoured and refined the blood essence of the devouring realm dragon. Boom! The blood essence was swiftly assimilated by Chen Mo, who experienced a remarkable recovery of the wounds that had just been torn open, visibly mending before one's eyes. Furthermore, Chen Mo's physical form continued to enhance, advancing his life essence toward the higher realm of existence. Moments later, the entirety of the devouring realm dragon's blood essence was fully refined and absorbed by Chen Mo. His physique appeared as if sculpted by the finest artisans, every muscle exuding explosive power and aesthetic allure. Additionally, an awe-inspiring dragon's might emanated from him, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who beheld it. At this moment, Chen Mo's corporeal strength had even surpassed that of Ji Kunlun, who had awakened the divine bloodline. Chapter 87. The Nation in Uproar. Martial Examination Top Scholar. Brother Mo, Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huang Er rushed forward, leaping into Chen Mo's embrace. Do not worry, I am unharmed, Chen Mo replied with a smile, gently ruffling their hair. Brother Mo, you terrified me, Nangong Li exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears. Su Huang Er's eyes were also red, filled with concern. They had just witnessed Chen Mo being consumed by the blood essence of the devouring realm dragon, their hearts heavy with anxiety. Had it not been for the reminder from Dean by Li Changhong to refrain from rash actions, they would have rushed to his side without hesitation. In this moment, seeing Chen Mo safe, both girls were nearly overwhelmed with joy. Dean by Li Changhong, witnessing the scene, also let out a sigh of relief. If Chen Mo had suffered any mishap during the Top 100 competition, the National Examination Center, responsible for the examination venue, would be held accountable. Moreover, Chen Mo's previously displayed talent and strength were unprecedented in a millennium. The fall of such a martial genius would constitute an immense loss for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Dean by Li Changhong's gaze swept over the collapsed 36 towering pillars within the ruins of the Annihilation Tide, still reflecting a hint of astonishment. No one could have anticipated that beneath the Annihilation Tide ruins lay a seal containing an essence of dragon blood, radiating an aura of unparalleled malevolence and terror. Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast room, hundreds of millions of viewers were equally astonished. What on earth was that just now? It was utterly terrifying. It seemed Chen Mo was nearly consumed. Can someone explain? From what I gathered, it appears something was sealed beneath the Annihilation Tide, which attempted to assault Chen Mo, but was instead refined by him. Did anyone notice that Chen Mo's aura seems to have intensified compared to before? I sense it too. There seems to be a certain pressure emanating from him that sends shivers through my very soul. A flurry of discussions erupted in the live room. On the other side, Dean by Li Changhong directed his attention towards Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huang Er. Strictly speaking, the Top 100 competition had not yet reached a definitive conclusion, as the remaining three had yet to determine a victor. According to regulations, Dean by Li Changhong posed the inquiry, "Do you wish to continue the duel?" "No, we concede," Nangong Li and Su Huang Er replied in unison. Dean Bailey Changhong had anticipated this response. Given their embrace, how could they possibly continue fighting? Meanwhile, the audience in the live room regained their composure, suddenly realizing that Nan Gong Li and Su Huang Er had both thrown themselves into Chen Mo's arms. Oh my goodness, could Nan Gong Li and Su Huang Er both be Chen Mo's girlfriends? Even if they are not, their relationship must be quite profound. This is simply too exhilarating. If you were as handsome as Chen Mo, endowed with his extraordinary martial arts talent and prowess, it would be hardly surprising to see a multitude of girls vying for your affection. Indeed, it makes perfect sense. If Chen Mo were to agree, I would gladly take on the role of his girlfriend. In the live broadcast room, countless young women gazed at Chen Mo with sparkling eyes. It is no exaggeration to assert that, given Chen Mo's remarkable attributes, there would be numerous girls willing to present themselves to him. Meanwhile, in the distant Nangong family, the head of the household, Nangong Yu, was watching the competition alongside Nangong Li's aunt, Nangong Ruoshui. Does Li truly hold affection for this young man, named Chen Mo? Nangong Yu inquired. It appears so. Nangong Ruoshui nodded in agreement. In fact, ever since Nangong Li returned from the provincial training camp, both Nangong Yu and Nangong Ruoshui had sensed that her feelings for Chen Mo were quite extraordinary. However, they had not anticipated that Su Huang'er's relationship with Chen Mo also seemed to be rather special. This child, Chen Mo, is indeed exceptional. He could even be considered unparalleled in the world. Nangong Yu remarked. Having witnessed the top 100 competition, Nangong Yu was repeatedly astonished by Chen Mo's astonishing performance. Indeed, Nangong Ruoshui acknowledged with a slight nod. For a moment, the glances exchanged between Nangong Yu and Nangong Ruoshui suggested a myriad of thoughts. On the other side, Su Huang'er's master, Yu Honglian, observed her beloved disciple, Nangong Li, and Chen Mo on the holographic screen, her expression revealing a hint of intrigue. Could it be that Huang and Li have genuinely developed feelings for the same young man? One must note that the three, Huang and Chen Mo, were trapped in the chaotic space for over a month. It would not be surprising if something transpired between them. With Nangong Li and Su Huang'er voluntarily conceding, the top 100 competition officially came to a close. The next moment, the esteemed Dean by Li Changhong announced with a booming voice that resonated far and wide. The top 100 competition of this year's National Martial Arts Examination has concluded. The champion of the National Martial Arts Examination is Chen Mo. With the announcement from Dean by Li Changhong, Chen Mo officially secured the title of this year's National Martial Arts Champion, becoming the first champion from outside the imperial capital in a century. The fervor was palpable, with thunderous cheers echoing from every corner of the nation. The country was ablaze with excitement. Incredible. From the foundational tests onward, Chen Mo had outshone the many prodigies of the imperial capital, and during the top 100 competition, he had dominated his way to victory. Claiming the title of National Martial Arts Champion, his strength was simply astonishing. Most remarkably, Chen Mo defeated his opponents using their own strengths, showcasing an extraordinary level of skill. Without a doubt, Chen Mo is the most accomplished national martial arts champion in the past century, perhaps even in a millennium. This year's National Martial Arts Examination has been extraordinarily captivating. I could easily watch the replay at least 10 more times. Although the competition has concluded, the National Martial Arts Examination has not yet reached its final chapter, for the time has come to bestow the awards for the Martial Arts Examination. After a brief moment, Chen Mo, Nangong Li, and Su Huang'er followed Dean Bailey Changhong and departed from the Yanqiao ancient ruins, emerging into a grand plaza in the imperial capital. The previously eliminated top 100 candidates had also gathered here. The surrounding stands were already filled to capacity, with attendees comprising formidable figures from various martial arts families of the imperial capital, as well as deans and instructors responsible for admissions from the 5 prestigious martial arts universities of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon Chen Mo's arrival, the gaze of every individual present converged upon him. Notably, the deans and instructors responsible for admissions appeared particularly eager, their eyes gleaming with a desire to claim Chen Mo for their respective institutions. Dean Bailey Changhong surveyed the assembled top candidates and declared, Congratulations on your remarkable performance in the top 100 competition. I shall now announce the National Martial Arts Examination Champion, the top 3, and the rewards for the top 10 candidates. Chapter 88. Astonishing Rewards, the Battle for Talents. First and foremost, congratulations to Chen Mo for achieving the title of National Martial Arts Examination Champion. As soon as Dean Li Changhong's voice fell, a fervent applause erupted throughout the venue. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Chen Mo ascended the podium. Dean Li solemnly presented him with a resplendent golden medal, stating, "This is the Dragon's Roar Medal, awarded to you by the nation in recognition of your triumph as the National Martial Arts Examination Champion. The holder of the Dragon's Roar Medal is entitled to the privileges of a national treasure and enjoys various exceptional rights. Firstly, there are the resource privileges. Each year, the holder of the Dragon's Roar Medal can receive a complimentary cultivation resource package from the National Resource Repository. Furthermore, when purchasing cultivation resources from the National Resource System, one enjoys a remarkable 40% discount. Most importantly, the holder possesses the priority right to exchange for the exceedingly rare strategic-level cultivation resources. Secondly, there are the privileges pertaining to cultivation and information. The holder of the Dragon's Roar Medal is granted complimentary access to advanced cultivation rooms within national public facilities, such as the upper levels of the Spirit Gathering Tower, the high-grade Elemental Refinement Room, and the Elite Gravity Chamber. Additionally, they possess priority access to the heritage ruins and secret realms controlled by the state. Moreover, they are permitted to consult the vast majority of materials in the National Martial Arts Library, excluding documents with special permissions. Lastly, there is the right to security assurance. The holder of the Dragon's Roar Medal is entitled to national strategic protection in the event of danger. Local agencies must exert all efforts to provide protection and report the situation, while the national level, martial arts administration, or military special departments may intervene directly as deemed necessary. Even the immediate family members of the Dragon's Roar Medal holder can enjoy high-level security services. Upon hearing about the privileges of the Dragon's Roar Medal, Chen Mo could not help but marvel at the extraordinary benefits it conferred. Of course, it is entirely reasonable for the nation to bestow such privileges upon the martial arts champion. After all, the champion emerges from nearly 100 million candidates each year, representing the pinnacle of martial talent. With proper development, they are destined to become a pillar of the nation, warranting certain privileges and heightened protection. This Dragon's Roar Medal is forged from a special spiritual metal and array, making it impossible to replicate. Once an individual binds it through a drop of blood, it becomes linked to the holder, rendering activation of its privileges by others impossible. Dean Li elaborated. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo nodded lightly. Subsequently, he let a droplet of blood fall onto the medal, binding it to himself. Dean Li smiled and continued to address Chen Mo. In addition to awarding you the Dragon's Roar Medal, you are also permitted to enter the National Resource Repository to select any one item of high-grade celestial cultivation resources. This includes, but is not limited to, martial arts techniques, martial skills, and rare treasures of heaven and earth. At these words, Chen Mo's eyes brightened involuntarily. The value of high-grade celestial cultivation resources is self-evident. The other top candidates present could not help but exhibit expressions of envy. Even within martial god families, high-grade celestial cultivation resources are exceedingly rare. These rewards are what you rightfully deserve as the martial arts champion, Dean Li said with a smile. Thank you, Chen Mo replied. Chen Mo carefully stored the Dragon's Roar Medal. As for the high-tier cultivation resources, he would leisurely select from the National Resource Repository later. After Chen Mo's match, it was time for the second and third place winners among the top 3 to ascend the stage for their awards. Congratulations to Nangong Li and Su Huanger for securing the second and third places in the National Martial Arts Examination, declared President by Li Changhong. Due to Chen Mo's elimination of Ji Kunlun and Zhu Xuanzi, Nangong Li and Su Huanger effortlessly claimed the second and third positions. Many observers speculated that had it not been for Nangong Li's connection with Chen Mo, both she and Su Huanger might not have achieved such ranks. Nonetheless, Connections and fortune are indeed facets of strength. According to the competition rules, Nangong Li and Su Huang'er were rightfully awarded second and third places. Ji Xuanci and Ji Kunlun did not find this outcome unfair. To them, not attaining the title of martial arts champion rendered all other rankings inconsequential. As the top 3 of the National Martial Arts Examination, the state would bestow upon them the Phoenix Dance Medal. President Bai Li Changhong presented the 2 medals to Nangong Li and Su Huang'er. The Phoenix Dance Medal, like the Dragon's Roar Medal, conferred various privileges. However, in terms of resource access, cultivation rights, information privileges, and security guarantees, it ranked 1 tier lower than the Dragon's Roar Medal. In addition to receiving the Phoenix Dance Medal, Nangong Li and Su Huang'er were also granted entry to the National Resource Repository, where they could select a mid-tier cultivation resource as an additional reward for their top 3 placement. Next to take the stage were Zhu Xuanci, Ji Kunlun, Xian Yuanpe, Lu Fan, and other top 10 candidates. They were awarded the top 10 medal, which offered privileges 1 tier lower than the Phoenix Dance Medal. Moreover, they too could access the National Resource Repository to choose a low-tier cultivation resource as their reward. As for the remaining top 100 candidates, although they were not awarded medals, they still had the opportunity to enter the National Resource Repository to select a high-tier Earth-level cultivation resource as their reward. Furthermore, these accolades were conferred at the national level, and upon returning to their respective provinces and cities, local authorities would undoubtedly provide various rewards. It is no exaggeration to say that achieving commendable results in a National Martial Arts Examination can directly alter one's fate. The National Martial Arts Examination is merely the beginning of your lives. You will encounter greater challenges ahead. I hope that each of you will become a pillar of the martial arts community in the Dragon Kingdom. President Bai Li Changhong extended his blessings. With that, this year's National Martial Arts Examination officially came to a close. No sooner had President Bai Li Changhong's words faded than a figure appeared before Chen Mo with the swiftness of lightning. It was an elderly man with a white beard. Gazing kindly at Chen Montauk. Hello, Chen Montauk. I am the admissions director of Tianshu Martial Arts University. On behalf of Tianshu Martial Arts University, I extend a heartfelt invitation to student Chen Mo, expressing our sincere hope that he will enroll in our esteemed institution. We are prepared to offer generous enrollment rewards to Chen Mo. Meanwhile, the deans of several other prestigious martial arts universities could not help but change their expressions upon witnessing this. The cunning maneuvers of Tianshu Martial Arts University are indeed swift. Soon after, several figures swiftly descended from the stands and approached Chen Mo. Greetings, student Chen Mo. I am the dean of Shunji Martial Arts University. Hello, student Chen Mo. I am the dean of Ancient Martial Heritage University.